Chapter 81 That, are there still women knocking on your door at night? Got it. Mr. Xia. As soon as the words came out, Chungwon's face changed immediately, and she quickly changed her words. Got it. Assistant Xia. She was so scared that she broke into a cold sweat. Some colleagues were amused by this scene, and just when they wanted to laugh, they saw Xia Ning's serious expression, and were shocked by her strong aura, and their faces were tense. No matter how casually they laughed. Qin Sun looked at Xia Ning's profile, and frowned slightly. You bastard. Your aura is so strong, that Chungwon was scared and incoherent. Are you going to usurp the throne? You want to increase your investment? This is my money. Xia Ning didn't notice Qin Sun's eyes, looking at the colleagues who had restrained their smiles, continued to speak. Third, the development department stops expanding the market, and the business department pays attention to maintaining good relations with the existing cooperative companies. But, don't bargain. As soon as these words came out, colleagues all widened their eyes. Xia Ning, this little assistant, dared to say in front of the company's vice president, stop expanding business, and don't bargain with customers? Is a company waiting to die if it doesn't do business? Qin Sun. Hee. I thought I was a 9,000-year-old man. Unexpectedly, Xia Ning wanted to be the queen mother. Xia Ning ignored the expressions of everyone and explained calmly. After the company's promotional video is released, and the company's position in the industry is once again improved, we will negotiate the price. Based on the current basis, the price will be increased by at least 30%. We want to earn back 10 or 20 times the 500,000 yuan invested by the company. The colleagues took a deep breath. This little girl had a trick up her sleeve. So cruel. Qin Sun looked at Xia Ning's profile and felt a little strange, but also a little familiar, as if this was her true face. Cool, elegant, capable. His eyes fell on her belly again, and he sighed. She is just very silly and naive in some aspects. Suddenly, Qin Sun saw Xia Ning take out her mobile phone, lowered her head, and sent 3 red envelopes of 2,000 yuan to the group without saying a word. The colleagues below could only see Xia Ning lowering her head to operate, not knowing what she was doing, and felt the vibration of the mobile phone in her trouser pocket. They probably guessed that she had sent a message to the group, and were a little confused. Can't we talk face to face? It's meeting time, and we can't just take out our mobile phones. Suddenly, they saw Qin Sun hurriedly took out his mobile phone and shouted, Comrades, go! Grab the red envelopes. Everyone took out their mobile phones and clicked on 3 red envelopes in a row, and found that they were all large amounts. Almost every red envelope could get nearly 200 yuan, and the 3 red envelopes almost got 600 yuan. After grabbing, they looked at Xia Ning in shock. They didn't understand what this little assistant, with a monthly salary of 3,500 yuan was doing, but they saw that Xia Ning's face didn't change at all, and smiled lightly. She bowed slightly. For the next shoot, please cooperate with my work, thank you. The colleagues looked complicated, after a while, then shouted one after another. Okay. Absolutely cooperate. Guaranteed to complete the task. The meeting was adjourned. Back to the general manager's office. Qin Sun waited for Xia Ning to come in, closed the door, locked it. Xia Ning was a little nervous. What are you doing? Qin Sun's eyes fell on Xia Ning, scanning up and down. Xia Ning took a step back. But she saw Qin Sun sneer. Boss Xia? Xia Ning was startled, looking at Qin Sun silently, lips pressed into a line, feeling a little guilty, and turning her head away. Just when she was a little angry that Chungwon had let the cat out of the bag, she didn't know how to explain to Qin Sun. She heard Qin Sun's cold voice. Xiao Xia, don't be so prominent in the future. When the tiger Niu Xiaojun is not here, I am the king of the company. You are riding on my head today, spending my money, and giving out red envelopes. What does that mean? You are so successful that you are a threat to the boss. Do you know that? Xia Ning turned to look at Qin Sun, be silent for a while, and explained. I want to win the 10 million order from Duda Milk Tea. I don't want to waste your creativity. I want to maximize the effect. Qin Sun shook his head, walked behind the desk, sat on the chair, and tapped the desktop with his right hand, as if to declare his sovereignty. Xiao Xia, pour the tea. Xia Ning breathed a sigh of relief, and hurriedly made a pot of tea for Qin Sun, poured a cup, and handed it to him with both hands. Qin Sun took a sip of tea. Remember to ask the company to reimburse the money you just gave out in the red envelope. Xia Ning, oh, well-behaved and obedient. Seeing Qin Sun drinking a cup of tea, She picked up the cup and walked to the coffee table to refill the water. Suddenly, she heard Chin Sun's solemn voice admonishing. You don't give much salary. If you give me 6,000 yuan at a time, what will you do if you have a baby in the future? How can you have the money? He paused, and his voice was a little weak. Your family shouldn't be very rich? Xia Ning heard him mention having a baby again, and her face turned cold. How could there be such a person? Confessing to someone once a day? And always using having a baby as a metaphor? Doesn't he know that his behavior before having a baby is very shameful? Does he think he has a good temper, so he acts like a hooligan every day? Xia Ning silently poured a cup of boiling water and turned to give it to Chin Sun. My family is just an ordinary family. Chin Sun took it and drank it naturally. Awah! After receiving Xia Ning's red envelope, colleagues were like chicken blood, and they threw themselves into the advertising shooting according to Xia Ning's arrangement. They contacted the advertising company quickly. In the afternoon, the people from the advertising company came over and checked the script with Chin Sun. According to the nature of Oak Company as a marketing company, they slightly changed the scene of the script. After Chin Sun and the people from the advertising company polished the script, Xia Ning stepped forward at the right time. Hello, how long can it take to finish the photo shoot? The person from the advertising company. 3 days. Xia Ning's tone was unquestionable, and he made a request. 2 days. The person from the advertising company. He knew that the Prime Minister's doorman, the noble's maid, and the boss's secretary, although they seemed to have low status, they were all people who could not be offended. What's more, this female secretary was so beautiful. She definitely fits the saying secretaries do things when there is work, and secretaries do nothing when there is nothing. But it was really difficult to complete a high-quality advertising shoot in 2 days. He was a little embarrassed, and looked at Chin Sun. Chin Sun glanced at Xia Ning and nodded. Just 2 days. The advertising company's people. It's confirmed. There is definitely an affair. He actually spoiled her so much. Is he trying to play tricks on the princess? As soon as 6 o'clock came, Chin Sun opened the slacking system panel and frowned immediately. Slacking value, 180. There are still 100,000 slacking points before the next lottery. I have been a little decadent these days. I am working hard, but I haven't caught any fish. Annoying. Xia Ning sat behind the computer, leaning her head out, seeing Chin Sun frowning, hesitating for a moment, speaking with some concern. What's wrong with you? Chin Sun shook his head, said nothing. Xia Ning looked at Chin Sun, was silent for a while, and asked again. Where did you sleep yesterday? She was now more and more worried that Chin Sun had been poached. What's more, he was not under her nose now. Chin Sun turned his head, grinning. On the bed. Xia Ning. She retracted her head behind the computer screen, too lazy to care about Chin Sun. After a while, she still felt a little uneasy, and poked her head out again, looking at Chin Sun who was opening the door. Are there still women knocking on your door at night? Chin Sun was startled, turned around, and glanced at Xia Ning. Without saying anything, he opened the door and walked out. Xia Ning looked at the door closing, with a slightly cold face, and murmured. Is there a woman or not? Chapter 82 Don't spread gossip. Already know everything? At night, Chin Sun felt that he couldn't fall any further, walked out of the hotel, riding his electric bike to deliver food again. An hour of slacking off at 10 o'clock is also worth it. Chin Sun looked at the order-taking platform for a long time, and found a suitable order, which was to deliver to Haixing Maternal and Child Health Hospital. Because the location is far away, and a little remote, there are almost no orders along the way. And he can't make much money. No rider is willing to grab such an order. But Chin Sun likes it. Suddenly, he remembered that he had sent Xia Ning to this hospital for pregnancy protection before, shook his head, and sighed. What a silly woman. The next day, under Xia Ning's organization and arrangement, the people of Oak Company fully cooperated with the advertising company in filming. Because of the pursuit of quality, Chin Sun and Xia Ning, and other colleagues of Oak Company had no acting experience. One scene needed to be filmed many times. At the end of the day, everyone was exhausted. But everyone was very happy, felt that their acting skills were comparable to those of the best actor, and they were about to win an award. After get off work, everyone dispersed from the set and went home. When Xia Ning wanted to find Chin Sun, he found that he had already ridden his electric bike and left. Xia Ning watched his back disappearing around the corner, feeling a little disappointed. After all, they were roommates. But he didn't even ask if I wanted a ride. At this time, Chungwon came up and asked quietly, Mr. Xia, do you want a ride? Xia Ning, no. Chungwon was a little embarrassed. Xia Ning was silent for a moment and explained, traffic is easy to get stuck. I like electric bikes. In the evening, Jin-sun stayed in the hotel for a while. Bored, he rode his electric bike to deliver food to relax. Perhaps because his slacking value increased too slowly. He was a little bored recently and wanted to talk to someone, even if it meant having a big fight with a customer. As soon as he walked out of the hotel, he received a WeChat message from Xia Ning. Where are you living now? He did not reply. For a pregnant woman, a message sent late at night. As a man with basic morals, he would definitely stay away from her. After walking a few steps, Xia Ning's WeChat voice call popped up. Jin-sun didn't think about it and hung up. Immediately, Xia Ning sent another message. To be so stingy. You are not a man. Jin-sun looked at this sentence and didn't understand it. He just felt so wronged. Only a true gentleman can refuse a beautiful woman's call in the middle of the night. Okay. I found another order on the delivery platform, which was from Haisheng Maternal and Child Health Hospital. It was a cup of hot milk tea. He looked at the note and smiled. Why is it the same aunt from yesterday again? She likes to order takeout so much. Does her husband and son know? He was very happy. Because Aunt Yan was very generous, she would give an extra 66 yuan after completing the delivery. She is really a good aunt that everyone loves. The third day. Another day of shooting. The people in the advertising company were exhausted. After receiving hundreds of thousands of yuan from them, they dared not be careless about the quality of the film, lest they be suspected of cheating. Mr. Chin, we will work overtime tonight to do the post-production, and we will give you the film by tomorrow morning at the latest. If you have any comments, just mention them directly, and we can make changes. Jin-sun nodded. Okay. Parted with the people from the advertising company. Xia Ning watched them get into the car. Her eyes were fixed on the cameras in their hands, with hope in her eyes. She was the leading actress in the promotional video, and her role was even higher than Jin-sun's. Jin-sun looked at her face and saw a happy expression, and asked, What are you thinking about? Xia Ning thought about the hard work of the past few days, with a smile on her face. Thinking of being able to show off in front of her father, she rarely spoke a long paragraph. I have a very strange feeling, and now I feel like waiting for my own child to be born, and I am particularly sure that this child will be a very powerful baby. Jin-sun. It sounded a bit strange to him, and he got goosebumps all over his body. Then I wish you and your child peace. Xia Ning was stunned for a moment, nodded his head in thanks, and asked with a smile, Aren't you looking forward to it? Jin-sun shook his head, walked to the side of the road, rode on the electric bike, turned his head, and looked at Xia Ning quietly, as if he wanted to say something. Xia Ning looked at him silently, and there was a hint of expectation in his heart. And then he became entangled. If he asked me to get on the ride later, would I get on? It would be bad if he found out that I lived in the villa area. Right? But Jin-sun exhaled heavily through his nose. I don't look forward to it. Xia Ning? She was a little disappointed, and she was arguing with Jin-sun, and said coldly, You have put in a lot of effort for this child, and you are also his father. The voice was not small. Jin-sun heard her say this, and his face was a little panicked. Xia Ning, in your current physical condition, please don't make random comparisons. Okay? You are really very smart. After saying that, he turned the ignition and sped away. Xia Ning? She looked at Jin-sun's back, and her eyes gradually became colder. A dog will always eat shit. You scold me again. Xia Ning was a little angry. You are allowed to use giving birth to a child to metaphor, confession, but I am not allowed to use children to metaphor. Successful work? What a great official power. After a while, Chungwon came over quietly, looked down at Xia Ning's hand on her belly, and lowered her voice. Boss Xia, take a ride? Xia Ning turned around, and saw Chungwon's face was a little strange. Boss Xia, I rode in electric bike today. Xia Ning was a little surprised. Why did Chungwon stutter? No ride. Chungwon. She breathed a sigh of relief. No ride, electric bikes are not safe. Electric bikes are not safe. Chungwon turned her head to look in the direction where Jin-sun disappeared, and shook her head. Scumbag. Xia Ning just felt that Chungwon was a little nagging today, and waved to get a taxi home. Chungwon stood on the street and sighed. Suddenly, she found some figures gradually gathered around her. Turning her head, she found that they were several female colleagues from the finance department. They were the ones who loved to gossip. Chungwon warned with a serious face. The advertising video will be out tomorrow, and there is still a tough battle to fight. You are not allowed to spread gossip. After saying that, she saw 7 or 8 male colleagues gradually gathered around. She looked embarrassed. Why didn't you leave? After a while, someone answered. The boss hasn't left yet. How can we leave first? As he said, he pointed. Here. Where are the rest? Chungwon saw a group of people leaning against a wall in a crooked manner, and felt a headache, but at the same time, she was relieved. Boss Ya, you said this yourself. I didn't spread a bad word about you. In the evening, Jin-sun went to deliver food again, and swiped the order-grabbing platform for a long time, and finally swiped the order from the aunt of Haixing Maternal and Child Health Hospital. He went to the fruit store, and looked at a basket of purple fruits that looked very high-end. He sighed. $196 for a basket. Xia Ning also likes it. There was a moment of silence. How much money does she make? Is she worthy? Jin-sun rode very fast, without slacking off. Arrived at the destination, knocked on the door, and entered the ward. Aunt Lu, I'm here. Aunt Lu sat on the table, and nodded with a smile. Xiao Qin, it's you again. Jin-sun smiled, just put the fruit basket on the dining table. His cell phone suddenly rang. Took it out and saw, it was Xia Ning. She was still playing WeChat video. At night, how can a woman have the nerve to play a video for a man? Jin-sun was a little annoyed, looking at the pregnant woman on the bed, and suddenly a harmless smile appeared on his face. Aunt Lu, I want to ask you for a favor, help me reject a shameless woman. Chapter 83. To promote this kind of advertisement, you still have to pay others? No. Jin-sun looked at the charming woman on the hospital bed. He had heard the voice of this mature woman, gentle, steady, with a kind of charm that has been baptized by time. It feels that as long as she opens her mouth, she can make many women feel ashamed. Aunt Lu looked at Jin-sun with a smile on her face, without saying anything. Jin-sun looked at the smile on Aunt Lu's face, hung up Xia Ning's video, and sighed deeply. This is a pregnant woman. Seeing Aunt Lu's eyebrows slightly raised, he knew that the other party had taken the bait, and continued. But she is pestering me, wanting me to be the father of her child. It's not my own child. I don't want it. I don't want to be a father. He looked at Aunt Lu eagerly. Can you help me put a message in Weixin that he slept? Aunt Lu felt that young people nowadays were really interesting, and thought of her own youth, seemingly not so good. She smiled gently, and waved to the nanny sitting by the window. Sister Zhang, help this young man. A nanny in her 50s, dark-skinned, as strong as a bull, walked from the bed to Jin-sun in a timid manner. Jin-sun looked down at this sturdy and strong female hero, who seemed like she could kill him with one punch. And he handed the phone over. The nanny named Sister Zhang picked up the phone. A little nervous, swallowed her saliva to moisten her throat, and pressed the voice button. Her voice was as rough as the sandstorm in the northwest. Nia is over. Jin-sun. He regretted it a little, and wanted to take the phone back. But he saw that after Sister Zhang said a word, she was getting into the mood and aroused her desire to perform. He spoke in Mandarin with a heavy accent, freely. Don't look for him again. We have a good relationship. Jin-sun snatched back the phone, quickly cancelled the voice message, and hurried out of the ward. Soon, Xia Ning's reply popped up in WeChat. Childish. Jin-sun. It's over. She heard it all. Late that night, Jin-sun received the finished advertisement from the advertising company. He took a look and nodded with satisfaction. The effect is better than I thought. The next day, Jin-sun came to the office and sent the advertising video to Xia Ning. You send it to Song Ying. Ask her to help post it on her Douyin. She is now a big internet celebrity with 4 million fans. If the reach is wide enough, there is no need to find other bloggers to promote it. It can save a lot of money. Xia Ning heard the word Song Ying and said lightly. She is now a big internet celebrity with 4 million fans. The price is not low. She opened the video and played it. You only smell my perfume, but you don't see my sweat. The video is over. Xia Ning thought of her mother lying in the hospital, the pressure from her father, and her 3 failed business experiences, and her nose was sore. She immediately contacted Song Ying on WeChat and explained the reason. Unexpectedly, Song Ying didn't want a penny and asked stupidly, how much do I need to pay my brother for playing the video he shot? Xia Ning thought about it and replied. You for free. Song Ying quickly replied. Oh yeah. I am really special in my brother's eyes. Xia Ning. Oh, at the age of 18, it's so easy to be deceived. She seems to be completely unaware of how much money a blogger with 4 million followers, and whose number is still rising steadily, can charge for forwarding a video. The video was sent over. After a while, Song Ying sent a crying emoji. Touched. Love. Love. I am Song Ying. I also endorse Qin Sun. Then, she sent another emoji of a crazy kowtow. Sister, please kowtow to my brother on my behalf. He actually gave me such a good thing. I understand how good he is to me. Xia Ning. It turns out that 18-year-old girls have no brains. I remember that year. I had it. Suddenly, there was a knock on the door. Chungwon walked in, glanced at Qin Sun lying on the sofa, and took some flower tea for pregnancy and placed it on Xia Ning's table. Xiao Xia, these are all teas that are good for your health. Xia Ning glanced at Qin Sun, fearing that Chungwon's inexplicable courtesy would arouse Qin Sun's suspicion. She pretended to be very happy. Thank you, Sister Chung. Qin Sun turned his head and glanced at Chungwon, and found that she looked at him deeply. That look was like looking at a scumbag. He thought he was wrong, and didn't think too much, and continued to lie on the sofa and play games. He heard his voice repeating in the office. You only smell my perfume, but didn't see my sweat. You only smell my perfume, but didn't see my sweat. Over and over again, like a magic sound lingering in his ears. He was a little annoyed. An operational error caused the enemy to be stabbed in the anus, and died tragically. He turned his head, and wanted to glare at Xia Ning. But he saw Xia Ning staring at the computer screen, his right hand gently covering his mouth. His eyes were a little red. Qin Sun was silent, and didn't bother him. He understood Xia Ning's feelings. In his previous life, he saw this advertisement for the first time, and was also shocked. There were many devilish brainwashing advertisements back then. I won't accept any gifts this year. I won't accept any gifts. I won't accept any gifts. I will only accept melatonin. Oreo, twist it, lick it, soak it, only Oreo. I want Oreo, I want Oreo, oh. Hey! You're Trident. No, you're Trident. Ting Mei, it's beautiful to be a woman. Huiran and kidney treasure, it's good for him and me. Washing is healthier. But I have to listen to these ads over and over again to remember them. And I feel stupid, even awkward, and a little embarrassed. Until I am my own spokesperson. Came out of nowhere. It was high class and grand. When Qin Sun drank this bowl of chicken soup for the soul, she suddenly felt a sense of heroism that if she was poor, she would be alone, and if she was rich, she would have many wives and concubines. Xia Ning is pregnant now, and she is vulnerable and sensitive. Seeing this kind of chicken soup for the soul advertisement, she will definitely be touched. Suddenly, Qin Sun heard Xia Ning's voice, was a little excited. Qin Sun, act according to the plan. We will use the remaining 200,000 funds for publicity now, and ask all the major bloggers to forward our company's promotional video. She originally wanted to see the playback effect of Song Ying's doing, and then decide whether to invest. Now I've watched it over and over again, I'm a little addicted. I can't wait to go all in. Qin Sun was playing games, without even raising his head. No. Don't waste your money. For forwarding our promotional video, I'm already lucky enough that I didn't charge them. But you still want to get something for free from me? Xia Ning. She looked at Qin Sun and sighed. Not everyone is a silly girl like Song Ying. Qin Sun ignored her, he was very confident. Although Xia Ning almost cried after watching this ad, she still didn't understand its power. Back then, in the previous life, with this advertisement, the founder of Jumei Yupin directly entered the public eye, and became a young idol who was unwilling to succumb to fate and started from scratch. It helped the company develop rapidly. In less than 3 years, it was listed in the United States. At its peak, its net worth reached more than 7 billion. It is not an exaggeration to say that this is an advertisement worth billions. Such a nuclear-level advertisement thrown into the current era of short videos, with the current convenience of dissemination, will definitely cause a sensation in a few days. Xia Ning sent the video to the company's WeChat group and issued an announcement. Dear Oak friends, according to President Qin's request, please upload the company's promotional video to your Douyin, and invest 1,000 yuan in Dojia, which can be reimbursed immediately by the finance department. Within 3 days, the person with the most likes will be awarded a bonus of 3,000 yuan. She turned her head, and glanced at Chin Sun, who was still playing games. Pondered for a moment, and added another sentence. Those who have less than 300 likes do 100 push-ups. The last sentence had very few likes, and it seemed to be an unnecessary joke, used to adjust the atmosphere. But Xia Ning knew. In this company, there are people who can't do it. Very quickly. The reply below, the queue is neat. Received. 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 Except for the lazy Chin Sun, the other 35 people in the company invested 1,000 dojia each, a total of 35,000 yuan, which can buy 1.4 million traffic. Xia Ning heard that the office outside suddenly became lively, and she was not idle either. She clicked on Song Ying's Douyin, and found the company promotional videos she released. Directly invested 10,000 Douyin, and bought 400,000 traffic. Song Ying, who was far away in Beijing, received a Douyin notification, and saw that it was a netizen with the IDXL, who invested 10,000 Douyin for her. She immediately guessed that it was Xia Ning. She was unwilling to fall behind, and directly invested 20,000, and bought 800,000 traffic. She snorted coldly. Old woman, you still want to fight me? Chapter 84. I'm here to complain, not to flatter him. 3 o'clock in the afternoon. Magic City. A majestic office building. A large office on the 20th floor. A thin middle-aged man with slightly gray hair and a refined temperament looked at Niu Xiaojun across the coffee table, feeling a little helpless. Xiuju, you flew from Haicheng to Magic City just to tell me this? Xia Ning has a man named Chin Sun. Didn't you tell me about it before? Xiuju is Niu Xijun's nickname. Niu Xiaojun was heartbroken. Uncle, that Chin Sun is really a piece of shit. You have to take it seriously. Don't let Xia Ning get hurt. Niu Xiaojun complained, and waited for several days. Seeing Chin Sun still alive, and well in the company, he was so angry. He flew directly to Shanghai to complain again in person. Xia Shujia was surprised to see Niu Xiaojun so angry. Do you have a grudge against him? Niu Xiaojun pointed at his short hair, and trembled with anger. Uncle Xia, he pulled my hair in public. Xia Shujia glanced at her high hairline, suppressed his smile, and nodded gently. Pulling your hair is quite excessive. Niu Xiaojun listened, nodded repeatedly, opened Douyin, and handed it to Xia Shujia. Uncle Xia, search for Chin Sun, and see the first video that comes out as him soaking in the swimming pool and calling people baby. How disgusting. Super greasy. If you don't trick dozens of girls into bed, you will never get this effect. When Xia Shujia heard Niu Xiaojun complaining on the phone, he had already searched for Chin Sun on the internet, and found that this guy was handsome and sing well. He is indeed a very charming boy. If Xia Ning is enlightened, she will be willing to fall in love. It is not too bad to be able to date Chin Sun. As long as he does not cross the last red line, he can endure it. Seeing Niu Xijun's angry look, Xia Shujia took the phone, pretended not to have seen it, and typed in the 2 words. Chin Sun. Again. A video popped up immediately. Xia Shujia was shocked. In the video, the first thing that caught his eye was a beautiful woman wearing a fashionable work dress. She was smiling, holding a few documents in her hands, and walked in the big office generously and confidently. The male colleagues and female colleagues beside her all looked at her sideways. That person turned out to be Xia Ning. Then, Chin Sun's low and magnetic narration sounded. You only smell my perfume. The screen switched. In the middle of the night, Xia Ning was the only one left in the office, working alone in front of the computer, yawning with her mouth covered. Chin Sun's narration was steady and slow. But he didn't see my sweat. You have your rules. I have my choices. You deny my present. I decide my future. You laugh at me for having nothing. I pity you for always waiting. You can despise our youth. We will prove whose era this is. The screen kept switching with the narration. Xia Shujia's face became serious, and he looked at the pictures that corresponded to Chin Sun's narration. Xia Ning was about to be touched by Party A, but she dodged and left. The parents pushed down their children's drawing boards, overturned their paint trays, and pointed at their noses and cursed. Party A threw away the finished plan, and the information was scattered all over the screen. And the person who was hung was Chin Sun. Then, Chin Sun changed into a suit and tie, and stood under the flashing spotlights of reporters. He looked like a successful person. Chin Sun's narration was calm and confident. Dreams are destined to be lonely journeys, and doubts and ridicules are inevitable on the road. In the picture at this moment, Chin Sun threw a punch and smashed a mirror. But so what? Even if you are covered in bruises, you must live beautifully. Chin Sun walked slowly towards the camera on the broken glass, while wrapping his fist with a bandage, with a confident face and a firm tone. I am Chin Sun, I speak for myself. Xia Shujie clicked the screen, pressed pause, and stared blankly at Chin Sun on the screen. After a while, he let out a sigh of relief. He had been in the business world for many years, and it was increasingly difficult for him to feel the passion in recent years. Just now, he actually felt a little bit of the throbbing of his youth. Xia Shujie raised his head and chuckled. This kid is even more arrogant than I was when I was young. Niu Xiaojun laughed dryly twice, and felt that things were going in a bad direction. Xia Shujie took a look and found that the blogger named Xiaoying Doll had received 100,000 likes on her video. There are more than 20,000 comments. Even if he doesn't often watch Douyin, he knows that the like ratio of this comment is very high, reaching a terrifying level. Click into the comment area. He found that netizens were all excited. My mother just asked me why I was kneeling to listen to the advertisement. I am excited. I want to kick my breeding pig away now. I will do it. Brother Chin Sun, please be kind. Take a break for 2 days. You are more frequently on the hot search than the Middle East war. I feed myself a bag of salt. Damn it. I will fight with my boss now. 3,000 yuan a month. Just pointed at my nose and scolded me. I have always wanted to quit my job and start a business, but I don't have the courage. Thank you for making me decide to take this step. When I succeed in my business, I will ask you to be my spokesperson. Wow. Another great essay quote. Too damn domineering. Some people say that a star will fall from the sky this year. Could it be that the star is not from the entertainment industry, but from the marketing industry? A star that emerged from the marketing industry? Just now my boss scolded me for not knowing the rules of the wine table. I hack with the social etiquette. I just want to eat and toast to you. I will jump on the table 360 degrees and do a Thomas turn to sweep the dishes. Then he pounced on the leader and bit him over. Don't even think about running away. Colleagues. He bit them all. I'm eating. Xia Shujie found it interesting, smiled, and saw a comment. I think this ad breaks the stereotype of women in the workplace. Women can also be dedicated to their jobs, capable, and ambitious. Not every beautiful woman will accept unspoken rules. Just like the sentence. You can look down on our youth. I will prove whose era this is. It's so exciting. I feel like I'm going to be a female CEO. Xia Shujie pondered for a moment, thinking, this is probably Xia Ning's inner monologue. She always wants to prove something to me, but how can starting a business be that easy? She has bankrupted 3 companies and lost nearly 20 million. He shook his head, sighed, and looked at Niu Xiaojun, who looked astonished. Shujiu, I wish Xia Ning could be as obedient as you. You are so obedient, you never think about starting a business. Niu Xiaojun was praised, a little embarrassed, and touched his head. Suddenly, she heard Uncle Xia's voice with a hint of surprise again. Why do I like Chin Sun more and more? I like arrogant boys. Niu Shijun's face was as ugly as if she had eaten a fly. She came here to complain, not to flatter Chin Sun. She knew what kind of promotional video the company was making. But didn't they just receive the finished video this morning? Why did they make such a big fuss in the afternoon? Did they point a gun at the netizens' heads and click like? At this time, Xia Shujie's mobile phone in Niu Shijun's hand, crazy message prompts popped up, and took a look and saw that it was the Oak Company Group. He looked at Niu Xiaojun and asked, Shujiu, do you mind if I check the news in the Oak Company Group? Niu Xiaojun shook his head. No, I don't mind. Xia Shujie stood up, walked to the opposite side, sat down next to Niu Xiaojun, and placed his phone on the coffee table to operate, so that both of them could see. He didn't have the habit of peeping into other people's privacy. He just wanted to check out Xia Ning's small company. At this time, in the Oak Company Group, colleagues were reporting their achievements one by one. Report: 6,666 likes. Report: 10,000 likes. Report: 12,000 likes. Report: 20,000 likes. You are chasing each other. The atmosphere is extremely lively. Xia Shujie looked at it, and a smile appeared on his face unconsciously, and he felt a little comforted. After Xia Ning got acquainted with love, her fortune became much better. This time, I think it will work. Or the brand upgrade plan of Dudu Tea, this 10 million planning plan, give her a try? Suddenly, a message popped up, and the whole group immediately became quiet. No one dared to report the data anymore. Xia Shujie looked at the message, and his usually gentle face showed frost and a murderous look. Jin-sun, it's unfair. The child in Xia Ning's belly is not mine. Chapter 85. I have a stomachache. Isn't it because of you? Time goes forward. This morning, after Xia Ning sent the video to Song Ying, she kept refreshing her Douyin, but there was no change in the number of likes and comments. She knew that after subscribing to Douyin, the video would enter a review period of about half an hour, but Song Ying had 4 million fans. There should be a lot of traffic without promotion. Right? Xia Ning was a little nervous, standing up from time to time, pacing in the office, picking up her phone and refreshing it again, a little disappointed. She walked out of the general manager's office and walked around outside, seeing her colleagues calling friends on their phones and liking their Douyin videos. She felt comforted. However, what surprised her was that they looked at her evasively, revealing some sympathy, disappointment, and disdain. Did they think I would be the unlucky one whose Douyin videos did not exceed 300 likes? She returned to the general manager's office. Xia Ning put down her phone, thinking that she would wait an hour before looking at it again, so that the data growth would be more obvious. The time was hard to bear, but she endured it. She said she would not watch it, and she really did not watch it at all. An hour later, her cell phone rang. It was Song Ying. Xia Ning answered the call. Song Ying's voice was a little excited. Sister, I'm looking for my brother. Xia Ning looked at Jin-sun, who was lying on the sofa playing games, put her cell phone on the table, and pressed the speaker button. Jin-sun, Song Ying is looking for you. Jin-sun did not even raise his head. Just say I'm not here. Xia Ning. She looked down at the phone, and after a while, Song Ying's resentful voice came from it. Very loud. I heard it. Do you dislike me? Jin-sun looked up suddenly. He quickly put away his phone, sat up, walked over, and said, How could that be? Our blogger with 4 million fans, Xiaoying Doll, is the person that many netizens think about day and night and love deeply. I was just a little shy just now. He said it without blushing, and his heart was not beating. Only Song Ying's silver bell-like laughter came from the phone. I know you're lying to me, but I don't mind. I'm not as petty as Sister Xia Ning. You only bully my brother. Xia Ning. I heard you. Song Ying, it's okay. I did it on purpose. Xia Ning? Song Ying, you didn't even want to give me any of my brother's contact information. You wanted to keep it to yourself. But now his endorsement ads have exploded on the internet, and he has become the most popular person on Douyin. I'm afraid you can't keep it. Xia Ning glanced at Jin-sun, who looked a little embarrassed. He didn't let me give you his contact information. He thought you were too noisy. Jin-sun, is Xia Ning's EQ so low? Can you say this openly? There was silence for more than 10 seconds on the other end of the phone, and then a sneer was heard. Oh, I don't believe it. Then, the phone was hung up. Xia Ning raised her head, looking at Jin-sun, who was staring at her with wide eyes, pursed her lips, felt a little embarrassed, and said lightly, Go away. Jin-sun turned and left. You're sick. Xia Ning thought of what Song Ying had just said. The endorsement advertisements have exploded, and her heart moved. She quickly picked up her phone and prepared to open Douyin. She saw that Song Ying had transferred 50,000 yuan to her on WeChat. Thank you, brother, for increasing my followers by 50,000 in 1 hour. It is estimated that it will increase by at least 500,000. Thank you. I don't have much money now. Please don't despise me. She was startled, glanced at Jin-sun, who was lying on the sofa without knowing anything, and clicked the payment button. Xia Ning remained calm, thinking, I'll give it to him when I get my salary at the end of the month. Xia Ning clicked into Song Ying's Douyin, and found that Oak Company's promotional video had 20,000 likes and more than 3,000 comments. She was a little surprised. It was only an hour. Suddenly, she heard Jin-sun's phone ringing. Hello, Mr. Zhao. Long time no see. Xia Ning was startled and alert. She looked up at Jin-sun. He was smiling and talking to the person on the phone. Mr. Zhao, you want me to sell apples live? You want me to work for your company? Set up a department just for me? 1 million a year? And dividends? And beautiful women? Mr. Zhao, I'm not the kind of lustful person. What 3? What are you talking about? Ah? Sufficient in nourishing and yang strengthening supplements? Mr. Zhao, you're making it very difficult for me. Jin-sun was stunned. Zhao Dihai acted too simply and crudely, just piled up money. If 1 million was not enough, he would give another round of dividends. If one woman is not enough, then bring 2 more. And she is full of sincerity, and has prepared some good things to nourish Yin and strengthen Yang. Just when he was in a daze, he suddenly saw Xia Ning coming over and taking his mobile phone. Mr. Zhao, I'm sorry, Qin Sun is now a major shareholder of Oak Company, and will live and die with the company. Without waiting for Zhao Dihai to answer, she hung up directly. Qin Sun? What are you doing? Xia Ning remained calm. Be careful not to be deceived, Qin Sun said loudly. I believe in Mr. Zhao's character. When Xia Ning heard the word character, she thought of the fact that she had embezzled 50,000 yuan from Qin Sun, felt guilty, and turned around and sat back behind her desk. Qin Sun thought about the tempting conditions, and quietly sent a message to Zhao Dihai. Mr. Zhao, can you give me your horoscope? After a while, Zhao Dihai replied with a date of birth, and even attached the hospital. Mr. Qin, what's the matter? Do you believe in fate? Qin Sun copied the date, searched a fortune-telling website on his mobile phone, spent 10 yuan, and asked the master. Master, is he lucky? After a while, the master on the website replied. If he doesn't encounter disasters, he can live for 100 years. Qin Sun was stunned. This is not nonsense. Swindler, return your money. The master replied. Haha, if you don't return it, you are stupid. At this time, Zhao Dihai sent several WeChat messages in succession. What's the matter? Xiao Qin, what do you want my horoscope for? What's the matter? Qin Sun sighed and replied. Mr. Zhao, you and I are not destined to be together. Our horoscopes are not compatible. I can't hurt you. Zhao Dihai. Morning passed, and it was afternoon. Xia Ning looked at Qin Sun, who was playing games again, and found that he glanced at her, and felt a little uneasy, and lowered her head. She comforted herself. It was just to give it to him later, so it was not considered stealing. The company's promotional video, I Am My Own Spokesperson, was circulated in a terrifying way on Song Ying's Douyin account. The Douyin accounts of her colleagues also gradually improved. Xia Ning was very happy, but her face did not change. I wonder when my father can see it. Xia Ning was both excited and nervous, and she stood up and walked to the bookshelf, and her slender fingers gently brushed the spine of the book. It was a bit relaxing. Her hand slid from the left to the right of a row of books, and then from the right to the left, and her nails made a series of tap-tap sounds on the book spines. Qin Sun was lying on the sofa playing games, and heard the tap-tap noise, which made him annoyed. Xiao Xia, if you have nothing to do, go and pick up the manure in the village. Xia Ning was startled, turned around, and saw Qin Sun lowering his head and playing games seriously. He didn't even look at the playback data of the advertisement today. He was so angry that his stomach felt uncomfortable again. Qin Sun was surprised to hear that she didn't say anything back, and looked up. He found that Xia Ning's face was slightly cold, and she gently stroked her stomach with her hand. He couldn't help but feel a little worried. Is your stomach uncomfortable again? Xia Ning looked at him, and was silent for a while, thinking of the tea on her face that day. She suddenly said coldly, I have a stomachache, and it's all because of you. Qin Sun? The phone fell on the sofa, and the game character was beaten to death. Chapter 86. I am going to be a father? Qin Sun was stunned. He opened his eyes wide, looking at the woman in front of him, who had a cold face, but was full of unreasonable words, counted with his fingers. Impossible. Absolutely impossible. We have only known each other for less than a month. There is not enough time. Besides, I can always stand tall every morning when I get up, powerful and domineering. This is the power that only boys have. Besides, I was just drunk at the celebration banquet that day, and lost consciousness for half a day. It is impossible that I got pregnant just 2 days later. Qin Sun opened his eyes wide and said, Blame me? Xia Ning stared at Qin Sun, and said nothing. Qin Sun's voice was a little cold. I'm very disappointed in you. Xia Ning was startled, and her heart shrank, thinking of what she had just said. It's all because of you. It was indeed a bit unreasonable. Before he sprayed the tea on her face, her stomach began to feel uncomfortable. Song Ying could be unreasonable because she was mentally retarded. But I am not. Xia Ning looked at Qin Sun, and her eyes drooped slightly. I'm sorry. Qin Sun. He didn't expect Xia Ning to admit her mistake so quickly. Don't say that again. I can't take the blame, Xia Ning said softly. Oh. After that, she gently covered her stomach with her right hand, walked to the office door, and prepared to go to the toilet. Qin Sun saw her covering her stomach and asked, "What are you going to do?" Xia Ning turned around, with a surprised look on her face and a little embarrassed. "I'm going out for a while." Qin Sun was very enthusiastic. "I'll take you there?" Xia Ning's eyes widened, and her face was slightly red. "No need." She walked quickly to the door, feeling that Qin Sun was so perverted. How could he say such a thing as sending a woman to the toilet? Just as she turned the door handle, she heard Qin Sun's voice behind her again, which was very gentle. "Be careful on the road. Pay attention to safety." Xia Ning froze. After a while, she didn't even turn her head, quickly turned the doorknob, walked out, and slammed the door. In the corridor leading to the bathroom, Xia Ning walked quickly, her face gloomy. Pervert. Qin Sun is getting more and more perverted. The colleagues in the office were originally happily discussing the number of views on their doing. But when they saw Xia Ning's hurried steps and unhappy face, their gossipy hearts suddenly became active. They all looked towards the general manager's office. Someone sighed quietly. How can there be a perfect person? The more capable a person is, the less likely he is to hold a beautiful woman in his hands. It's all fate. Seeing Xia Ning slam the door and leave, Qin Sun was stunned for a while, somewhat unhappy. A dog bites Lu Dongbin. Thinking of the recent few days, the value of slacking off has risen like a turtle, he was even more unhappy. I didn't even catch a big fish to vent my anger for you. You still give me a cold shoulder? Can I indulge you? Qin Sun got up and walked out of the general manager's office and walked quickly towards Chungwan's office. In the corridor, he saw his colleagues all looking up at him. When he looked over to greet them, he saw them all lowering their heads. Strange. Are these people also beginning to be infected with mental illness by Xia Ning? He walked into Chungwan's office. Qin Sun got straight to the point. Sister Wan, please hire another assistant for me. Chungwan was looking down at her doing data. Hearing this, she was a little happy. She thought that Qin Sun was afraid that the pregnant Xia Ning would be tired. He looked up and saw that Qin Sun's face looked a little bad. He suddenly felt something was wrong. She smiled and asked, Boss Qin, why do you want to hire another assistant? Qin Sun was indignant. Xia Ning, she has a bad temper recently. She gives me the cold shoulder every day. She is about to take advantage of me. Chungwan. It's obviously you who took advantage of her. Seeing Chungwan didn't say anything, Qin Sun said again. It's okay to transfer her to another position. She shouldn't stay with me. Paused. He said in a deep voice. Or, just fire her, compensate her with the highest compensation amount, and give her 30,000 from my bonus of 350,000 at the end of the month. Chungwan was shocked by Qin Sun's words. Fire Boss Xia? Isn't this going against the will of heaven? Even if she had 100 guts, she wouldn't dare. There was silence in the personnel office for a while. Chungwan looked at Qin Sun, not wanting him to offend the real boss of the entire company without knowing it. So she lowered her voice and said, Boss Qin, a woman will be emotionally unstable when she is pregnant. Please be patient. Qin Sun? He turned his head to look at the closed door, turned back, and looked at Chungwan nervously. Sister Wan, even you can see it? Chungwan. She heard a hint of contempt, and said with some dissatisfaction, except for the cleaning lady. Everyone else in the company knows it. Qin Sun. I promised to keep it a secret for Xia Ning, but I didn't expect that everyone in the company knew it. At this time, he heard Chungwan say mysteriously again, Boss Qin, when Xia Ning gives birth to your child, your life will be complete. Qin Sun. Our child? It was as if a thunderclap exploded in his mind, and then there was the sound of tens of thousands of rocket launchers, and then the sound of 100,000 alpaca horses galloping. His head was buzzing. He thought of the expressions of his colleagues just now, their evasive eyes, and immediately understood. Fuck. They think I am the father of Xia Ning's child. I am happy to be a father? Chungwan picked up the phone again, and held it in front of Qin Sun. Boss Qin. Look. This is the number of views of the company's promotional videos of my colleagues. Each one is higher than the other. They are all competing with each other. Qin Sun glanced at it, and only saw a long string of numbers on the screen. Report. 6,666 likes. Report. 10,000 likes. Report. 12,000 likes. Report. 20,000 likes. Chungwan was heard to say with some envy. Boss Qin. You have achieved success in both career and love. No. You also have a child. You have achieved success in 3 aspects. We are really envious. Chin Sun's face turned a little pale. Although he has been helpful since he was young, and likes to help old ladies cross the road, he can't help Xia Ning. He quickly took out his mobile phone and sent a message in the WeChat group. For rumors, it is necessary to stop them in a timely and effective manner. Otherwise it will become shit in the future. Xia Ning was squatting on the toilet, watching colleagues in the group report data, each one more pleasing than the other, and a smile gradually appeared on his face. Suddenly, Chin Sun's message disrupted the queue. Chin Sun, it's unfair. The child in Xia Ning's belly is not mine. Xia Ning? Chapter 87. Xia Ning, calm down. This is a deformed love. Xia Ning looked at the message sent by Chin Sun, read it carefully 3 times, to make sure that she was not dazzled. The expression on her face gradually subsided, and she became terribly calm. Suddenly, her cell phone rang. It was Dad. Xia Ning answered the phone, and her voice was calm. Hello. In the phone, Dad's voice was a little hurried, and he was no longer as calm as before. Ning Ning, are you pregnant? Xia Ning looked normal. No. Only hearing the phone, Dad breathed a sigh of relief. What's the news in the group? Xia Ning immediately guessed that Niu Xiaojun had gone to complain again, and it was so timely, probably sitting next to Dad. She answered coldly. He's spreading rumors. Xia Shujia, kill him. Xia Ning nodded gently. Okay. Hang up the phone. She found that she had received a WeChat message from Chin Sun. Xiao Xia, I promised you before that I would keep your pregnancy a secret for you, but today I found out that all of them knew about it. And they all think that the baby in your belly is mine. I said, I can't take the blame for this. Xia Ning's eyes were slightly cold. No wonder Chin Sun has been acting strangely towards her recently. She racked her brains to think. At what point did things go wrong? Xia Ning walked out of the bathroom, washed her hands meticulously in the sink, and tidied up her messy hair in front of the mirror, before slowly walking out. I saw my colleagues looking over here. She glanced at them coldly, and scared everyone to lower their heads. Xia Ning held her head high, and walked to the general manager's office step by step. As soon as she entered the door, Chin Sun, who was lying on the sofa, was startled. Hey! Xia Ning, didn't you go to the hospital? Xia Ning paused, shook her head, and sat down behind the desk silently. At this time, the sea breeze outside the window started again. The sky became cloudy. It looked like it was going to rain. Just like her mood. Chin Sun saw that she was not very happy, sighed, and comforted her. It's okay. It's okay. There are so many mothers who get pregnant before marriage in the world. We won't look at you with tinted glasses. Xia Ning. She took a deep breath and said nothing. Chin Sun looked at the silent Xia Ning and asked, Are you okay? Xia Ning shook her head. Chin Sun asked again, You won't be angry with me, will you? Xia Ning was silent for a moment, and smiled faintly. No. Chin Sun looked at the smile on Xia Ning's face, relieved, and walked to her desk. He picked up the flower tea sent by Cheng Wan and made a cup for Xia Ning. Sister Wan is really caring, and brought you a lot of good tea for pregnancy protection. Xia Ning. She picked up the teacup and drank slowly. In the company, everyone stared at each other, and finally looked towards the general manager's office secretly, and pricked up their ears. After waiting for a long time, they heard no movement. Everyone couldn't help but admire him. So quiet? Is it because Mr. Chin is too good at training his assistant? Or is it because Xia Ning is really pregnant with a bastard, and feels guilty, so she doesn't dare to make a big fuss? General Manager's office. Chin Sun saw that Xia Ning was still unwilling to talk, and shook his head helplessly, and laid down on the sofa, and continued to play games. Xia Ning finished a cup of tea, and threw the remaining tea on the table into the trash can. She sent a hospital diagnosis to her mobile phone. The diagnosis was chronic gastroenteritis. Then, she sent another sentence. I am not pregnant. Personnel office. Cheng Wan was stunned, and suddenly laughed. She laughed so hard that she fell on the table, and laughed until tears came out. What's going on? I said that President Chin was scared like this. Suddenly, the smile on her face disappeared. Oops. I said President Xia a few packets of pregnancy-protecting tea this morning. Is this a case of flattery that hits the horse's hoof? Everyone in the office. You look at me, I look at you, and finally look at the closed door of the general manager's office at the same time. Oh my god. Boring, I prepared the melon seeds. I told you guys not to spread gossip. You're the one who spreads the most gossip. Right? General manager's office. Xia Ning glanced at Qin Sun, and found that he was still lying down playing games, and hadn't noticed the news in the group at all. That's right. He blocked the company's news. Whenever the company made any decision, it was reported to him by his personal assistant. He never read it. Xia Ning covered her face with both hands, getting more and more embarrassed, her face getting hotter and hotter, and her mind almost turned into a mess. She let go of her hands, and glanced at Qin Sun, who was still playing games. She was so angry that she trembled slightly, quickly unlocked her phone, opened the food delivery platform, and typed, "Electric shock baton." She placed the order casually. The whole process was smooth, in less than 30 seconds. She wants to teach Qin Sun a lesson. 15 minutes later. Xia Ning received a call from the delivery man, walked out of the office, received a beautiful bag of food, and hurried back to the office. She locked the door. Qin Sun heard a click, and the door was locked, and looked up to see Xia Ning standing behind it. Her hands were behind her back, as if she was hiding something, and there was a dangerous arc at the corner of her mouth. Qin Sun's heart skipped a beat. "Xia Ning, what's wrong with you?" Xia Ning smiled. "Nothing, I prepared a gift for you." Looking at the smile on Xia Ning's face, Qin Sun felt uncomfortable all over, sat up from the sofa, put on his shoes, and prepared to run away at any time. "What did you prepare for me?" Xia Ning was standing behind the door, with his hands behind his back, making movements, and heard the sound of a plastic bag opening. After a while, a blue plastic bag fell to the ground. Suddenly, Xia Ning took out an electric baton from behind with his right hand, with a smile on his face, slowly walked towards Qin Sun, and said word by word, "Qin Sun, I'm going to kill you today." Qin Sun was stunned. He looked at the familiar electric baton in Xia Ning's hand, the dangerous smile on Xia Ning's face, and the locked door. The expression on his face became extremely exciting. Seeing that Xia Ning was only half a meter away from him, he lowered his voice, fearing that his colleagues outside the office would hear him, and said sternly, "Xia Ning, calm down. It's broad daylight. And you are a pregnant woman. How can you do such a dirty thing?" The smile on Xia Ning's mouth disappeared. "This is called women are not inferior to men. Who says only men can beat people?" She raised the electric baton and pressed the button, and pushed it towards Qin Sun's waist. Qin Sun turned and dodged. This is a deformed love. Xia Ning missed, used too much force, and fell headfirst onto the sofa. Then he heard the sound of unlocking behind him. Bang! The door opened and closed. A burst of hurried shouts faded away. Xia Ning quickly got up, tightly grasped the electric baton, and chased after him in high heels. "Don't run!" On the floor of the office, on the plastic bag that Xia Ning discarded, there was a line of small words printed on the lower right corner. Training electric baton, more enjoyable than vibration. Chapter 88. This beautiful lady, please put down the weapon in your hand. Eh? What? Outside the office building, the leaves rustled, and a layer of drizzle floated in the sky. Qin Sun walked around the office building, got rid of Xia Ning, and walked back to the office building, prepared to pack up his things for field work regardless of rain or shine. She is so dedicated. Thinking of the terrible scene just now, Qin Sun felt that Xia Ning was crazy. Really crazy. It was more exciting than the plot of a movie in Japan. This is really a deformed love. Qin Sun walked into the office building, and before he took a few steps, he suddenly felt something pressing against his waist. Xia Ning's cold voice sounded behind him. We both thought the same thing. The most dangerous place is the safest. Qin Sun turned his head and looked at Xia Ning. His eyes moved down and saw the electric baton in her hand. He sighed. "You can kill me or cut me. But please don't insult me like this. Okay?" At this time, the security guard in the hall saw a woman holding a stick to hurt people, and walked up timidly, feeling weak in his heart, but very tough on his mouth. What are you doing? Please put down your weapon. Don't hurt people here." Suddenly, the security guard saw the small electric baton in Xia Ning's hand, and saw that Xia Ning was extremely beautiful, and his face became very interesting. He waved his hand impatiently. "If you want to play with romance, go home. This is a place of work. Don't be immoral here." Xia Ning was confused. This is clearly a murder scene. How did this security guard judge that it was? Flirting? Qin Sun saw the confused expression on Xia Ning's face, thought of a possibility, and found it funny. He pointed at the electric baton she was holding on his waist. What are you doing? Xia Ning narrowed his eyes and said coldly, I'm going to teach you a lesson. Qin Sun laughed. Yellow? Xia Ning didn't understand. Ah? Qin Sun stretched out his hand and pressed the button of the electric baton, which made a slight squeak, and his body trembled slightly. You bought it at Meiyuan? You must look carefully next time. This is a sex training electric baton for couples. Xia Ning was startled, looking down at the small electric baton, which was not murderous, but cute. Her fair face turned red like an apple in a second. Xia Ning was a little dazed, thinking of how many people saw her carrying this thing from upstairs to downstairs. She felt dizzy. The impatient voice of the security guard rang in her ears again. Beauty. Put it away. How can you show off your affection like this? It's shameful. It's shameful. It's immoral. It's immoral. Suddenly, Xia Ning came to her senses and threw the electric baton in her hand out the door, rolling into the rain. She turned her head and looked at Qin Sun, who was smiling. You're still smiling? As she said that, she suddenly reached out and grabbed Qin Sun's hair. My hair. Qin Sun took a small and elegant step back. I had guessed that you, the Taekwondo champion, would pull my hair. You have no martial ethics. He turned and ran. Xia Ning chased him immediately. Qin Sun ran into the rain, heard the footsteps behind him, and shouted urgently, Be careful not to have a miscarriage. Xia Ning followed into the rain, blushing, and the rain could not cool her down. I'm crying. Crying for you. Crying for your mom. He ran, she chased. Qin Sun looked back and saw that Xia Ning was soaked by the rain. Her clothes were clinging to her body, and her running posture was a little weird, and it looked like the sole of her high heels was broken. He sighed, stopped, and raised his head to let the rain wash his face. What a sin! Soon! Xia Ning caught up, reached out, and grabbed Qin Sun's wet hair. Qin Sun's face trembled, and stared at Xia Ning. That's too much. The rain fell on the two of them. It was dripping. Xia Ning stared at Qin Sun's eyes. Her chest kept rising and falling. I don't know if it was because of anger or tiredness. She exerted force on her hands. Qin Sun screamed in pain. Before he finished speaking, he heard Xia Ning's cold voice. Who told you to spread rumors everywhere, saying that I was pregnant? Qin Sun was stunned. Ah? Xia Ning, I'm not pregnant. Qin Sun's eyes slowly moved down from Xia Ning's face, and fell on her lower abdomen. The rain soaked her clothes, tightly sticking to her skin, and she could clearly see her slender waist and flat lower abdomen. Xia Ning explained in a cold voice. My stomach discomfort is because of chronic gastroenteritis. Qin Sun? He was stunned for a while. The wind blew across his face, and the sound of rain gradually became clearer. Suddenly, he chuckled. You are not pregnant. Xia Ning grabbed his hair and didn't let go. Qin Sun laughed again. That's great. Xia Ning? She saw that Qin Sun was a little too happy, and was a little nervous. She turned her head to look at a small tree swaying in the rain on the side of the road, and let go of Qin Sun's hair. But I heard Qin Sun laughing. I thought you were going to cheat my company of maternity allowance. Xia Ning. She turned her head, and silently looked at Qin Sun, who was wiping the rain off his face. Suddenly, she also smiled. Her smile was very light, but also very pretty. Under the eaves, Qin Sun and Xia Ning hid from the rain. The office building was just across the street, and the company was in the office building, only 100 meters away, but neither of them suggested going back. Perhaps they were soaked, and they were afraid that their colleagues would see them and embarrass themselves. Maybe it was because the wind and rain were too strong, and it was difficult to walk even 100 meters. Maybe it was something else. The sound of rain was pattering. The two of them stood under the eaves, quietly watching the rain outside, and no one spoke. But they felt relaxed. After a while, Xia Ning quietly took out his mobile phone and sent a message to Chungwan. Chungwan, go to the office building property management and delete the video of me chasing Qin Sun just now. All angles. As long as I appear. Pay to delete them all. Soon. Chungwan replied. Mr. Xia, why? Xia Ning blushed. Don't ask. Suddenly, she heard Qin Sun suddenly laugh twice. Xia Ning naturally put away her phone, with a cold face, turned to look at Qin Sun. What are you laughing at? Jin Sun shook his head. Why can't you recognize that thing? Xia Ning thought about how she felt quite impressive when she was holding that thing, and her face began to heat up again, pursed her lips, and snorted coldly. How can I recognize this kind of thing? As she spoke, she emphasized her tone and asked back. I should be the one asking you. How can you recognize that kind of thing at first sight? She stared at Jin Sun, squinting slightly, with a suspicious look on her face. Jin Sun proudly puffed out his chest. I have watched countless movies. Xia Ning. He is so proud. The two of them were speechless, and fell into a long silence again. But it was not awkward. After a while, Jin Sun leaned against the wall, turned his head to look at Xia Ning. I found that she was quietly looking at the heavy rain outside the eaves, with a tall and soft figure, and her eyes were no longer cold as before, but rather a little soft. The rain made her clothes stick to her body, outlining her graceful figure. Xia Ning did not turn her head, still looking at the rain outside the eaves, with a cold voice. Have you seen enough? Chapter 89. That beauty looks strangely cold. Be careful not to be deceived. It's almost time. Jin Sun took another fierce look, then turned his head, and looked at the heavy rain outside the eaves. Xiao Xia, what is the feud between you and the founder of Dudu? Thinking of the scene in the office, he imagined a cold and love-minded beauty, who was abandoned by the dissolute rich second generation, and found it a little funny. Xia Ning's face was a little embarrassed, half true and half false. Actually, I once started a business and opened several coffee shops in one go. By chance, I was ridiculed by the chairman of Dudu, who said that I had poor vision and would definitely go bankrupt in 3 months. Jin Sun asked. What was the result? Xia Ning's tone was somewhat proud. I made it to 6 months. Jin Sun. What is there to be proud of? He asked again. Xiao Xia. When I asked you, are you celebrating because of having a baby? How did you answer yes? Xia Ning hesitated, turned her head, looked at Jin Sun, and explained seriously. Do you know why the word incubation is often used to describe the establishment of a company? She didn't blush, and her heart didn't beat. Incubation is a word which represents patience, gentleness, delicacy, love, care, companionship, and protection. When you have a company, you will also treat the company as your child. She turned her head, no longer looking at Jin Sun, and looked at the heavy rain outside. Dudu cursed my child to die young, and the coffee shop really closed down. Isn't this a feud? Jin Sun turned his head to look at her profile inside. Women's thinking is always strange. They like to use messy metaphors. Am I not the vice president of a company now? But I don't think Oak is my child. Xia Ning turned her head and looked at Jin Sun with some expectation. What is that? Jin Sun smiled. Bastard. Xia Ning. Outside the eaves, the wind was blowing and the rain was falling. The two watched quietly. Xia Ning remembered a line from a song Jin Sun sang that day. The most beautiful thing is not the rainy day, but the eaves where I hid with you. A faint smile appeared on her face unconsciously. Suddenly, Xia Ning saw Jin Sun sneaking closer to her from the corner of her eyes, and her breath became a little faster. But she heard Jin Sun say, that, Xiao Xia, lend me 2,000 yuan for emergency. The hotel I stayed in yesterday was exposed again. With the spread of the advertisement, I am afraid it will become more and more difficult to rent a suitable house in the future. Xia Ning said expressionlessly. No. But Jin Sun cursed silently, took out his cell phone, turned on the camera, and pointed it at them. If you don't want to lend it, then don't lend it. Come on. Xiao Xia. Smile. Xia Ning turned her head and looked at her messy hair in the selfie camera. What are you going to do? Jin Sun said, it's useful. Smile. Xia Ning moved her lips slightly, but she looked good even without smiling. Jin Sun didn't care and pressed the shutter. Then, he sent it to the Empress Dowager via WeChat, and said a voice message. Mom, just now a rain trapped me, and a beautiful woman under the eaves. I think I'm moved. Now I urgently need 2,000 yuan of love startup capital. It's almost the end of the month. I cheated it, and paid it back immediately. He didn't feel any burden in his heart. Xia Ning? How can he say such words without blushing? Is he still a human being? Very quickly, there was a reply on Weixin. It was a voice message. Jin Sun clicked it. Xia Ning heard it clearly, a woman's voice. I thought you liked sweet and cute girls. I didn't expect that. You like older women than you. Xia Ning pursed her lips. I heard Qin Sun smiling reply again. Girl is a third year older than you. You're holding a gold brick. Xia Ning. After a while, Qin Sun received a transfer of 2,000 yuan and a voice message. The woman in the photo looks strange and cold. You should be careful not to be deceived and treated as a dog. Xia Ning. She knew who Qin Sun inherited his bad mouth from. Qin Sun replied. Don't worry. He was about to click to receive the payment. Suddenly, a hand still wet with rain reached out and snatched his phone. Xia Ning clicked on the transfer icon, clicked refund, and sent a voice message. Auntie, your son is lying to you. I don't know him, just a passerby. Qin Sun? Xia Ning turned her head, looked at him, smiled softly, and narrowed her eyes. Qin Sun's lips trembled. Xiao Xia, do you want me to sleep on the street? Xia Ning didn't answer, and walked into the rain. If you don't go back when you have a place to live, then you deserve to die outside. She has been watching the surveillance on her phone these past few nights, and found that Qin Sun has never returned to the rental house. Magic City. Xia Shujia's office. He sat behind his desk, and in front of him stood a respectful middle-aged man, the head of the planning department of his group. Zhou Qiang. Xia Shujia asked. Zhou Qiang. What do you think of Oak's I Speak for Myself advertisement? Zhou Qiang bowed slightly. Mr. Xia, I have worked in a well-known domestic advertising company for many years, and have made some achievements. From my professional perspective, this advertisement has many flaws. At this point, he looked up at Xia Shujia, and when he saw him nod, he continued, this advertisement is too long, more than a minute long, and the average audience does not have the patience to watch it all. Besides, I can't grasp his main point at all. I don't know what he is advertising for. Is he promoting the company? Or himself? What Oak does, what he does, is not reflected in the advertisement at all. Xia Shujia took a sip of the teacup, put it down, and looked at Zhou Qiang. He knew there would be more to come. Zhou Qiang continued. However, this advertisement, which seemed to be full of flaws to professionals, quickly became popular, resonated with millions of people, and will influence more and more people. With the phrase I am Qin Sun, I speak for myself, I will definitely make him a youth idol. He paused and held up a finger. In my opinion, Qin Sun's personal charm alone, as long as it is properly managed, can be worth 100 million. Xia Shujia smiled and said slowly, What do you mean? Zhou Qiang looked a little excited. I think Qin Sun is not only a talent, but also a genius. Wizard. Genius. Weird. He opened the folder in his hand, took out a document, and handed it to Xia Shujia. Xia understands. Take a look. These are the top 10 videos on Douyin, the most popular short video platform in August. Xia Shujia took a look. Zhou Qiang explained. There are 4 stories related to Qin Sun, including kneeling to save his daughter, selling apples in the swimming pool, singing Xiaoying dolls at the wedding, and singing for you at the wedding. According to the current spread speed of my name is Qin Sun, I am your own spokesperson. It will be among the top 10 in a few days. Look, the other stories in the top 10 are all explosive social news, or celebrity scandals, which are naturally eye-catching. Under Qin Sun's careful planning, his influence is already on the same level as many celebrities. He became more and more excited as he spoke, and finally sighed deeply. He looked like he wanted to take Qin Sun as his godson right on the spot. Boss Xia, I strongly suggest that you recruit this guy. He will definitely not be worth the current price in the future. If the business world is like a battlefield, then to use an old saying, this Qin Sun is worth 5 divisions. Xia Shujia nodded, with a calm expression, and waved his hand, letting Zhou Qiang leave the office. He sighed and murmured, 10 million, give it to you to have a relationship? I'm still a little unhappy. That night, 8:30, Xia Yi sat in the living room, looking at the empty villa, suddenly felt a little lonely. After a while, she felt a little hungry, took out her phone and ordered a boiled fish. At the same time, Qin Sun took an order, delivered a boiled fish worth 218 yuan to the famous rich villa area in Haicheng. After receiving the meal, smelling the smell of boiled fish, he knew it was the work of a novice. He frowned. What a fool with a lot of money, how dare you sell this kind of garbage so expensive? People with bad stomachs will have diarrhea for 3 days after eating it. Xia Ning sat in the living room and waited for more than half an hour, opening the food delivery platform from time to time to see the rider's path dynamic map, and found that this rider was very cheap. It was obviously walking in a straight line, but it was very slow. It seemed that he had to deliver it on time. She shook her head. For this order, I won't give extra tips. Chapter 90 Red Dragonfish, may my company live as long as you. Outside the window, the moonlight is hazy. Xia Ning, wearing a nightgown with smooth fabric, sat in the living room in a daze. Suddenly, a slight sound of water woke her up, and she turned around and saw that it was against the wall opposite the living room. A 3-meter-long fish tank, inside which was a blood-red dragonfish, about 30 centimeters long, was swimming leisurely. This was the feng shui fish her father gave her, as a gift for the opening of Oak Company, and it was said that it cost nearly 200,000 yuan. It is said that it can bring wealth. Xia Ning thought about the recent good situation of the company. She stood up, walked to the fish tank, and watched it swimming quietly. It seems that this little thing is useful? She remembered that her father said that if it is properly raised, a red dragonfish can live for nearly 20 years. She smiled gently. I hope Oak Company can also last long. Suddenly, the phone rang. Xia Ning picked up the phone and saw that it was her father who called her via video. Every week, her father would make at least 2 video calls. Every time, she would answer the call, but she didn't say much. Xia Ning answered the video call, and her father's smile was warm on the screen. If Xia Shujie's employees saw it, they would be shocked. They didn't expect that the chairman, who was always intimidating, would have such a gentle side. Xia Shujie's voice was also gentle. Ning Ning, have you had dinner? She nodded. I'll have dinner later. On the phone, Xia Shujie frowned slightly, blaming her. Why are you eating so late again? Don't just focus on work. Eat on time. Your stomach is not very good. Xia Ning nodded gently. Got it. Suddenly, Xia Shujie seemed to see the red dragonfish through the camera. Ning Ning, do you like this red dragonfish? Xia Ning, yes. Xia Shujie's voice was full of smiles. I asked someone to buy this fish from abroad. The feng shui master said that if you put it at home, it can gather wind and water, and it can attract wealth. Suddenly, Xia Shujie's voice was a little louder. This fish doesn't look very energetic. Is the water temperature in the fish tank wrong? Xia Ning's face was slightly closer to the fish tank, seeing the red dragonfish swimming around, but there was nothing unusual. I think it's okay. Xia Shujie smiled. Do you know how to raise fish? Xia Ning. She was silent. In fact, she had never taken care of this fish. It was always taken care of by the nanny. But today the nanny asked for leave to take care of her daughter, who had a fever. So she didn't have a meal at home. Xia Shujie smiled. Turn down the water temperature in the fish tank by 1 degree. I'll take a look after a while. Don't let it get damaged by you. Xia Ning walked to the side of the fish tank, found the button for adjusting the water temperature, and adjusted the temperature. There was no change on her face. Suddenly, Xia Shujie sighed. That's enough. That's enough. Really? I finally called you. And you gave me a sour face again. In a few days, Duduti will send someone to talk to your company about brand upgrades. He emphasized his tone. You have to spend this 10 million on the right things. And don't do anything shady. It seemed to be a hint. Xia Ning tilted her head slightly at the phone and laughed. Dad is the best. Then she added, I want to start discussing this deal tomorrow. Xia Shujie frowned. Are you party A, or am I party A? I gave you the money, but I have to decide the time. Right? Xia Ning smiled gently. Dad, you gave this 10 million to Oak. Isn't it equivalent to giving it to me? Isn't it still in our family? Xia Shujie was stunned, somewhat surprised, staring at his daughter in the camera, somewhat suspicious. Who did you learn this kind of heresy from? I'll give it to you directly. And you don't have to pay taxes. Xia Ning remained silent. Xia Shujie was a little helpless, and explained softly. For a 10 million business, Duduti must go through all the necessary procedures. How can it be done so quickly? Don't be impatient. Xia Ning looked at Xia Shujie quietly, without saying a word, and blinked her eyelashes. This is considered acting like a spoiled child. Xia Shujie only sighed. I really can't do anything with you. The day after tomorrow at the earliest. Xia Ning smiled. Dad is the best. The father and daughter chatted for a while. Xia Ning was much more enthusiastic today than usual, and said a lot. Suddenly, she heard the doorbell ring, guessed that the takeaway had arrived. She hung up the video. Xia Ning looked at the red dragon fish in the fish tank, and clasped her hands together and bowed. Xiao Hong, you've worked hard. She thought to herself. This is not feudal superstition, it is psychological comfort, it is a blessing. May the oak tree be with you. Xia Ning turned around, walked to the door of the living room, and glanced at the display screen next to the gate. There was a takeaway boy standing outside the courtyard gate. This takeaway boy, wearing a helmet, and a windproof mask on his face, only a pair of eyes were exposed. Xia Ning walked out of the living room, crossed the small courtyard, opened the gate, looked at the tightly wrapped takeaway boy, stretched out her hand, and smiled. Thank you. But the takeaway boy was obviously stunned. Xia Ning had a blank expression on her face, and was a little dissatisfied. She knew that she was very beautiful, and she could also detect the eyes that secretly looked at her every day. But she didn't care. She was used to it. But you can't stare at me all the time. Right? That's not very polite. Xia Ning stretched out her hand, and said in a slightly heavy tone, Hello. Please give me my takeaway. But the delivery guy was still indifferent. He looked her up and down, and finally looked into the house behind her. Xia Ning suspected that he was checking if there was anyone else in the house. She was a little nervous, and quickly stepped back, grabbing the iron gate of the courtyard and was about to close it. Suddenly, a strong hand pressed against the door. Xia Ning was startled. You are still young. Don't be impulsive. She closed the door with both hands, trying hard. There are many security guards in this community. As long as I shout, they will come in less than a minute. But I saw the delivery boy push the gate hard. Xia Ning took several steps back before stopping. I saw the tall delivery boy walked into the yard, raised the takeaway high, and smashed it hard on the ground. Eat, 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 eat your ass. You have chronic gastroenteritis. And you ordered this kind of garbage? Xia Ning was stunned when he heard this familiar voice. Qin Sun? The delivery guy pulled the windproof mask to his chin, revealing his face, with a playful smile on his face. Xia Ning breathed a sigh of relief, and then got a little angry, pointing at the takeaway on the ground, squeezing out a slightly cold voice from between his teeth. I haven't eaten yet. But Qin Sun kicked the takeaway box, and the takeaway box rolled far away, and hit the courtyard wall. Xia Ning clenched his fists, staring at Qin Sun. But he heard Qin Sun's somewhat dissatisfied voice. An ordinary family? Such a big villa, you call this an ordinary family? Chapter 91. This red dragon fish is only 20 yuan per pound. Did you buy a fake? Xia Ning. She looked at the angry expression on Qin Sun's face, and did not dare to speak silently, worried that she would find out something. Qin Sun continued. I am wandering outside, and I am always worried about being attacked by some dinosaur beauty, and I change hotels every day. You? Xia Ning felt guilty, and looked at the windproof mask on his chin, and felt annoyed. She forced to change the subject, and sneered. You wrap yourself up so tightly, more exaggerated than those stars. Qin Sun raised his eyebrows, unconvinced, with a somewhat arrogant expression. I'm very popular on the internet now. Can those stars compare with me? They are just handsome, or good at acting, or singing, but I'm different. I'm not only handsome, but also good at singing, and I can shoot commercials. Xia Ning. She wanted to refute, but didn't know where to start, so she had to remain silent. But she saw Qin Sun approaching her slowly, circling around her, complaining. Xiao Xia, you live in a big villa, but you are not willing to lend me even 2,000 yuan. And you want me to deliver food to you? Xia Ning stood quietly, like a primary school student who was caught eating candy in class, and was punished to stand, a little at a loss. After a while she spoke. Don't get me wrong, this villa is not mine. Qin Sun was stunned, looking at Xia Ning. I found that her dress was different from that when she was at work, and also different from that when she was in their rental house. At this time, she had long hair draped over her shoulders, and was wearing a loose nightgown. The soft noodles were slightly close to her body, highlighting her graceful figure. The most important thing was that it was a V-neck nightgown. Although it was not a deep V, Qin Sun was tall, and he could see far and deep. The air was filled with the scent of shower gel, which made people think about it. Xia Ning noticed his cross-border gaze, and her face was slightly red, and she was about to explode. But she saw Qin Sun sighing, turning around silently, walking to the corner of the courtyard, picking up the takeaway box, walking back, and politely handing it to her with both hands. His voice was cold. Miss Xia. Hello. This is your takeaway. Please give it a 5-star rating. Hearing the word miss, Xia Ning understood in an instant that Qin Sun must have imagined a bloody plot, thinking that she was a mistress, a canary being kept. Qin Sun's mind was very active, but he also loved to imagine random plots. I had imagined that she was abandoned because she was pregnant. Xia Ning stared at Qin Sun's eyes and said coldly, "This is my father's villa." Qin Sun was stunned. After a long while, he suddenly jumped up, raised the takeaway food with both hands, and slammed it to the ground. It was like a slam dunk. Ah! Fuck you. Xia Ning? She never thought that Qin Sun had such a good athletic talent, and could jump so high. Qin Sun landed steadily from the air, frowning, staring at Xia Ning. Is it your father's or yours? Is there any difference? Xia Ning. She didn't know what to say. She silently bent down to pick up the takeout bag on the ground, walked to the trash can in the corner of the yard, and threw it in. She turned her back to Qin Sun and whispered, "You litter everywhere. What kind of character do you have?" After saying that, Xia Ning silently walked past Qin Sun, without even looking at him. She just treated him as air and walked directly into the house. Behind her, Qin Sun's somewhat dissatisfied voice sounded. "Xiao Xia, you don't even invite me in to sit for a while?" Xia Ning paused, said nothing, and walked into the house. She didn't close the door. She sat quietly on the sofa, subconsciously crossed her legs. 10 seconds later, Qin Sun walked into the living room and saw the red dragon fish in the fish tank opposite. Exclaiming, "Golden dragon fish?" Xia Ning corrected. "It should be a red dragon fish." Qin Sun walked forward, bent down to look at the red dragon fish, and saw that it was elegant, agile, and had a special beauty. He put his hands together and bowed. "Red dragon fish, please bless me to have a smooth time while slacking off at work." Xia Ning. Qin Sun looked at the fish for a while, and asked, "Is it expensive?" "Not expensive." Xia Ning hesitated for a moment, thinking that he might not believe it, and added, "Less than 20. Qin Sun was a little surprised. "Only 20 per fish?" Xia Ning. "1 catty." Qin Sun was a little disappointed. 20 per catty, that's really not expensive. Did you buy a fake? Xia Ning. She looked at Qin Sun's back, and nodded gently. "Yes. I don't know fish, I was cheated, but fortunately it's cheap, so it's not too bad." Qin Sun lost interest immediately, feeling that his wish just now was useless, and silently spat at the red dragon fish. He turned around, looked at the decoration of the living room, and couldn't help shaking his head in amazement. Sitting next to Xia Ning, he turned his head, and looked at Xia Ning's cold profile. "Xiao Xia, what do you think? Your family is so rich. What kind of job do you have?" Xia Ning looked forward, didn't look at Qin Sun, thought for a while, and said, "I told you before. I once opened several coffee shops, but I lost millions in the end. My father was angry, and didn't allow me to continue to start a business. But I couldn't sit still, so I just found a company to kill time." Qin Sun nodded, showing his understanding. For rich second generations like them, not losing money is considered making money for the family. In the past life, there were many people from wealthy families who had no bad habits and liked to find a leisurely company to work for. They called it fulfillment. Suddenly, Xia Ning felt a gaze, and knew that Qin Sun was staring at her without blinking. She looked down, and saw a groove in the opening of her nightgown. And because she was sitting with her legs crossed, her long legs were mostly exposed, and under the light, they gave off a soft light like satin. Xia Ning took a breath quietly, turned her head, and looked at Qin Sun coldly. "Does it look good?" Qin Sun came back to his senses, showed an embarrassed smile, and quickly turned his head away. "That, Xiao Xia, I have an unwelcome request." Xia Ning suddenly became a little nervous, and her eyes fell on the fruit knife on the fruit plate on the coffee table. Then he heard Qin Sun say, "Can you lend me 2,000 yuan?" Xia Ning breathed a sigh of relief, stood up, walked through the living room, and left only a cold word. "You smashed my takeaway, and you still have the nerve to ask me for money?" Qin Sun was a little annoyed. A company boss repeatedly asked the assistant for money, but still couldn't get it. Is there any law in this? He looked at Xia Ning's tall back. "I borrow money from you because I think highly of you." Xia Ning turned around, with a look of surprise and a little sarcasm. "Ah?" Qin Sun continued to speak loudly. "If I must borrow money, Cheng Wan, Zhao Bihai, Song Ying, And so many people in the company. Who can't I borrow this little money from? Suddenly, he was stunned. Yeah. He reached out and slapped his forehead. My pig brain. Why didn't I think of it before? As he said, he took out his mobile phone and sent a WeChat message to Chungwon. Sister Won. Are you there? Suddenly, he heard a hurried footsteps. Looked up and saw Xia Ning standing in front of him. Quickly bent down and immediately grabbed his mobile phone. Xia Ning said coldly, Give me my boiled fish as compensation, and I'll lend you 2,000 yuan. Qin Sun was a little dazed and nodded. Oh! Xia Ning thought his expression was a little strange, and suddenly, she felt a little wind in her chest, and her heart trembled, and her breathing became disordered. She let go of Qin Sun's phone, and pretended nothing happened, and stood up expressionlessly. There's fish in the kitchen, and the seasonings are all there, you go and cook it for me. Xia Ning's voice was calm. Qin Sun nodded blankly. When he heard the footsteps going away, he slowly came back to his senses, leaning back on the sofa, letting out a long sigh, and muttering. Big and round, and white. Chapter 92 Housework. I can do it a little bit. Not worth mentioning, not worth mentioning. Second floor. Dressing room. Xia Ning stood in front of the mirror, looking at herself in the mirror, her face turned red visibly. She pursed her lips tightly. She knew Qin Sun saw it. She also knew that Qin Sun knew she was seen. But the two of them kept it a secret, so as not to make the situation more awkward. Xia Ning subconsciously hugged her chest with both hands, but she squeezed out an exaggerated arc, almost bursting out. She dropped her hand as if she had received an electric shock. Her heart pounding. Too scary. After a long pause, Xia Ning picked and chose from the wardrobe. From a pile of pajamas. She sorted out those with exposed backs, exposed breasts, exposed legs, gauze, and hollowed out pajamas, and picked the most conservative one. She was just a calm person, not a conservative person. As a woman, she was willing to try any beautiful clothes, regardless of the style. Usually there were no men here, and she wore whatever she felt comfortable in. But today an uninvited guest broke in. Xia Ning sighed, and began to slowly take off her clothes, preparing to change into pajamas. Suddenly, Qin Sun's voice came from downstairs. But it was not clear through the door. Xiao Xia. Where are the fish? Xia Ning said loudly. The fish tank in the kitchen. She has loved eating fish since she was a child. And she likes fresh fish. After her father bought her this villa, he separated a room from the big kitchen and placed a few fish tanks, raising some fish and shrimp all year round. It is convenient for the nanny to cook live fish. You can see it by pushing open the innermost door of the kitchen. Another vague voice came from outside the door. What? Xia Ning had taken off half of her clothes, and it was difficult to open the door, so she had to shout at the top of her voice. In the fish tank. Outside the door. Got it. Downstairs, in the living room. Qin Sun stood in front of the fish tank in the living room, looking at the blood-red, graceful red dragonfish sighed. Who told you to be cheap? Only 20 yuan a pound, you're going to die. Just now. He went around downstairs and found the kitchen, and couldn't help being shocked by the big kitchen, and then searched in the refrigerator for a long time. I found a lot of good ingredients, but there was no fish. I called Xia Ning upstairs. Qin Sun looked at the red dragonfish swimming leisurely in the fish tank. So this poor little thing is kept here. He studied the fish tank for a long time before opening the lid. He grabbed the slippery fish with a ruthless iron hand and walked into the kitchen in a casual manner. Xia Ning changed into a pure black pajamas, looked left and right in front of the mirror, turned around, and bent over to make sure she was not exposed. She just walked downstairs and heard some noise in the kitchen. She walked into the kitchen and saw Qin Sun wearing an apron. He had already prepared the fish and put it on a plate on the counter. She was surprised. So fast? Although she had never cooked before, she knew that it took a lot of effort to gut, scale, slice and marinate a fish. Usually only the chefs who killed fish every day in the supermarket had such skills. Xia Ning walked in quietly, stood behind Qin Sun and watched him cook, and gradually opened her mouth. Qin Sun skillfully added oil, fried fish bones, poured in boiling water, and cooked a pot of milky white fish soup. 5 minutes later, he poured the fish soup into a basin for later use. Blanch bean sprouts, fungus. Heat oil in a pot again. Add scallions, ginger, Sichuan peppercorns, Sichuan peppercorns, and bean paste. Stir fry over low heat until fragrant. Pour the fish soup in. Season. Add fish slices. After pouring out, sprinkle with chopped scallions, minced garlic, and pour a spoonful of hot oil. The whole action was done in one go. Smelling the tempting aroma, Xia Ning clapped lightly. Great, great! Qin Sun turned around and saw the incredible expression on Xia Ning's face. Xia Ning asked, How can you cook so well? Qin Sun held his head high and walked out with the basin. I remember I said before, my mother told me since I was a child that children from poor families grow up early. As for housework, I can do some. Not worth mentioning, not worth mentioning. Xia Ning, bring the boiled fish to the dining room and put it on the dining table. Xia Ning sat down, looking at the steaming boiled fish, with a smile on her face. But suddenly, she saw Qin Sun looking at her in surprise. What's wrong? Xia Ning was a little nervous, afraid that he would see her exposed again from a special angle. Qin Sun's eyes slowly fell on her hands. Xia Ning looked down at her hands, and found nothing wrong. She raised her head, and was a little confused. What's wrong? Qin Sun raised his eyebrows. Where are the bowls and chopsticks? Xia Ning. She didn't have the habit of taking bowls and chopsticks, and felt a little embarrassed. She stood up, and went to the kitchen to get 2 sets of bowls and chopsticks. A plate was placed in front of Qin Sun. Xia Ning sat down, and seeing that Qin Sun had already started eating, she picked up the chopsticks, and picked up a piece of fish meat, and put it in her mouth. The fish meat was fragrant, elastic and smooth. The taste was rich. She couldn't help but narrow her eyes, chewed a piece carefully, spit the fish bones on the bone plate, then looked at Qin Sun and praised. It's delicious. After saying that, she felt that this evaluation was not enough, and raised her voice a little. It's really delicious. She picked up another piece, ate it carefully, and couldn't help shaking her head in praise. How can it be so delicious? Where did you learn to cook? Qin Sun smiled, not as elegant and careful as Xia Ning, said with the fish in his mouth. When I was slacking off at work, didn't I watch a lot of cooking videos? You'll learn it naturally if you watch a lot. Xia Ning. She suddenly felt that the fish didn't smell so good anymore. Then, she picked up another piece, and put it in her mouth, squinting her eyes. After finishing this piece, she sighed with some regret. What a pity, there is no rice. Qin Sun immediately put down his chopsticks. Xiao Xia, wait for me. Xia Ning watched Qin Sun stand up, turn around, walk through the living room, and walk out of the door. He immediately thought of something, his face changed slightly, and hurriedly shouted. Qin Sun, there is no need for that. Qin Sun stopped, turned around, and said with a smile. The takeaway, the fish meat was rubbish, it should be the apprentice's practice work, but the rice is still very good. Xia Ning waved his hands repeatedly. No. No. She couldn't eat the rice she picked up from the trash can. Qin Sun walked back, lowered his head, and ate silently. Suddenly, he heard Xia Ning say, Qin Sun, we got the 10 million order from Duduti. He raised his head, and saw that Xia Ning's face didn't change. The chairman of Duduti cursed your store to go bankrupt. So you can let him go bankrupt. Why take this order? Xia Ning lowered his head, picked up a piece of fish and put it in his mouth, and said vaguely, I'm not angry because he cursed my store to close down, but because he looked down on my ability. She still lowered her head, and emphasized her tone. I just want to prove my ability. Qin Sun shook his head, not quite understanding the woman's saintly way of thinking. If someone looks down on you, just kill him. What else do you need to prove to him? Xia Ning seemed to see something, looking at Qin Sun, with a somewhat embarrassed expression, and said a little shyly, Actually, I have selfish motives. Chapter 93. Where are my fish? Where are my fish? Tell me, what are your selfish motives? Qin Sun leaned forward, slightly moved closer to Xia Ning, and asked. Xia Ning glanced at Qin Sun, smiled lightly, turned her head to look at the night outside the window, and said slowly, Didn't I open a few coffee shops before? They closed down after half a year, which made me realize that starting a business is really not an easy thing, and every pitfall you step on requires a lot of money. She turned her head and looked at Qin Sun. So, I want to use the money from Duduti to try various pitfalls, gain experience, and facilitate my next business. Seeing that Qin Sun's face did not change, she hesitated for a moment and said softly, Do you think this is considered slacking off? Qin Sun raised his eyebrows, and a look of enlightenment appeared on his face. And he gave a thumbs up. I have an idea. I have an idea. It's really possible. I'm optimistic about you. Xiaoning smiled softly. Qin Sun lowered his head and thought for a while, then turned his head to look out the window. The night wind rustled the leaves. It was almost the end of August, and autumn had already begun. Although Haicheng was still hot during the day, after the sun went down, the wind blew, and it became a little cool. He was a little embarrassed. It's already autumn now, and it will be Mid-Autumn Festival in another month. It's too late to upgrade the strategy of a milk tea brand now. Seeing Xiaoning raised his head, he looked at Qin Sun quietly for a while, and said slowly, It's not too late. I think it's the right time. Qin Sun was stunned. It was the first time he saw Xiaoning with such a serious expression on his face. Xiaoning looked at Qin Sun, smiling, and told the story. If a chain restaurant wants to upgrade its brand, it usually starts with a pilot in one city, and then promotes it to the second city, the third city, and the fourth city. In this process, we will adjust the direction and make new plans in a timely manner according to the difficulties and problems encountered. She paused. This process is not achieved overnight. Although the milk tea industry is about to enter the off-season, not all parts of the country have 4 distinct seasons like Haicheng. Some places are like spring all year round, and some places will be hot until the end of October or even November. Duduti has more than 2,000 stores across the country. There are always some places suitable for pilots and brand transformation. Qin Sun had never heard Xiaoning say so many words in one breath, and knew that she attached great importance to this case. He thought for a moment, looked at Xiaoning seriously, and reminded her, although you want to use other people's money to cheat, we can't do it on purpose. Once I take over, I will definitely take responsibility. He straightened his collar. After all, I am now a person of status. Xiaoning smiled, nodded quickly, and was somewhat happy. Although she lied about cheating, she was also worried that Qin Sun would deliberately waste her father's money. Seeing Qin Sun's serious expression, she felt relieved. Qin Sun continued to speak. Our company currently focuses on product marketing, and we have no experience in strategic brand upgrades and transformations for a chain restaurant brand. This, he dragged out the last syllable, looking a little embarrassed. Xiaoning looked at Qin Sun's expression, fearing that he would say he couldn't do it, and her heart was hanging. But she heard him say, we need to recruit people in our department to expand the scale. The two of us can't do it. Xiaoning breathed a sigh of relief. Then what? Qin Sun narrowed his eyes, looked at Xiaoning, and frowned slightly. Xiao Xia, watch your tone and attitude. You say it lightly, but you don't have to pay for it. He tapped the table gently, warning, as a member of Oak, you should always think about saving money for the company. Understand? Xiaoning. Oh, has this guy's mentality changed so quickly? She seems to understand the feelings of the workers towards the boss. That's really annoying. At this time, Qin Sun's mobile phone rang with a notification tone. He looked down and saw that it was a reply from Chengwan. Boss Qin. What's the matter? Qin Sun raised his head, looked at Xiaoning, and asked, will you lend me the money? Xiaoning thought about the 50,000 yuan that Songning gave him, which made him wander around, and felt a little embarrassed. She looked at the boiled fish in front of her, pondered for a while, and said casually, you cook. Okay. If you can be my cook, I can rent you the extra room in my house. She raised her eyes, her face calm. The security of this community is very good. There will be no harassment. I will give you a cheaper price. Only 2,000 a month. But she saw Qin Sun did not hesitate, and gave her a middle finger. Xiaoning. She stopped pestering him, quietly picked up her phone, and transferred 2,000 yuan. Thank you. Qin Sun saw the transfer, was stunned, was a little surprised, and quickly clicked to receive the payment. Xiaoning, Sister One just replied to my message. If I don't say anything, it will be suspected of harassing a married woman in the middle of the night. Edit a recruitment requirement for me, and I'll send it to her. Xiaoning's eyes lit up. Just now she said she wanted to recruit people, and now she's taking action immediately. This guy's action ability has become so strong? Xiaoning is a little excited. When this guy was careless, he could come up with so many amazing plans. Now he is so serious. Wouldn't he be even more powerful? She lowered her head and thought for a while, and typed quickly. edited a recruitment requirement, and sent it to Chin Sun. Chin Sun received it and clicked it. 01. Bachelor degree or above. Marketing major is preferred. 02. Have certain organization, coordination, communication skills, and keen insight. 03. Have strong work promotion ability and excellent execution ability. 04. He read it hastily, raised his head, and looked at Xia Ning with a smile. Well written. Xia Ning smiled faintly, but she saw Chin Sun put away his phone, and did not forward it to Chung Wan. Did he want to make some changes? Oh, leaders seem to like this. Slightly modifying a few insignificant places on the work of others, and then submitting it as their own work. This Chin Sun. The boss's style is getting more and more full. Chin Sun picked up a piece of fish and ate it, stood up, said goodbye to Xia Ning, and turned to leave. See you tomorrow. See you tomorrow. Xia Ning watched him walk out of the living room silently, without a word of retention. She quietly looked at the night outside the window, not knowing what she was thinking. Suddenly, the phone rang. Xia Ning looked down, and it was another video call from her father. She answered it. Xia Shujie had a smile on his face. Ning Ning, show me how the red dragon fish is doing. Based on my many years of experience in fish farming, I just adjusted the temperature. After a while, it must be alive and kicking. Xia Ning smiled gently, picked up the phone, clicked the flip camera, and pointed it at the fish tank. She was stunned. On the phone, Xia Shujie's voice was a little loud, and he was not as elegant and calm as usual. Where's my fish? Where's my fish? Chapter 94. Shocked. A big internet celebrity was attacked by a tank in the middle of the night. Xia Ning walked forward quickly, put her face in front of the glass of the fish tank, and looked at it with wide eyes. There was only a tank of water left in it. There were a few red fish scales scattered at the bottom of the fish tank. Xia Ning turned her head suddenly, looking at the pot of boiled fish on the dining table, and opened her mouth wide. She walked over slowly, aimed the camera at the soup pot, and spoke calmly. Dad, the fish is not lost, it's here. The phone was silent for a while, and then a bitter laugh sounded. Ning Ning, didn't you say you liked this fish? Why did you eat it? Xia Ning took a deep breath helplessly, and forced a smile. Yeah, I like it. It's delicious. On the phone, Xia Shujie's laughter rang out. You ate a fish worth 200,000 yuan just like that. You loser. I really can't do anything with you. Laughing, he suddenly felt something was wrong and became a little alert. Who cooked this fish? Xia Ning. I ordered takeout and called a chef. She remained calm. The craftsmanship is quite good. The night was getting late. Xia Ning lay on the bed and stared at the ceiling for a while. After coming to her senses, she picked up her phone and checked Douyin. She found that many bloggers had reposted the company's promotional video, I am my own spokesperson, and there were also various big bloggers who made professional analysis and comments. She couldn't help but laugh. She browsed the comments for a while. Xia Ning browsed the next one, which turned out to be a local video, and it was just released not long ago. The title was, Internet celebrity Chin Sun was attacked crazily by a heavy tank. She was stunned. Tank? What tank? What big deal did Chin Sun have? She opened her eyes wide and watched the video. She saw, in the night, at the entrance of a hotel corridor, a man with his upper body naked, carrying a bag, ran out in a hurry, looking back every few steps, looking very panicked. Then, a chubby woman chased him like a ball, shouting at the top of her lungs. Don't run. I really just want to be friends with you. Seeing this, Xia Ning understood what tank meant, felt really boring and shook her head. Really? Xia Ning clicked on the comments, and found that the video host explained the whole story in the comment area. Wow. I was eating and drinking beer at a barbecue stall. I heard someone on the second floor of the small hotel opposite. What are you doing? I'm taking a shower. Get out. Fuck. Then, a woman's deep laughter rang out. I finally found you. I didn't expect it to be the internet celebrity Chin Sun. He was chased by a tank all the way down the street, and almost lost his electric bike. There were netizens commenting below. No way. Chin Sun is handsome. How come he has such a strong taste? He was deceived by the photo of a hookup. Right? I don't think that person is Chin Sun. He is so famous. Would he stay in such a small hotel? Is he so poor? Oh my! He is naked? Xia Ning was reading the comments, and a smile appeared on her lips. You deserve it. Suddenly, Xiaoning's phone rang. It was Qin Sun's call. She suppressed the smile on her face, answered the call, and said coldly, Hello. What's up? Qin Sun gasped on the phone. Xiao Xia. Help me. Help me. Just now when I was taking a shower, a dinosaur broke into the room. I was so scared that I didn't even take a shower. I just put on my clothes and ran away. Xiaoning smiled silently and said seriously, Dinosaur? Then you should go find a scientist. Qin Sun was stunned on the other end of the phone and was a little angry. Xiao Xia. When the leader talks to you, you should be serious and don't be so frivolous. Xiaoning smiled and snorted. Qin Sun continued. 2,000 yuan is 2,000 yuan. You can find me a house at home. I'm not picky. Just move me in. The night in Haicheng is really terrible. Xiaoning was stunned. She had thought of tricking Qin Sun in before, so that he wouldn't be poached by others. Now that he took the initiative to move in, she was a little worried. She stretched out her hand and pulled the quilt up to cover her shoulders, and asked lightly, Where are you now? Qin Sun, who was on the other end of the phone, was obviously relieved and said in a hurry, At the gate of your community. This damn security guard wouldn't let me in. Xiaoning nodded. This community usually uses facial recognition to enter. For people without identity recognition, they need to register and confirm with the owner before they can be let in. She said softly, You register first. And after registration, they will let you in after confirming with me. Qin Sun's voice sounded a little angry. This damn security guard saw that I was only wearing a pair of shorts, and saw that I was handsome, and thought I was a duck, and refused to register me. Then, a middle-aged man's voice was heard. Sir, please pay attention to your manners and don't swear. Xiaoning covered her mouth and laughed. Wait a moment. After saying that, she hung up the phone and called the property management to tell them to let in a half-naked man named Qin Sun at the door. Put down the phone. Xiaoning was a little nervous, lifted the quilt, and quickly changed into a conservative set of pajamas. She went downstairs and sat in the living room, feeling a little nervous. Time passed by minute. 5 minutes later, she touched her forehead and found a thin layer of sweat. Suddenly, the phone rang with a message. Xiaoning's heart trembled, and she quickly picked up the phone, opened it, and was a little disappointed. It was Chengwan who sent the message. Mr. Xia, I have been thinking about something for a long time, and I can't sleep because of it. I decided to report it to you. She was a little strange. Chengwan often reported to her, and she was very active every time. How come from this sentence? She seemed to have been struggling with her thoughts for a long time. Xiaoning had a bad feeling in her heart, and typed a reply. You said? Soon. Chengwan replied. Boss Qin. He wants to recruit another assistant. Xiaoning smiled, and heaved a sigh of relief. I know. She sent it, and added another sentence. You cooperate with me fully. After dozens of seconds, Chengwan replied. Boss Xia. I got it. Xiaoning smiled softly, and felt that Chengwan might be overthinking, thinking that she was addicted to being an assistant, and was afraid that others would take her job. Suddenly, she remembered that at dinner, after she sent the recruitment requirements she had edited to Qin Sun put away his phone directly, and did not send it to Chengwan. Xiaoning looked at the night outside the window, frowned slightly. Could it be? She quickly sent a message to Chengwan. Chengwan, copy the recruitment requirements Qin Sun sent to you to me. Soon. Chengwan replied. 01. Good image, good temperament, good figure. 02. Lively personality, good at singing and dancing, pole dancing is best. 03. Thick-skinned, preferably shameless. 04. Obedient, the kind that absolutely obeys. Sister Wan, these are the requirements for the assistant I want to recruit. Help polish it with professional terms, and post it on the recruitment website. Thank you. Finished reading. Xiaoning's face turned cold. Are you hiring an assistant, or a KTV princess? At this moment, the doorbell rang. She walked to the living room door, and looked at the monitor. Qin Sun was naked, holding the iron gate with one hand, holding his waist with the other hand, and breathing heavily with his head down. Xiaoning turned her head, and looked at the fish tank with only one tank of water left, and her eyes turned cold. Xiao Hong, I won't let you die in vain. Open the door. She walked towards Qin Sun silently. Chapter 95. Xiao Xia, what do you want me to do? In the night. Outside the gate of the villa. Qin Sun held the gate and panted for a long time, but Xia Ning did not come out to open the door. He took out his mobile phone and called her. But she hung up in seconds. He was startled, took off his backpack and put it on the ground, and climbed up the iron gate with his hands and feet. When he climbed to the top, one leg crossed over one side of the iron gate, held the iron gate with both hands, and was about to put the other leg in. He heard Xia Ning's cold voice. What are you doing? Qin Sun turned his head, and saw Xia Ning standing in the small yard with a cold face, looking up at him. He had an awkward smile on his face. I said, I was worried that you might faint from gas poisoning. Do you believe it? Xia Ning. Then I'll thank you. Qin Sun sat on the top of the iron gate shakily smiled. You're welcome. Xia Ning. She said sarcastically. You are so agile, would you be afraid of the attack of a fat girl? Qin Sun had a look of fear on his face. That tonnage, I really can't beat it. Xia Ning snorted coldly, walked over, and unlocked the door. After opening the door, she turned and left. Qin Sun jumped over the gate and entered the yard. Opened the door. Took the backpack in. Looked at Xia Ning who had already entered. And was a little dissatisfied. I am the one who pays the rent. And you give me a cold shoulder as soon as you come? He shook his head and sighed. It's not pleasant to live under someone else's roof. He walked into the living room. Qin Sun saw Xia Ning dressed neatly. Pajamas, and even socks. It seemed that because of the previous exposure, she was left with a psychological trauma. He sat on the sofa, thinking of the earth-shaking dong-dong sound made by the heroine behind him when he escaped from the hotel stairs. And he couldn't help but breathe a sigh of relief. He actually felt like he had survived a disaster. Suddenly, Qin Sun heard Xia Ning's slightly cold voice. After running for so long, are you thirsty? He turned his head and saw that Xia Ning didn't even look at him, staring at the TV in front of him that was not turned on. With a cold face, he was a little angry and explained. I didn't mean to look at you at night. And I didn't see anything. He said against his will that he didn't see anything, hoping to give Xia Ning, who seemed aloof but was actually shy, some psychological comfort. But he saw that Xia Ning's body seemed to be frozen, and she slowly closed her eyes, and her face gradually turned red. After a while, she slowly opened her eyes, still looking at the TV in front of her, and her voice became colder. I don't understand what you are saying. She turned her head, looked at Qin Sun, and repeated it with a serious face. I asked you, are you thirsty? I'll pour you some water. Qin Sun didn't like to drink water, and answered casually, I don't like to drink water. Do you have milk? I'll drink some milk. Iced is best. As soon as the words came out, he saw Xia Ning's face was as red as a bright strawberry, the kind that would burst if poked. He realized that something was wrong, and quickly changed his words. Water, I can just drink water. After saying that, Qin Sun felt that this sentence seemed even more dirty. But seeing that the blush on Xia Ning's face had dissipated a lot, he knew that her knowledge in some aspects was not worthy of her age. Xia Ning took a cup from the coffee table, stood up, walked to the fish tank, opened the lid, gently scooped half a cup of water, put it on the coffee table in front of Qin Sun. Qin Sun was stunned. Xiao Xia, you tricked me here in the middle of the night. What do you want to do? But he saw Xia Ning silently looked at him for a while, and waved at him. Come with me. Qin Sun? He had a bad feeling. Seeing Xia Ning go to the kitchen, instead of going upstairs to the bedroom, he was relieved, but then he became confused. What are you up to? Xia Ning did not answer. Qin Sun had to follow, enter the kitchen, and saw Xia Ning standing in front of the innermost door. She pushed it gently, and a sound of water came. Xia Ning looked at Qin Sun silently. Qin Sun glanced at her, walked over, looked inside, and immediately understood something. Suddenly, he was as embarrassed as the sister pretending to be asleep in a Japanese movie. Ah, this? It was a small house with 4 aquatic fish tanks. There were dozens of fish of various species, as well as turtles, shrimps, crabs, shellfish and other aquatic products. Qin Sun saw that Xia Ning's face was as cold as the tram passengers in a Japanese movie, and he scratched his head in embarrassment. The fish tank you are talking about is the fish tank here? Xia Ning glanced at him indifferently, but did not mention the fish, but asked instead, Sister Chung just sent me some assistant recruitment requirements, saying that she couldn't grasp Mr. Qin's mind. Let me, a little assistant, give some advice. She stared at Qin Sun's eyes. I looked at it for a long time. And I think you just want to recruit a KTD princess. Or you want to use the company's money to support a mistress. Qin Sun was stunned. This Chung Wan. Really? She is always guessing what the leader means. Is this interesting? He wants to recruit a lively and cheerful little assistant. Just because the slacking value has increased too slowly recently. Thinking of the time when he was with Song Ying before. His slacking value skyrocketed. He guessed that it was Song Ying's lively and active personality, which was suitable for playing outside, which accelerated the increase in his slacking value. He wanted to recruit a substitute to keep by his side. Qin Sun sighed, looked at Xia Ning, and explained seriously. Xiao Xia, you have been with me for so long. Don't you know who I am? Didn't I tell you before that my work efficiency is directly linked to my mood? The more I slack off, the better my mood. The better my mood, the higher my efficiency. And the higher my efficiency, the more work I can get done. He raised his voice. So, the more you slack off, the more work you have. Xia Ning looked at Qin Sun, thought about it, and he seemed to be like that. So, you want to hire an assistant, not to help you with your work, but just to take care of your mood? Qin Sun nodded. Yes. Xia Ning was silent for a moment, and asked, I'm by your side. And you're in a bad mood? Qin Sun thought about it, and shook his head. Not really. Just normal. Seeing Xia Ning narrowed his eyes slightly, he quickly asked back, Can you pole dance to relieve my stress? Xia Ning was startled and shook her head. No. Qin Sun asked again. Will you play games with me to relieve my stress? Xia Ning, no. Qin Sun asked again. Can you tell jokes to relieve my stress? Xia Ning was stunned for a moment. I can do that. Qin Sun was stunned instead. She was always aloof. She couldn't even understand a joke, let alone tell a joke. Xia Ning seemed to smile. The red dragon fish in the fish tank in the living room. 200,000. 1. Qin Sun. He laughed awkwardly twice. Xiao Xia, you are so humorous. He was a little nervous. He knew it might be true. Xia Ning said 20 yuan per pound before, maybe she was teasing him. But Xia Ning restrained his smile, looking serious. Qin Sun smiled bitterly. I will compensate you after I get my salary at the end of the month. But Xia Ning shook his head. No, I eat more than you. You can't be blamed for this. Qin Sun was stunned, not understanding. Xia Ning continued. But this is not about money. This is a feng shui fish. My family gave me a gift, praying for me, hoping that I would be healthy, happy, and long-lived. Qin Sun? He knew that. Many rich people believed in feng shui. Killing their feng shui fish was equivalent to digging up their ancestral graves. Making fish meat into a dish was equivalent to using the bones in their ancestral graves to make bone soup. Qin Sun looked at Xia Ning's cold face, and suddenly felt his scalp tingling. Xiao Xia. Then, what do you want me to do? Chapter 96. This? Does it have to be so perverted? Xia Ning saw Qin Sun's face, and felt inexplicably happy, and suddenly felt that he was not so annoying. At least, he was responsible. She decided to stimulate Qin Sun's talent, and said coldly, The plan for Dudu, I want you to go all out. Let it out for me. Qin Sun breathed a sigh of relief, and made an odd gesture. Xia Ning looked at his gesture, with a cold face, nodded slightly, turned around, and walked out of the kitchen. Turning around, she had a nice smile on her face, and then immediately frowned again. This fish died for a good reason. It was more important than Mount Tai. Xia Ning walked into the living room, sat on the sofa, her face still expressionless, but she looked much more gentle. Suddenly, she saw Qin Sun coming out of the kitchen, holding a scoop net in his hand, walk to the fish tank, and poured the contents in it. After a closer look, it turned out to be a turtle. Xia Ning opened her eyes wide, and looked at Qin Sun. Qin Sun turned around, smiled at her, and said, 1,000-year-old turtle is worth 10,000 years old. Xiao Xia, I wish you good health and longevity. Qin Sun saw that Xia Ning's face looked a little bad, and thought that he should not provoke her again today. He slapped his forehead and said anxiously, Xiao Xia, I just had a little inspiration in my head, and I have a little idea. I think I'm about to have a plan to make Dudu Tea a national milk tea giant, with more than 10,000 stores nationwide. He leaned the scoop net against the wall, and patted his bare chest. Xiao Xia, I'm going to take a bath and burn incense now. Relax, and perfect the plan in my mind. Where is the bathroom? Xia Ning was a little nervous, afraid that he would be interrupted, and hurriedly said, "The second floor." Qin Sun said again, "Prepare clothes for me." Xia Ning, "Okay." Qin Sun said again, "Prepare a bottle of milk for me. I want to drink it after taking a bath." Xia Ning, "Got it." Qin Sun said, "I want it cold." Xia Ning, "Okay." Mr. Qin Sun went up to the second floor, walked around, and quickly found the bathroom and walked in. Start bathing. Play games. After Qin Sun went upstairs, Xia Ning finally showed a smug smile on her face. She picked up Qin Sun's backpack on the sofa and opened it, and found that there was a laptop, a charging cable, a power bank, and a bag of potato chips inside. "Where are the clothes?" She put down her backpack, raised her head, and glanced at the night outside the window. Feeling a little embarrassed, Qin Sun was lying in the fish tank, and found that it was actually constant temperature, and it was very comfortable. Suddenly, he heard Xia Ning's voice, sounding at the bathroom door. "Clothes, I put them at the door for you," Qin Sun said loudly. "Thank you." Xia Ning was silent outside the door for a while, then said, "That's not necessary." Qin Sun felt that Xia Ning's tone was a little strange, but he didn't think much about it. Washed for a while. He stood up and rinsed, walked to the bathroom door barefoot. Standing behind the door, he grabbed the door handle, hesitated for a while, and whispered, "Is anyone there? Is anyone outside?" When no one responded, he turned the door. I saw a small stool at the door, with a neatly folded black dress on it. There was also a bottle of milk next to it. He half opened the door, reached in to take the dress in, closed the door, and his hand shook. The dress unfolded and fell down. Qin Sun was stunned. What the hell? He looked at the pure cotton women's nightgown in his hand and fell into silence. After a while, he came back to his senses. Do you have to play so perverted? Qin Sun carried the nightgown, returned to the bathtub, picked up his phone, and called Xia Ning. The call was connected. Xiao Xia, what do you mean by giving me a skirt? Xia Ning was silent for a moment, and then explained lightly. I don't have any men's clothes at home. After searching for a long time, this one is the loosest, and it won't be torn by you. Qin Sun. He looked at the nightgown in his hand, hesitated for a moment, and asked. Then, don't you have looser pants? The other side was silent for a long time, and then there was a slight panting sound. I don't know if it was because of anger or shame. Lace. Will you wear it? Qin Sun sighed. Forget it, Xia Ning said calmly. Finish your shower early. Come out early. You have to go to work tomorrow. The phone was hung up. He looked at the nightgown in his hand. Oh, deep V? Xia Ning usually wears this at home. So coquettish. He threw the nightgown on the coat rack. He picked up the shorts he had just taken off, hesitated for a moment, and put it down again. Then, he found a big bath towel on the coat rack and wrapped his lower body. Walking out of the bathroom, Qin Sun was startled to see Xia Ning standing at the door. Fuck. What are you doing here? Xia Ning looked him up and down, and slowly turned her head away. Do you dislike my clothes? Qin Sun said loudly. A gentleman can be killed, but not humiliated. Xia Ning turned her face to Qin Sun and sneered. I thought people like you wouldn't care about this. Qin Sun? What kind of person am I? Xia Ning turned her head, pretended to be calm, and looked at Qin Sun's face, and said slowly, careless person. But Qin Sun was stunned for a moment, slowly lowered his head, and looked down. In an instant, she understood. So the word careless can be used like this? This Qin Sun is really perverted. Xia Ning turned around quickly and led the way in front. Don't think too much, come with me, I'll take you to your bedroom. Qin Sun held the knot of the bath towel tightly with both hands, for fear that it would fall off, and followed him silently. The next day, Qin Sun was still sleeping when he heard a knock on the door. Knock. 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 He opened his eyes, and felt his head was a little swollen. He picked up his phone, and saw that it was only 8 o'clock. How could someone knock on someone's door at 8 o'clock when he was supposed to be at work at 9 o'clock? What kind of character is that? He shook his head. His mind was in a mess. He lifted the quilt, put on his slippers, walked over, and opened the door. Xia Ning was standing at the door, holding a bag in his hand. Qin Sun yawned, a little impatient. Wait for me for 10 minutes, I'll take a nap first. But Xia Ning looked as if she had seen something horrible. Her pupil shrank violently, and her face was terribly red, as if she had lost her soul. He reached out and gently patted Xia Ning's shoulder. "Xiao Xia, what's wrong with you?" But he saw Xia Ning hurriedly turned her head away, threw the bag in her hand on the ground, trotted into her own bedroom, and closed the door. Qin Sun looked at her closed door, with a confused face. "No, is she sick?" Qin Sun lowered his head to pick up the bag, opened it and saw some new clothes and new pants, and suddenly his whole body froze, as if he had been acupunctured. "My hair." He quickly retreated back to the room, closed the door, covered his key parts, and looked like he wanted to cry but couldn't. "You can't get rid of this even if you jump into the Yellow River. She must think I'm a pervert." After changing clothes, Qin Sun built up his mind for a long time in the room, then opened the door and went out, slowly walked to the door of Xia Ning's bedroom. He knocked on the door. "Xiao Xia, it's time to go to work." No response was heard from inside. He said again, "I'll take you there?" But there was still no response. He could already imagine the scene of Xia Ning hiding in the quilt and crying. He sighed and went to work first. "I'm late today, so I won't deduct Xia Ning's money." I arrived at the company on time and walked into the general manager's office. Qin Sun saw that Xia Ning had already arrived. She sat behind the desk with an expressionless face. Xia Ning raised her eyes, looked at him with some contempt, and said coldly, "Morning, Mr. Qin." Qin Sun felt a little guilty. "Morning." For the next 3 hours, the two of them didn't say a word. The atmosphere in the office was a little weird. Qin Sun was not happy playing games. Looked up at Xia Ning, and said awkwardly, "Xiao Xia, actually, are we even?" Xia Ning suddenly looked up, looking at him with a surprised face. After a while, she lowered her head silently. Her chest kept rising and falling. "What do you mean even? It's obvious that I was at a disadvantage, twice." The office fell silent again. Qin Sun was bored, and continued to play games. Suddenly, Xia Ning's cold voice was heard. "Boss Qin, Sister Chung posted the recruitment information at 9 a.m., and has received dozens of resumes. After screening, there are more than a dozen excellent job seekers, and 8 of them are available in the afternoon." Qin Sun raised his head and looked at Xia Ning. Xia Ning lowered her head, and said lightly while typing on the keyboard, "Look, the first round of the selection meeting for the DDT business, which you held, is scheduled for 3 p.m. She raised her head and looked at Qin Sun. "Is it okay?" Chapter 97. Shut up. I forgive you. 3 o'clock in the afternoon. There was a long table in the conference room. Qin Sun sat in the middle, Chung Wan sat, and Xia Ning sat on the right. There was a large open space in the middle. A row of 8 stools were placed at the back. 8 job seekers were sitting on them. Beside the conference room was the floor-to-ceiling window of the building, and the wall opposite was also transparent soundproof glass. The curtain was lowered at this time to block the view of outsiders, in order to prevent colleagues from peeking at the interview scene. Chung Wan started with a smile, and said some polite words. "Thank you for choosing Oak." Qin Sun looked at the 8 job seekers sitting below, lowered his voice, and asked Xia Ning, "Why are there 3 men?" Xia Ning remained calm, and her voice was cold. "I asked Sister Chung to write that men and women are not limited." Qin Sun. He knew that Xia Ning, the stingy guy, would be angry for years because of his exposure, and seeing him expose himself. Without hearing what Chung Wan said clearly, the 8 people below applauded, with expectant looks on their faces. Chung Wan turned her head, and looked at Qin Sun. "Next, please invite our Oak Company's vice president, who is also a popular internet celebrity, President Qin Sun, to interview everyone." Another round of applause broke out from the audience, which lasted for a long time. They browsed the recruitment website casually, and unexpectedly saw Oak's recruitment advertisement. It was the company whose promotional video, "I am my own spokesperson," was still going viral on the internet. Suddenly, I felt very lucky. Clicking in to see the detailed information, it turned out to be recruiting assistants for Qin Sun himself. Wouldn't that mean I could be with him every day? Being with a master, you can always grow quickly. So, they submitted their resumes one after another, and waited anxiously. Unexpectedly, they received an interview invitation in the afternoon. It was like a dream. When the applause died down, Qin Sun stood up with a smile on his face, and said loudly, "Everyone, I am used to fighting alone. But since I have a caring assistant by my side." He pointed at Xia Ning in a professional suit. "It was after I met the beautiful Xia Ning that I discovered the truth that a hero needs 3 helpers. The more powerful the assistant, the more powerful I can be." Xia Ning looked up at Qin Sun, a little confused. What did he mean? She saw the 8 people below looking at her, and she felt a little embarrassed. Qin Sun continued to speak. No matter who becomes my assistant in the future, I hope you will remember one thing. He paused deliberately. Xia Ning looked up at him. Chungwon also looked up. The 8 job seekers below also looked at him eagerly. Qin Sun's voice rose a little. You don't have to listen to me, but you must listen to Xia Ning. Your immediate superior is her, not me. Seeing the 8 job seekers below nodding, he smiled with satisfaction. Suddenly, Qin Sun felt someone pulling his trouser legs, and when he looked down, it turned out to be Xia Ning. She quietly spread a piece of paper on the table, which read, "Shut up. I forgive you." Chungwon glanced at it, and her eyes lit up. Oh, there is something fishy. The 8 interviewees looked at each other, and the same thought came to their minds. Are they showing off their affection here? Qin Sun smiled lightly, hiding his merits and fame. This little Xia Ning seems to be aloof, but in fact she is just as shy, soft-hearted, and careful girl. I can buy clothes for myself at 8 o'clock in the morning. How early do you have to get up? You must have gotten up early in the morning to buy them at a big supermarket, and the size is right. Besides my mother, who can be so good to me. Qin Sun was a little touched and said loudly, Miss Xia Ning, I respect her like my mother. I hope that after you become a member of Oak, you can also respect her like your mother. The job seekers below opened their mouths wide, looked at Qin Sun, and then looked at Xia Ning. Chungwon narrowed her eyes slightly, with a half-smile on her face. Oh! Boss Qin has an Oedipus complex. Xia Ning crumpled the paper on the table into a ball. His breathing was slightly disordered, thinking, I must give him a good beating when I get home tonight. Why does this sound so familiar? Oh, my mother often says that. Qin Sun looked at the interviewer below and smiled. I am recruiting an assistant this time, because I have a big business of 10 million to do soon. The strategic brand upgrade and transformation of 2,000 stores of Dudu tea drinks across the country. I need help. Hearing this, the job seekers were immediately excited, with expressions of disbelief on their faces. What? You can get involved in such a big business just after joining the company? As expected of the current #1 internet celebrity, you are playing big games. They all sat up straighter, hoping to leave a good impression on Qin Sun. Qin Sun looked at their reactions and became more and more satisfied. And I only look at one point when recruiting assistants. Is the psychological quality good? Is the ability to withstand pressure strong? The job seekers nodded seriously. They understand. After all, for a $10 million business, you must often work overtime all night. You must have strong stress resistance. Qin Sun walked out from behind the table, walked to the open space in the middle, and looked at them with a smile. So, now I will test you. Those who pass the test can enter the next round. But whether you can enter the next round or not, you can get 200 yuan of labor fee. Hearing this, the job seekers were surprised, and some could not believe it. Just come and apply for a job, and you can get 200 yuan? Some companies don't even give out wages if you are fired during the internship. Is this CEO Qin so generous? This company has such good benefits? Then I must join. Xia Ning looked at Qin Sun, frowning slightly, not knowing what tricks he was going to play. Chungwon looked at Qin Sun's back, feeling a little emotional. A while ago, he was still an intern, and he always looked well-behaved. Now that he is the CEO, his aura is much stronger. He asked for 200 yuan right away. Qin Sun looked around, and was in a good mood. These days, the slacking value has not increased much. So let's go and play today to see if it can increase more. He looked at the job seekers sitting below, and said with a smile, I will teach you a song. And you need to learn it. Whoever learns it well will advance to the next round. You will have the opportunity to travel around the country with me, and create a national milk tea brand. Hearing this, some of the job seekers' expressions suddenly changed. Singing in public? Ah, so embarrassing. Others raised their eyebrows, looking confident. Suddenly, Qin Sun began to sing. Looking for the sun in a windless place. Being the warm sun in your cold place. People are busy. You are always too naive. As soon as he opened his mouth, his deep and magnetic voice gave goosebumps to many people present. One of the job seekers could not help but scream, and then quickly covered her mouth. She had seen Qin Sun singing for Yuan Doing, which was also a cappella, but that was with a microphone, with the added effect of reverberation. Moreover, some people on the internet suspected that it was lip-syncing. Seeing it with her own eyes, she couldn't help but feel shocked, and her eyes were full of peach blossoms. Xia Ning looked at Qin Sun's back, somewhat shocked, and her eyes softened. Suddenly, she saw Qin Sun turn around, looking at her, with tears in his eyes, and full of affection. The rest of my life. I only want you. The rest of my life. Snow and wind are you. Ordinary is you. Poverty is also you. Xia Ning met Qin Sun's tearful eyes, and was stunned, as if a feather was gently touching her heart. Itchy. Numb. And a little stinging. She subconsciously clenched her fists, lowered her eyes, and was a little confused. Was he confessing in public? Because I saw him naked, and he wanted me to take responsibility? Or after he saw me, he had evil thoughts about me. Reject him? But being rejected in front of so many people, wouldn't it be too embarrassing for him? Chapter 98. Participating in Qin Sun's interview will be a lifelong shame. The singing continued. Xia Ning stared at Qin Sun for a while, without changing her expression. In the end, she couldn't stand the tears in his eyes, and slowly lowered her head. The two hands on the table were clasped together awkwardly. Suddenly, "Ah!" she heard Chungwan beside her exclaim, and turned her head to see Chungwan's helpless face, with a slightly red face. Following Chungwan's evasive gaze, Xia Ning saw Qin Sun singing to Chungwan. "I want to take you to see the clear sky. I want to tell you loudly that I am fascinated by you. The past is fleeting. You will always be moved. The voice is still gentle, still affectionate, still shameless." Just when Chungwan was blushing with embarrassment and didn't know where to hide, Xia Ning saw Qin Sun suddenly turn around and slowly walk towards the interviewer below. "The past is fleeting. You will always be moved. For the rest of my life, I only want you." The interviewers looked embarrassed and excited. After a while, a girl took the lead and stretched out her hand, waving it above her head. Gradually, all 8 people gently waved their arms, like fans of a singer at a concert. Qin Sun's singing voice remained steady. "For the rest of my life. Winter snow is you, spring flowers are you. Summer rain is also you." Xia Ning looked at Qin Sun's back, exhaled quietly, and showed a complicated smile. "Such a good song. Used to fool people? I almost fell for your trick." She thought of the time when Yo Xiaojun saw her living alone in the villa and persuaded her to buy a dog to raise as a son, so that she would have a companion. And she couldn't help but smile bitterly. A son of a bitch? Now, she already has a roommate who respects her like a mother, and is a bitch. She has a son of a bitch. After the song was finished, the audience applauded, and the atmosphere was lively. Qin Sun asked, "Do you want to learn?" Everyone said, "Yes." Qin Sun asked again, "Can you learn?" Everyone said, "Yes." Qin Sun asked again, "Do you want to learn?" Everyone said loudly, "Yes." Xia Ning looked at the lively scene, somewhat puzzled. Based on his understanding of Qin Sun, things should not develop like this. Shouldn't they be taught to call their surnames Mai? For example, "My surname is Xia, Laundry Xia." At this time, I heard Qin Sun change the subject. "But unfortunately, I'm not going to teach you this song." Everyone was stunned. Qin Sun continued, "Learning and performing such a song in public cannot reflect your strong psychological quality. I just sang that song, just to pave the way for the next real test." He looked at the job seekers, and asked with a slight sense of rhythm, "Are you ready?" Everyone was a little stunned, and nodded gently. Suddenly, Qin Sun started singing, and he was so excited. Toot toot. Toot toot. Toot toot hey. Toot toot. Hey toot toot. Toot toot. Everyone looked at each other, and thought about performing this song later, and picked their toes awkwardly. Chungwan was shocked, and hurriedly glanced at the glass wall, and saw that the curtain was lowered, and he breathed a sigh of relief. This Mr. Qin really has no idle baggage at all. Xia Ning looked at Qin Sun, who was singing vigorously, slightly startled, and smiled bitterly. This is him. Suddenly, she heard what Qin Sun continued to sing, and her face turned cold. "Everybody, get high. It's okay to be slutty. I don't wear clothes. So what? I'm the sluttiest cow and horse. What can you do to me?" Xia Ning clenched her fists. Chungwan. She glanced at the glass wall again, and just hoped it could be soundproof enough. The job seekers were all stunned, looking at Qin Sun with their mouths wide open. This otherwise. How could Qin Sun become an internet celebrity? This psychological quality? Is this shameless? After the song was finished, the smiles on everyone's faces were gone, Some were embarrassed, some were dejected, some were flushed. Suddenly, a girl weakly raised her hand. Boss Chin, I don't have such a strong psychological quality, and my ability to withstand pressure is not good enough. I will go back first. After saying that, she stood up and walked towards the door, as if escaping, opened the door and went out. Someone took the lead, and the rest of the people raised their hands. Boss Chin, I have been thin-skinned since I was a child. Boss Chin, I suddenly remembered that I had a pot of mutton soup at home, and forgot to turn off the fire. I will go back first. Boss Chin, you are a man who can accomplish great things, but I can't. I have to save face. After a while, 8 people ran away, leaving only 1 girl. Chin Sun walked up, first lowered his head to take a look at her legs, and judged that there should be no problem. He showed a gentle smile on his face. My lady, do you want to learn this song? The woman raised her head. A look of determination flashed in her eyes, as if she had made a decision that went against her ancestors, and nodded seriously. Boss Chin, I want to challenge you. Chin Sun's eyes lit up. Young man, I'm optimistic about you, he said slowly. Are you ready? The woman clenched her hands together, looked up at Chin Sun, nodded seriously, and took a few deep breaths. She spoke with difficulty. Beep beep, beep beep. The sound became smaller and smaller. Suddenly, she stood up, her face flushed, and bowed to Chin Sun. Sorry, Boss Chin. Excuse me. After saying that, she lowered her head and trotted out of the meeting room. Company office. Colleagues saw 8 job seekers running out one after another, like they were fleeing, and they couldn't help but admire them. As expected of Boss Chin, the requirements for recruiting assistants are so high. Let these people feel ashamed. Alas, there is not a single person who is suitable. If I could transfer to another position, I would like to be Boss Chin's assistant. Seeing that all the job seekers had run away, Chungwon felt helpless. These people were selected one by one after another by the girls in the HR department after chatting for a long time. And the result was just like this? What kind of interview is this? First, he called President Xia's mom in public, and then sang passionately, making President Xia feel that he was going to confess his love. But in the end, everyone was treated equally. Everyone enjoyed President Chin's gentle voice and eyes, regardless of whether they were men or women. Finally, he sang I'm not wearing clothes. What happened? He scared all the interviewees away. It's illegal to not wear clothes. Did you know that? Xia Ning looked at Chin Sun's back and frowned slightly. Chin Sun called up the system panel and took a look. Slacking points, 3260. The next lottery requires 100,000 slacking points. He was very happy. The slacking points increased by nearly 3,000 points in one go. This is the right way. You have to work wildly. You can do whatever you want. Chin Sun turned around, looked at the silent Xia Ning and Chungwon, and smiled. Young people nowadays, their ability to withstand pressure is not strong. Xia Ning. Chungwon sighed. If we tell the job seekers the content of the interview in advance, I'm afraid no one will come. Chin Sun said with a smile. Sister Wan, please step up your efforts. I have another interview tomorrow. Suddenly, he saw Xia Ning hesitated to speak, and her face was not looking good. So he asked, What's wrong with you? I'm hiring a junior assistant. And you, the senior assistant, are jealous? Chapter 99 Lao Deng. A few polite words. Why are you so angry? What's the point of singing that do-do-do? Xia Ning said coldly. Chin Sun raised his eyebrows, said seriously. Do-do-tea, do-do-tea. Do-do-do, of course it's the theme song of do-do-tea. Xia Ning? It's over. Do-do-tea is going to go bankrupt. The next day, at 10 a.m., there was another interview. Chungwon said she didn't come because she felt sick. Xia Ning just glanced at him coldly and said, I have something else to do. After that, she left the office. Chin Sun smiled, knowing that the two women did not want to embarrass themselves. But he did not care. Without the restraint of the two of them, he could be more wild. 10:30. Chungwon and Xia Ning accompanied 2 men and 1 woman in suits and walked into Oak Company. When they passed the meeting room, they could vaguely hear someone's passionate voice inside. In order to take the do-do tea drinks plan seriously, I specially created a theme song for it. A warm, healing song that can reflect the core values of do-do tea drinks. The content of your interview today is, whoever learns the theme song well, will enter the next round of interviews. Then, There was a warm applause. Outside the meeting room, the bald man surrounded by the crowd stopped. His name is Qian Yunfa, the general manager of Dudu Tea Drinks. 3 years ago, as a professional manager, he was recruited by Xia Shujia and has been in charge of the operation of Dudu Tea. Qian Yunfa turned to look at Cheng Wan and asked with a smile, "Can I listen to our theme song?" He was a little surprised. He knew Qin Sun's ability, which had recently become popular on the short video platform. But he didn't expect Qin Sun to prepare the theme song so quickly. He was really talented. In an instant, he had a little expectation for Dudu Tea to come back to life. Cheng Wan thought of the song Qin Sun sang yesterday. Du-du-du-du. What's wrong with me being flirty? What's wrong with me not wearing clothes? With an embarrassed expression on her face, she looked at Mr. Qian, and then quietly looked at Xia Ning. But she unexpectedly found that Xia Ning nodded slightly. Cheng Wan had no choice but to quietly turn the door handle of the conference room, revealing a crack in the door. Qin Sun's voice came clearly from inside. "You say hum your mouth. Hum hum hum. Hum once, and you will come. You say hum your mouth. Hum hum hum. Hum once, and the flowers will bloom." Xia Ning? Cheng Wan was stunned. This song seems to be more magical? She looked at the accompanying Dudu Tea Solution matchmaking team. The bald general manager's face trembled slightly, and he seemed to have the urge to run away. "It's over. This deal is going to fail." Xia Ning showed a faint smile. "You pretended to confess yesterday, which made me so embarrassed. Today, I'll give it back to you." No surprise. When Qin Sun's singing stopped, one interviewer after another rushed out of the meeting room in disgrace. "Boss Qin, I'm leaving first." "Boss Qin, my sow is about to give birth." "Boss Qin, I'm not married yet. I still have blind dates." "Boss Qin, this 200 yuan interview fee. Can't I just give it up?" Qian Yunfa looked at the interviewers, who ran away one by one, and thought of the devilish song. His face became very ugly. Cheng Wan saw that the situation was not good, and smiled. "Mr. Qian, please come with me to the reception room and have a cup of tea first. I will report to Mr. Qin right away. There is a distinguished guest. He should be able to finish the interview soon and come out to entertain you." Qian Yunfa looked unhappy. He glanced at Xia Ning secretly and nodded slightly. "Can't the interview be finished immediately? Where are the interviewees in this meeting room? They all ran away. If Mr. Xia hadn't given a death order, I would have wanted to run away too." Originally, Dudu Tea Drink could still be hanging on half dead, although it could not bring profits to shareholders. As a professional agent, his generous salary would not be reduced by a penny. Now Qin Sun is to take over the strategic brand upgrade and transformation of Dudu Tea. Dudu Tea is afraid that it will accelerate its death. As expected of a wealthy family, they took a chain of milk tea shops with 2,000 stores to let their daughter practice. Cheng Wan took Qian Yunfa and the other two to the reception room. Xia Ning walked into the meeting room. Qin Sun was standing in the meeting room, where he was the only one left. His eyes slightly closed, and his mouth curled up in an exaggerated arc. "Seems very proud?" Xia Ning asked helplessly. "Is it fun?" Qin Sun opened his eyes, turned to look at her, and remained calm. "Fun! I want to play more." He just checked the system panel, and found that his slacking value had reached 6,500. This way of slacking off in the company was surprisingly effective. Xia Ning. She was helpless, with a half-smile on her face. Just now, the general manager of Dudu Tea and his 3 companions came to the company and heard the song you wrote for them. "Qin Sun?" He looked at Xia Ning, complaining. "The client came to our company in person. It's such a big deal. Why didn't you tell me in advance?" Xia Ning sneered. "I thought you didn't care." Qin Sun smiled awkwardly. Yes. In fact, he didn't care much. In the reception room, Qin Sun pushed open the door with a happy face. A man with a Mediterranean hairstyle, almost 50 years old, a middle-aged man, and a young woman were sitting at the coffee table drinking tea. Cheng Wan greeted them carefully. Seeing Qin Sun open the door, Cheng Wan breathed a sigh of relief. "Mr. Qian, you speak of the devil, and he will appear. Mr. Qin is here." Qian Yunfa put down his teacup, quickly stood up, with a bright smile on his face. "Mr. Qin, I've heard a lot about you. Today I see you, you are indeed a handsome man." Qin Sun stepped forward and shook hands enthusiastically. "Mr. Qian, I've been waiting for a long time. I'm sorry for the poor hospitality. I'm sorry for the poor hospitality." The two held hands tightly, with smiles on their faces, as if the other person was their long-lost son, and they felt that they had met too late. Several people sat down. Chungwon introduced them one by one. Jin-sun learned the identities of several people from her introduction. The middle-aged man with Mediterranean skin was the general manager of Duduti. The middle-aged man with a dark complexion was called Sun Hua, the manager of the marketing department of Duduti. And the woman who had been sitting aside, who always had a faint smile on her face, looked quiet and gentle, and full of intelligence, was Qian Yunfa's assistant. After a few minutes of polite talk, he finally got to the point. Qian Yunfa looked at Jin-sun, smiling warmly. At first, Mr. Qin asked for 10 million yuan. To be honest, I scolded you a few words. What kind of person is this ignorant boy? You dare to ask for 10 million yuan even though you haven't even grown all your hair yet? You've been popular on the internet for a few days, and I don't even know your last name. He became more and more excited as he spoke, and his tone became heavier. Fuck. The meeting room fell silent. Jin-sun. Old ding. What do you mean by a few words? Xiaoning? Why do you say you're angry? Chapter 100. If you hadn't hooked up with a rich woman, would you have gotten this order? The reception room was silent. Qian Yunfa came to his senses, and found that he had been too emotional just now. He felt helpless. It was really that theme song Baalala had deeply shocked his no longer young heart. He felt that the company was going to fail. He was going to lose his job. He was unemployed at such an old age. Which was really depressing. Ha ha ha. I talked too much. Qian Yunfa picked up the teacup and toasted Jin-sun in the air. Boss Qin, I'll use tea instead of wine to apologize to you. He drank it all in one gulp. Jin-sun laughed, picked up the teacup and drank it in one gulp. Boss Qin, as an elder, it's my blessing to teach the younger generation a few words. Qian Yunfa laughed a few times and continued. At first, I was very angry when I heard the offer of 10 million. But after the company promotional film I endorsed myself shot by you became popular on the internet, I not only didn't feel slapped in the face, but I was a little happy. I asked you what you are? You replied that my name is Jin-sun, and I endorsed myself. At that time, I felt that you might be a lucky star sent by God to help Duduti drinks, and I immediately submitted an application to the group. I proposed to upgrade the brand of Duduti drinks and hand it over to you. Jin-sun laughed a few more times and said solemnly, Mr. Qian, I'll let you know that expensive things, except for being expensive, have no other disadvantages. Qian Yunfa was slightly stunned, and he complained in his heart. Damn it! I was just being polite to you. But you still pretended to be so? If you hadn't hooked up with a rich woman, would you have been able to get this order? But his face was full of smiles. He took a sip of tea from the teacup, and pointed at Sun Hua beside him. Mr. Qin, Manager Sun is an expert in marketing, and he will talk to you briefly next. Jin-sun looked at Sun Hua, nodded, and said hello? Hello. Manager Sun. Hello. President Qin. Sun Hua greeted briefly, and went straight to the point. Since the opening of the first Duduti store, to now more than 2,000 stores across the country, I have been responsible for the promotion of this brand with the marketing department. Jin-sun nodded. Manager Sun is amazing. Sun Hua smiled bitterly. In the eyes of outsiders, Duduti is pretty good. But in fact, everyone who runs a chain of tea drinks knows that this level is far from enough. We were able to expand rapidly and open 2,000 stores in 3 years. First, President Qian has a good leadership. And second, we have the financial support of the Xia Group. The problem we are facing now is which way to go next. Is it a question of going left or right? Jin-sun was startled and turned to look at Xiaoning. What the hell is Xia Group? Xiaoning stood beside him expressionlessly, not even looking at him, as if she noticed his gaze. Sun Hua coughed. Jin-sun quickly turned his head and looked at Sun Hua. The smile on Sun Hua's face faded a lot, seemingly a little dissatisfied with Jin-sun's distraction just now, but his voice was still firm. Now Duduti is standing at a crossroads. The company is divided into 2 factions. One is to continue to expand, increase the number of stores, and expand the brand influence. First open more stores, occupy favorable positions, then outlast other stores, and then start to make crazy profits. Jin-sun smiled. He understood that the most obvious explanation of the so-called business war is to steal money from the opponent's pocket. Sun Hua continued. Of course, there is another faction. They think that we should reduce the number of stores, close some unprofitable stores, and only keep some profitable ones. First seek profits, give Xia Group some confidence, and then continue to invest in the company. Wait until the market environment is good in the future, and then expand again. Qin Sun smiled and said nothing. He knew that some chain restaurants and convenience stores actually had very large initial investments, and they could not make profits for 2, 3, or even 5 years. We need to invest money in the market and expect to make a lot of money in the future. Sun Hua said that closing stores for refined management and increasing sales is also a rational approach. However, once the store closure begins, it may cause a series of problems, such as bad rumors from the outside world and instability within the company, which will then cause bigger problems. When the market is suitable for the expansion of the milk tea industry, we can open the closed stores again. That will not be a matter of just 2 or 3 years. Sun Hua sighed. Just when we were arguing fiercely within the company, the group director gave us an ultimatum. We will only give us half a year. If there is no improvement in half a year, he will withdraw his investment at the end of the year. Let us bear our own profits and losses, or sell them to stop losses. As soon as the voice fell, Qin Sun saw Qian Yunfa shaking his head helplessly. I blame myself for being incompetent. We spent so much money in the group in 2 years, but we didn't make a profit in the end, and we didn't even achieve the most basic balance of income and expenditure. He stared at Qin Sun's eyes. But it's autumn and winter soon. In just half a year, alas, I really think Director Xia was being too tactful. He probably just doesn't want to invest any more money. Qin Sun nodded, showing his understanding. Qian Yunfa rubbed his hands, and his voice was full of reluctance. The current tea beverage market is actually quite good. All kinds of milk tea brands, big and small, are taking advantage of the wave of national consumption upgrade and are busy upgrading their brands. I think if we hold on a little longer, we will eventually succeed. He smiled bitterly. It's a pity that Mr. Xia has lost his patience. Qin Sun's attention was not here. He turned his head to look at Xia Ning standing beside him. He looked at Qian Yunfa again and asked seriously, Mr. Xia? Qian Yunfa was a little surprised. He glanced at Xia Ning quietly, and then looked at Qin Sun and said, It's Director Xia. Qin Sun caught Qian Yunfa's vague glance, and guessed in his heart that Xia Ning, the old shady guy, had such a secret. He sneered in his heart, but did not show anything on his face. Qian Yunfa looked at Qin Sun and asked, Mr. Qin, now we have obtained 10 million brand upgrade fees from the company. To be honest, this should be the last chance. He leaned forward, looking serious. I want to know, do you have a preliminary idea for the brand upgrade of Dudu Tea? Qin Sun listened to this and said with a smile, Become bigger and stronger. Create brilliance. Qian Yunfa was stunned. He felt helpless after hearing this stupid slogan. What is the specific direction? Qin Sun answered immediately. From store renovation, product structure promotion, brand marketing, all-round changes. Qian Yunfa heard these professional terms and knew that he knew something, and felt much better. But he heard Qin Sun say again, we should raise the price when other milk tea brands are upgrading their consumption. He raised his voice. We should lower the price. Chapter 101. Mr. Qian, where is your dignity? Don't you want it anymore? Lower the price. As soon as these words came out, Qian Yunfa? Sun Hua? This was contrary to his and Mr. Qian's idea of making milk tea a mid to high-end brand. Mr. Qian also wanted to upgrade the brand, expand the number of stores, and make Dudu Tea a high-end brand. Otherwise, why would he bring himself to the talks, instead of bringing representatives from another faction? Sun Hua glanced at Qian Yunfa, and saw that he acquiesced, turned to look at Qin Sun. The voice was a little unfriendly. Boss Qin, going against the trend, isn't it too risky? Besides, our company is Party A. Would you like to hear our opinions first? We want to upgrade our brand. Upgrade? He emphasized the word very much. The reception room was suddenly filled with gunpowder. Qin Sun glanced at Sun Hua, and before he could speak, he heard Xia Ning speak. Under your operation, your company has not reached a break-even point in almost 3 years. Why not try an outsider? Change your thinking? She glanced at Qin Sun. Maybe he is really good at reading sutras. As soon as the words fell, Qin Sun was a little surprised. This Xia Ning was a little arrogant. Not only did he speak in a place where she had no right to speak, he also took advantage of his small reputation in the industry and spoke rudely. He also mocked the poor operation of Party A. Although this is the fact, you have to give people some face. Qin Sun looked at the three people opposite. I saw that Sun Hua's brows were wrinkled into the shape of a character. The assistant of Mr. Qian was still smiling. Qian Yunfa looked embarrassed, laughed dryly twice, and said, I am a professional manager. Mr. Xia gave me such a big company to manage. He thinks highly of me. This time, another 10 million was allocated, and all of this 10 million will be given to your company for other money needed for store renovation and product development. We still need to apply to the group. This may be a bottomless pit. He looked in the direction of Qin Sun and raised his voice. Although Mr. Xia said that he would provide for my retirement, it is such a large sum of money after all. I can't spend it carelessly. I have always regarded the company as my home. Qin Sun listened to Qian Yun's irrelevant answer, narrowed his eyes slightly, and became suspicious. The company is my home, and we all have to maintain it. He had written a PPT before, and it was a standard piece of nonsense. This old ding seems to be showing his loyalty. Director Xia? Wash Xia's Xia. Xia Ning Xia? Qin Sun sneered in his heart, and it was already confirmed that he had scored 9 points. He still pretended to come to discuss the contract. I'm going to shit on your head today, and you should sign the contract for me. Right? Sun Hua was a little surprised to see that Mr. Qian was being polite. But as Mr. Qian's #1 vicious dog, he has always been the one who plays the bad guy. He looked at Qin Sun and questioned. Mr. Qin, I'm sorry I'm incompetent. I can't understand what you mean. What is the purpose of your so-called brand downgrade and price reduction? I don't understand. I really don't understand. Qin Sun ignored the sarcastic Sun Hua, knowing that no matter what he said, he would argue. He smiled, looked at Qian Yunfa, spread his hands, and said, Mr. Qian, I'm not a good speaker. I'm not going to convince you. Besides, there's no point in arguing verbally about who wins or loses. He picked up the teacup, took a sip of tea, and said slowly, However, I already have a plan for upgrading the brand of Dudu tea in my mind. No, it should be a complete plan for downgrading. Seeing Qian Yunfa's face was a little ugly, but he still sat quietly on the sofa, and did not just walk away. He smiled, glanced at Xia Ning from the corner of his eye, and said softly, I am a doer. I must implement this case when it comes out. If Dudu tea does not give me this opportunity, then I will take the initiative to look for other companies. As soon as these words came out, the reception room fell silent. Everyone looked at Qin Sun, a little surprised. The words were so strong, and even had a hint of threat. Any other milk tea brand is a rival of Dudu tea drinks, and he actually said in front of Party A that he would help the rival of Dudu tea drinks? What kind of attitude is this towards Party A? Which Party A can stand this kind of attitude? Qin Sun had a smile on his face, holding a teacup in his hand, and looked at Qian Yunfa with a half-smile. Qian Yunfa's mouth moved slightly, as if he wanted to say something, but he said nothing. Sun Hua, who was standing by, was so angry that his face turned blue. He glanced at Qian Yunfa, but he didn't get any hint, and didn't dare to get angry. At this time, the assistant who had been sitting quietly beside him with a smile on her face, the woman named Enku, suddenly stood up slowly. She still had a faint smile on her face, and she picked up the teapot from the coffee table very elegantly, and poured tea for Qian Yunfa, Qin Sun, Sun Hua, and herself in turn. Boss Qin, you are indeed young and promising. For a business worth 10 million, you still need the assistant of the client to pour tea. She put down the teapot, raised her head, smiled at Qin Sun, and her voice was light and soft. But we haven't signed the contract yet. Qin Sun smiled at Enku, raised his head, looked at Xia Ning, and frowned slightly. Xiao Xia, we are both assistants. Look at how professional he is. What about you? Are you blind? When this was said, everyone was shocked. Enku was stunned. The smile on her face disappeared for the first time. She looked at Qin Sun in surprise, and then looked at Xia Ning, feeling a little sorry for her. Why did she follow such a young man who spoke without knowing the occasion? Although she was a young assistant, don't assistants have dignity? Sun Hua looked at Qin Sun, really couldn't stand it anymore, looked at Qian Yunfa. Mr. Qian, let's go! Qian Yunfa didn't hear what Sun Hua said, and he opened his mouth in shock. He quickly glanced at Xia Ning, and some hot sweat appeared on his forehead. He picked up the teacup and took a sip of tea. Calm down. Calm down. As soon as he put down the teacup, he saw Xia Ning coming over and refilling his tea. Qian Yunfa's face was a little nervous. and he tapped his fingers on the table to show his gratitude. Qin Sun saw the scene and smiled without saying anything. He saw Qian Yunfa's finger-tapping ceremony, using his index finger and middle finger together, and tapped the table lightly 3 times. This is the finger-knocking ceremony between peers. Alas! Look at how Xia Ning scared the old man. Seeing Qian Yunfa sitting still, Sun Hua felt that it was a loss of Party A's dignity, and leaned over to speak in his ear. The voice was loud, and everyone present could hear it. Mr. Qian, the 10 million is not useful with Mr. Qin. Let's go back first. I won't bother them. Qian Yunfa came back to his senses, and looked at Sun Hua impatiently. Sun Hua's heart skipped a beat, not knowing what he said wrong. Looking at Mr. Qian's disdainful eyes, I flattered the horse's hoof? No, it should be the horse's chrysanthemum. Chapter 102. Good fellow. No wonder Xia Ning has a cold temper. It turns out that he lacks fatherly love. Mr. Qin wants to downgrade his brand when others are upgrading their brands, and he is not following a rule. Qian Yunfa looked at Qin Sun, and suddenly laughed. Not following a rule means reducing talents. Talents? He laughed a few times. Anyway, our company is arguing so much. According to their situation, there will be no result even if they argue until the end of the year. Suddenly, he stood up. Qin Sun stretched out his hand, and said solemnly, the brand of Duduti has been downgraded. I'll leave the transformation to Mr. Qin. He slowed down his speech, and said in a deep voice, my career is also in the hands of Mr. Qin. Qin Sun stood up, and shook hands with him. Sun Hua was confused, thinking he had seen a ghost. Has Mr. Qin gone crazy? Ah? I didn't think he was a good-tempered person before? Enko looked at Qian Yunfa with a stunned look on his face, and her eyes moved to Qin Sun's face again, and finally landed gently on Xia Ning's face. She frowned slightly, thinking about something. The next 2 hours, we just followed the process, read the contract, reviewed the contract, and signed it. The whole process went so smoothly that Changwon thought she was dreaming. The few of them had lunch, everyone toasted each other, and was in a happy mood. After lunch, it was time to say goodbye. At the hotel entrance, Qian Yunfa pointed at Enku, who was smiling. Boss Qin, I'll leave Xiaoan here to participate in your work. If there's anything you need to cooperate with, please tell her at any time. We will definitely cooperate with you. Sun Hua was still a little upset. Damn, this Party A is just like Party B. Spend 10 million to be a grandson? Enku smiled, extended her hand, and shook hands with Qin Sun. Mr. Qin, please take care of me. Qin Sun looked at her smile that made people feel like spring breeze. His heart moved slightly, and a word popped up in his mind. Top-grade green tea? He was stunned for a while. He heard Enku say with a smile again. Mr. Qin? Qin Sun came back to his senses, and quickly let go of her soft, tender, and smooth little hand. Xia Ning watched from the side, with no expression on his face. After seeing off Qian Yunduo and his group, Qin Sun asked Xia Ning to take Enku to the hotel to arrange accommodation. He returned to the general manager's office alone, and locked the door. He turned on the computer and searched. Who is the chairman of Duduti? Soon, the result popped up. Xia Shujie. His face was slightly cold. And he typed again. What is Xia Shujie's daughter's name? But he found that the search results that popped up did not contain any useful information. Just when he was a little disappointed, thinking about whether to torture him to extract a confession, suddenly, I saw a related search at the bottom of the browser. Aloof, white, rich and beautiful, niece of the chairman of Xia Group, becomes popular on campus. Qin Sun clicked on it, and found that the posting time was 3 years ago. This news is about the daughter of the Xia family, who captured the hearts of many men in college because of her aloofness and her good looks. And on this day, a handsome, good-looking, and well-educated student confessed to her. Xia Ning said lightly, You are not worthy of me. The student was so sad that he jumped into the lake in the school. The aloof Xia Ning, however, was still sitting on a bench by the lake reading a book, as if everything had nothing to do with him. There was also a picture above. It was a picture of Xia Ning sitting quietly under a big willow tree by the lake, reading a book with his head down. Seeing this, Qin Sun leaned back on the chair, and put his legs on the desk. Okay. Is that how you play? You lied to me that I work for your uncle? When you come back, I'll beat you up on the desk. Then, he thought of something else, and quickly entered Oak on the company search website, and found that the legal person on it was really Niu Xiaojun. He breathed a sigh of relief. I was so scared. I thought I was calling the president a son of a bitch in front of him every day. An hour later, there was a knock on the door. Qin Sun walked over, unlocked it, saw Xia Ning, let her in. Then, immediately locked the door again. Xia Ning glanced at the locked door, turned to look at Qin Sun, frowning slightly. What do you mean? Qin Sun's face was slightly cold, and he looked unhappy. Boss Xia, don't you have anything you want to explain to me? Xia Ning's face suddenly became a little nervous, and he looked away. What did you say? I don't understand. Qin Sun was so angry that he grabbed Xia Ning's hand, pulled her to the desk, and pointed at the news on the computer desktop. Explain to me, the female student in the picture who looks exactly like you. Who is it? He looked at Xia Ning and said loudly. Don't say it's your twin sister. Xia Ning's face was filled with a slightly sarcastic smile. He hesitated and changed his words. Is it your twin sister? Xia Ning shook her head. It's me. Qin Sun. Then why were you so tough just now? Xia Ning didn't answer, leaned over to browse the news, and snorted coldly. The self-media nowadays is really boring. Even this kind of thing can be written as news and uploaded to the internet. Seeing her copy the URL into the document, Qin Sun was a little confused. What are you going to do? Xia Ning didn't even raise her head, and answered coldly. Our family attaches great importance to personal privacy. I will send a lawyer's letter to this self-media journalist. Qin Sun. Ha, you are so cruel. Qin Sun looked at Xia Ning's profile, and questioned. You want to start the Duduti business, really because you want to teach your uncle a lesson? We are all family. Xia Ning glanced at Qin Sun calmly. Are the relationships between your relatives so harmonious? Qin Sun was stunned, speechless. His father is an only child, but his uncle has 3 children, and now they are arguing with each other, and are no longer talking. What impressed him most was a family gathering, when his eldest and second uncles suddenly started fighting at the table. He didn't even get to eat the big chicken drumstick. All the delicious dishes fell to the ground. Xia Ning continued, his voice was a little cold. Duduti belongs to Xia Group. The chairman of the group is my uncle Xia Shujia, but the original CEO of Duduti was my dad. Xian Yunfa was my dad's subordinate before. Qin Sun was stunned for a moment, and imagined a series of bloody and tragic struggles within the family, and asked, Your dad? He swallowed the words as he dead? And asked instead, What's your name? Xia Ning, Xia Shuheo. Qin Sun pushed Xia Ning aside, sat on the chair, typed Xia Shuheo on the browser, and several messages popped up. Duduti CEO Xia Shuheo was detained for drinking and beating people. Xia Shuheo was detained for late-night speeding. Xia Shujia was punished to do volunteer work for urinating and defecating in public. Xia Shuheo was caught in bed with his ex-wife while supporting a female college student. His face turned strange, quickly closed the browser, and looked up at Xia Ning, who looked unhappy. Xiao Xia, your dad is really emotional. Xia Ning's face turned even colder. Let's not talk about this. Qin Sun nodded. He seemed to understand why Xia Ning was so cold, because she lacked fatherly love since childhood. The atmosphere in the office became awkward. There was a silence. Qin Sun was a little embarrassed. But Xia Ning's eyes flashed with a hint of pride. There was a kind of secret joy of success. Suddenly Qin Sun asked, Why did you hide your identity as the daughter of the Xia family from me? Xia Ning turned her head silently, looked into Qin Sun's eyes, and said seriously, I was afraid that you felt unworthy of me. Chapter 103 A Woman's Sixth Sense. This encore seems very dangerous? Hearing Xia Ning's words, Qin Sun was startled, realizing that the situation was not good, quietly took a step back. He looked at Xia Ning with a vigilant face, but heard Xia Ning continue to speak. I'm worried that you will feel inferior when you know that my family is the daughter of the Xia family, and feel that you are not worthy of me. Qin Sun frowned slightly, looking up and down at the cold Xia Ning. Are you okay? I don't plan to pursue you. Why would I feel inferior and not worthy of you? Xia Ning was startled, and frowned. Are you okay? I mean, you feel that you are not worthy of being my boss. Qin Sun looked at her eyes, trying to judge whether she was lying. But he could not see any change in her eyes. And he scratched his head awkwardly. How could that be? Then, his voice became much louder. I am not worthy of you. He paused, looking at the cold and beautiful Xia Ning, with a wicked smile on his face. Not only do I not feel unworthy, but I will be more excited. Let me tell you a story. The prince of the Potato Kingdom was once kicked in the ass by his classmates at school. And kicked hard. Why? Because they can brag about kicking the king's ass in the future. He looked at Xia Ning with some excitement. Do you understand? Seeing Xia Ning's slightly disdainful expression on her face, Qin Sun thought she didn't understand, and gave another example. Do you know? There are many dramas in AV, and the heroines are all the daughters of high-ranking officials, the daughters of the president's daughters, and the princesses of Japan. Because of this, Xia Ning widened her eyes and interrupted him. Stop. 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 I understand. I understand. She pointed at Qin Sun. Bullying the so-called big shots will give you a feeling of being an important person. Qin Sun nodded and praised. You are indeed gifted. Xia Ning. She ignored Qin Sun, sat on the chair behind the desk, put her hand on her forehead with some displeasure, closed her eyes and rested. Suddenly, a barely perceptible smile appeared at the corner of her mouth. She felt a sense of pleasure in playing with Qin Sun, the self-righteous smart guy. News from 3 years ago, as long as enough money is paid, can also be modified. Xia Ning just asked to change daughter to niece. It's very simple. She deliberately exposed her flaws this time, making Qin Sun suspicious, exposing her so-called identity, because she wanted to avoid the trouble later. Upgrading the brand of a store with more than 2,000 stores nationwide, the promotion of the subsequent plan will involve all aspects. There are obstacles everywhere. Without the absolute cooperation of Duduti, it is almost impossible to complete. But it is too smooth, Duduti is too obedient. With Qin Sun's cunning character, he will definitely be suspicious. Xia Ning was afraid that he would investigate too much and too detailed, exposing her identity as the CEO of the company. So, she half-truthfully revealed her identity as the daughter of the Xia family, letting Qin Sun know that she was the biggest driving force for the smooth implementation of the plan. After a while, Xia Ning was almost happy, opened her eyes, and her face was still cold and distant. She looked up, looked at Qin Sun standing beside her, and asked, Qin Sun, Duduti will fall into my hands sooner or later. And when the time comes, I will take you with me. Will you follow? Qin Sun was silent for a while, as if he was thinking seriously, and suddenly smiled and shook his head. Forget it. Xia Ning was a little disappointed. But he heard Qin Sun say again, I'm afraid you're not strong enough. Xia Ning thought of the tragic death of the red dragon fish, and felt unlucky. You are really sick in the brain. Qin Sun just smiled, without explaining anything. Suddenly, he saw Xia Ning raised his head again, looked at him, and said, if you can really make some achievements in Duduti drinks, it will also be regarded as a contribution to my future success. I will personally give you some benefits. Qin Sun's eyes lit up and asked, money? Xia Ning smiled. Vulgar. Qin Sun was a little disappointed. How can money be vulgar? Some people are just talking without any worries. He was a little dissatisfied and said casually, I don't want to see it. Xia Ning was confused. What don't you want to see? Qin Sun's eyes stayed on her face for a while, then slightly glanced down. She understood immediately, and her face was slightly red. Qin Sun saw that the situation was not good, turned around and ran, just as his hand opened the door. He felt his hair tightened and was dragged back. Qin Sun carried Xia Ning on his back, frowned, and held her hand tightly with both hands. Xia Ning, when will you get rid of this bad habit? Have you ever heard that there are handsome men with bald heads, and ugly men with bald heads? Look at Qian Yunfa. Hairstyle is very important for a man. Xia Ning grabbed it hard, and never let go. The third hair-pulling battle between Qin Sun and Xia Ning began with a fierce exchange of fire. Xia Ning cursed. You pervert! Qin Sun cursed back. You are a cold-blooded, unreasonable, and troublemaking nun-miju. Suddenly, ah! A cry of surprise rang out. Qin Sun and Xia Ning heard it, and looked at the door at the same time. Enko looked a little embarrassed, and hurriedly lowered her head, took a step back, and gently closed the door. Excuse me. Enko was a little embarrassed. After Xia Ning arranged a hotel for her, she returned to Oak Company with Xia Ning. However, Xia Ning asked Chung Wan to take her to visit the company, and Xia Ning herself walked into the general manager's office. Oak Tree Company was really small. There was nothing to see. It took only a few minutes. She finished the tour. Declining Chung Wan's offer to lead the way, she also walked towards the general manager's office, wanting to find Qin Sun to confirm the specific progress of the plan. Seeing that the door was half open, There seemed to be a noise inside. She deliberately took a look inside. I didn't expect it. Alas, the world is going downhill. Close the door. Enku stood at the door, seeing that there was no one around, quietly took out her mobile phone, and wrote on the memo. Jin Sun and Xia Ning have a close relationship, and they openly fight in the office. And there was another item on the memo. During the negotiation, Jin Sun openly insulted Xia Ning for being blind. Enku was about to turn around and leave, when she suddenly heard Jin Sun's voice from inside the door. Assistant in. Come in. We're done. Enku. This sounded strange. After 3 or 4 seconds, she showed a gentle smile again on her face, gently pushed the door open, walked in, and closed the door casually. Hello. Mr. Qin. Jin Sun smiled. Hello. Enku looked at Xia Ning again, and greeted with a smile. Hello. Assistant Xia. Hearing this address, Xia Ning was startled, and looked at Enku deeply. For some reason, a woman's sixth sense told her that. The woman in front of her seemed very dangerous. Chapter 104. They are both assistants. But she is more professional. Assistant Xia is the first time Xia Ning has heard this title. At Oak Company, other colleagues call her Xiao Xia. As Jin Sun's personal butler, she is not only responsible for writing various materials for him, but also responsible for his full-day schedule, business trips, transportation, accommodation, and welcoming guests. It's a bit like the eunuch chief steward in ancient times. Although the power is great, the word chief steward doesn't sound very glorious. So most people in the company don't call her Assistant Xia. Assistant Xia is a title that makes people feel looked down upon if the tone is not right. Xia Ning looked at the woman in front of her who seemed to always smile and make people feel relaxed and happy. But she felt a little repulsive. Xia Ning looked at Enku and smiled in response. Hello. Enku had a calm smile on her face. Xia Ning looked at the smile on Enku's face, suddenly thinking of Jin Sun's evaluation of herself. Mishwesher Tai. She couldn't help feeling a little bored. She walked to the refrigerator in the meeting room and took a bottle of water and handed it to Enku. Thank you. Sister Ning. Enku took it, unscrewed it and took a sip. Xia Ning immediately noticed that she had changed her address, changing. Assistant Xia. To. Sister Xia. Not even. Sister Xia. But? Sister Ning, which sounded more intimate. Xia Ning hesitated for a moment and asked, How old are you? Enku was stunned. 22, what's wrong? Xia Ning. Nothing. Song Ying. This chattering little brat was younger than herself, so she had to accept it. How come this calm and sophisticated Enku is also younger than me? 24. Is that really old? Enku smiled at Xia Ning, put the bottle of mineral water in her hand on the coffee table, and slowly walked towards Jin Sun, who was sitting behind the desk. After standing beside Jin Sun, she gently held her left index finger with her right hand and placed it in front of her lower abdomen, showing an elegant and polite posture. Enku asked with a smile, Mr. Qin, don't blame me for being anxious, but this 10 million brand marketing fee may really be the last dance of Duty. She paused, observing that Jin Sun did not look unhappy, and then continued, So, I want to know, where is the progress of the plan? I need to report to Mr. Qian every day. After saying that, she smiled gently. Jin Sun looked up at Enku and saw the smile on her face. He knew it was a professional smile, and he also knew it might be fake, and even guessed that she was an elegant and quiet green tea. But this kind of smile really makes people feel comfortable. Jin Sun replied. The plan will be finished in 10 minutes. Wait a moment. Enku showed a surprised smile on her face. It turns out that President Qin had already prepared for it, and it has even reached the final stage. She had accompanied Qian Yunfa in many planning cases, and knew that a case went from inspiration to writing, and then polished into a mature plan. It took at least 3 to 5 days, and at most several months. When Jin Sun was negotiating with President Qian just now, he looked arrogant and said that he had a complete set of plans in his mind. This might be his negotiation method. In fact, he took it very seriously. Before the negotiation, he had already been writing the plan. Just as she was thinking, Enku saw Jin Sun create a blank document on the computer desktop and wrote down the theme. Duduti's last dance plan. Enku, so it was written on the spot. 10 minutes? But this title. I used the word last dance in my previous words. And he wrote last dance. Wouldn't this be unlucky? Enku still had a smile on her face. staring at Chin Sun intently. Chin Sun twisted his neck, twisting his fingers until they crackled. And suddenly his expression became stern. Let's get started. Chin Sun's fingers began to play the piano on the keyboard, showing the speed of his hands and arguing with game friends, showing the style of a Zon madman. 1 line. 2 lines. 3 lines. And Ku was watching from the side, and couldn't help but be stunned, until Chin Sun finished writing a page, and then realized his gaffe. Staring at others writing a plan, and staring at others writing an essay are both very impolite behaviors. According to a celebrity, it's like being stared at while going to the toilet, and it's easy to get constipated. But Chin Sun was not affected at all. His fingertips danced on the keyboard, and the lines of text flowed like a waterfall. And Ku's eyes fell on Chin Sun's face. His eyes were bright. His face was a little red, and a thin layer of sweat appeared on his forehead. She turned around quickly, and with her footsteps as light as a kitten, she tiptoed to Xia Ning, who was sitting on the sofa. She bent down slightly, smiled, and asked in a very low voice, "Sister Ning, can I use your refrigerator?" Xia Ning nodded. "You are welcome." And Ku smiled lightly, walked to the refrigerator in the office, opened the cabinet door, and tried the mineral water bottles one by one with the back of her hand, and finally picked out a bottle. She loosened the bottle of mineral water gently, walked back to Chin Sun slowly, and put the water on the table. During the whole process, whether it was opening the refrigerator door, twisting the lid, or putting the water on the table, there was no sound. Xia Ning looked at all this and suddenly felt that, compared with Ku, the assistant who always pulls the boss's hair, seemed to be a little incompetent? No. I am Chin Sun's boss. 5 minutes later, Chin Sun hit the last button heavily, breathed a sigh of relief, and subconsciously took a big gulp of the mineral water on the table. The cold water was refreshing. He sighed. Refreshing. And Ku took out a piece of wet tissue from her pocket, tore open the bag, and handed it over. Chin Sun was stunned, took it, wiped the sweat from her forehead, and raised her eyebrows at Xia Ning. Xia Ning was stunned. When she saw Chin Sun's expression, she seemed to hear Chin Sun's inner roar. It was probably like this. Xiao Xia. Look at him. Xia Ning glanced at Ku and narrowed her eyes slightly. She had a feeling that her position as a junior assistant was in jeopardy. And Ku smiled, looking at Chin Sun, and her voice was full of amazement. Boss Chin is really fast. Chin Sun was in a good mood and smiled. I do things very quickly. After saying that, he felt something was wrong and said it again. I do most things very quickly. Xia Ning glanced at Chin Sun coldly. Based on her understanding of Chin Sun, she felt that the remaining small part of him, those unhappy things must not be good things. And Ku was as pure as boiled water, with a gentle smile on her face. I'll learn a lot from Chin Sun these days. But she was thinking in her heart, should I write Chin Sun likes to tell some dirty jokes in a subtle way in the memo? Chin Sun smiled, and sent the written plan to Xia Ning. Xia Ning, I've sent you the plan. Send it to Assistant In. As he said that, he looked at Ku with a smile on her face. Assistant In, you can send it to Mr. Qian after you receive it. And Ku looked at Chin Sun, then looked at Xia Ning, and finally returned her gaze to Chin Sun's face. Mr. Qian, or should we add the contact information? Can you send it to me directly? Chin Sun subconsciously glanced at Xia Ning. But seeing Xia Ning's slightly cold eyes, he said slowly, you can add it if you want. What do you want to see me do? Chapter 105. Xiao Xia, give Xiaoan a seat, we are going to play together. Xia Ning was very rude. And Ku looked at Xia Ning, with a surprised look on his face. It seemed that he couldn't understand. How could a little assistant dare to talk to the leader like that? Looking at Chin Sun again, he opened his mouth in shock again. I saw Chin Sun, the vice president of a company, actually raised a middle finger to his little assistant in front of the Party A representative? And Ku thought to himself, I have to add another item to the memorandum, raising Xia Ning in public. Chin Sun and Ku exchanged contact information. The plan was sent. And Ku opened it immediately. Reading the boss's email is taboo in the workplace, but she was assigned by President Qian to follow up on the brand upgrade plan this time, and she also had certain permissions to view it. More importantly, Chin Sun wrote the plan too quickly, and she was worried that there would be many loopholes. Typos were okay, but she was most afraid of low-level logical errors. What if it was sent to President Qian, and the boss would be furious? She, the so-called Party A representative, should be majestic, and even bossy in the eyes of outsiders. But she knew this point would not work with Chin Sun. Chin Sun is soft-hearted and not hard-hearted. And the biggest advantage is soft enough. This is also the key factor in being able to become Director Xia's little spy. And could open the plan and was stunned. This PPT gave her a strong visual impact. Whether it is the choice and matching of text, color, pictures, or the page layout, the unity of the overall style. The three visual elements of this PPT are well done. And could glanced at Chin Sun with some surprise in his eyes. Such a fast speed. Can it have such an effect? If I were to do it, it would take at least 2 hours. And could retracted his gaze and continued to read the PPT. As he continued to read, his expression gradually became serious. The PPT was very concise, but it grasped the key points and fully presented the viewpoints, key points, and core points to be expressed. Low price, sinking market, going against the trend, first-tier cities to build brands, and the battlefield is placed in second dash, third dash, fourth dash, and fifth-tier cities. Reasonable product structure, reasonable combination of traffic-generating products, profit products, and competitive products. Viral communication to create brainwashing theme songs, create brand dolls, conduct online marketing, and attract young people to participate in online carnivals. Member Carnival Day. Send 10,000 cups. Change the core way of making money. Participate in the entire supply chain. Packaging, materials, equipment, decoration. Gradually, Xiaoning felt his scalp tingling. This is something that took 10 minutes to write? After reading it, Enku let out a long sigh of relief. Although she could understand it, she still couldn't understand Chin Sun's concept. After reading it completely, she only had one feeling. Simple, crude, unreasonable. There was a sense of perversion that one must be crazy to live. However, she was not a senior executive of the company, and did not raise any questions about Chin Sun's PPT, and directly sent the plan to Qian Yunfo. Attached a message. Mr. Qian, in fact. Mr. Qin attaches great importance to our case, please rest assured. After sending the message, Enku walked to the refrigerator, opened the door, took out a bottle of beer, and turned to Chin Sun. Mr. Qin, it is my blessing to be able to follow you and admire your style and learn from you for a while. Today, please forgive me for being abrupt. Lend me your wine. I toast you. As she said that, her eyes lightly touched the mineral water on the desk. You are busy every day. Just use water instead of wine. Chin Sun laughed. It is a happy thing to be flattered by others. And it is even happier to be flattered by a beautiful woman. He looked at Xiaoning and stretched out his hand. Xiaoning? Chin Sun's fingers hooked lightly. Xiaoning? Suddenly, she saw Enku open the beer, took a disposable cup from the coffee table, filled it up, and carefully handed it to Chin Sun's palm. Boss Chin, you are still considerate of your subordinates. I'm willing to share a cup for me. Enku held the bottle. I'll drink it. You can do whatever you want. Chin Sun drank it all in one gulp. Enku raised her head slightly, revealing her slender white neck, as elegant as a white swan. She drank for more than a minute. Not fast. But she didn't stop. She finished the wine. She lowered her head slightly, and gently wiped the remaining wine from the corner of her mouth with the back of her hand. When she raised her head again, her face was slightly flushed, as bright as peach blossoms. Xiaoning looked at Chin Sun and Enku, who were smiling at each other. Suddenly I felt, I met a master? What a pair of dogs and bitches. Chin Sun looked at Enku and sighed. Who can have an assistant like you? It's really a lifetime. At this point, he suddenly felt murderous and looked at Xiaoning quietly. As expected, he saw a faint smile on her face. Charming and dangerous, he said quickly. The second greatest blessing in this life. Enku laughed softly. After a while, seeing Chin Sun looking at her, Enku understood something and smiled and asked, Then what is the greatest blessing in your life? Chin Sun looked at Enku with more and more satisfaction, and she really had a delicate heart. He pointed at Xiaoning and said loudly, The greatest blessing in this life is of course to have an assistant like Xiaoning. Xiaoning's dangerous smile disappeared, and he returned to his aloofness, with a look of keeping strangers away, and snorted coldly. This Chin Sun is really cheap. Enku smiled, looking at Chin Sun, asked, Excuse me, Mr. Chin, what can I do for you next? But he heard Chin Sun ask, Assistant in, Can you play Honor of Kings? And Ku was stunned and nodded gently. Qin Sun was more and more satisfied and said with a smile, I like to finish today's work today. And Ku smiled, Mr. Qin, good habit. But he heard Qin Sun change the subject. But after today's work is done, I will no longer work. This is called combining work and rest. He walked to the sofa and sat down, reaching out and pushing Xia Ning's arm. Xiao Xia, give Xiao a seat, we are going to play games. Xia Ning was slightly startled, seeing Qin Sun lowering his head to play games. Looking up, seeing Enku's embarrassed expression. She stood up silently, giving up her seat. She heard Enku say, Boss Qin, I'm not very good at playing. She heard Qin Sun say again, It's okay, you play the rock, just keep riding on our heads. I'm a super capable player. Xia Ning heard the words. Riding on my head, turned around, and saw that the two of them were already sitting on a sofa, only 1 meter apart. Too intimate. She sat behind the desk, listening to the laughter of Qin Sun and Enku playing games, and couldn't help feeling a little redundant. Should I leave the office? She glanced at them quietly, using the computer screen to cover her, downloaded the game King of Glory on her phone. She watched the tutorial for beginners in silence, and then played a game against the AI. She was killed by the AI and lost her way. Xia Ning silently uninstalled the game, and complained. What's so fun about this game? She was in a bad mood. Suddenly, she heard Enku's voice. I heard that Mr. Qin is recruiting assistants recently. In fact, I have some experience as an assistant. If you don't mind, is it the blessing for me to learn from you during this period? Xia Ning raised an eyebrow. Ruin the place? Chapter 106. I am probably the most humble Party A representative in the world. Xia Ning frowned slightly, and poked his head out from behind the computer screen. Both of them were playing games with their heads down. Qin Sun did not even raise his head. There is an interview tomorrow. You will go with them tomorrow, and if you pass the interview, you can be my assistant, and I will pay you extra. Xia Ning saw Enku suddenly raise her head, and looked at Qin Sun in disbelief. But Qin Sun did not react at all. She laughed. Party A? In Qin Sun's eyes, let alone Party A, even General Manager Niu Xiaojun would be scolded and beaten by him. Enku lowered his head, continued to operate, and responded softly. Okay, Mr. Qin. Then can Mr. Qin reveal some interview questions in advance? Qin Sun did not even raise his head. Singing, dancing, very simple. He's saying, You love me, I love you, do tea drink is sweet. You love me, I love you, do tea drink is sweet. Xia Ning. And Ku? Qian Yunfa returned to the Magic City, and got off the plane. With the signal, he immediately received Encore's message. He opened it, and saw that it was Qin Sun's plan. He looked at it for a while, and couldn't help but be stunned inside. It is said that there is no false reputation under a great reputation. This Qin Sun is indeed a madman. He forwarded the file to Sun Hua. Sun Hua took out his mobile phone and opened it. After reading it, he couldn't help but be shocked. From product positioning, to product combination, and finally to product marketing, even including the subsequent crisis public relations. There is a complete set of plans. I admit that this PPT is well done. But, he looked at Qian Yunfa. But this will shake the foundation of our Dudu. This kind of reform is almost like tearing down a brand and starting over. How can this be a brand marketing case? Except for the 4 words Dudu. Where is the original brand? Sun Hua became more and more angry as he spoke. He has been with Dudu all the way, has promoted it for 3 years, and treated it like a child. The current situation is like, a young boy suddenly appeared, pointing at his child and saying, Your child is a deformed one, and needs to be retrained. He looked at Qian Yunfa, emphasized his tone, and whispered in his ear, Mr. Qian, Qin Sun is a brand marketing guy. A young man who doesn't know how high the sky is, and how deep the earth is. Now he is actually showing an attitude of denying all our previous efforts. Starting all over again. And building a new brand. Since he is so confident, why doesn't he take this plan to find an angel investor? Sun Hua thought of Qin Sun's words during the negotiation. If you don't want it, I'll do it for someone else. And he was even more angry. This Qin Sun is really good at painting a rosy picture for Party A. But this pie is too big. Where can the company get the flour to make it? Qian Yunfa looked at Sun Hua, who was very angry, patted his shoulder, and said, Xiao Sun, I understand your feelings. The subsequent renovation of 2,000 stores across the country. Product research and development. Product marketing. Which link does not require a lot of money? A few more 10 million? Or 100 or 200 million? This flower. Did you get it? Or did I get it? He paused and raised his voice. But this money, someone wants it. Sun Hua was startled, looking at Qian Yunfa's half-smile, suddenly felt something was wrong. Then he heard Qian Yunfa say, if this plan successfully upgrades the brand of Duduti, the group does not withdraw capital and continues to invest, we can continue to live a good life. If it fails, 2,000 stores across the country will close down, or be sold at a low price. What does it have to do with us? As he said, he showed a bitter smile on his face. We are just accompanying the prince to study. Sun Hua thought about it, and suddenly remembered the beautiful and aloof woman beside Qin Sun. Xia Ning, could it be? Qian Yunfa's face turned cold, and he made a gesture to silence. You know, I know God knows, Earth knows. Suddenly, Sun Hua broke out in a cold sweat. Damn it! I turned my back on Mr. Xia's son-in-law today? My future is worrying. Afternoon. Qin Sun and Enka played games all afternoon. Xia Ning sat in front of the computer, trying to work, but he could hear their shouts from time to time, and he couldn't concentrate. Go! 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 Shaoan, you did a great job. Boss Qin, you are very good at operation, and your positioning is very charming. You really helped me get a lot of points. Shaoan, there are people behind you. Be careful of your ass. Shaoan, be careful that there are people ambushing you in the bushes. Shaoan, block the big move for me. If you die, I will avenge you. Sorry, I didn't avenge him. He escaped. Shaoan, why don't you talk? It's okay. I'm just impressed by Boss Qin's style. Hey! Shaoan, you always tell the truth. Qin Sun and Enka played for an afternoon. Xia Ning sat in front of the computer, doing nothing. Her head was dizzy from the noise. Suddenly, she heard Qin Sun's voice was a little loud. It's time to get off work. Shaoan, you are so funny, let's play again tomorrow. And Ke? She smiled. Yeah, okay. As soon as she finished speaking, she saw Qin Sun put away his phone, put on his backpack, and shouted to Xia Ning. Xiao Xia, let's go home. Xia Ning said nothing, quietly got up, and walked towards Qin Sun silently. When she passed by Enka, she said softly, when you return to the hotel next time, remember to close the door. Enka, before she could react, she heard Qin Sun say, see you tomorrow. Enka stood blankly in the office, dumbfounded as she watched the two people's backs go away. Aw? You left me alone? I just blocked a bullet for you. She smiled bitterly, full of emotion. I am probably the most humble Party A representative in the world. In the evening, in the hotel room, Enka sat at the table, took out the mobile phone memo, summarized the contents on the notebook, and sent it to Xia Shujia. Magic City. Xia Shujia had just hung up the phone with his wife when he received Enka's message. Enka was her spy planted next to Qian Yunfa. He knew Qian Yunfa knew, but Qian Yunfa could only pretend not to know. However, he was sure of this. Xia Ning didn't know, and Qin Sun didn't know even more. Looking at the contents above, Xia Shujia's face looked a little bad. 01. During the negotiation between Qian Yunfa and Qin Sun openly insulted Miss Xia for being blind. 02. Qin Sun and Miss Xia were close, and they openly fought in the office. 03. Qin Sun gave Miss Xia the middle finger in front of me. 04. Qin Sun and Miss Xia were already living together. When he saw the last one, Xia Shujia's face darkened. Thinking of the day when he called Xia Ning via video, and saw the red dragon fish being cooked into a pot of boiled fish, I felt a little strange at the time. I didn't expect Xia Ning to learn to lie too. What kind of cook did you order for takeout? I'm afraid there's a cook hidden at home. Suddenly, another message popped up. It was Enku who set a plan for the last dance of Duduti. He clicked it and took a look. He showed an admiring look on his face and nodded frequently. Well, not bad. Very good. This kid has ideas, talents, and big ambitions. Xia Ning is also restless. These two people are in cahoots with each other. Sooner or later, they will squander my family fortune. Xia Shujia sent a message to Enku. Break them up. Soon, there was a reply. Received. The next day, 9:50 a.m. In the Oak Company meeting room, there was another interview. There were a few lines of big words on the projection screen at the front of the meeting room. Today's interview content. 01. Singing, dancing. 02, drawing. There were 20 interviewees sitting below, and Inku was sitting in the corner. She sat quietly on the stool, and suddenly smiled faintly. She thought, why do men always like to watch people dancing? It's easy to make your heart beat wildly, your shoes worn out, and your family torn apart. As soon as 10 o'clock arrived, Chin Sun walked in with Xia Ning. Chapter 107. How did a lady with a queenly temperament become like this? Chin Sun is handsome, and behind him is a cool and beautiful Xia Ning. This makes him look even more powerful. The two walked into the conference room in silence, sat down at the front seat, and stunned the interviewers in an instant. Enka looked at Chin Sun with a serious face, and her heart moved slightly. I didn't expect that besides his domineering and cynical appearance, he also has such a style. This aura is stronger than that of Mr. Qin. He sat down. Chin Sun glanced at Xia Ning, but she looked at him. And then, nothing happened. He had no choice but to stand up and make an opening statement, painting a rosy picture for the interviewees. He used the same rhetoric as before, and he spoke very smoothly, like a pyramid scheme master who understands applause. Hello, friends. I'm looking for an assistant today because I'm about to do a strategic brand upgrade and transformation for 2,000 Duty stores across the country. For this business, Oak Company received 10 million labor fees. As he said this, he glanced at Xia Ning intentionally or unintentionally. I need a considerate, knowledgeable, and capable helper. Xia Ning. She knew that Chin Sun was publicly pointing out that she was ignorant and unconscientious. As soon as the words fell, Chin Sun saw the 20 interviewees below. Their eyes revealed excitement, and they were all ready to go. And Ke, who was in the corner, smiled, and her eyes were always on Chin Sun's face. But she felt a little regretful in her heart. For a 10 million order, they only recruited a few assistants on the spot? Looking at their immature faces, most of them should be fresh graduates. The 10 million spent on Duty is really worth it. Luckily, I am here to follow up on the progress of the plan. If you were Sun Hua, I am afraid you and Chin Sun would have been sent to the ICU. Chin Sun's voice continued to sound, still full of motivation. When I recruit assistants, the most important thing is psychological quality. Strong ability to withstand pressure. To put it simply, it depends on who is the most shameless. This is too straightforward. The interviewees below looked a little embarrassed, but thinking that they could participate in the 10 million planning case, it was equivalent to gilding their careers. Don't say it's shameless. Even if it's free work, it's worth considering. Besides, it's just singing and dancing. I heard that when someone applied for a duck job, they had to lick coins from the cut of fat pork. Shit is hard to eat. Money is hard to make. It's understandable. Chin Sun saw that the expressions of the interviewees became serious. Some people clenched their fists. Their emotions had been aroused. He went straight to the point and said, then let's start the first interview. Singing. How about it? Everyone applauded. Okay. I love singing the most. I'm a microphone master. Xia Ning looked at them, sighed softly, a bunch of poor creatures. Chin Sun just sang without changing his expression. You love me, I love you, Duty is sweet. You love me, I love you, Duty is sweet. You love me, I love you. I love you, you love me. Do ice cream and tea. Chin Sun finished singing. Everyone looked at each other in bewilderment. Children's song? Duty is sweet? This is not difficult to sing. However, it's too childish for elementary school students. For these fresh graduates, it's just right. No one can't give it a try. Enka still had a smile on her face, but she felt a little bitter in her heart. She listened to part of the song when she played games with Chin Sun yesterday, and today was the first time she listened to it completely. Unexpectedly, there was an English part. It's not more foreign, it seems, more rustic. Chin Sun looked at everyone and asked with a smile. After listening to this song I worked so hard to create for Duty, do you guys particularly want to drink a cup of Duty? Everyone looked at Chin Sun with a smile on his face, and picked their toes in embarrassment, and avoided Chin Sun's gaze. No one wanted to speak. But they saw Chin Sun took a step towards them, raised his voice, and asked again. Don't you want to? Duty, but it's sweet. Everyone was even more embarrassed. The rules of the martial arts world are not to kill when dodging. But why is this Mr. Qin still chasing people and attacking them crazily? Suddenly, a gentle voice sounded. I think. Everyone looked over and saw a pretty, gentle woman sitting quietly in the corner, raising her hand. Chin Sun nodded with satisfaction. No wonder some stars have to buy fans to participate in activities. It feels good to have someone praising you. Jin Sun's eyes swept through everyone and asked, "Who will be the first to perform now?" He saw a girl with a ponytail who seemed to want to stand up, and added, "You need to dance while singing. You can dance as you like. You can just sing and do radio gymnastics at the same time." As soon as the words fell, Jin Sun found that the girl's buttocks fell back down after leaving the stool, and her face was a little embarrassed, and she lowered her head silently. He looked at the embarrassed expressions of the crowd and felt a little relieved. At least this wave of interviewees did not run away today. It seems that the shame brought by "you love me, I love you" is far less than "you say" your mouth pouting. Pouting Jin Sun looked at the crowd and encouraged them. "I understand. We are all young people and thin-skinned. But to be my assistant, you need to be thick-skinned." He turned his head and looked at Xia Ning, who had a cold face. "Xia, tell us your last name, and let us have a look." Xia Ning was stunned. Jin Sun led the applause. The applause started one after another, and it became more and more enthusiastic. After more than 10 seconds, Xia Ning hesitated for a moment, and stood up, and glanced at Jin Sun. "My last name is Xia, the laundry Xia. You can make the world explode with your backhand. You are so righteous and powerful, and you can raise the flag and ride on the war horse again. My last name is Xia. I am not afraid. I am the biggest in the world." After the surname I was called out, the conference room was quiet. Everyone looked at Xia Ning, who was wearing a work dress, had a royal look, and a cold temperament, and they all showed shocked expressions on their faces. Could it be that this sister who looked like a fairy did not rely on her career line to become Mr. Chin's assistant, but really relied on shamelessness? Such a middle school rap is in stark contrast to your image as a sister. And Ku was even more shocked when she knew Xia Ning's identity, and even the calm smile on her face disappeared. I heard that Miss Xia has always been very cold and aloof. Why is she acting like a fool now?" If Mr. Xia heard his daughter shouting this, would he expel her from the family tree, or break Jin Sun's legs? How could a lady with the temperament of a queen become like this? Jin Sun, what a trick! Xia Ning sat down with a cold face, with no expression on her face, not caring about the eyes of the crowd at all. It was as if the person who shouted at the microphone just now was not herself at all. However, she had clenched her fist under the table, and swore secretly. "Jin Sun, if you can't make something that satisfies me, you'll have to sleep on the street tonight." Chapter 108 is this thing that has taken on a human form a snowman? Thank you Assistant Xia for your passionate performance. Jin Sun glanced at Xia Ning with satisfaction, turned his head, and looked at the more than 20 interviewees below. Who is willing to sing the theme song for Duty now? Everyone was in a dilemma. With Xia Ning's performance, they felt that Jin Sun was not deliberately making things difficult for them. Even his personal and cold assistant could lower his status. What qualifications did they have to be picky? Besides, the melody of this song is simple, you can remember it after listening to it once. And you can sing it. But do we still need to dance? No. Suddenly, a gentle voice sounded, and began to sing. "You love me, I love you, Duty is sweet. You love me, I love you, Duty is sweet." Everyone looked, and saw the elegant beauty who had been sitting quietly in the corner, who had never had a sense of presence, suddenly stood up. With a smile on her face, and a soft voice, she slowly walked out of the crowd, and walked to the open space in the middle. "You love me, I love you. Duty is sweet." The song came out of her mouth, as soft as a stream, and it actually removed a few traces of earthy taste. Jin Sun looked at Enku, a little surprised. She thought Enku was sitting down there, just wanting to say hello, flatter him, and act as a supporter. Unexpectedly, she actually came out to sing. Suddenly, Jin Sun's pupils shrank slightly. Enku smiled, singing non-stop, and her hands slowly touched the black suit on her upper body. She unbuttoned the buttons one by one, gently took off the coat, revealing the V-neck professional white shirt underneath, and casually handed the coat to him. Jin Sun subconsciously reached out to take it, and only came back to his senses when he felt the warm breath on the clothes. And took off her high heels again, wearing a pair of thin short black socks, and danced on the carpet of the conference room. It was still a dynamic, energetic, and Korean dance with many small movements. And stood in front of Jin Sun and danced for a while, then turned around and continued to dance facing everyone. Her back was exposed to Jin Sun. As the dance twisted, Enku's waist, hips, and legs were full of dynamics in front of Chin Sun. Chin Sun and Ku was a little surprised. This girl who looked as quiet as water. Could she have such a great energy? Suddenly, he found that Inku's suit pants were made of soft fabric and very close-fitting. At this time, as she danced, her slender and round thighs were clearly highlighted. After another look, he found that the pants were close to her hips, but did not highlight the outline of her underwear. Chin Sun was stunned. T-back? Seamless pants? Or was it in neutral? Chin Sun thought about Inku's gentle and quiet appearance on weekdays, and felt a little strange. Oh, she is really a bit of a sultry person. Unlike Xia Ning, who looks aloof, queen-like, and can kill 10 men in one night. She is actually simple and shy in private. She is quite cute. Chin Sun stared at Inku. Xia Ning's eyes were slightly cold, staring at Chin Sun. After singing, after dancing. Thank you. Inku bowed slightly to thank the interviewers. Everyone was stunned for a moment, and applauded. Inku turned around and looked at Chin Sun again, with a faint smile on her face, and bowed again. Then, with a faint smile on her face, she stretched out her hands. Chin Sun was startled, then reacted and returned the clothes. Inku put them on naturally, and sat back in the corner. The meeting room fell silent. Everyone was shocked by Inku's dancing. Thinking of such a rustic song, she performed it in a fashionable and stylish way. They couldn't help but feel ashamed. Xia Ning still had a cold expression. She looked at Inku in the corner and saw that Inku was also looking at her, still with a smile on her face. She also smiled softly. She couldn't help but sigh. This woman is beautiful, ambitious, and has the means. If she gets a helper like Chin Sun, she will definitely be able to do something big. She turned her head, looked at Chin Sun's back, and sneered in her heart. But fortunately, this guy is in my hands now, and he is not so lustful. Chin Sun looked at everyone and asked, "Excuse me, is there anyone else who wants to perform singing and dancing?" Everyone looked at me, and I looked at you. No one responded. Just now, they still had some courage to sing and dance. But Encore raised the standard so high. Instantly, they lost all their courage. After a while, Chin Sun saw that they had lost their fighting spirit and hurriedly said, "Okay, the interviewee number 20, Ms. Encore, is temporarily 1 point ahead. Next, let's start the second item." He pointed to the words on the projection screen. Drawing. Everyone looked at the projection screen, and some people's eyes were full of fighting spirit, while others were even more disappointed. Draw, I can't. They saw Chin Sun walk up to the podium, click on the computer, and the picture on the projection screen changed. It was a cartoon pattern drawn with a computer drawing board. The brushstrokes were immature and crooked, and only the shape could be roughly seen. It seemed to be a snowman with a round head, round belly, and a carrot nose. A spittoon on the head? A broom in the hand? Chin Sun pointed the laser pen at the projection screen. This is the brand image I designed for DDT with great effort. I am the Chief Quality Control Officer of DDT, and the lifelong spokesperson. I believe you can vaguely see that this is a snowman. Everyone looked at the picture on the projection screen, and felt embarrassed for Chin Sun. This is indeed just a human figure. Xia Ning looked at the painting on the projection screen and frowned, thinking that DDT might let her take over the business in the future. She was a little unhappy when she thought that Chin Sun not only asked her to shout at the microphone, but also stared at Inku. "Mr. Chin, this kind of painting with 2 circles stacked together looks like a 3-year-old child's painting. It's too childish. Can you tell us where your inspiration comes from?" She smiled and looked at Chin Sun. In the corner, Inku had a smile on her face, but she sighed in her heart. "As an assistant, you can't tear down the boss in public like this. Isn't this a slap in Chin Sun's face?" "No, this is a kick. Miss Xia, your assistant doesn't act like one." Chin Sun turned around and saw Xia Ning with a faint smile on her face, but there was a cold look in her eyes. He knew she was deliberately embarrassing him, smiled, turned around, and prepared to teach Xia Ning a lesson, so that she could recognize her identity. Chin Sun looked at everyone, speaking in a low and magnetic voice. "Speaking of inspiration, there is an interesting story to tell. When I was planning the plan for DDT, I thought of making a brand doll. But after several days of thinking and racking my brains, I got nothing." He sighed, looked back at Xia Ning, then turned his head to look at everyone and said loudly, "Until one night when the autumn wind was intoxicating, I had a dream. On a snowy day, I was wandering on the street, sitting in the snow and shivering. just like a little match girl. Suddenly, a woman came. She lowered her head, bent down, and handed over 2 big, white and round buns. Xia Ning suddenly remembered something and opened her eyes wide. Chapter 109 finished. It takes 10 minutes to nail Dudu T to the pillar of shame in the industry? Qin Sun smiled, seemingly reminiscing. That night, I also saw the female bodhisattva. I also saw the snow shining on the world. I also saw a color whiter than snow. He spoke passionately, as if he was reciting modern poetry. The interviewees were slightly moved. One elf immediately captured the key information. Mr. Qin, then your inspiration came from the 2 snow-white buns of the female bodhisattva? Qin Sun gave the man a thumbs up. As expected of you. Smart. And understood his story. And was sure it was a made-up dream. But she didn't know what she was metaphorically implying. In some popular culture, snow-white steamed buns are used to describe the beauty of a woman's demeanor. But in public, Qin Sun wouldn't be so presumptuous. Suddenly, she saw Xia Ning, and found that Xia Ning's face was red. And it was red beyond recognition. What's going on? Could it be that the image of this snowman came from? And Ku's eyes fell on Xia Ning's chest. And she was shocked. Qin Sun, I underestimated you. Then when I report to Director Xia tonight, should I add one more item? Using Miss Xia as the material, write and publicly recite pornographic poems? Qin Sun turned his head and glanced at Xia Ning, seeing her face flushed, glared at him fiercely, and then quickly lowered her head. He was a little happy. You little brat, you want to fight me. People who blush easily should not go for the queen route. Qin Sun continued. My friends, I believe you can see that. My drawing skills are average. Interviewer? Encore. Average? This is a real ghost painting. Qin Sun continued. The second interview session is the most important session today. I am a person who values efficiency. So today we have to finalize the brand image of Dudu T. He pointed at the projection screen with a laser pen. Please follow my sketch, accurately grasp the style and characteristics of the painting, and complete the brand image design of Dudu T. Please take it seriously, because it will be displayed in 2,000 Dudu T stores across the country. But whether I adopt it or not, everyone who participates in the painting today will get an additional 500 yuan labor fee. Once adopted, there will be 2,000 yuan labor fee. In the conference room, warm applause rang out. They all felt that they were lucky, and didn't expect to encounter such a good thing. They didn't expect to be accepted, because after all, they were not painting majors. But there was also 500 yuan labor fee, plus 200 yuan for the interview. The total was 700 yuan. I can add a sausage to the instant noodles at noon today, and buy a big bottle of iced black tea. Hearing this, Xia Ning suddenly raised his head and looked at Qin Sun. And Ku was also shocked. Determine the image of a milk tea brand with 2,000 stores across the country at an interview meeting? Brother, this is an interview meeting. All the people who came here are non-professionals. You charge 10 million yuan. What's the matter? You should hire some famous companies in the industry, designers. Spend a few 100,000, at least 100,000 or 80,000 yuan to hire someone to carefully design one. Now let a group of graduates copy this painting that is not expensive. It only costs a few dollars? What's the difference between this and fraud? No, fraudsters are not as cruel as Qin Sun. The interviewers are eager to try. People who have just graduated always have a sense of mission that is ignorant of the immensity of the world, and feel that they were born to do great things. Just graduated, full of yearning for society. After Qin Sun's reminder, Xia Ning stood up, went to Chengwan to find a dozen A4 papers, and gave each person a box of watercolor pens. The interviewees lowered their heads and painted seriously. And Ku was also painting, seriously and carefully. Qin Sun cheered on the side. Come on! And Ku looked up at Qin Sun and smiled helplessly. You are obviously disturbing us, okay? She lowered her head and continued to paint. I heard Qin Sun cheering again. Only 10 minutes. And Ku did not look up. And sighed softly. Alas! Dudu T is going to be ruined. It will take 10 minutes to nail Dudu T to the pillar of shame in the industry? And Ku continued to draw. And heard Qin Sun say again. Submit the paper early, and you will get extra points? And Ku. 10 minutes passed quickly. Xia Ning collected everyone's drawings, took pictures one by one, and sent them to the computer on the podium. Qin Sun clicked it. The interviewee's paintings appeared on the projection screen. He played them one by one, and commented on them one by one. The sizes are not uniform. and the proportions are not harmonious. In the conference room, there was a burst of laughter. The atmosphere was pleasant. They were just drawing casually, just for the 500 yuan labor fee, and they were not unhappy about being criticized. Qin Sun clicked on the next one. Huh? Hey! There are people who draw worse than me. My painting is just beginning to take shape, and yours is not even human-shaped. There was another burst of laughter in the conference room. Next one. Well, this one is good, it has a nose and eyes, but it looks a little dull, like it was robbed, and doesn't look that happy. Another burst of laughter. Click the next one. On the projector, an eye-catching image of the Snow King appeared. The brushwork is delicate, the lines are smooth, and the color matching is reasonable. Bold modifications were made to the prototype of Qin Sun's painting, more delicate lines, more vivid expressions, full of details, and a foreign style everywhere. It's like a noble snow princess. Qin Sun was slightly startled, and smiled. This is indeed a good painting. I'll give you 1,000 yuan for this. As he spoke, he pulled up the picture and enlarged the name of the artist in the lower right corner of the paper. Number 20, Encore. He was a little surprised, and looked at the smiling Encore in the corner. I didn't expect Ms. Encore to be a talented woman who can dance and draw. Everyone looked at Encore, feeling a little helpless. I didn't expect that in an ordinary interview. There would be a hexagonal warrior who was good-looking, gentle, could sing, dance, and draw. It seems that she will enter the next round and become a strong contender for the position of Qin's assistant. Just when they felt that there was no hope, they suddenly heard Qin Sun's voice with a smile, saying, "But, Ms. Nke, you arbitrarily tampered with my painting style, which is superfluous." Nke smiled lightly and didn't care. Qin Sun continued to click, playing pictures one by one, and his face gradually became a little ugly. He didn't find a picture that fit the image of Mishua I's city in his previous life. Could it be that my original manuscript was too abstract? Suddenly, he clicked on the last picture. A cute, playful, and childlike cartoon snowman appeared on the projection screen. Qin Sun's eyes lit up, and he praised it. Look, everyone. This is professional. Cute, playful, and childlike. Everyone looked at the picture on the projection screen, and they were a little confused. This is indeed a good picture, but it's too cartoony. Right? It's probably the level of a kindergarten kid's careful drawing. In their opinion, it's far inferior to Encore's drawing. Xia Ning looked up at Qin Sun, a little surprised. I didn't even put a name on it. How did she find out that it was my drawing? She just humiliated me in public. And now she's trying to flatter me? Ha! I refuse to forgive. But Qin Sun changed the subject. Look! How rustic this snowman is. How silly. How stupid. Chapter 110. Do all men like green tea? Silly? Stupid? Unfashionable? Xia Ning? I don't know if it's an illusion, but she feels that since Encore appeared, Qin Sun has become more and more unbridled in front of her. She was about to walk out of the meeting room, but she heard Qin Sun change the subject again. But this cartoon image completely shows what I want to express. A cute and silly Snow King. She looked at Qin Sun. I saw Qin Sun holding a laser pen, drawing circles on the snowman on the projection screen. Look! This little friend drew a crown on the snowman's head. But many people turned it into a wreath, a sock, or a hat. Look at the snowman's hand. This little friend drew an ice cream. And many others drew a broom, a fire stick, a magic wand, etc. And it was not seen that it was an ice cream. Everyone was speechless. This is obviously your original drawing that doesn't look like it. Only the worms in your stomach can tell that it is a crown and ice cream. Xia Ning heard this, and his face looked much better. And there was a hint of pride. Qin Sun continued. When I saw this image at the entrance of the milk tea shop, I knew it was a brand we could afford. Very rustic, very down-to-earth. It's not expensive. A burst of laughter rang out in the conference room. Qin Sun said loudly. I've decided. This will be the brand image of Dudu. Qin Sun pulled up the picture and saw a sloppy signature in cursive script in the lower right corner, and laughed. Wow, this name is written very coolly. He zoomed in, carefully identified the words, and read them with a frown. Big, evil, brush? Qin Sun was startled, and immediately knew who drew it, but pretended not to know. He raised his head, and looked at the interviewer below. May I ask which one is Mr. Da? Thank you for designing the brand image for Dudu Tea Drinks. And congratulations on receiving the 2,000 yuan labor fee. Mr. De, where are you? The interviewers looked at each other. I don't know if Mr. Qin is really stupid, or just pretending to be stupid. Where would there be someone with this name? Xia Ning sat behind the table, supporting his chin with his hand, looking indifferent, as if it had nothing to do with him. And Ko looked at Xia Ning, then at Qin Sun, and shook her head. On the surface, you asked us to come here for an interview. But in fact you tricked us to see you show your affection? Big idiot. This nickname is quite rare. The interview was over. More than 20 interviewees went to the finance department to collect their money. And Ko didn't feel embarrassed at all and followed them. In addition to the 200 yuan interview fee, there was also a 1,000 yuan drawing fee. When she opened the door and returned to the general manager's office, she found that Qin Sun and Xia Ning had quarreled. And Ko was startled, and quickly closed the door, so as not to be heard by outsiders. She stood inside, as if nothing had happened. Qin Sun and Xia Ning were standing face to face, with only an arm's length between them, which was long enough to pinch each other's necks. Xia Ning stared at Qin Sun and said coldly, "Can you be more serious? After all, you have received 10 million. Don't choose my paintings against your will just to make me happy." Qin Sun frowned slightly. Pu Xinu, do you doubt my vision? Xia Ning. It was the first time she heard the word Pu Xinu, but she understood its meaning in an instant. Qin Sun looked serious, and continued, "And I don't have the habit of pursuing girls. If one day, we both unfortunately enter the grave of love, then it must be you who pursued me." Xia Ning. For a moment, she envied Qin Sun's face, so thick. He is invincible in quarrels. Suddenly, Xia Ning felt something was wrong, turned her head and glanced at Ko. And Ko? She was a little embarrassed, not knowing whether she should go out now, or die on the spot. After a pause of 1 or 2 seconds, she said, "I'll go out first." As soon as she turned around, she heard Qin Sun calling her. "Encore. Wait a minute. I'll send you the theme song of Duty Sweet Honey and the image of Snow King. Send it to your company's marketing department. And quickly find a few children singers to sing the theme song. And then make 100 advertising dolls of Snow King. It must be completed within 3 days. Tomorrow we will set off for Lingnan province, where the weather is still hot, and select 50 stores in an area for full store renovation. Bring a little shock to the local milk tea industry." Qin Sun became more and more excited as he spoke, and clenched his fists. "I'm going to start something. A big one." Xia Ning saw Qin Sun's expression, and a hint of excitement flashed across her cold face. She had never seen Qin Sun so excited. How big would this big one be? When Qin Sun was full of fighting spirit, he suddenly saw Ko standing at the door, with a look of embarrassment on his face, and asked, "What's wrong, Shaoan?" And Ko smiled awkwardly, but her voice was not loud. "Mr. Qin, this, according to the terms of the contract, the production of the theme song and the production of advertising dolls at this stage. Aren't you supposed to pay for these marketing expenses?" Qin Sun was stunned, turned to look at Xia Ning and saw her nod. He sighed deeply. "It's over. The 10 million will be less." Xia Ning. And Ko? She now felt a strong sense of uneasiness in her heart. No way. That day, he nodded frequently while reading the contract, and made him sounds from time to time. Is he pretending that he understands the contract? Is Duty really going to be finished? As Qin Sun's assistant, she found colleagues from various departments very skillfully, and asked them to mobilize all of them to complete the tasks assigned by Qin Sun. After she had explained the affairs clearly, when she returned to the general manager's office, she saw Qin Sun and Ko sitting on the sofa playing games again. There was only about 30 centimeters between them. It was the kind of ambiguous distance where you could almost feel each other's body temperature. Xia Ning glanced at them indifferently, said nothing, and walked silently behind the desk. She started to check the air tickets to Lingnan tomorrow on the internet. But suddenly she heard Ko say, "Boss Qin, you are so good. Another pentakill." Qin Sun was rarely humble. "That's because you're a good helper, Shaoan." And Ko was silent for a moment. Her voice was full of laughter. "Boss Qin, I'm 1 year older than you. You have to call me sister." Xia Ning quickly stuck her head out of the computer monitor, squinted slightly, and stared at the two of them. Qin Sun didn't even raise her head, and just shouted casually, "Sister, block the bullet for me." And Ko chuckled. "Here I come, brother." Xia Ning retracted her head behind the monitor, opened the browser, and typed in the search bar, "Do men like green tea?" Chapter 111. Like my daughter, you said his taste is questionable? Very quickly. Many answers popped up in the browser. Xia Ning looked at it, gradually frowned. It said, the reason why men like green tea is that green tea looks harmless, innocent, and simple, understanding, and can act coquettishly and show weakness. It makes men feel accomplished. There are also some comments from netizens below. How can this be green tea? This is clearly my good sister. Green tea? It's the king of heaven. This is also a considerate, gentle, and kind sister. Is it possible that green tea is a caring sister, and the discrimination against green tea is caused by those bad women? Xia Ning silently read more than a dozen comments, and felt a little uncomfortable. As soon as 6 p.m. arrived, Qin Sun put away his phone, without a second's hesitation. And Ku was a little stunned. After calling her sister and brother for the whole afternoon, it turned out that there was still no progress in their relationship. In his eyes, getting off work seemed to be more important than anything else. Qin Sun was about to call Xia Ning to run home together, but she spoke first. Play a few more games. I have something to tell Ku. Qin Sun felt a little strange, and didn't want to explore the little secrets between women, so he had to sit down and took out his phone. Then hurry up. And Ku was a little surprised, and followed Xia Ning out of the office. As soon as she went out, she saw Xia Ning turn around and close the door, took out the key and gently locked it. And Ku opened her eyes wide. Sister Ning. You? Xia Ning glanced at Ku indifferently, with full momentum, and made her shut up immediately. And Ku felt a little uneasy, and was a little uncomfortable under Xia Ning's aura. She followed her to the stairwell silently. There was no one around. Xia Ning looked at Qin Sun coldly, and got straight to the point. And Ku, you seduced Qin Sun? I don't care. I don't care either. And Ku was startled. Looking at Xia Ning's cold expression, she couldn't help but feel a little nervous. But suddenly, she heard her say in a colder tone, but if you dare to play with his feelings, I will make you pay. After saying that, Xia Ning turned around and left, and heard Ku's somewhat hurried voice behind her. Sister Ning, aren't you boyfriend and girlfriend? Xia Ning stopped, without looking back, and took a deep breath. I'm his mother. And Ku, general manager's office. Qin Sun was having a great time playing games. He played 5 games in a row. He saw that it was getting dark outside the window. All his colleagues had gone off work. But Xia Ning hadn't come back yet, which was a bit strange. He was going to send a WeChat message to Xia Ning to ask her, but he found that she had sent him a message half an hour ago. Qin Sun, you teased me today. I'm not happy. I'll put you in solitary confinement for 1 night. If you do it again next time, I'll be even more unhappy. Qin Sun? He realized that the word replaced by Xia Ning with ellipsis was chest, and felt that Xia Ning was really shameless. What do you mean if you do it again next time? I will be even more unhappy. Alas, Xia Ning is still young, and her threats are not lethal at all. He smiled and replied to Xia Ning. Xiao Xia, if you say this next time, I will make you pay, so that you can be more powerful and scare people. Very quickly. Xia Ning replied. Yes, I know. Qin Sun was stunned and smiled. This child is so cute. He laid down on the sofa, called up the system panel, and jumped up from the sofa. Fuck. It was displayed on the board. Slacking points, 12,000. Note, 100,000 slacking points are required for the next draw. Qin Sun stood there in a daze, thinking carefully about what he had done today. How did it suddenly increase from 6,500 yesterday, by 5,500, to 12,000? Singing and dancing in an interview? Playing games with Encore? Or was it a joke on Xia Ning? After thinking about it, I couldn't figure it out. Qin Sun was too lazy to think about it anymore, so he just repeated everything. He looked at the 12,000 points of lazy points, in a good mood, and sang loudly. From today on, I will go to the toilet by myself. Mom and Dad, don't look down on me. Baby Buzz taught me the secret of going to the toilet. I can't wait. I want to go to the toilet. Singing, he walked behind the door, reached out to turn the door lock, and said sarcastically, Want to lock the person inside from the outside? How can there be such a stupid person in the world? He turned the lock, but it didn't work. He was startled and frowned. How can there be such a stupid lock in the world? In the hotel, Anka sent the music score of the theme song, and Xia Ning's painting of the Snow King to Qian Yunfa and Xia Shujia. At the same time, reported today's information to Xia Shujia. 01. Qin Sun is not too lustful, and did not fall into my trap. 02. Chin Sun made a dirty joke about Miss Xia in front of 20 interviewers today. 03. Miss Xia got angry and locked Chin Sun in the office. 04. Chin Sun seems to have an Oedipus complex. 05. Chin Sun's taste is questionable. 06. Miss Xia warned me not to play with Chin Sun's feelings. Very soon. Xia Shujia sent a message. Which company did you hire to write this theme song? Enko replied. Original by Chin Sun. Xia Shujia sent a message. What a stupid music. Enko didn't dare to comment. Very quickly. Xia Shujia asked again. This stupid snowman was also drawn by Chin Sun? Enko. She replied immediately. MS. Xia's handmade work. After a while. Xia Shujia sent a message. Next time you send a message, the key information should be clearly marked. Enko didn't dare to neglect it and replied immediately. Received. Magic City. Xia Shujia lay on the lounge chair on the balcony, took a sip of wine, looked at the starless night sky, frowned slightly. Chin Sun likes my daughter, Anka. You told me that his taste is questionable? He smiled and took a few more sips of wine. He has good taste. Thinking of the content of the email said by Qian Yunfa today. Oak Company will set aside 50 milk tea shops in Lingnan Province as pilots. The stores will be upgraded and renovated in all aspects. From the front, to the product structure, to the means of attracting customers. In order to move forward smoothly, Xia Ning quietly issued an order to Qian Yunfa, requiring the regional manager to obey absolutely, and not say no. Xia Shujia took out her mobile phone and looked at the snowman, which became cuter and cuter, and thought of the time when she taught her to draw when she was a child. Xia Ning at that time was so cute. Xia Shujia sighed. Ning, I'll give you one last chance. If you fail this time, you will never be able to cheat money from me to start a business again. One night passed. The next day, Xia Ning arrived at the company at 6:30, the earliest time ever. She had to fly to Lingnan Province today. If Chin Sun wanted to quarrel, she should come early and finish the quarrel early, so as not to sulk on the way and affect work. She stood at the door, listened to the room, and heard no movement. She took out the key and gently turned the door, and looked inside. Chin Sun was lying behind the desk, and seemed to be asleep. She tiptoed in, gently placed a sandwich and a cup of hot coffee on the table, and looked down at Chin Sun. He was lying on his elbow, sleeping peacefully. Xia Ning suddenly thought of the celebration party, when Chin Sun was drunk. And he was also very quiet and obedient. He was much cuter than when he was sober. Suddenly, she saw Chin Sun wrinkled his nose, thinking that he was cold, and walked gently to the clothes rack in the office, took down a small blanket, and gently covered him. Huh? Xia Ning saw an extra folder on the computer screen. The name was Dudu Tea Shop Design. It should be made by Chin Sun when he was bored last night. She couldn't help but smile. It seems that Chin Sun should be put in prison to show his best talent. She quietly clicked on a picture, and her face immediately became a little ugly. So rustic. Chapter 112. You want to fight me in my home court? So tacky. Xia Ning couldn't help but whisper. The door on the picture has a bright red background, with a few white words on it. Dudu tea, and on the far left is the Snow King she drew yesterday. What a tacky color scheme. What a tacky pattern. What a tacky font. It's really tacky. Xia Ning subconsciously clicked again, slid to the next picture. Same style and color scheme, but a little rough, probably a practice work. The words on the sign read. Xia Ning's tea. She couldn't help but smile. Click again, and slid to the next picture. On the picture, the sign on the door reads. Chin Sun Juren. Xia Ning was startled, and frowned. Chin Sun Juren equals Xia Ning's tea? What kind of logic is this? Suddenly, Xia Ning felt something grabbing her hand, looked down. It was Chin Sun's hand, and she couldn't help but feel a little nervous. Then, she heard Chin Sun lying on the table, and seemed to be talking in his sleep. Songing. Are you a little bit flirty? Xia Ning's face looked a little ugly, and she pulled her hand away. This guy is such a scumbag. She just entered the university campus, and he was impatient to ask her if she was a little bit flirty. She just became an adult. At this time, Chin Sun said again. A little bit flirty, internet celebrity. I want. It's so hot. Xia Ning's face was cold. She picked up the sandwich and coffee on the table, and threw them into the trash can. She walked to stand behind Chin Sun, expressionlessly took out a wet tissue, wiped her hands, and slowly reached her hand to the top of Chin Sun's head, preparing to pull his hair, to make him more awake. Suddenly, Chin Sun sat up suddenly, grabbed a small blanket on his shoulders, and threw it on the ground, supported his head with his right hand, rubbing his dizzy head. It's so hot. When the autumn tiger bites people, only idiots cover themselves with a quilt. Suddenly, he saw the shadow on the table, slowly turned his head, and saw Xia Ning standing behind him expressionlessly. Chin Sun quickly bent down to pick up the quilt, and hugged it tightly in his arms. I'm so cold. Xia Ning. He's so mean. Xia Ning said nothing, and sent the flight information to Chin Sun. Chin Sun picked up the phone and looked at it. Flying to Lingnan province at 10 o'clock? So early. But he saw Xia Ning ignored him, sat down at the coffee table silently, and started to make tea. Chin Sun looked at Xia Ning with a cold face, a little dissatisfied. Sister, I was the one who was locked up for a night. What do you mean by coming here to give me a cold shoulder now? Xia Ning raised her eyelids, glanced at Chin Sun lightly, and then lowered her head, ignoring him. Chin Sun sighed, not wanting to pay attention to this woman who seemed to be on her period every day. Knocked on the table, and said, Xiao Xia. Contact Xia Ning today. She is now a big internet celebrity. Ask her if she knows some sexy internet celebrities. Xia Ning suddenly looked up, her eyes sharp. How sexy? Chin Sun was startled, knowing that she had misunderstood, and smiled bitterly. Sister, there seems to be a generation gap between us. When I say sexy, I don't mean frivolous and dissolute, but I mean thinking wildly and doing things differently. I want her to help me find an internet celebrity to promote Dudu Tea. Xia Ning stared at Chin Sun's eyes for a while, confirmed that he was not lying, and showed a faint smile on his face. According to this explanation, I think you are also quite coquettish. Chin Sun smiled, and bowed like the heroes in the TV series. Me too. I think you are quite coquettish. You locked me up in an office with drinks, snacks and computers, and fed me well. What a coquettish move. Xia Ning smiled lightly, and bowed back. Thank you. Suddenly, they both felt something was wrong, and looked at the door at the same time. And Ku was standing at the door with a bag of breakfast in her hand, looking a little embarrassed. It was not right to go in or not to go in. And Ku thought of Chin Sun being locked up yesterday, and wanted to come earlier, to give him breakfast as soon as possible, to warm his appetite and his heart. Unexpectedly, Xia Ning came earlier, and as soon as he arrived, he saw the two of them complimenting each other. So sexy. It was really embarrassing. The smile on Xia Ning's face disappeared, and he lowered his head and made tea silently. Chin Sun waved to Ku to come in as if nothing had happened. Sister, and come in. And Ku walked in. With a smile on her face, she put the sandwich and coffee on the table. Your breakfast. Chin Sun was a little happy, and was about to reach out to take it, but he heard Xia Ning's somewhat cold voice. He doesn't eat this. He looked at Xia Ning. Xia Ning slowly walked over and stood beside Ku. The smile on Ku's face was a little awkward, timid and weak, looking pitiful. Xia Ning bent down, picked up the sandwich and coffee from the trash can, and saw a bottle of black tea in it. So he picked it up as well. He placed it in front of Chin Sun. There were only some waste paper and snack packaging bags in the trash can, which were not wet or dirty, and did not pollute this breakfast. Xia Ning looked down at Chin Sun. Boss Chin, the drinks and snacks here are all the company's property. If you don't like to drink them, don't throw them away after taking a sip. It's shameful to waste. And Ku was startled, and seeing Xia Ning's calm expression, she couldn't help but admire him. He also taught others not to waste. Then how did the sandwich and coffee get into the trash can? Chin Sun looked at the full bottle of black tea. His face was a little embarrassed, looked up at Xia Ning, and said softly, Xia Ning, this is not tea. Xia Ning was stunned, seemed to understand something, and a very light blush flew across her face. She silently threw the bottle of black tea back into the trash can, knocked on the table, and pointed at the breakfast she picked up from the trash can. Eat. Chin Sun. Xia Ning's concern was overbearing and surging, and he couldn't bear it. Suddenly, he realized something was wrong. Looking at Xia Ning, asked, Why is this breakfast in the trash can? Xia Ning remained calm. My hand slipped. Chin Sun. Suddenly, Ku smiled, pointed to the two sandwiches and coffee on the table, and asked softly, Sister Ning, is there any difference between these two breakfasts? Xiaoning said coldly without even looking at Enke. I brought spicy food. Enke, me too. Xiaoning, I brought latte hot. Enke, me too. Xiaoning turned her head and glanced at Enke, suddenly felt that arguing with a shrew was a bit embarrassing, turned and walked towards the coffee table, leaving Qin Sun with a cold word. Boss Qin, you choose. Qin Sun looked at Xiaoning, then looked up at Enke, and his eyes moved back and forth between the two breakfasts. Suddenly, he grabbed the two breakfasts and threw them into the trash can. Go away with your sandwiches and coffee. I support Chinese products. I love eating steamed buns and drinking soy milk. Enke. Xiaoning lowered her head to make tea, made it, drank a cup. Naturally took out her phone to play, then quietly sent Chengwan a red envelope of 200 yuan. 3 buns. A cup of soy milk. Bring to the company before 8 o'clock. Sorry. Putting down the phone, she poured herself a drink. Feeling a little better. In my home court? You want to fight me? 9:20 a.m. In the terminal of Haicheng Airport. Qin Sun. Xiaoning. An encore sat aside waiting for registration. Suddenly, Qin Sun said, Xiaoning. Time is short. The task is heavy. Within 7 days, we have to make the reputation of Duduti spread all over the country. Songying should get up for military training now. Send her a message. See if she knows some internet celebrities. Let Songying create a group. Pull them in. The more people the better. He paused, looked at the white clouds in the sky outside the window, and said in a deep voice, the name of the group is called Wind Rises. Chapter 113. Give me an explanation? I don't even know what kind of tape I want. Xiaoning sent a WeChat message to Songying. Are you there? In less than 3 seconds. The phone rang. Songying called. Xiaoning didn't hesitate for a second, and directly handed the phone to Qin Sun. Qin Sun took it and pressed the answer button. On the other end of the phone, Songying's lively voice sounded. Sister, I'm looking for my brother. Qin Sun, it's me. Songying exclaimed in surprise. Brother, it's me, I'm Songying. Qin Sun. I know. Another silver bell-like laughter came from the other end of the phone. Qin Sun had no intention of reminiscing with Songying, and spoke directly. Xiaoying, do you know many internet celebrities now? Do you have some internet celebrity friends? Songying, no. Qin Sun was startled, and felt a little strange. People in the same circle, wouldn't they at each other as friends? Songying's voice was a little angry. A few days ago, many people added me, but later they revealed their true intentions, and wanted to get your contact information through me. She sighed. I don't have it myself. How can I give it to them? They just don't believe it, and keep asking me every day. I get annoyed. So I scolded them, deleted them and blocked them. Qin Sun. He sighed, and smiled bitterly. Then can you add them back? Then add them to a group. 3 days later. I will join the group and ask them for a favor. Songying asked. What help? I can help by myself. Qin Sun said with a smile. I want to capture them as soldiers, to promote my stuff. Songying's voice was filled with a treacherous smile. You are so bad. Qin Sun continued. Xiaoying, you should first find those who are more coquettish. The more internet celebrities who can make a living, the better. Songying said with a smile. There are internet celebrities who are coquettish. They are all a bunch of conspicuous bags. Xiaoning heard a little, turned to look at Qin Sun, and pursed her lips. Songying did not have any overreaction to Qin Sun saying saucy, but just regarded saucy as a normal word. Is there no generation gap between the two of them? Am I really old? On the phone, Songying continued. Brother, what about the death squad named Qin Sun? Qin Sun shook his head and smiled. The wind is blowing. Songying asked. What kind of wind? Qin Sun replied. Demon wind. After getting off the plane, when walking out of the airport, Qin Sun instructed Xiaoning. Now that we are in someone else's territory, we can't be so careless. We have to pretend to be serious. Xiaoning. Pretend? I've always been serious. Okay. Enke's smile was also slightly embarrassed. Someone else's territory? Oh. I've been a game companion for so long. But I'm still someone else. It was a wrong choice after all. Qin Sun continued. After we left the airport, we directly discussed with the person in charge of the Lingnan subsidiary of Dudu Drinks, and asked for 50 stores in one area as a pilot. Starting tonight, we will carry out the storefront renovation. Xiaoning nodded. Enke was also somewhat happy. She had been with Chin Sun for so many days. Today seemed to be the first time she saw him working seriously. After leaving the airport, Chin Sun was about to take a taxi, but suddenly found that Xia Ning looked a little unhappy. And Enke, the girl who always had a gentle smile on her face, had a frosty face. Chin Sun was a little puzzled. Is menstruation also contagious? Suddenly, Enke walked up to Chin Sun, bowed and apologized. I'm sorry, Mr. Chin. Chin Sun was confused, and turned to look at Xia Ning. Xia Ning explained in a cold voice. No one picked us up at the airport. She looked at Enke. This is the local person in charge, who wants to give us a warning. Chin Sun. He really didn't find anything wrong just now. After getting off the plane, he took a taxi to talk business with the owner. So according to reason, someone should pick us up at the airport. It seems I, Chin, am too approachable. I'm not arrogant enough. Enke straightened up and looked at Chin Sun. Boss Chin, I'm sorry, we neglected you. Chin Sun. He looked at Enke, who looked apologetic, and felt a little embarrassed. If not meeting her at the airport is neglect, then Enke stayed at Oak Tree for 2 days. And I didn't even treat her to a bowl of ramen. This is not neglect, but an insult. Enke took out her cell phone and made a call. Her voice was loud, deliberately letting Chin Sun and Xia Ning hear. Mr. Qian, the regional manager of Lingnan province, didn't come to meet me at the airport. I don't know if he was late or had some other emotions. Yeah. Okay. Bye. She hung up the phone. Enke looked at Chin Sun, and a gentle smile reappeared on her face. Boss Qian said he would give you an explanation. The company headquarters has emphasized that they must fully cooperate with your work, but they don't seem to have realized the value of the words full cooperation. Chin Sun. He didn't know what kind of tape he should ask for. Enke took a taxi, and several people sat down. 10 minutes later, Enke received a message, smiled, and forwarded it to Chin Sun. Boss Chin, please take a look. Are you satisfied? Chin Sun was a little surprised, took out his mobile phone, and saw that Enke had sent a document in Weixin. Appointment and removal letter. According to the actual needs of the company, the following adjustments are made to the person in charge of the Lingnan subsidiary of Duduti. Li Honghai is removed from his position as the head of the Lingnan subsidiary of Duduti, and Enke is appointed to temporarily preside over the overall operation of the company. This appointment letter will take effect upon issuance. After reading it, Chin Sun was shocked. Wow! The regional head of a province is dismissed just like that? This unlucky guy named Li Honghai, I haven't even met him yet. He was dismissed? Chin Sun looked at Enke, his face was a little embarrassed. Sisterin, what if he gets up late? Enke said coldly. Then he deserves to be fired. Chin Sun thought that he often gets up late, and felt a little embarrassed. What if he gets stuck in traffic? Enke answered immediately. If he really cares about it, he will never think about checking the time, and will definitely arrive early. Hearing this, Xia Ning agreed very much, nodded, and then stared at Chin Sun without blinking. Chin Sun? Li Honghai. I'm sorry for you. You died so miserably. He glanced at Enke, stretched out his hand, and shook it. Bossin, congratulations on your success in usurping the throne. Enke, Chin Sun continued. Since Bossin has become the regional manager of Lingnan province, then we won't go to the local company headquarters, but go directly to a store. Enke was a little surprised. Boss Chin, why are you going to the store? Chin Sun said. I want to develop several products within today, and complete the product portfolio of Duduti. Enke. For a moment, she felt so much pressure, and she even envied Li Honghai. Develop products within 1 day, and several products? And complete the product portfolio? Chapter 114. Brother, please don't mess with me. It's hard for me to find such a job. Enke looked at Chin Sun quietly, hesitated for a moment, and asked seriously. Mr. Chin, are you serious? Chin Sun nodded and answered quickly. Seriously? Enke pursed her lips, showing a bitter smile, but in the end she said nothing. But she was sure that Chin Sun's understanding of the milk tea industry was not enough. It takes at least half a month to develop a product, and the company's tasting team will taste it first. After the company's internal tasting, it will be sold in some stores on a trial basis. After the effect is good, it will be promoted nationwide. For example, the common pearl milk tea on the market is everywhere. But behind its successful development, at least nearly 100 milk teas were sacrificed. This classic milk tea came out of a bloody sea. In one afternoon, a new milk tea was developed. Several types? And a complete product portfolio? And Ko looked at Chin Sun, a little worried. Although Chin Sun's words were child's play, and Ko's task was to fully cooperate with Chin Sun's work. As long as he didn't put his hands into her clothes casually, everything else would be fine. And Ko searched for Dudu Tea on the map software, chose a store that might be less busy, and asked the driver to change the route. Half an hour later, Chin Sun, Xia Ning, and Ko, a group of 3 people, dragged their suitcases and came to the Lingnan Province Flower Market, Swan Square Commercial Street. Standing at the door of the milk tea shop, and Ko explained with a smile, "Boss Chin, this Swan Square has not yet attracted people. This is a Dudu Tea shop that is not doing well. There is not much business all day long. You can do research and development in it, and no one will disturb you." Chin Sun was very satisfied. Okay. In the milk tea shop, the milk tea girl looked at a man and 2 women dragging suitcases at the door, standing at the door and commenting, looking confused, thinking that something big had happened. And Ko smiled, went in and showed her work badge, and said with a smile, "Hello. I am the new director of the subsidiary of Dudu Tea in Lingnan Province. And Ko, I need to borrow your store for product development." The milk tea girl was stunned for a moment, glanced at Ko, walked to the corner, lowered her voice, and called the store manager to confirm. "Manager, 3 scammers came here, saying that they are the new directors of the subsidiary. What should I do?" But her ID card seems to be real. It's the ID card from the headquarters. The store manager was confused, and called his boss, the regional supervisor, to confirm. "Supervisor, 3 people came to the door of the Swan Plaza store, saying they are the supervisors of the subsidiary in Lingnan Province. What do you think? Could they be vagrant criminals? They are wearing ID cards from the headquarters." The supervisor was also confused. According to the reporting mechanism, he called the regional manager again. The weather in Lingnan Province is still hot. A bright fireball hung in the sky, burning the workers on the ground. It was sizzling and oily. Under a certain office building in Huacheng, a group of 15 people stood at the door of the ground floor, each wearing a shirt, carrying ID cards, and anxiously waiting for the arrival of Encore and his group. The company issued a task this morning, requiring them to fully cooperate with Encore and his team to complete the pilot marketing of Dudu Tea. The administrative director wanted to go to the airport to pick them up. General Manager Li Honghai said indifferently, "Don't they have feet?" As a result, he was fired. He was so angry that he threw his work badge and left the company. At this point, they knew the headquarters' determination. They walked on thin ice and lined up downstairs to greet them. After waiting for a long time, no one came. Suddenly, a regional manager received a call. When he put down the phone, he had a sad smile on his face. He said to others, "No need to wait. That new general manager has arrived at the Swan Plaza store." The clerk thought they were scammers. Everyone looked at each other. What the hell is this? How come they just got off the plane, and they killed a subsidiary manager before they even saw him? They were anxious, standing downstairs waiting for so long, they were almost hand, but they told us that he had arrived at the store? Damn! Are you here to cause trouble? Although they were full of resentment, none of them dared to show it, for fear of being accidentally injured by the inexplicable, murderous aura brought by Encore. This matter is too abnormal. Abnormality must be caused by something strange. What's more frightening is that no one knows where this evil wind comes from. Everyone should stay calm and not be the first to stand out. A dozen backbones of Dudu Tea beverage rushed to the Swan store again. The news was passed down layer by layer. Milk Tea Girl knew that the woman with a gentle smile in front of her was actually the new director of the subsidiary. And she suddenly became very nervous. And Ko comforted her. "It's okay, you do your thing. Don't worry about us." But Chin Sun suddenly said, "Little sister, you don't have to take care of them, but you have to take care of me. You have to teach me how to make milk tea." Encore. She looked at Chin Sun, and the smile on her face finally couldn't be maintained. "Boss Chin, you really can't do it at all?" Chin Sun said confidently. "What you said, who can make milk tea right after birth?" Encore. "I can't laugh anymore. I'm so tired." Xia Ning stepped forward, looked at Chin Sun, and warned him seriously. "Boss Chin, you pulled down the head of the subsidiary company as soon as you came. I guess other people in the company are holding their breath." She paused. "For the smooth progress of the next work, I suggest you You should be more serious, after all. You are stepping on Li Honghai's head. Qin Sun was a little unconvinced, looking at Xia Ning. Blame me? Xia was shocked by his tough attitude, and asked back. Is it me? Qin Sun raised his eyebrows. What else? Xia Ning was stunned. It seems to be right. If Qian Yunfa didn't know his identity, he wouldn't easily touch a subsidiary manager. The relationship between colleagues in a company is complicated, and it is unwise to forcefully remove one person. Xia Ning and Enku sat in the rest area of the milk tea shop, watching Qin Sun learn to make milk tea with the milk tea girl. Boss Qin, the ratio of this original milk tea is 5 gt leaves, 80 milliliters water, and 200 milliliters milk. Of course, the tea soup must be boiled in advance. Qin Sun was surprised. There is really milk and tea leaves? The milk tea girl smiled and explained. It didn't exist before. Didn't we upgrade the product half a year ago? Slowly add some tea and milk. Qin Sun shook his head and sighed. Is the quality high or low? No wonder it's going bankrupt. The milk tea girl was surprised, and quickly looked up at Enku in the rest area, but saw her showing an encouraging smile. She was relieved, and she blamed Qin Sun in her heart. It's not easy for me to find such a quiet store. You are so outspoken. Don't ruin my job. Suddenly, the milk tea girl heard Qin Sun ask, Little sister, can you still make the milk tea that was mixed with milk tea essence and various additives? The milk tea girl was shocked again. Brother, don't mess with me. It is against company regulations to sell old products as new products. If you are caught, you will be fined. The milk tea girl looked at Enku quietly again, but unexpectedly found that she nodded. Chapter 115, It's another day of ending the fired supervisor. After getting the nod from the new boss, the milk tea girl breathed a sigh of relief and took out some raw materials from the back warehouse. She began to teach Qin Sun how to make milk tea. The milk tea girl taught carefully, and Qin Sun learned seriously. The atmosphere was very good. Boss Qin, the ratio is like this, please remember it. Yeah, I see, is that so? Yes. Boss Qin, you are really smart. How do you make lemonade? Oh, this, although you need to add something, you also need to cut a few slices of lemon. Sour, sweet, delicious. That's because Boss Qin learns well and quickly. Suddenly, Qin Sun asked, Little sister, you speak so gently. Milk tea's sister covered her mouth and chuckled. I used to be a kindergarten teacher, dealing with children every day, and I always talk to children like this. Qin Sun, are you polite? After a moment he smiled. Then can you sing wah wah wah? Milk tea's sister was stunned. No, Qin Sun said with a smile while making milk tea. Then I'll teach you. Milk tea's sister chuckled. Okay. Qin Sun sang without any hesitation. In the small garden dig. Dig. Dig, plant small seeds, bloom small flowers in the big garden dig. 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 Xia Ning was startled. And Ku was also startled. The two of them looked at each other, shook their heads and sighed at the same time, and put on headphones to listen to music, so as not to pollute their ears. Half an hour later, Qin Sun had learned all the varieties of milk tea in the store from the milk tea girl, and also learned how to make ice cream. It was a beautiful 3.5 circle torch shape, not a soft pile of poop. After this period of study, his master-level gourmet ability came into play, and he instantly understood the role of various powders, the difference in the ratio of taste, and the difference in mouthfeel. After Qin Sun finished learning, he took a deep breath, and began to tinker with it alone, and developed milk tea. After a while, desserts, milk tea, a total of 8 cups were placed on the counter. Qin Sun handed a cup to the milk tea girl, and then shouted to Xia Ning, who was wearing headphones. Encore. Xia Ning. And Ku. You can come over and drink milk tea. They both took off their headphones at the same time and walked over. Enku looked at the 7 or 8 colorful desserts and milk teas on the counter, and was a little surprised. I remember. This is not the milk tea style of Dudu tea, Qin Sun said proudly. This is what I just made, using the existing raw materials and recombining it into a new product. Hearing this, Enku subconsciously glanced at the trash can and found that there were not many discarded milk tea cups in it. Thinking that it had been less than half an hour since she entered the store, she was shocked. Boss Qin, did you not even try it? You made the finished product in one go? Not even the semi-finished product was lost? Qin Sun nodded, thinking it was natural. Encore. She was a little helpless. She envied Li Honghai, who was plucked away again. Now Qin Sun gave her the feeling that She was a general entrusted with an important task. Suddenly, a soldier named Qin Sun appeared and said to her, "Oh, I'm bored today. I'll make a nuclear bomb for fun." Then, Qin Sun was taken to the nuclear test base. Half an hour later, Qin Sun said, "The nuclear bomb is ready. You can use it to start a world war." She could only hide in the corner and shiver. She didn't dare. She didn't dare at all. And could looked at the cups of milk tea and sighed in her heart. Is it really necessary to rely on these products to break through the predicament of Dudu tea? Xia Ning looked at Enku, who was a little worried, and felt relieved. When she first met Qin Sun, she was often shocked by some of his abnormal, and even anti-intellectual behaviors. Now she is used to it. Looking at the 7 or 8 cups of milk tea and desserts on the counter, she felt that the colors were bright. The combinations were reasonable, and they seemed to be delicious. She thought that Qin Sun was very talented in cooking. Or maybe all foods were connected. He seemed to be very talented in singing and marketing. Except for getting along harmoniously with girls. His brain was always lacking. Xia Ning picked up a cup and took a sip. Not bad. Seeing this, Enku also picked up a cup and took a sip. He couldn't help but be stunned. And the haze in his heart was swept away. Wow! Brother! You are awesome! Oh my god! How did you do it? Qin Sun put his hands behind his back, slightly raised his chest, and looked at the milk tea girl, who was eating melon silently on the side. This little sister taught me well. Enku smiled, and took out his mobile phone. Thank you. I will reward you with a cash red envelope of 1,000 yuan. The milk tea girl covered her mouth with joy. Today is a lucky day. I can make milk tea with the internet celebrity Qin Sun, and get a 1,000 yuan red envelope. Enku tasted one cup after another, and her eyes became brighter and brighter. Qin Sun introduced them on the side. This is iced lemon. This is pearl milk tea. This is peach spring. This is shake milkshake. After tasting all the milk teas, Enku was a little shocked. It sounds simple to mix powder with milk tea, but the ratio of various ingredients is very important. If it is slightly wrong, it will be too stimulating or taste weird. After drinking it, you will feel sick. So, the ratio is extremely important. Suddenly, Enku bowed slightly to Qin Sun, and said with a smile, Mr. Qin, I apologize for my slight suspicion of you just now. Qin Sun, just a little? Enku stood up, smiling, picked up the milk tea, and seemed to be biting the straw inadvertently. Oh no, you found out. In fact, in my heart, I don't believe it at all. Qin Sun heard this and laughed, and his sense of accomplishment was overwhelming. Suddenly, he heard Xia Ning's somewhat cold voice. It is said that women who like to chew straws are very sexual. Instantly, he saw Enku stunned for a moment, her cheeks flushed, and put the milk tea cup on the counter. Qin Sun turned around and looked at Xia Ning, trembling and pointing at her. You are so disrespectful. You are just a little assistant, and you dare to be so presumptuous in front of President and... Enku lowered her head, and a gentle smile flashed in her eyes. Xia Ning, you can never control a man. You are pushing him towards me. The milk tea shop fell silent. Xia Ning was calm as if nothing had happened, with a cold expression. Qin Sun stared at Xia Ning, feeling embarrassed for her. Finally, Enku broke the silence and asked, Mr. Qin, have the product development and combination been completed? What is our next plan? Qin Sun shook his head. No, these are all unqualified products. Chapter 116. Lower the price, lower the price, lower the price, lower the price to the end. If it's not up to standard, it tastes so good. If it's up to standard, wouldn't it taste even better? Enku's eyes lit up, and her voice was full of surprise. Qin Sun still shook his head. No, I want to find substitutes for these raw materials with lower and lower prices. Including pearls, lemons, even straws, milk tea cups, all cheaper. I said, to lower the price, first we have to lower the cost. Highlight the price to the end. Enku knows a little about milk tea, hearing Qin Sun's words, can't help but start to worry again, asked, Boss Qin, if you change the ingredients to cheaper ones, and if you change to someone with a sensitive palate, you might be able to taste flavor in some milk teas. Qin Sun pointed at the milk tea on the counter. I only sell ice cream cones for 2 yuan. A cup of lemon tea for 4 yuan. This big cup of pearl milk tea for 9 yuan. He raised his voice, and said with a smile, Friend, it's just a few yuan. If you don't taste the flavor, You want to taste a cow's milk? And Chin Sun's words made sense. And she was speechless. Chin Sun said goodbye to the milk tea girl and walked out with Xia Ning and Enku. Let's go to the raw material wholesale market to choose cheap and good ones. Xia Ning had no expression on her face, she was used to it. Enku was very worried. Could it be that Qian Yunfa deliberately made me the head of this subsidiary, just to embarrass me? To give me a warning? It's not easy to be a spy. It's even harder to be a spy in public. Chin Sun and his group had just left for 5 minutes. More than a dozen executives from the Lingnan subsidiary of Dudu Tea rushed to the Swan store. Sweating profusely, they saw only a milk tea girl inside, cleaning the 7 or 8 cups of milk tea on the counter. Where were Anko and Chin Sun? A middle-aged woman hurried in and asked, "Girl, isn't the newly appointed general manager in your store?" And general manager Chin Sun. The milk tea girl saw a man wearing a shirt, trousers, and a company ID at the door, and was so scared that she had difficulty speaking. That Mr. N and Mr. Chin went to buy cheap goods. The woman didn't understand. What did you say? The milk tea girl explained. Mr. Chin took our previous raw material powder, developed several products by himself, and then found that the cost was too high, and went to the raw material market to buy cheap substitute products. The middle-aged woman keenly grasped the key point and asked, "Did you mix it with the previous powder?" The milk tea girl felt that she had said the wrong thing, and quickly covered her mouth, and saw that the woman's eyes turned cold, and then she said it with some embarrassment. "Yes, it's made from the powder left over before the product upgrade." The woman was a little unconvinced. "It's made from powder, and he thinks it's cheap?" The milk tea girl nodded. Seeing this, everyone outside the door shook their heads. "Alas, don't hire such a stupid clerk in the future. You talk nonsense, and I can't understand you. It's been less than an hour, and an outsider said he developed a product? And he complained that the powder was not cheap enough? Isn't it cheap enough? He also said that Enku and Chin Sun went to the raw material market to find raw materials. This is funny." A vice president, who was accompanying him, picked up his phone and called Enku. "Hello, Mr. N. Where are you now?" Enku was silent. Amid the noise on the other end of the phone, a young man was arguing with someone until he was hoarse. Loud ding. "Do you think my fist is big? For this grade of ice cream powder, you dare to sell it to me for 15 yuan per pound? 10 yuan per pound. That's the price. I want to buy 5,000 pounds. I may need more in the future." Then, the voice of Loud Ding, an old man, sounded. Sell? 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 Large quantity and heavy weight are better. Why didn't you say so earlier? What, 10 yuan or not? I'll sell it to you for 9 yuan per pound." The vice president was stunned, and the phone in his hand almost slipped off. I'm really buying raw materials. Only 9 yuan per pound? This, nowadays, a slightly higher-end brand milk tea shop, how can it use such cheap ice cream powder? The vice president's mind was blank, and he didn't know what he said to Enku. After hanging up the phone, he saw everyone looking at him. He smiled bitterly. Let's find the next buyer. Dudu Tea is going to be ruined. Chin Sun picked and chose in a huge wholesale market, haggling with various uncles, arguing with each other, and sometimes even fighting. Finally, all the raw materials needed were settled. Chin Sun wiped the sweat from his forehead. Huachun is really hot. Suddenly, he saw that Xia Ning and Enku's faces were also a little red. You are also hot. Right? Enku smiled but said nothing. Xia Ning snorted coldly. They were not too hot, but they followed Chin Sun, and saw him bargaining with others, and felt a little embarrassed to follow him. Walking out of the wholesale market, Chin Sun instructed Enku. I have already agreed on the price of the goods. Send the people from the purchasing department of Dudu Tea Company to push down the price I negotiated. The price they gave me is definitely not the lowest price. Enku nodded. When the company comes forward to purchase, the seller will treat it as a big customer, and want to make long-term money steadily, and even take the initiative to lower the price. Xia Ning was so hot that her shirt stuck to her skin. She had never been so tired before, and felt a little bored. Since the company will have to purchase the goods in the end. What is the point of you coming here this afternoon? Chin Sun turned to look at Xia Ning and smiled. I'm afraid that if I just lie down in the air-conditioned room of the hotel, you will think that I am not serious about my work. Xia Ning. Before she could say anything, she stabbed Chin Sun. Chin Sun turned his head and looked at Enku. You must ask the company to purchase the goods. Only bargaining is allowed. And you are absolutely not allowed to change the ordered products without authorization. These things are not expensive. But the quality is not bad. Enku nodded. Got it. Chin Sun smiled. Bossin, you are the boss now. Not my assistant. You should behave yourself. Enku said with a smile. Got it. At dusk, a dozen people from Dudu finally caught up with Chin Sun and his group. According to the rules of the underworld, they were dragged to the hotel. And they toasted each other again. And flattered each other in various ways. Bossin, you are young and promising. Boss Chin, you are young and promising. This time, we are upgrading and renovating the Lingnan area. And we are relying on you too. A single spark can start a prairie fire. You two are a perfect match. A pair of male and female killers. Xiaoning was silent throughout the whole process. Sitting quietly beside Chin Sun. Drinking a bowl of soup with his head down. Like an outsider. Until she heard. Male and female evil spirits, she looked up at the flatterer, and snorted in her heart. Some people in the Dudu Tea Drinks team should improve their cultural literacy. They don't even know how to use idioms. After the drinking party, it was already dark. Chin Sun only felt that he was supported by two women on the left and right, walking into a room. He leaned on the sofa in a daze, and fell asleep. Xiaoning stood in the room, and found that it was a suite. It had a bedroom and a living room. She looked at Enku with a cold face. What do you mean by arranging this room for us? Enku smiled lightly, pointed at her and Chin Sun, and then pointed at herself. It's not you. It's the three of us. Chapter 117 Chin Sun's most powerful General Xiaoning, meet the great devil. Xiaoning? She stared at Enku coldly, looking her up and down, glancing at Chin Sun, who was sleeping on the sofa, and said in a low voice. Is your way of seducing people so simple and crude, without a trace of feminine reserve? Enku remained calm, smiled lightly, and said in a low voice. Sister Ning, you are joking. She pointed at the rooms one by one, explaining. There are 3 rooms here. One for each of us. She pointed to the living room again. And there is also a living room here, which can be used as our temporary office, so that we can hold small meetings. Neither your company nor our company can afford to lose this battle of Dudu Tea. She smiled. Otherwise, when we discuss some marketing strategies, should we go to the subsidiaries' meeting room, the milk tea shop, or the coffee shop to be eavesdropped? Or should the 3 of us squeeze into one bed in a hotel? Xiaoning looked at Enku and frowned slightly. Seems to make sense. Nothing happened overnight. The next day, Chin Sun woke up from the sofa and found a small blanket wrapped in his arms. He seemed to be lying in a hotel suite. He was still hungover and confused. He saw a room on the left side of the living room. The door creaked open. Enku came out with her hair loose, wearing a nightgown and slippers, and smiled at him. Morning. Mr. Chin. Chin Sun looked at the lazy and weak Enku with a confused face. I was played with. Another door slammed. A door on the right side of the living room opened. Xiaoning also came out with her hair loose, in a nightgown, and slippers, and gave him a cold look. Not dead yet? Chin Sun? I was played with by 2 people, and almost died? When the 3 of them were eating breakfast around the coffee table in the living room. Chin Sun finally understood. Oh, I understand. Because of work needs, the 3 of us temporarily live in a suite with 3 bedrooms. Enku smiled and nodded, and then lowered her head to drink porridge. Xiaoning's face didn't show any expression. Chin Sun held an egg tightly in one hand, didn't break it, but it was full of vigor. Then why didn't you drag me to the bed in the 3rd bedroom? Enku raised her head and smiled apologetically. I tried, but I didn't have enough strength. Chin Sun. 1 nun has no water to drink. 2 nuns have to carry water to drink. Enku glanced at Xiaoning, somewhat helpless. Xiaoning raised her eyes. Her face remained unchanged. I slapped you. But it didn't wake you up. Chin Sun? He looked at Xiaoning in shock. She lowered her head, stirred the porridge in the bowl with a small spoon, and added softly, it wasn't a heavy slap. After dinner, Chin Sun entered the serious work mode and gave instructions to the 2 assistants. Encore! Encore shouted loudly. Here! Chin Sun said with a serious face. Enku, you have several things to do today. First, select 50 stores in an area, contact the construction team according to the door front drawings I designed, and complete the door front replacement within 3 days. Second, change the menus of these 50 stores, with the ones I designed yesterday, and I will send you the price. Third, have Dudu Tea train the store managers of the 50 stores, Have the company's internal trainers teach them my recipes, and have the store managers teach the staff. Standard production process, I will send it to you later. Fourth, have Duduti Company purchase enough raw materials and deliver them to these 50 stores. Fifth, have Duduti Marketing Department produce 50,000 flyers based on my new products. Enku took notes and nodded. Got it. Jin-sun looked at Enku, showing a satisfied look, and solemnly reminded him, pay attention to efficiency, and remember to come back early to rest. Enku was a little touched. Thank you, Mr. Chin, for your concern. But Jin-sun continued. Play games with me. Enku. She was stunned for a while, and smiled helplessly. Got it. Jin-sun turned around, and looked at Xia Ning on the other side. Xia Ning? But Xia Ning glanced at him indifferently, and her expression did not change. Jin-sun called out again. Xia Ning? Xia Ning took a deep breath, feeling that he was a little boring, but in front of Enku, she could only give him enough face. Here. Jin-sun snorted coldly, and gave instructions. You have a few things to do today. First, track the theme song Duduti Sweet Honey, and the progress of the Snow King doll, and complete it within 3 days. Second, I will teach you a new rap today, after you learn it, when the manager of Duduti is learning about new products. Teach them rap. Xia Ning thought of the last name Mai, and instinctively wanted to refuse, but suddenly saw the smile on Enku's face, and nodded and said, Got it. Jin-sun nodded with satisfaction, and turned to look at Enku. Enku, I have thought of something I can give you. Xia Ning glanced at Jin-sun calmly, somewhat dissatisfied. Enku smiled, feeling valued. Boss Chin. You say? Jin-sun said. You should recruit 100 college students to work part-time these days. Those who can get into the puppets. For promotional purposes for the reopening of 50 stores in a few days. Enku hadn't spoken yet. Xia Ning spoke first. I can do this. 2. Jin-sun frowned. Xiao Xia. Hiring 100 part-timers. Doesn't it cost money? Xia Ning understood and immediately changed her words, saying calmly, Oh, I can't do it. I'm not familiar with the place. Enku. Alas, I'm an outsider after all. For the next 3 days, things went on in full swing. Within 3 days, the door signs of 50 stores were all changed to a bright red background, white words, and an image of the Snow King. Some of the store employees were shocked. Fuck. Why did the store sign change? Why does it look so rustic? It feels so low class. Is my salary going to be reduced as well? Is the rumored company having problems and going bankrupt? Is it true? 50,000 flyers are ready. 50 store managers have received the company's new product training and learned a particularly awkward promotional song. But fortunately, it was taught by an incredibly beautiful and cold queen. The promotional theme song was finished. 100 Snow King dolls were also sent to Huacheng and distributed to 50 stores. That night, Jin-sun stood in the hotel living room, looking at the lights of thousands of houses outside the window. Everything is ready, only the east wind is missing. He turned around and looked at Xia Ning on the sofa. Xiao Xia, can you ask Song Ying how many people are in the group now? Xia Ning nodded. Send a message to Song Ying soon. She was pulled into a group and couldn't help but scream. More than 30. Jin-sun, Song Ying has already added 32 internet celebrities to the group. Their notes all have their network IDs and number of fans the least. Well, only 50,000 fans. Song Ying has the most fans. For 0.68 million, most of the others are small bloggers with 300,000 or 400,000 fans. Enku looked at Xia Ning and was about to say something but stopped. 300,000 or 400,000 fans, actually not small. But with Jin-sun's ability to create internet celebrities, in his eyes, bloggers with 300,000 or 400,000 fans are probably the same as ordinary people. Jin-sun smiled slightly and said in a deep voice, Xia Ning, pull me into the group. I want this group of people to work for me. Work for me. Xia Ning nodded. Okay, I'll tell Song Ying. Enku looked at Jin-sun and was shocked and felt that his momentum had changed at this moment, and he became domineering, like a god descending to the earth. Jin-sun was pulled into the group and saw the group name and was stunned. The evil wind is rising. Suddenly, a group member named Xiaoying Doll, for 0.68 million fans, sent an emoticon of a panda man kowtowing crazily. Jin-sun's first fierce General Xiaoying Doll, see the big devil. In a moment, Jin-sun was so embarrassed that he wanted to quit the group. Chapter 118. You still dare to talk about money with my brother? Can't you tell the difference between the big and small kings? A stone stirs up 1,000 waves. With Song Ying's words. Meet the big devil, who doesn't know that the person who came in is Qin Sun. Group members greeted him one after another. Hello. Mr. Qin. Hello. Brother Qin. Hello. Mr. Qin. Everyone was quite serious at first, but most of the internet celebrities have conspicuous bags, and then the style became wrong. I miss you so much. Smell it. Kiss, hug, lift me up. Mr. Qin, please call me Queen. Anko stood behind Qin Sun, staring at his phone openly, seeing a group of internet celebrities in the group who were sloppy. I feel a bit complicated. What level a marketing level is? Actually, you can tell by looking at the investment amount. 10,000. Most small companies use more. 100,000. In most companies, you have to go through the process and get approval several times. 1 million. That must have taken several meetings and layers of application and layers of approval before it can be approved. 10 million. Looking across the country, there are not many companies that can afford this. Not to mention DDT, which looks glamorous, but is actually about to go bankrupt at any time, and is often blocked by suppliers for debt collection. 10 million is almost the end of his life. If it doesn't work this time, when the company collapses, it will be disgraceful, and there won't even be enough money for a coffin. Anko looked at the lively atmosphere in the group. What makes her happy is that Qin Sun actually has such a high status in the internet celebrity world, and has a faint godfather's momentum. What makes her worried is that they are just some internet celebrities. Internet celebrities are different from stars after all. Stars have professional companies to package them throughout the process. They like to put on airs, give people a sense of superiority, and can attract a bunch of hardcore fans. Celebrities can run fan economy. But internet celebrities are mainly for entertaining the public. Netizens watch them just for fun, and rarely form a brainless fan group, or form actual fan purchasing power. If the final promotion of DDT drinks is just to use a bunch of small internet celebrities, it feels like using mud legs to fight a tough battle. It makes people feel that they are just giving away heads. It's just for fun. It may even have a negative effect, and drag the original brand style of DDT drinks into the quagmire. Qin Sun just smiled when he saw the messages in the group, without sending a single word, waiting for the group to gradually quiet down. Then someone in the group named it Xiaonuan, for 20,000 fans, asked a serious question. Mr. Qin, you asked Xiaoying to gather us together. What do you want to do? Qin Sun typed and sent. I'm doing marketing for the brand transformation of DDT drinks recently. There are 50 stores in Lingnan Province Flower City in 3 days, and they will be reopened. I want to invite you to come, to do some work, and do some publicity. As soon as these words came out, the group was quiet for a moment. Someone immediately started to flatter. Great. Great. It is our blessing to serve Mr. Qin. As long as Mr. Qin says a word, we will go through fire and water without hesitation. Then how much will Mr. Qin pay us? Milk tea. I love it the most. At this time, the group was quiet for a while, because someone asked the question that everyone wanted to ask. Although they were because of Song Ying's fame, they also wanted to cling to Qin Sun, the legendary father of traffic. But after flying thousands of miles to Lingnan, it's not a wasted trip. Besides, they knew that Qin Sun was a rising star in the marketing circle, and he would definitely not be stingy. Everyone in the group was quietly waiting for Qin Sun's answer, full of expectations. Qin Sun smiled, and was about to type. But he saw Xiaoying Doll, for 0.68 million fans, sent a screenshot to the group. It was a screenshot of removing people from the group. You removed Zheng Qianduoduo, 120,000 fans from the group chat. And then, Song Ying sent a few more lines. I added you to this evil group, which is already your blessing, and you still want to talk about money with my brother? No money. Work for nothing. This is all your honor. Xian Ning looked up at Qin Sun, with a look of shock. Qin Sun, is Song Ying's admiration for you a little too blind? Qin Sun laughed awkwardly twice. He knew that the words Song Ying sent in the group were not out of spite, but from the heart. He looked at Xian Ning, showing a meaningful smile. It's not that Song Ying's worship of me is too blind, but Xian Ning, you don't know me clearly enough. Xian Ning. I only heard Qin Sun continue to speak. Song Ying understands me, knows that I am a thrifty person, I don't like to spend money, and I like to get things for free. Xian Ning? She didn't understand. Why a grown man could say such words so confidently. And sighed quietly, and felt more and more unsure. The group was quiet for a moment. Then it went crazy. 99.99, 6 turns. I never thought that. You are such people. More vicious than capitalists. Jin-sun, do you think too highly of yourself? I am a blogger with 600,000 fans after all, and an advertisement costs tens of thousands of yuan. Then, another screenshot was posted. You removed the singing kitten, 620,000 fans from the group chat. Songing typed again, in a fierce manner. You still dare to talk about money with my brother? Can't you tell the difference between the big and small Wong? My brother treats money as dirt. You keep talking about money, isn't it disgusting? The group was quiet for a moment, and then it exploded. This is too much. Is this your attitude when asking people to do things? Can that blogger tolerate your attitude? Is there any law? Even if I die today, I will jump off the building. I will never help you with publicity. Jin-sun saw that the situation was getting out of control, and was afraid that if they kept arguing, these people would be fired by Song Ying. He quickly picked up his phone and sent a voice message. Don't worry, everyone. I don't need money. But I see that most of you are singing bloggers. I can give you a song in exchange. Whoever has the highest number of likes on the promotional video for DDT will get the right to sing a song, which can be used for commercial performances. The group fell silent. It seemed to be thinking, what kind of song is it that dares Jin-sun to speak so arrogantly, and wants to get a group of people for free? Without waiting for the group to speak, Jin-sun pressed the voice recording button and sang. I just happened to walk at night with a candle. The stars at midnight, like running friends. He just sang one sentence. He suddenly heard the sound of hurried high heels, and a figure came in front of him. He was so scared that he released the voice recording button, raised his head, and took a look. Xia Ning had a cold face, snatched his phone, retracted that line of the song. She only heard her cold voice. Change 1. Jin-sun tilted his head and looked at her, somewhat puzzled. Xia Ning's eyes became even colder. You gave me this song before. Jin-sun asked back. Can you sing it? Xia Ning asked back. Did you teach me? Jin-sun looked a little embarrassed. Oh! Next time. And Ko was watching from the side. Although she only heard a few words, she also guessed the outline of the story. She glanced at Jin-sun and sighed in her heart. Straight man. So straight. Steel type. The group was wondering, why was the voice message withdrawn before it was opened? Then, I saw Jin-sun send another voice message. A song the wind rises for you. Chapter 119. I am too old. Stop and go along the way. Follow the traces of the youth's drift. When I first knew this world. Wandering around. Looking at the horizon as if it was right in front of me. Willing to go through fire and water to walk through it again. I was once unable to extricate myself from the vastness of the world. Also addicted to the dream talk in it. Don't know the truth or falsehood, don't struggle, don't be afraid of being laughed at. Said after singing. Xia Ning looked at Jin-sun, his eyes, which had always been cold, became a little softer. Suddenly, she saw Inka staring at Jin-sun intently, with a gentle look like lake water in her eyes, and she couldn't help but frown slightly. Inka pursed her lips, stared at Jin-sun quietly, but her heart was stirred. What's going on? You said you would change a song, and you really changed a song, and it was so good? The group immediately exploded. Mr. Chin, it's good, it's good. It's so damn good. Mr. Chin didn't enter the music industry, which is really a mercy to the current singers. Once you make a move, you have to hang them up and beat them. Mr. Chin, please allow me to call you Godfather. Dad. Daddy. Poster. Xia Ning wanted to laugh. Are the people in the internet celebrity circle so good at making things up? Suddenly, someone realized something was wrong. Mr. Chin, according to the number of likes, the one with the highest number of fans must have the most advantages now. The rest of us have hundreds of thousands, but Xiaoying Doll alone has nearly 5 million, then this. Next. Xiaoying Doll sent a message. My brother loves me the most. What's wrong with me using a backdoor? The group started arguing again. It's not fair. Mr. Chin, you can't do this. This is a song that may change the trajectory of my fate. You should think twice. Dad, is it not okay for me to call you Dad? Grandpa. Great-grandfather. Ancestor. Yuanmo man. Monkey. Paramecium. Blue-green algae. Seeing that the generation is getting higher and higher, it is about to complete the reverse deduction of evolution and become a small cell. Shin-sun smiled and sent a message. It is difficult to make things fair in the world. But I can mention one thing. Xiaoying will not participate in your competition. Suddenly, a message popped up in his WeChat. Group owner Xiaoying has disbanded the group chat. Shin-sun? Xiaoning? And Ke? Soon, Xiaoning's phone rang. And it was Song Ying. She handed it to Shin-sun. As soon as Shin-sun answered the call, he heard Song Ying's forbearing, aggrieved, and choking voice. Brother. There was only one word, no more words, only a low cry. Shin-sun looked at Xiaoning and Ke, clearly saw two words in their eyes, scumbag. He was a little embarrassed, softly comforted. I will give you another song. Song Ying choked and said, No, this song is windy, who can't tell it will be a big hit? I want this one. Shin-sun was helpless. I can give you another wind. Song Ying asked, What wind? Shin-sun replied, I caught a cold in that corner. Song Ying was a little surprised. What tetanus? Shin-sun smiled, and then he hummed softly. Darling, darling, darling. Listening to this pure music, Xiaoning was instantly immersed in it, slowly turning his head to look at the night outside the window, almost sinking into the night wind. Listening to it, a trace of regret rose in his heart. This song is more suitable for rainy days. After humming the whole song, Xiaoning looked at Shin-sun and suddenly thought of what he said just now. It's not that Song Ying's admiration for me is too blind, but that you don't know me clearly enough. Now, she believed it. She really couldn't see Shin-sun clearly. Suddenly, Xiaoning noticed the look in Ke's eyes when she looked at Shin-sun. In the past, it was warm and soft, with a hint of ambition in the deepest part. But now there was only tenderness. She knew that in the past, Ke might have been a green tea bitch who would seduce an excellent man. But now Ke seemed really moved. Song Ying on the other end of the phone stopped crying. After a long time, she finally said something inexplicable. Brother, did you hear that? Shin-sun was a little surprised. What did you hear? Song Ying, I'm kneeling on the school lawn now, I'm kneeling for you. If other students weren't looking at me, I would kowtow to you. Shin-sun. He sighed. Xiaoying, stop fooling around. Hurry up and start the group again, I need their help. Song Ying snorted coldly. Brother, I think your rule of excluding me is too barbaric. With the temptation of the song The Wind Rises, I can attract a few more bloggers with millions of fans to join the group. But we will decide the rules. The Wind Rises and tetanus, I want them all. Shin-sun was helpless, and said with a smile. Okay, but we must strive for fairness, don't let other bloggers feel too disappointed. Song Ying's voice became much louder, with a Zhang Fei's momentum. Brother, I promise to complete the task. Hang up the phone. Shin-sun found that Xiaoning and Ke were both staring at him intently, and he couldn't help but take a step back. Seeing that they were still staring at him, he took another step back and swallowed his saliva. But he saw that they were still staring at him. He took another step back and leaned against the corner. Two sisters. You have to calm down. Suddenly, Xiaoning snorted coldly, and her voice was also cold. Shin-sun, don't sing to Song Ying in the future. Have you ever heard a saying? You can't meet someone too amazing when you are young. Otherwise you will be unhappy for the rest of your life? Song Ying is still young. Her mind is not mature enough. So don't make trouble anymore. Shin-sun? No. Is this woman sick? But he saw Ke looking at him with a gentle look, and a smile appeared on her face. Mr. Shin, I was lucky not to meet you when I was young. Shin-sun was startled, and then heard her continue. Otherwise, I wouldn't be able to concentrate on my studies. She lowered her head slightly, raised her head again, and her smile became softer. Even more fortunately, I met you again when I grew up. When you hummed the song, I seemed to be back in school, running in the sunset, and seemed to catch the breeze in your singing. She bowed slightly. Thank you. Shin-sun? He seemed to sense something was wrong. Is she writing a love letter on the spot? Suddenly, he felt a cold gaze, turned his head, and saw Xiaoning staring at him coldly. Shin-sun opened his mouth, and said silently, It's unfair. It's none of my business. Late at night, Xiaoning received a message from Song Ying. Sister, I'm looking for my brother. Brother, I re-established the group, and brought in more bloggers, there are 40 of them now. In addition to me, there are 3 bloggers with millions of fans. We discussed the rules again, and decided to adopt a lottery mode. After promoting your store, count all the likes within a week. For example, if the total is 1 million, Then make 100 signatures, and write "The wind is rising" on the only signature. Each blogger gets the corresponding number of tickets according to the number of likes. The more likes, the more tickets you get, and the greater the chance of winning. But small bloggers can also change their fate with luck. We all agree with this rule. Xia Ning forwarded it to Qin Sun. Qin Sun replied, "Agree." The next day, a group of internet celebrities, big and small, flew to the flower city of Lingnan province from all over the country. Chapter 120. Who is Qin Sun? He actually got so many internet celebrities for free. 50 Duty stores in Huacheng City, Lingnan province, upgraded and renovated. Stores reopened, only 1 day left. Bloggers of all sizes have arrived in Huacheng. In the hotel, 11 o'clock in the morning. Qin Sun was lying on the sofa in the hotel in his pajamas playing games. Xia Ning stood quietly in front of the window, watching the traffic downstairs. Encore went to the 50 stores in the hot sun to inspect the stores, to ensure that tomorrow's opening would be foolproof. Suddenly, a message alert sounded on the phone. Xia Ning took out his phone and saw that it was a message in the group. Something is going wrong. A group member named a man named Dabu Lu. 350,000 fans posted a video in the group. The content was, a thin man in a blue t-shirt stood at the door of Dudu Tea, took a sip of milk tea, and said in a sissy way, "The pearl milk tea at Dudu Tea is especially delicious." Then, he did chest expansion exercises with a beaming face. Delicious. 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 Some people in the group commented. A man named Dabu Lu. For such a song. Is it that bad? Don't you care about the life and death of your 350,000 fans? Macho Man. Please accept my greeting. But I'm going to do something more exciting tomorrow. For this song, I'm willing to run around Huacheng naked 3 times. Alas. I really envy you men. You can be so shameless. Most of us are singing bloggers. Can you please not be so awkward? Suddenly, Xiaoying Doll sent a message. Big brother, you are crying at the wrong grave. The front of the newly renovated store is red, with a very cute snowman. A man from Debuliu? Just now I was surrounded by grandpas and aunties for a long time, after all. I was wrong. Xia Ning smiled lightly, turned her head to look at Qin Sun, found that he turned over, adjusted a comfortable posture, and continued to play games. She couldn't help but sigh. It will open tomorrow. I don't know whether to praise him for not changing his face when the sky collapsed, or scold him for not paying attention to anything. Suddenly, the phone rang again. Xia Ning picked up the phone and saw that it was the Duduti Pilot Store Group, which contained the store managers and employees of these 50 stores, and Ku secretly pulled Xia Ning in, and the two of them lurked in there as store employees. And Ku also invited Qin Sun, but he refused because he thought it was too noisy. At this time, a secretly taken photo was posted in the group. Brothers, do you think this looks like the internet celebrity named Nisier? She just looked at our store furtively and didn't come in. Is she attracted to me? But she is too shy to come in? This remark attracted a round of ridicule. Suddenly, someone posted another photo. Look! Ning Xiaobao, a popular internet celebrity with 1.38 million fans, just came in and bought an ice cream cone. Just after posting, someone posted another photo. It was a photo of a milk tea girl and a tall, thin, snake-faced beauty. Wow! The face of the white bone demon is really that sharp. She is very nice and polite. After a while, many people in the group posted photos of internet celebrities of all sizes. At this time, everyone realized that something was wrong. What's going on? Why are there so many internet celebrities suddenly appearing in Huacheng? Is there an internet celebrity conference going to be held nearby? Strange. Why are they all here to see our store? Could it be that the company invited them to perform tomorrow? As soon as this was said, everyone was shocked. At this time, a milk tea girl sent a photo. A photo with songing. Brothers and sisters. It's confirmed. They are here to support our opening tomorrow. I heard from Xiaoying that there are 52 internet celebrities in total, and each store can get one on average. As soon as this was said, it immediately aroused heated discussions in the group. Xiaoying Doll, are you the internet celebrity with more than 4.6 million fans? The pretty one? Your appearance fee is about 100,000. Right? The company invited so many internet celebrities at once, 52 of them, that must have cost several million. Is it so generous? If there is no business tomorrow, I feel that I will be sorry for the company's generosity. Suddenly, The person who posted a photo with songing just now said again. I just asked Xiaoying doll. She said that our duty tea drink does not have such a big face. All 52 of them came for Qin Sun's sake, and they don't charge any money, even the board and lodging, and the air tickets are paid by themselves. After saying that, the group was quiet for a while. Someone asked, who is Qin Sun? How could he get so many internet celebrities for free? Someone immediately jumped out to refute him. You don't even know Qin Sun? He is the handsome guy who is very popular on the internet now. The driving force behind the Xiaoying doll. Is he here too? At this time, the milk tea girl at the duty tea shop in Swan Square looked at the message in the group and showed a smug smile on her face. She typed a reply. Handsome guy Qin Sun came here a few days ago. The new milk tea in our store is designed by him, but I taught him how to make milk tea. He is so smart. He learns it in no time. Seeing the girls in the group expressing indie, sexy, kneeling emojis, her vanity exploded, and she continued to type and send messages. In addition to milk tea design, I heard that even the theme song, door design, Snow King doll, are all handled by him. His side job is being an internet celebrity, just for fun, and his main job is the CEO of a marketing company. After typing, she was all smiles, feeling lucky to have a short men-apprentice friendship with Qin Sun. Thinking that I would check the surveillance video later, I would download the video of myself teaching Qin Sun how to make milk tea. It would be passed down as a family heirloom from generation to generation. At this time, there was another message in the group. You missed a chance to change your life. Seeing this, she immediately understood what it meant, sighed, and replied, what do you mean by missed or not missed? When you see how pretty Mr. Qin's assistant is, you won't dare to have any bad thoughts. Also, our newly appointed Mr. N is as obedient as a little lamb in front of Mr. Qin. How dare I have any ideas? People like Mr. Qin, we can only watch from afar and not play with them. Xia Ning looked at the message, and a faint smile appeared on her face unconsciously, and she looked up at the lying Qin Sun. She felt a little sorry for him. By standing next to him, could he lose some of his luck and love? Oh, I'm afraid he will end up alone. At the same time, the news that Qin Sun was making waves in Lingnan Province's Flower City also spread throughout the national marketing community, sparking a heated discussion. Chapter 121. Have a drink? Well, let's fight her. Marketing companies across the country who know about Qin Sun are discussing it heatedly. Qin Sun left Haicheng and flew to Lingnan Province. It is said that he won a big order of 10 million from Dudu Tea. What? Give out 10 million? Dudu Tea approached us before, but we rejected it. With a budget of only 500,000. There is no point. Give out 10 million. What kind of magic potion did Qin Sun give them? Is the name Qin Sun so valuable? It's only been a few days? Qin Sun has started working on the next marketing plan? Is he a workaholic? Dudu Tea. It is difficult to market a chain of tea drinks, which is why many marketing companies are not willing to take on this kind of business. Is Qin Sun so careless about his reputation? Take this kind of order? If Qin Sun messes up, then we can invite Qin Sun to join our company at a low price. Let's wait and see. I don't believe Dudu Tea will really spend 10 million to buy a lesson. At this time, a marketing plan that was inferred by an industry insider in Huacheng after many visits, inquiries, and speculations. It was quietly circulated. Dudu Tea marketing plan. 01. Low price to increase sales, reduce costs, and use powder mixing. 02. Use earthy themed songs to empathize with netizens. 03. Design a childish Snow King puppet. The friends in the marketing industry were all shocked. It's over. It will reopen tomorrow. Is there really someone who spent 10 million to learn a lesson? Are the senior executives of Dudu Tea brainless? How did this plan pass the approval? Qin Sun will be ruined in the marketing industry. Dudu Tea will also be buried with Qin Sun. Lingnan Province. And Ke, holding an umbrella, accompanied by a group of people, visited various stores, checked the material preparation, and encouraged the store managers. She always had a smile on her face, and acted very capable. She never seemed to get tired. The people accompanying her did not dare to say anything, and could only follow. A day passed. It gets dark late in Lingnan, at around 7 o'clock, and Ke finally got off work and separated from the group of people from Dudu Tea. Seeing them limping away and disappearing, her upright body suddenly collapsed, and she supported herself on a tree by the roadside. She lowered her head and reached out to wipe the sweat from her forehead. Her body had been dry and wet. Wet and dry. She saw a stone pillar on the side of the road. Walked over. Sat on it without caring about her image. And gently took off her shoes. She took off her socks, and squeezed a bean-sized blister with her fingernails. The pain did not make her frown even a little. And could put on her socks. Put on her shoes. Adjusted her bangs that stuck to her forehead. And stood up again. Her posture became upright again. She walked in the twilight. Dignified, elegant, and capable. Thinking of a colleague praising her for her nobleness today. She couldn't help but laugh. What nobleness is there? It's just that her parents have too high expectations for their daughter to become a phoenix. And she is a bit noble in her heart. And she often acts arrogantly. Which naturally confuses some people. Not everyone is like Xia Ning, who was born with a silver spoon in her mouth. She is just a child without an umbrella, running faster than others in the rain. Suddenly, the phone rang. And Ku took it out, and saw that it was Director Xia. She waited for 5 seconds before answering the phone. Hello, Mr. Xia. Xia Shujia's tone was a little low. Encore, are you available to talk now? Encore looked around, and saw workers rushing around, and said softly, It's available, Mr. Xia. Immediately, Xia Shujia asked. I heard a rumor today, saying that Qin Sun had sex with 53 female internet celebrities for free. What does that mean? Qin Sun is a cheap and promiscuous person? Encore was frightened by Xia Shujia's bluntness and smiled, knowing that he was really angry because he was afraid that Xia Ning would suffer a loss. She quickly explained. No, Mr. Xia. Qin Sun has invited 52 bloggers to promote the grand opening of Dudu Tea tomorrow. Both men and women. Some have around 100,000 fans. Some have 2 to 3 million fans. And some have more than 4.6 million fans. The total number of fans of these people exceeds 25 million. Xia Shujia knew that some big internet celebrities were not cheap. It would cost hundreds of thousands to post an advertisement. And they could earn more money in a month than many celebrities. He was a little surprised. How much does it cost to hire so many internet celebrities? And Ku answered. No money, so it's free. Free is an internet term, which means getting a certain product or service without spending money. Xia Shujia's voice was a little surprised. Only one song was given. And Ku thought of the scene that night, slightly moved, said with a smile. Yes. These internet celebrities who regard traffic as their life, in order to get a chance to cooperate with Qin Sun, flew to Huacheng at their own expense to cheer for the opening tomorrow. There was silence on the other end of the phone for a while. And Ku knew that Director Xia could not understand this behavior. And it must be stupid in his eyes. She added. Qin Sun's song is called I Caught a Cold in That Corner, which Miss Xia also likes. But Qin Sun gave it to a big internet celebrity in front of Miss Xia. On the other end of the phone, Xia Shujia's voice soon sounded. Xia Ning. She didn't say anything? And Ku replied. Miss Xia remained silent. Hang up the phone. Xia Shujia lay on the bamboo lounge chair on the balcony, muttering. You don't fight for what you like. When will Ningning be able to bear such grievances? He was a little annoyed. If she really marries Qin Sun, will she be bullied to death? Xia Shujia looked at the starless night sky, picked up the teacup and took a sip of tea. Suddenly smiled. 52 internet celebrities. More than 25 million fans in total. If this internet carnival fails, Dudu Tea will become a rat crossing the street. 9 o'clock in the evening. And Ku was eating in the living room. Qin Sun and Xia Ning had already taken a shower. Qin Sun was lying on the sofa playing games. Xia Ning was looking through her emails, and suddenly saw a message from Chengwan. It was some bad comments about Qin Sun said by Chengwan's friends. She looked up at Qin Sun and said lightly. Qin Sun, Chengwan just sent me some negative news about you, saying that other marketing companies are waiting to see your joke. I think after tomorrow, you will fall from the altar. Hearing this, Qin Sun didn't care, and continued playing games. They know nothing. If they can see through everything, why can't they take down this 10 million order? Xia Ning. Perhaps. There is no one named Xia Ning in their company. And Ku lowered her head to eat. Her speed was much slower. And her face looked a little bad. In fact, she was not optimistic either. That's why she walked all day today, wanting everyone to see that she was a temporary supervisor of a subsidiary. She had no credit. But she also worked hard. Suddenly, and Ku looked up and smiled. Boss Qin, would you like to drink? Perhaps this is their last chance to sit together and drink. Qin soon turned over. Then have a drink. Xia Ning heard this. A trace of sadness flashed across her cold face. Drink? Well, I can't be a coward, I'll fight her. Chapter 122. Not bad? This job is exhausting. Enku ordered takeout, and some beer. They drank a lot. Enku drank 3 bottles of beer, but his expression did not change much, still with a faint smile. Jin-sun wanted to drink more because he had stayed in the hotel for a day, and his slacking value did not increase much. Xia Ning was unsure about the opening tomorrow, and thought that if he wasted his father's 10 million, he would definitely be ridiculed. Even at the family dinner at the end of the year, he was mocked by his uncles and aunts. She drank a bottle of beer, but her alcohol tolerance was too low, and her face turned into a cherry. She also got drunk. Jin-sun, I really can't afford to lose. My father won't give me any more chances. It was the first time Jin-sun saw Xia Ning drunk, and he despised her alcohol tolerance. She would be the one to be despised when she sat at the same table with the kids. Hearing what she said, he remembered his father who drank heavily, raced, fought, urinated and defecated everywhere, and kept a mistress, and lost the management rights of Duduti. I couldn't help but feel that Xia Ning was a little pitiful. He said loudly, Xiao Xia, don't worry. I will definitely hand over Duduti to you safely. Enku was shocked. Did Jin-sun know that she was Mr. Xia's daughter? Xia Ning's face was still cold, but she smiled a little foolishly. Don't you respect me like a mother? She opened her arms towards Jin-sun. Come! Give Mom a hug. Enku? Jin-sun has an Oedipus complex? Enku has an Oedipus complex? They are a good match. Jin-sun was stunned for a moment, turned his head to look at Enku, shook his head, and said softly, She is a bad drinker. Next time, let her sit at the same table with dogs. Suddenly, Jin-sun felt someone grabbing his hair. Looking up, it was Xia Ning again. Jin-sun, I heard it. Slept all night. In his dream, Jin-sun dreamed that when he was in the toilet, there was a sudden earth-shaking crash outside the door. Turn around and see, it was actually 2 dinosaurs roaring. Woke up. Then, he heard the door being knocked. Xia Ning and Enku's voices came. Jin-sun, get up. Boss Jin? Boss Jin, you need to get up earlier today. Jin-sun? Boss Jin? Boss Jin? If you don't get up, I will call the locksmith company. Jin-sun, today you are the representative of Oak Company, and you will give the opening speech. Get up quickly. Jin-sun looked at the time with a dizzy head. It was only 6:30, and he almost shed tears of grievance. The grand opening ceremony was held at the Jinsher Square Commercial Street in Huacheng. Today is Saturday, and there are a lot of people. 10 o'clock in the morning. Jin-sun mixed in with the managers of the Lingnan subsidiary of Duduti, and his face showed a tired look. The opening ceremony was not until 10:30. He came here 2 hours in advance to stand here as punishment. How could there be such a hard job in the world? He looked around and saw that this Duduti shop was at the corner of the commercial street, and there was a large square outside the door. It was very suitable for activities, and the open space in front was large enough, so it would not cause large-scale congestion. There was a red banner hanging under the door, which read reopening ceremony of the 50th Duduti shop. A red carpet was laid at the door, and flower baskets were placed on both sides. When he turned around, Xia Ning had tied her hair into a ponytail, and had changed into Duduti's red work clothes and a black cap. She was pretty and lovely. In the sun, her skin was glowing white. For a moment, he was stunned. But he saw Xia Ning looking over coldly, and said lightly, Turn your head away. Jin-sun had no choice but to turn his head away, and sighed. It was Xia Ning who had strongly requested a few days ago that she should make a presence at the opening ceremony of Duduti and add the symbol of the oak tree. That's why she was asked to give the opening speech. This made Jin-sun feel that his work had increased a lot, and he didn't want to make it easy for Xia Ning. So he asked her to be a milk tea girl for a while. The first cup of milk tea should be made by her. Unexpectedly, she actually agreed. Alas, what a woman who loves to make a presence. The time was getting closer. Suddenly, there was a commotion in the crowd. Jin-sun looked over and saw Qin Yunfa and a few others walking over with a smile on their faces. You're late. You're late. Enka hurried over. Mr. Qian, you're here? She was a little surprised. A few days ago, when she asked Qin Yunfa to let him, the general manager, come to the opening ceremony, he declined, saying that he had an important meeting. Unexpectedly, He still came. Qian Yunfa glanced at Xia Ning quietly, and walked directly to Qin Sun to shake hands with him. Boss Qin, you've worked hard. You've worked hard. Qin Sun thought about staying in the hotel these days, and hardly going out. He felt suffocated. He was called up at 6:30 today, and felt very sleepy. He sighed. Is it okay? I'm really exhausted. And Xia Ning. Qian Yunfa patted Qin Sun's arm. I'll have a banquet to celebrate your success tonight. The two smiled at each other. The people accompanying them also laughed. After laughing for a while, Qian Yunfa suddenly looked at Enku and said with a smile, Shaoan, shall we do one last work confirmation? Enku nodded and reported directly. Okay. Mr. Qian. 50 stores, milk tea ingredients, milk teacups should be prepared in 10 times the usual amount. All staff shifts in the stores have been confirmed. All of them should go to work early. Store cash registers, networks, speakers, and leaflets have been confirmed. 100 Snow King dolls have been delivered to the stores, and 100 part-time students have also arrived at the stores. Dudutia Suite has been distributed to each store, and once 10 o'clock arrives, it will be played in the entire store on a loop. Qian Yunfa nodded gently. Enku reported very professionally, with a serious expression on her face, without a trace of fatigue. But only she knew how tired she was these days. After thinking about it these days, she had confirmed that this was Qian Yunfa's warning to her. A little spy. He deliberately removed his confidantly Hong Hai and replaced her with him, taking the risk of failure in brand upgrade reform. Because anyone who is not a fool can see it. Qin Sun's plan is suspenseful. However, no matter how hard, difficult and tiring it is, she can only bite the bullet and do it. After all, what else can a child without an umbrella do except run hard? If he falls, he can just get up and keep running. He won't die from the fall. Time passed by. There were more and more people on the commercial street, and gradually many people were attracted by the scene, or by the flyers. They stopped to watch the excitement. Gradually, nearly 100 people gathered. Suddenly, a group of people came in from the entrance. Each of them dressed brightly, or in strange clothes. Some people looked very good, and some looked very abstract. Suddenly, some people exclaimed, Ah! Is this the internet celebrity monsieur? Ah! There is also an internet celebrity here, a funny singing blogger named Dabu Lu. Quick! Look here! Xiaoying doll. Xiaoying doll. Xiaoying doll. The goddess of shaking legs. There is also the male god of eating, the young man riding a cow, the white bone demon, love your mother for 10,000 years. Oh my god! What's going on? Why are there so many internet celebrities here suddenly? Is it because this rustic little shop opened? More and more people gathered. There were almost 200 or 300 people. Qin Sun looked over, and saw a group of internet celebrities looking over. After meeting his gaze, they all waved enthusiastically. Suddenly, he noticed a resentful look. Songying pouted her lips slightly, glanced at him, snorted coldly, and turned her head away. Qin Sun was a little embarrassed, and a little helpless, because Xia Ning had reminded him in the morning. Qin Sun, be careful not to be caught by Songying today. Why? She arrived in Ling'an yesterday, and asked to stay in the same hotel with you, so that we could catch up. I replied, but Qin Sun thought you were noisy, and refused. More and more people came. Qin Sun was so hot that he almost exploded. It was finally 10:30. Chapter 123. Damn. This pungent earthy smell is about to burst into the sky. It's almost 10:30. More and more people are coming. 5 or 6 people from local marketing companies have mixed into the crowd. They heard that Duduti was cheated of 10 million by Qin Sun, so they came here after smelling the smell. They came to watch the fun. As professional marketers, when they saw the big red door of Duduti and the cute image of the Snow King, they were still deeply shocked. This pungent earthy smell almost broke through the sky. 10 million for such a thing? How can this be called business? This is naked robbery. If Qin Sun were to commit fraud, what would happen to Mianbei? They took a look at the executive team of Duduti, and immediately found the bald Qian Yunfa, and saw his polite smile, and couldn't help but laugh. Mr. Qian, you can still laugh? You gave Qin Sun 10 million, and he gave you a big sinus, and a few big feet. Are you going to the counter to get a fruit knife, to kill Qin Sun? It's 10:30. The manager of the Jinshi Plaza store of Duduti took the microphone, walked to the door tremblingly, and spoke in the tone of a primary school student. Dear leaders, dear guests. The golden autumn brings coolness, and the sweet osmanthus smells fragrant. Today, the grand opening ceremony of 50 Duty stores is being held here. The scene suddenly became quiet. After listening to the cliches for a while, the more than 100 people watching lost interest. These are all old-fashioned polite words. Just when some people wanted to turn around and leave. Suddenly, from the speakers under the store sign, a burst of light music came out. You love me. I love you. Duty is sweet. You love me. I love you. Duty is sweet. You love me. I love you. You love me. I love you. Duty is sweet. I love you. You love me. The music is light, the melody is simple, but it also has a rustic flavor. The crowd was quickly attracted by the music, and almost no one was listening to the passionate opening speech of the store manager, who had practiced it for several days. Qian Yunfa listened to the song and really played it in public. His face looked a little bad, and he glanced at the audience around him, and saw smiles on their faces. But he just felt that was a mockery. For a moment, he regretted flying to Huacheng to embarrass this person. The marketing professionals in the crowd heard the song and saw Qian Yunfa's embarrassed face, and couldn't help laughing like pigs. How can such a stupid song be played at the opening ceremony? Are you afraid that your business is too good? If they don't go bankrupt, it will be unforgivable. I heard that this song was also written by Qin Sun. Haha, I laughed to death. He is going to fall from the altar, I told you. There can't be an ever-victorious general in the marketing circle. These people looked at the crowd around them, wanting to see the reactions of the customer groups. Today is Saturday. Mainly students from several nearby universities will flock to Jinshe Plaza for shopping. The marketing planners from other companies, looking around, could not help but frown. What was going on? Those college students, both men and women, had smiles on their faces. But they were not smiles of mockery and disgust. Instead, they were full of joy. There was also a burst of heated discussions, which came into their ears from time to time. This song is so childish. I like it so much. It's a bit childish for elementary school students to sing. But it's just right for me. You love me. I love you. Duty is sweet. Hey! I have a talent for singing. I can learn it as soon as I learn it. I love you. You love me. What's going on? Why are you so excited? It feels like a rustic song. I'm going to be so excited. Too joyful. Suddenly, the marketing planners, who came from Huacheng, looked at each other and showed shocked expressions. Wang Defa. Are we old? Are we out of touch with the times? Why do college students like this kind of thing? Ah! Is there any justice? Someone exclaimed. It's over. Once someone follows this kind of thing, it will spread very quickly. The other people heard it and couldn't help but sigh. Qin Sun has some ability, but as a strategic brand marketing of 10 million level. Isn't this too embarrassing? Strategic level? I don't see it. I can only offer 5,000 yuan at most. Not a penny more. Damn. Qin Sun's money is too easy to make. Just when these marketing planners doubted their lives and were sarcastic, suddenly, a burst of screams from the girls rang out in the crowd. Wow! What is that? So cute. Chubby! They turned their heads to look. Suddenly, two round, chubby, white, Snow King dolls with red capes on their backs rushed out of the store. The red capes looked like they were made by cutting open a fertilizer bag. The entire Snow King doll also exuded a smell of earth. The color scheme was simple, and the shape was also simple. As soon as they rushed out of the door, the two Snow Kings started dancing. Their dancing postures were also magical. One of them was shaking his head with his big belly, and he was not afraid of his brains falling out. He was not afraid of his crown falling off. The other one stood with his legs straight. His whole body was shaking violently, and his flesh was shaking rapidly. It was as if someone had a wire stuck in his butt. There was a burst of laughter in the crowd. Many people took out their mobile phones to take pictures. This is too cute. The head almost fell off. Haha, the snowman's cape is tangled. These two guys. One is an unruly snowman who often goes to nightclubs. The other one is an electrician snowman, the kind who is not skilled and often gets electrocuted. QQ bounces? You dance so sexy. Why don't you go to the street dance competition? Several marketing planners had already obtained first-hand information and knew that Qin Sun's planning content included the theme song and brand image design. They had seen this Snow King puppet in the PPT, but everyone laughed at it at that time. But now, Why is it so popular with those young people? Suddenly, everyone saw two snow kings rushing towards each other and starting to dance. Each of them showed their own skills. One was irritable, with short arms and legs shaking and twitching. The other was charming, coquettish, slutty and cheap, twisting her butt. Everyone laughed. There were bursts of screams in the crowd, and many people made a fuss. Give me a kiss. Give me a kiss. Hug me and lift me up. Let's just have a fight. You are brothers. You can't love each other. And Ko looked at the Snow King puppets dancing, smiled, and quietly looked at Chin Sun, with a trace of regret in her heart. Chapter 124 The Madness of Internet Celebrities. Godfather. I'm here with you. It's a pity. I almost drew the image of the Snow King that Chin Sun would be selected. What a pity. She secretly glanced at the expressionless Xia Ning at the counter, feeling a little envious and a little unconvinced. You just knew Chin Sun earlier than me. Xia Ning didn't notice in sight. She was wearing work clothes and hat, standing inside the store counter, looking at the two funny Snow Kings at the door. Gradually, a smile appeared on her face. I drew the Snow King, so he can be considered my child. Right? Looking at Chin Sun's back, she promised silently. In the future, unless it is necessary, she will never pull Chin Sun's hair, lest he grow up like Qian Yunfa when he is old. The atmosphere around became more lively. Qian Yunfa saw the laughter and joy around him, and his mood became much better, seeing that the atmosphere was almost heated. And Ko looked at Chin Sun. Chin Sun nodded, and Ko responded with a smile, turned around, and gestured to the store manager, who was standing nervously at the door. The store manager saw this, and quickly walked into the store, and took out two big red flags, and handed them to the two Snow Kings. The Snow Kings took them very proudly, and pushed through the crowd, and walked into the commercial street. Everyone was a little surprised, and followed them, trying to figure out what they were up to. The two Snow Kings raised their red flags, and shook them a few times, revealing the words on the flags. The flag of the Snow King in front read, "The Snow King has arrived. Everyone get out of the way." The flag of the Snow King behind him read, "The king asked me to patrol the mountains." The crowd laughed again. So lively. These two dolls are obviously sultry. Look at the meaning of the flag. The one in front is the Snow King monster, and the one in the back is the little monster? Ha ha. The hierarchy is strict. This commercial street is densely populated with milk tea shops. Everyone watched the two Snow Kings walk to the door of a milk tea shop, and then stood still, waving flags at the door for a while, and dancing for a while. People were shocked. Fuck. Are these two snowmen so mean? Isn't this running the place? This is a naked provocation. The business battles on TV are a battle of wits and courage, but the business battles in reality are just blocking the door? Suddenly, a female employee in the milk tea shop walked out with a stern face. Get lost. The two Snow Kings saw that the situation was not good, and their short legs twitched quickly and ran away. The flags fluttered in the wind. They looked like defeated deserters. This caused everyone to laugh again. The clerk, who walked out with a cold face, could not help but chuckle. How despicable. The marketing professionals looked at Chin Sun, and saw him standing in the executive team of Duduti, and felt that he was even more unfathomable. This song? This image? It made him play out of his realm. In addition to the appearance of the puppet, did he even set the personality of the puppet? And he came up with so many scripts? Give the Snow King a despicable image? If the silly and cute appearance is very despicable, it will make people feel very cute, and very down to earth. Not annoying. Just when they were immersed in deep shock, suddenly, they heard another burst of laughter from the crowd. Fuck. What a bitch. Ah? What happened? Two snowmen did something bad? Turning around, I saw two Snow Kings, one in front and one behind, sandwiching a young couple in the middle, slowly heading to the Duduti shop. Kidnapped? The young couple saw everyone looking at them, and they were both happy and shy. The boy was a little embarrassed and shouted, "Comrades. I was walking on the street with my girlfriend, holding hands, chatting, and I just said I wanted a cup of milk tea." Suddenly two snowmen jumped out. They kidnapped us. The crowd burst into laughter. Ah ha ha ha. How can there be such a mean doll in the world? I can't take it anymore. My stomach hurts from laughing. I need a cup of milk tea to make up for it. When will you open? Qian Yunfa looked at the smiling faces around him, listening to the laughter that never stopped, and felt much better. He straightened his collar, and felt that his hair was about to have a second spring. He looked at Chin Sun and felt a little confident. Did I misjudge him? This man is not only a marketing genius, but also a business genius? Anka stared at Chin Sun intently. Her hands clenched slightly, and her palms were sweating. This series of Snow King's actions, dances, flags, and even kidnapping a pair of couple actors were all designed by Chin Sun before. When she was training Snow King a few days ago, she felt so embarrassed. But she didn't expect that the effect would be so good. In an era where entertainment is supreme. Is it really the same as Chin Sun said? In fact, everyone has a funny person in their heart. You have to draw it out. Suddenly, she felt lucky to be able to work with Chin Sun for a while. Although he spent most of his time playing games in the air-conditioned room of the hotel. In the milk tea shop, Xia Ning looked at Chin Sun coldly, feeling a little dissatisfied. I didn't know about the script of the Snow King kidnapping the guests in advance. These Snow Kings are my children. Chin Sun didn't even inform me, but told me to let Anka train them behind my back? Just when everyone was immersed in the ocean of laughter. A deep and magnetic voice attracted everyone's attention. Hello, everyone. Chin Sun stood at the door of the milk tea shop, holding a microphone. I am the guest performer of the opening of Duty Tea today, an employee of Oak Company. Chin Sun. Everyone turned their heads and saw a tall boy, looking at them with a smile. For a moment, they felt familiar. Before they could remember who it was, they heard waves of screams, cheers, and applause, which scared them. So handsome. Chin Sun, I love you. I love you, Chin Sun. Ah! 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 Finally I saw him alive. Chin Sun, I'm your fan. Godfather, I'm here. Godfather. The crowd looked over and saw that the voice came from the place where dozens of internet celebrities gathered opposite. They were like chicken blood, crazy and shameless and fawning on Chin Sun. The flattering words they said were so embarrassing that they gave people goosebumps. But they completely ignored the lives of others, stiffened their necks, screamed, shouted until their faces turned red, fearing that their voices would be drowned out by the crowd. Everyone was confused. No! Aren't these all internet celebrities? Some even have more than 1 million fans. They don't have any heirs at all? Instead, they are so flattering? Who on earth is that host? Chapter 125. Stop wasting time. Give me a taste of the sweetness. Gradually, someone in the crowd recognized Chin Sun and was shocked. Is this the Chin Sun who sings so well and makes people cry at weddings? Is this the Chin Sun who is willing to sell apples to me naked and calls me baby? I don't go online much. I don't quite understand why he is so popular with internet celebrities. He is the behind-the-scenes promoter of the Xiaoying doll with nearly 5 million fans. In just a few days, he made an ordinary person a hot internet celebrity. In the eyes of internet celebrities, he is probably equivalent to the godfather of the underworld. Whoever you want to sleep with him. No matter if it's a man or a woman. Indias. Chin Sun waited until the shouting stopped, then raised the microphone and said with a smile. Today is the global launch celebration of the latest generation of Duty Tea store, which is reopening. Thank you all for coming. As soon as these words came out, more and more people who were shopping were attracted by the excitement and gradually gathered around. When Xian Yunfa heard the words global launch, his face trembled. He looked at the rustic door and sighed quietly. This door is not worthy of global launch. It is only worthy of the words village launch. Those marketing planners lurking in the crowd, looking at Chin Sun standing at the door of the store with high spirits, felt a little unhappy. Some people curled their lips. Some people spat. They all complained. Ah? This? World premiere? He said he was making false propaganda, but that's not true. But he's really arrogant. According to what he said, a new stinky tofu stand opened next to my house yesterday, and there's a mustard mixed stinky tofu. Does that count as the first in the universe? Just as they were complaining, the 50-odd internet celebrities howled loudly again, cheering, as if today was their third wedding day, and they were happy. The world's first release. I'm honored to have encountered it. Lucky. Thankful. Good. 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 I'm going to drink 100 cups of milk tea today. I wish that Duty Tea, under the leadership of Mr. Chin, will go from Huacheng to the whole country, sweep the world, and rule the universe. For thousands of years. Unify the world. The spectators were shocked by the madness of the internet celebrities. No wonder they can become internet celebrities. How can this be called thick-skinned? This is simply shameless. If Chin Sun peed in a milk tea cup and sold it to them, I'm afraid they would all praise with a smile on their faces. This glass of lemonade is really bright in color and mellow in taste. It is a rare wine in the world. The audience was very lively. Chin Sun stretched out his hand in the direction of the internet celebrities, signaling them to calm down. The voices suddenly became much quieter. No one dared to act rashly. He continued to say with a smile, I believe that from the performance of the brand image doll Snow King of Dudu Tea just now, it can be seen that the newly upgraded Dudu Tea is just one word. He swept his eyes over the crowd, and when everyone stretched their necks with anticipation, he suddenly spoke loudly. Cheap. As soon as this was said, there was silence. Stupid. Stupefied. Shocked. The onlookers looked at each other in bewilderment. They had seen many stores opening since they were young, and all of them were bragging about themselves in various ways. What ingenious design, excellent quality. What good quality and low price, buy 2 get 1 free. What $2 can't buy a loss, $2 can't buy a scam. This is the first time in my life I scolded myself at the opening ceremony. The internet celebrities looked at me, I looked at you, and didn't know how to support this word cheap. You can't just shout it out. Very cheap. How cheap is it? How cheap is it? Xian Yunfao looked unhappy, looked up at the bright sun, and wondered if he should just pretend to have a heat stroke. What do you mean milk tea is cheap or not? I am the cheap one. Why did I fly from Shanghai to Lingnan? I am so cheap. How can I hold my head up in front of my peers in the future? Milk tea industry conference, should I go or not? Those colleagues in the marketing industry looked at each other and saw smiles in each other's eyes. They started to discuss in low voices. Chin Sun wants to take an unconventional approach. He's really gone too far. Look at the senior executives of Dudu Tea, they all look as if their mothers have died, and they want to rush up and beat Chin Sun up. Our boss said before that all the people in our company's planning department combined are not as good as a hair of Chin Sun. Heh. In front of hundreds of people, he called the client a cheap guy. This guy is getting cocky, his worth is going to drop. Suddenly, a female voice, like a silver bell, was heard in the crowd. Brother, excuse me. How cheap is Dudu Tea? Chin Sun looked over and saw Song Ying with a smug look on her face, and raised her eyebrows at him. He was somewhat relieved. This kid is really smart. It's a pity that he doesn't do crosstalk as a supporting role. He held the microphone and said loudly with a smile. I believe many people have received the flyers of Dudu Tea, which have our new milk tea, but there are no prices. He paused and saw many people below picking up the flyers and looking at them again. Then he continued, I will announce the price now. He took a deep breath and looked at the crowd. Are you ready? As soon as the words fell, the group of shameless, unrestrained internet celebrities shouted at the top of their lungs. Ready! I'm already thirsty. Chin Sun, I want. If you just listen to the sound, you might think it's some club holding an opening ceremony. The crowd, the senior management team of Dudu Tea, the marketing rivals, all showed shocked expressions. Shit! This is probably the most exciting atmosphere group in history. Can you just let go like this? Is there really no one you care about in this world? Did this Chin Sun cast a spell on you and them? Chin Sun smiled, very satisfied. It feels so good to be flattered. No wonder the emperors in ancient times liked the eunuchs so much. They are so sweet. He looked at everyone and said loudly, we can't let high-end milk tea become more and more arrogant. The cost-effective milk tea is the best. He swept his eyes over everyone and said loudly, Dudu milk tea is going to drive down the price. Ice cream cone 2 yuan. Strawberry shake milkshake 6 yuan. Strawberry Snow King sundae 6 yuan. Fresh lemon 4 yuan. Original milk tea 9 yuan large cup. Red bean milk tea 9 yuan large cup. For seasoned spring with milk cap 10 yuan. Hearing these prices, the spectators showed their delight. I didn't expect that in this era full of milk tea assassins, where a cup of milk tea can easily cost more than 20 yuan, such a clear stream has emerged. Everyone was eager to move, and shouted, Don't waste time. Sell it quickly. I want to buy it. Aw, I love it. Give me some sweetness. Suddenly, a discordant voice shouted, So cheap. Are these milk teas made of milk tea powder, fruit pulp and water? Chapter 126. This is made with powder. I admit my mistake, but I won't change it. It's so cheap. Is it milk tea powder, fruit pulp mixed with water? The man's voice was loud, his tone was aggressive, with teasing and ridicule. As soon as he said this, the scene became quiet. The onlookers, who were just getting excited, calmed down a lot, thinking that this sentence really made sense. All of a sudden, they felt that they didn't want to drink milk tea that much. Qian Yunfa's face twitched twice, and suddenly he felt uncomfortable all over his body, as if he was pricked by pig hair. He looked up at the sun, thinking whether he should faint now, to avoid a more embarrassing situation later. A few months ago, Dudu Tea had just upgraded its products, adding tea soup and milk to milk tea. It improved the style. Will he be thrown to the ground again? Enku looked at Qin Sun quietly, thinking of the day when she questioned that he might taste the flavor of essence, and Qin Sun answered in a bachelor and rogue way. She said, "If you don't taste the flavor of essence in something worth a few dollars, do you want to taste the taste of a cow?" At this time, being exposed in front of everyone, I wonder how he will react. Xia Ning stood at the counter of the milk tea shop, looking at Qin Sun's back. His face was still cold, but there was a hint of worry in his eyes. She could tell at once that the man was here to cause trouble. She glanced at the neatly stacked powders and fruit pulps under the counter, and felt as if someone had hit her sore spot. Qin Sun must have felt as uncomfortable as if he was being roasted on a fire. Qin Sun followed the sound and found that it was indeed coming from among those people. He had noticed that group of people a long time ago, and found that they were whispering to each other, and they didn't look happy. It was obvious that they were here to cause trouble, but he didn't know whether they were rivals of other milk tea shops or rivals in the marketing industry. Or maybe it was just that his wife liked to watch the video of him selling apples naked, and felt that he cheated on them. So she rushed over to make trouble. Qin Sun smiled, not affected at all, and his eyes slowly swept over the crowd, and finally landed on the faces of the group. He held the microphone, looked at them, and laughed loudly. "Hey, friend, 2 yuan ice cream cone. For yuan lemonade? You don't eat powder and fruit pulp. Do you still want to drink like a cow?" The man was startled. His pupils shrank slightly, and then a look of surprise appeared on his face. He was anxious. He was anxious. Qin Sun was anxious. He actually blew himself up at the opening ceremony. "You are finished." He thought Qin Sun would say some meaningless official words, do some tai chi, and finally laugh it off. Unexpectedly, this guy actually admitted it in public. Use powder, use fruit juice. This is a knife in the heart of Dudu Tea. And Ku was stunned. She had heard this answer once, but at that time there were only Qin Sun, Xia Ning, and her. But now, she turned around and looked at the shocked onlookers around. Some people shook their heads and left the crowd. They seemed to have lost interest in Dudu Tea. She turned around and looked at Qin Sun's smiling face, sighing in her heart. "Can you say such words in front of everyone? People praise me for being able to keep a smile on my face under any circumstances. Alas, I can't do it today. I'm tired." When Qian Yunfa heard Qin Sun's answer, he felt a little dizzy. His eyes went dark. His body softened, and he wanted to faint. First, he could leave here, so as not to be embarrassed. Second, he could let Mr. Xia know that he had tried his best and collapsed from exhaustion. A capital miserable. His body slowly fell down, and he suddenly felt a strong hand on his waist and arms. He turned around and saw Sun Hua looking at him seriously, showing his loyalty. "Mr. Qian, I'll help you. Don't worry. I'm here. I won't let you fall. Dudu Tea drink can't do without you." Qian Yunfa stared at Sun Hua blankly, cursing in his heart. "Fuck you. You flatter me without considering the situation? I need you to support me now. I want to faint now. Dudu Tea is almost gone. Why do you care whether I am there or not?" Xia Ning was stunned for a moment, looking at Qin Sun's back, and then glanced at the huge crowd outside the door, all staring at Qin Sun intently. Suddenly, she had an illusion. Qin Sun became a warrior who stood alone, and she was a trembling little girl behind him. She was about to leave the counter, walk to Qin Sun, and give him some encouragement. But suddenly Qin Sun spoke. "I understand everyone's feelings, and I also know that using powder and fruit pulp to mix milk tea is not a high-level method." Qin Sun looked at everyone, and suddenly smiled. "I admit my mistake, but I won't change it." As soon as the voice fell, there was a commotion below. Qin Sun did not give this resentment a chance to ferment. He raised his voice, interrupted their discussion, and attracted everyone's attention. "Does Dudu Tea sell milk tea?" Everyone was confused. "Ah?" Qin Sun raised his head, glanced at the big sun in the sky. His eyes were empty, and he seemed to recall his youth. He knew that the most effective way to spread a brand was to tell stories, and he had been trained by his mother's feather duster since he was a child. so he became very good at making up stories. He lowered his head. His eyes gently swept over the crowd. And his voice was slightly lower. Please introduce yourself again. Hello everyone. My name is Chin Sun. My family is very poor. My mother told me since I was a child that children from poor families grow up early. His voice was a little sad. And his emotions were very contagious. Suddenly, the crowd of onlookers quieted down. Xia Ning? The same thing again? She had heard Chin Sun say this 3 times. Chin Sun saw that everyone was looking at him. Some people had sympathy in their eyes, and continued to speak in a soft and slow voice. Later, I went to school and left home. Once, I went shopping with a very quiet female classmate, and went into a milk tea shop. As a result, 2 cups of milk tea cost 32 yuan. 32 yuan. In the end, she treated me. But that day, I was not very happy. He did not continue, but slightly raised his head, blinked the tears in his eyes, took a few deep breaths, and said with a slight sob, I thought I could ask her back one day. But I never have the chance to ask her back again. When everyone heard this, their hearts seemed to be stabbed by a needle. No matter how stupid they were, they could probably guess a story. A poor boy went to a big city to study and met a quiet girl. They were happy with each other. It was a pity that the girl left before the boy became successful. So sad. At this time, Chin Sun looked up at the sky. His voice was a little louder, and he said very affectionately, On the day she left me, blue rain fell in front of my eyes. Chapter 127. Every year when the peach blossoms bloom, I always think of someone. Everyone held their breath and stared at Chin Sun. Did the girl really leave? What is the blue rain? Is he hallucinating because he is so sad? Everyone stared at Chin Sun intently. He clenched his fists, his expression was stern. And said loudly, That day, I swear, I must open a milk tea shop that everyone can afford in this life. This is not just a cup of milk tea, it's also a debt owed by a boy to a girl. The crowd of onlookers became quieter and quieter. There was a faint sound of sniffling. Many girls had red eyes, snuggled in their boyfriend's arms, quietly looked at Chin Sun. Chin Sun took a small step forward. With a serious face, a little bit unable to control himself, his voice was a little excited. So does Dudati sell milk tea? Not just milk tea. I wanted to take care of the dignity of those young people in their most youthful and poorest period. The eyes of the onlookers were slightly red. They understood that the boy was exactly his past self. And whose eyes were red. Xia Ning looked at Chin Sun's back with mixed feelings. He wondered if what Chin Sun said this time was true or not. Just when everyone was moved, that discordant voice sounded again. You made it up. Right? The marketing planners listened to Chin Sun's story and felt that the people around them were infected. Chin Sun regained control of the situation. And they felt a little unhappy. The routine of making up stories for marketing has been passed down for thousands of years. Almost every snack that is now popular in the world has a story that sounds glamorous. It is either the favorite of some historical celebrity, or a masterpiece created during the march and battle. Laymen don't understand. But how can they not understand? Suddenly, a marketing planner thought of his boss comparing him to a penis hair of Chin Sun. And he was very upset and shouted again. You must have made it up. Otherwise, what is the girl's name? Where is she from? And how old is she? What color is her hair? And what color clothes does she like to wear? Answer me. Answer me. You can't tell me. Liar. There was another commotion in the crowd. And many people were already shaken. But some people stubbornly believed it was true. People are more willing to believe in beauty. Chin Sun glanced at the somewhat complacent planner, and a bitter smile appeared on his face. He slowly lowered his head, closed his eyes, and adjusted his breathing. The onlookers looked at Chin Sun, thinking that he remembered his old friend and was sad. The marketing planners looked at Chin Sun, thinking that he was exposed, and was somewhat powerless to resist, and dared not open his eyes to look at people. Enka looked at Chin Sun quietly, with a very gentle look. Song Ying looked at Chin Sun, with only heartache in her eyes. Xia Ning silently looked at Chin Sun's back, wanting to walk out of the counter, holding his hand, and taking him away. He seemed really tired. Suddenly, Chin Sun slowly raised his head, slowly opened his eyes, put the microphone to his mouth, and sang softly. The day when I was 19 years old, I came to Huanghua in order to meet you here. I paid my 4 years. The voice was low and slow, as if telling a story. The corresponding picture immediately emerged in people's minds. A scene when a boy and a girl met. Their hearts seemed to be brushed by willow branches. Xia Ning silently looked at Qin Sun's back, and her heart sank. The day when I turned 20. The guitar was beside me. I opened my clumsy hands. My love for you surged into my heart. You are my dream of gain and loss. I am someone you can do without. After all, this arrow that traverses mountains and rivers pierces those who are sick because of love. More and more people gathered around, slowly moving towards the door of Duduti, but quietly, for fear of disturbing Qin Sun. This poor man who misses his old friend with his singing. Songing stood in the crowd, looking at Qin Sun, tears kept flowing out of her eyes. When I first met you, Minnan girls are always so gentle. When I shyly took your hand, I thought you would accompany me to the end. But after you left me, I began to drift in the world. I have chosen dreams big and small. Thank you for not letting me hesitate. Listening to this song, the surroundings became quieter and quieter. Even the sound of breathing became much quieter. Even the vendors hawking in the surrounding commercial streets stopped shouting, walked out of their shops, and stood at the door of the shop looking at Qin Sun. Enko looked at Qin Sun quietly, tears in her eyes. Is she also a girl from southern Fujian? What a coincidence. A song written for Huang Huai late at night. You are the love that I cannot express in words. When I wander helplessly in the same place, you told me that ideals must be loved. You want me to stick to my persistence. You let me know who to live for eternity is not just that moment. Thank you for letting me see my future. The song sang to the chorus. Qin Sun closed his eyes, with a faint smile on his face, singing with deep emotion. The audience felt as if a big hand had grabbed their hearts, and they felt a dull pain, as if a stone was pressing on their chests, which was very blocked. Many schoolmates were already in tears, reaching out to wipe their tears, but they couldn't wipe them away. Some people threw themselves into their boyfriend's arms and sobbed quietly. They looked at Qin Sun, and suddenly felt that he was so pitiful. At the counter of the store, Xia Ning lowered her head, not daring to look at Qin Sun, and made a cup of milk tea quietly, without making any noise. She smiled bitterly and murmured, "So her name is Huang Huai?" After singing, she put down the microphone. The people who crowded around the milk tea shop all looked at Qin Sun and kept quiet. No one spoke, and no one applauded, because they knew that this was not a performance, but a longing, a regret, and a dream that a young man could never fulfill. They stared at Qin Sun quietly, and saw a faint smile slowly appear on his face. This smile made them feel pain in their hearts again. Many people shed tears. Many people turned their heads away, not daring to look again. Qin Sun stood at the door with a smile on his face, and suddenly heard a slight sound of footsteps, and turned his head to see. It was Xia Ning. Her always cold face actually showed a sweet smile. Qin Sun was stunned, thinking that he was dazzled. It was sweet. The sweet smile of a dopamine girl. Xia Ning smiled, silently handed over a cup of milk tea. Qin Sun took it, took a look, and murmured, "Milk capsicum?" He inserted the straw into the milk tea, took a sip, raised his head, looked at the hundreds of people watching, and said with a smile, "Every year when the peach blossoms bloom, I will think of someone. She used to like me very much." The microphone was in Qin Sun's hand, not close to his mouth, but because it was too quiet around him, it still came out clearly. Chapter 128. This Qin Sun so fucking awesome. The already quiet crowd became even more silent. In their eyes, Qin Sun has become an extremely affectionate, infatuated lover. Qin Sun picked up the microphone, with a smile on his face, looking at the people with tears in their eyes. Later, I finally learned how to love. Unfortunately, she had already gone far away, disappeared in the crowd. Later, I finally understood in tears. Some people, once missed, will never come back. He raised the milk tea in his hand, and said softly, "Duduti is opening grandly, making a cup of milk tea that I can afford as a teenager. I am very grateful to Duduti for allowing us to upgrade Oak Company's brand, and please forgive me for doing it with selfish motives." He looked at the crowd, raised the milk tea cup, and said with a smile, "Please treat him to a cup of milk tea." He paused, a trace of pain flashed in his eyes, and smiled bitterly. "Actually, 32 yuan, it's not that expensive." The crowd looked at the smile on Qin Sun's face silently, and their hearts were broken, and no one spoke. Qin Sun handed the microphone to Xia Ning, turned around and walked out. The crowd separated silently and orderly, making way for him. He walked out of the commercial street. No one tried to stop him. Everyone was watching his lonely back. Qin Sun got into a taxi, took out his phone, and started the game, sighed. Damn it! I'm so tired today. Jinshi Square Commercial Street, in front of Duduti, the crowd gathered for a long time and was reluctant to disperse. Suddenly, there was crying. Everyone looked over, and saw that it was a big internet celebrity with nearly 5 million fans. The little ink doll squatted on the ground, buried his head in his knees, and cried loudly. There was a commotion in the crowd. Fuck your mother. I will beat you to death today. You insist that Chin-sun made it up. Why don't you try to make one up? Do you insist on stabbing someone in the heart? The girl's name is Huang Hui. Did you hear that? Huang Hui. Beast. Fuck your grandma. Xia Ning looked over and found that it was the group of people who were looking for trouble. And they were being beaten up by a group of people. The fight was fierce. They formed a circle around them. There were still people outside who wanted to squeeze in and kick them, but they couldn't squeeze in, and they were so anxious. Don't beat them to death. Leave a breath for me to beat them. In the beating circle, screams of pain were heard. Ah! It hurts. Don't kick me here. Is there any law? Who can call the police? Help. Ah! I know I was wrong. Spare my life. Someone was fighting. Some people were eating melons. Many people were pouring into the door of Duduti. I want a cup of Sijikan. I want one too. I want an ice cream. I really want something sweet now. Please give me a cup of dessert that can heal my trauma, thank you. Give me anything, I just want to support you. Ankh looked at the chaotic scene, his eyes lit up slightly. Duduti, it seems to be a success. Seeing more and more people pouring into the door of Duduti, Ankh's face changed slightly, he squeezed in desperately, and got the microphone. Everyone, please be safe. Be careful of stampedes. Too many people gathered here today, too many orders, the queues are long, please spend wisely. There are 49 more Duduti shops opening nearby. Please move to nearby places to enjoy new products. Encore shouted until her voice was hoarse, but it was useless. This group of people listened to Chin-sun's song, and seemed ready to give up their lives here, and had to spend wildly here. They were still scrambling to place orders. The store manager and the staff turned pale with fear. Qian Yunfa shook his shoulders, and broke free from Sun Hua, who was holding him. From the half-dead state just now, he instantly transformed into a warrior, who had sex 5 times a night, and became energetic. He tidied his bald hair with both hands, regained the momentum of a superior, and said loudly, Jiao Fan. A middle-aged woman accompanying him answered loudly. Here. Qian Yunfa ordered loudly. Select all the employees, who can be mobilized nearby, pick old employees, those who are quick, and add 3 more employees to each newly opened store. Calculated at 3 times the salary. Zhao Fang answered loudly. Okay. Mr. Qian. Qian Yunfa continued. Wang Guangliang. A middle-aged man answered loudly. Here. Qian Yunfa ordered. Make a budget for the renovation of all 300 stores in Lingnan province. Wait a few days. If the popularity of the new Duduti store does not decrease, I will go to Mr. Xia to apply. Wang Guangliang answered loudly. Okay. Qian Yunfa looked at Enku, who was trying to maintain order at the door of the store, and sighed in his heart. I wanted to give you a lesson, but I didn't expect to give you a huge credit. If I don't work harder, the position of the general manager of Duduti is likely to be replaced. This Chin-sun, damn. So King fears. Someone who just arrived at Jinshi Plaza saw a large group of people gathered in front of the Dudu milk tea shop, and a few people were beaten at the door, and they were screaming. Their CPU was broken. What's going on? Are these people crazy? Free milk tea? Or can I get a free cup of milk tea if I beat someone up? Xia Ning finally squeezed out of the crowd, walked outside the commercial street, and looked back at the explosive scene. For some reason, she was not particularly happy. She hailed a taxi, went to the restaurant and packed 2 fried noodles, some grilled skewers, and a few cans of cold beer before returning to the hotel. She remembered that Chin-sun loved to eat these. The door of a hotel suite. Xia Ning saw Chin-sun lying on the sofa playing games as usual, and she was relieved for some reason. She put the food on the coffee table. Chin-sun, do you drink? Her voice was a little softer. I'll drink with you. Chin-sun heard the voice, looked back, shook his head, and turned his head back. No, I won't drink with you. You don't drink well? When you're drunk? You like to recognize your son everywhere. Xia Ning. She was a little embarrassed. After a while she said, then you eat a little, Drink a little, I won't drink. Jin Sun looked back at her strangely, said nothing, turned his head, and continued playing games. Well, wait for me to finish this game first. Xia Ning sat on the sofa, her voice was still cold, but with a hint of tenderness. Oh! Then hurry up, it won't taste good if it gets cold. Jin Sun listened to this and felt helpless. It won't taste good if it gets cold. He often heard this from his mother. It seems that Xia Ning really exudes the radiance of motherhood. Song Ying cried for a while, stood up, turned her head, and looked at the group of internet celebrities behind her, and shouted, "Brothers and sisters, let's get started. For Huang Huai, let's fight." Everyone shouted in unison, "Let's fight." The entire Flower City is centered on Jinsher Square, and another traffic tornado is gathering strength, and it seems to be sweeping across the country again. Chapter 129 Godfather. Is the work I just done good? In the living room of the hotel suite. Yeah, delicious. Jin Sun finished a box of fried noodles, a handful of skewers, drank 2 bottles of beer, wiped his mouth with a tissue, and walked to the bedroom with a round belly. Xiao Xia, remember to keep the receipt for the kebabs. We need to reimburse you when we return to the company. Xia Ning saw Jin Sun, who looked fine, but she became more worried. Pretending to be strong? Turning grief and anger into appetite? She watched Jin Sun going into the bedroom, and she could imagine him crying in his bed. When Jin Sun opened the bedroom door, he suddenly heard Xia Ning shouting softly. That? He turned his head and looked at Xia Ning. What's the matter? Xia Ning stood up with a warm smile on her face. Today is the opening ceremony of the 50th store. Let's go out for a walk and take a look. Right? She couldn't go into the bedroom to accompany Jin Sun, and wanted to take him outside to relax, so that he wouldn't be alone with his thoughts. Jin Sun glanced at the big sun outside the window, and felt a little embarrassed. Ah. This? Xia Ning's tone was calm, and his attitude was firm. We received 10 million, so we have to show the right attitude. Jin Sun turned around slowly, wiped the corners of his mouth carefully with a tissue, and sighed. Alas, shit is hard to eat. Money is hard to earn. But Xia Ning laughed, and narrowed his eyes. Jin Sun was stunned, looking at the rare gentle smile on Xia Ning's face. He was a little absent-minded. This cold and barbaric little girl who likes to pull people's hair. Did she really believe that I once had a lover named Huang Huai? He raised his hand and pointed at Xia Ning. Xia Ning, you are such a... After thinking for a while, he felt that Xia Ning, who was a sad and romantic person, seemed to be more approachable. He swallowed the word idiot and said, What a kind and amiable girl. Xia Ning. Amiable? Shouldn't it be kind? Amiable is used to describe mothers and grandmothers. Right? Jin Sun put on a mask and left the hotel with Xia Ning. Although the 50 newly opened stores are relatively concentrated, there is still a distance between them. But the distance is not far. Taking a taxi to the store inspection was congested, and parking was difficult. It was really inconvenient. The best means of transportation was an electric bike. On the side of the road, Jin Sun scanned an electric bike and looked at Xia Ning standing there stupidly. Why didn't you scan? Xia Ning looked embarrassed. I don't know how to ride. Jin Sun was stunned, stared at Xia Ning for a while, and found that she didn't look like she was lying. So he sighed. Waste. Xia Ning? He scolded me. Forget it. Just bear it, she said coldly. Please give me a ride. You usually give me a ride. Jin Sun opened his eyes wide, pointing at the electric bike. Shared electric bikes can carry people? It's so small. Xia Ning, I'm very light. Jin Sun? Is this kid stupid? Is this a small matter? Is this a big deal? But Xia Ning said, You don't have the skills? You can't ride a small bike? Jin Sun raised his eyebrows, and got on the shared electric bike. Get on the bike. Xia Ning looked down, and found that the small bike didn't seem to be very comfortable to sit on, and it was a bit crowded. After hesitating for a while, he sat on it gently. Jin Sun was in front. Xia Ning was behind. The two of them pressed together, from top to bottom, tightly pressed together. Suddenly, both of them stiffened, feeling the softness and warmth on his back. Jin Sun was a little nervous, got out of the car again, and locked it. Well, shall we take a taxi? Xia Ning blushed and nodded quickly. Yes. Jin Sun and Xia Ning took a taxi, and went to the Duty shop on the map. The taxi driver drove to the destination as required, and when he turned a corner, He saw that the entrance of Dudu on this street was surrounded by 20 to 30 people, which scared him. Fuck. What's going on? Is there money to pick up? Jin Sun and Xiaoning got off the car and saw a girl wearing a Dudu uniform, holding a loudspeaker and shouting at the door. Spend little money. Buy good goods. It's your fault if you don't buy. We have sundaes. Milkshakes. Misu Ice City has low prices. Ice cream. Melts quickly. Why not have a big sundae? Big gold chain. Small watch. Misu Ice City is good. Some customers took out their phones to film the milk tea girl shouting while waiting, and they all felt a little novel. They have heard all kinds of slogans for opening stores. Buy one get one free. Closing down and clearing out stocks. Last 3 days. Last 3 days. Big discounts. The factory manager ran off with his sister-in-law. But they have never seen such interesting shouting. You are ready to shoot a video and post it on Douyin. This is too funny. Maybe it will become popular. Business is so hard now. You have to show off your talent to sell a cup of milk tea. Who wrote this? What a talent. He must be a show-off. I watched for a while. Jin Sun turned to look at Xiaoning and said with a smile, You taught me this rap really well. Xiaoning saw Jin Sun smile and saw that he didn't seem to be affected by Huang Huai. So he also smiled. The smile was warm. Jin Sun was stunned when he looked at Xiaoning and sighed. Xiao Xia. You are getting more and more beautiful. Hearing this, Xiaoning immediately pursed her lips, turned her face cold, turned around, and walked quickly to another nearby store. Let's go to the next one. Jin Sun? I just praised him casually, and you are so proud of him? Xiaoning walked in front, leaving Jin Sun behind, and her face was a little hot. We arrived at the next store. This is a community store, which is located at the entrance of a residential area. Jin Sun looked at the open space in front of the store, and saw dozens of people forming a circle, but they were all trying their best to keep quiet. He squeezed in with Xiaoning to take a look. It turned out to be an internet celebrity filming Douyin. I saw a thin man, sitting on a small chair, crossing his legs, holding a cup of Dudu Tea's milk tea, and giving a serious lecture. Who paid to see your faces? They paid? Take the initiative to rub against the customers, and make them feel comfortable. No one owes anyone anything. Is it necessary to do this? Social pressure is so great, it's not easy for everyone. We are in this business, and we provide an emotional service. Since the customers come to play, they must have this need, and we should try our best to satisfy them. Business is getting harder and harder. If we don't change, the result is predictable. The store is closed. What about you? You can only wander around in the future, and find milk tea for yourself. And standing in front of him was a confused Snow King puppet, who stretched out his stubby hand and scratched his head. Still can't scratch it. Filming finished. The fat man bowed to the friends who were watching. Thank you for keeping quiet just now, cooperating with my work. My Douyin ID is called a Dabulu Jilman. Welcome to like and follow. The people watching laughed. There are so many anchors who are skirting the line, but it's the first time I've seen someone like you. If I hadn't seen that stupid snowman, I would have asked you for your address. Ha ha. You are really a conscientious boss. Suddenly, his sight fell on a certain place, and an excited look appeared on his face. Godfather. The onlookers were shocked. Damn. Are all internet celebrities so good at doing things? Calling passers-by Godfather in the street? Jin Sun saw a man named Dabulu looking at him, and he shouted in his heart that something was wrong, and grabbed Xiaoning's hand and ran out. There were heart-wrenching screams behind him. Godfather. Wait for me. Godfather. Do you think what I did just now was good? Jin Sun took Xiaoning's hand and ran away. They went to see a few more stores, and found that there were 1 or 2 internet celebrities in front of many stores, performing hard to get to The Wind Rises song. After touring a few stores, Jin Sun was really not interested, and took Xiaoning back to the hotel. That night, Encore came back very late, almost exhausted. 52 internet celebrities recorded the material, edited and released it overnight, and put it on Douyin. In the dead of night, there was an undercurrent on Douyin. The next morning, a video rushed to the Douyin hot list. Lawless. The big internet celebrity Jin Sun actually beat up innocent passers-by in the street. Chapter 130, did you understand? Maybe I did. The next morning, Jin Sun yawned. When he walked out of the bedroom, he saw Xiaoning and Inka sitting on the sofa. Breakfast was placed on the coffee table, but neither of them touched it. Also, Their faces looked a little bad. Chin Sun was a little surprised. What's wrong with you? Xia Ning and Enku didn't sleep well last night. Thinking of Chin Sun's painful youth, they felt a little uncomfortable. Unexpectedly, this morning when I wanted to check the effect of yesterday's publicity, I saw that the most popular video about Chin Sun turned out to be a scandal. Lawless. The internet celebrity Chin Sun actually beat up innocent passers-by in the street. Xia Ning looked up and saw Chin Sun yawning, looking like a fool who was kept in the dark, and felt even more sorry for him. That, Chin Sun, there is a hot search about your scandal on the internet now. Enku wanted to give Chin Sun, the poor man, some comfort, and scolded him for him. The person who spread rumors about you is a piece of shit. Xia Ning echoed. He is not even human. Enku, he is worse than an animal. Xia Ning was startled, looking at Enku, and got excited. He is a scum. Enku, he has lost all conscience. Xia Ning, he is despicable and shameless. Enku, he is worse than pigs and dogs. Xia Ning, he is a beast in human clothing. Chin Sun looked at the two women with serious brain problems, and didn't know why they suddenly got into a fight, showing off some harmless swear words here. He was annoyed by what he heard, and he cursed loudly. I fucked his uncle to death. As soon as he said that, Xia Ning and Enku became quiet, turned their heads, and looked at Chin Sun in shock. Chin Sun yawned lazily, and taught him. If you two want to curse, don't use fancy words, don't use idioms, be simple and rough, just greet his family directly. Just like I did just now. Xia Ning. Enku. That makes sense. A talented man with great talent will definitely not be able to curse a fierce woman at the village head. Chin Sun leaned against the wall, yawning, and asked, That? What scandal is it? Xia Ning said. There is an internet celebrity with 2.3 million fans, monsieur, who made up a rumor about you, saying that you beat up a passerby in the street yesterday. He was beaten into the hospital. Chin Sun was stunned. Monsieur? Then, Xia Ning said coldly, the most annoying thing is that Monsieur is a member of our group Chi Yao Feng. She is backstabbing. Chin Sun immediately understood. His face turned ugly, and he pointed at Xia Ning and Enku, his chest heaving with anger. You two women, you are so pretty, and you look very gentle. Why do you not brush your teeth? Eat in the morning. And you are talking dirty? What kind of character do you have? Xia Ning and Enku looked at each other, feeling a little strange. Why did Chin Sun change his expression so quickly? Didn't he curse people very vigorously just now? Chin Sun walked to the coffee table and sat down, thinking of the misfortune his uncle had just suffered. He sighed. I was the one who started that rumor. Xia Ning? Enku. No wonder Chin Sun was unhappy. It turned out that we scolded him in front of him. He scolded him too. He scolded the worst. Yesterday afternoon, Chin Sun and Xia Ning were patrolling the store. Xia Ning suddenly received a call from Song Ying, looking for her brother again. She handed the phone to Chin Sun, and then walked aside, giving this poor lover some privacy for the time being. Chin Sun answered the phone. Hello? Song Ying's voice sounded a little anxious. Brother, other internet celebrities are so shameless, and so good at making things up. I feel like I can't beat them. How can I get a huge amount of traffic? Chin Sun was a little embarrassed. If I tell you how to do it, wouldn't it be unfair to others? Song Ying's voice immediately started to cry. Brother. Chin Sun got goosebumps all over his body, and said hurriedly. Don't be like this. I'll just give you a simple hint, and you figure it out yourself. Song Ying's voice became lighter. Chin Sun said 4 words softly. To praise, first criticize. Ah? Song Ying said anxiously. Isn't your hint too simple? I'm not writing an essay now. Please explain it a little more clearly. Chin Sun couldn't stand this increasingly coquettish voice. First, the video said that Chin Sun hit someone. Second, set it to allow only the author to comment. Third, Chin Sun. I'm sorry. I was wrong. Smart little doll. Do you understand? Song Ying hesitated, and there was some uncertainty in her voice. I may understand. Hang up the phone. Song Ying stood at an empty street corner, and suddenly felt that she was so exhausted by the words. Clever as ice. What did I understand? Suddenly, she saw from a distance a tall and hot beauty at the door of a duty shop, singing and dancing. She walked over and saw that it was Monsieur. A singing and dancing blogger with 2.3 million fans. The onlookers opened their eyes wide, and the men took their mobile phones to take pictures, and they wanted to put the camera on her chest. Wait for Monsieur to finish dancing. Amid the cheers of passers-by, Song pulled her to a corner to whisper, Monsieur, I have a plan, but I don't have time now, but I can offer it to you. But I will take 1/3 of the lottery tickets you get from the traffic you get with my plan. Monsieur was stunned. 1/3? Song felt a little guilty, but she didn't show it on her face, and nodded silently. 1/3. Monsieur frowned slightly. Tell me your plan first. Song looked around and said mysteriously, First, post a video saying that Chin Sun hit someone. Second, set it to allow only the author to comment. Third, Chin Sun, I'm sorry, I was wrong. After saying that, she saw Monsieur's eyes gradually brighten up. Monsieur was so excited that she put her arm around her shoulders and kissed her on the face. Deal, littling doll. You are a genius. Song, looking at Monsieur's quickly receding back. She seemed to be afraid that she would regret it. Song suddenly felt that she had lost a lot. Did she really understand? Watching 5th People's Hospital. In a ward of the inpatient department, 5 people with bandages on their bodies, occupying a ward with 5 beds, were constantly moaning. It hurts. It's miserable. Did any one of you get kicked in that place? You are even more miserable. It's all Chin Sun's fault. Suddenly, they heard a crisp and rhythmic sound of high heels, and immediately shut their mouths, because they could also tell from some footsteps. The person who came was a big beauty. Chapter 131. She is beautiful. And a good person. There are still many good people in the world. After a while, a hot and fashionable beauty appeared at the door. She wore a pink belly-bearing vest, short jeans, and red high heels. Monsieur walked into the ward with her assistant and a basket of fruit. She introduced herself with a smile. Hello. I am a self-media blogger. I just saw you being beaten up at the door of the tea shop in Jinshur Plaza. You looked seriously injured. She paused and lied. I immediately notified the property management and asked them to call the emergency number. I'm coming to see you now. When these people heard this, they realized that it was this girl with a great figure and long legs who saved them. They were all grateful. Thank you. Thank you. Beautiful lady. You saved our lives. Thank you. We almost died today. If it weren't for you, I might have. Sigh. Monsieur put the fruit basket on the bedside and said, Seeing injustice, helping others, this is what we should do as self-media people with conscience. She found a chair and sat down, naturally lifted the hair on her forehead, and asked with a smile. Would you mind telling me why you were beaten? I might be able to help a little. Several people looked at each other, looked at the camera in the hands of Monsieur's assistant, and shook their heads. Forget it. Forget it. We'll call the police later. Let the police handle it. Monsieur suddenly laughed, covering her mouth with her hands, looking even more charming. If you have something to do, call the police, but there are some things the police may not have time to deal with, such as rumors. It's spreading around Jinshur Square now. It's said that the 5 of you followed girls on the street, trying to trick the girls into going to the hotel, but they refused. You secretly touched the girls' buttocks, causing public outrage, and then you were beaten. The 5 people immediately became excited. Some people sat up, some people pounded the bed, some people twitched their bodies, some people made monkey noises. They cursed at once. They are talking nonsense. Who lied? Who touched a girl's butt? My butt is almost broken by being kicked. Whose butt is being hurt? How can anyone believe such a rumor, with so many loopholes? Shameless. Monsieur saw that their emotions were aroused, and they had lost their minds, and asked, What is the real situation? After being beaten, he saw that the blame for touching a woman's buttocks was put on his head again. Several people were so angry that they spoke very recklessly. Damn it! It's all Chin Sun's fault. We are professionals in the marketing industry just like Chin Sun. I heard that Chin Sun received a big order of 10 million to do marketing for Duty. Oh, you may not know Chin Sun. He is. Monsieur interrupted him with a smile. I know him. He is very popular on the internet. The man was startled and felt a little disappointed. Oh! Then the voices got louder. We heard that Duty was reopening today, so we wanted to come and see Chin Sun's marketing achievements and learn from him. How would we know? Haha. The theme song he made was so tacky, and the storefront he designed was so tacky. Isn't this cheating Duty out of its 10 million marketing fee? Isn't this robbery? What's even more infuriating is that Chin Sun doesn't treat consumers as human beings at all, and doesn't respect them. He actually led to do tea mix milk tea with powder and fruit pulp and sell it to the general public. We really couldn't stand it. We just said a few words to him. As a result, Chin Sun not only didn't admit his mistakes, he also incited the onlookers to beat us. He beat us so hard. I suspect those people were Chin Sun shills planted in the audience. Beast scum. Chin Sun doesn't deserve to be a human being. Monsieur stood up and said to them with a smile, I will clear your name. I wish you a speedy recovery. Those people were touched, and their noses were sore. You are indeed a big internet celebrity. You are beautiful and kind. What a kind person. There are still many good people in the world. In the underground garage of the hospital. In a business car. Monsieur said. Just now. Chin Sun singing moved hundreds of passers-by, and many people took videos. I believe it will definitely become a little popular on the internet. But ordinary people are not willing to vote, after all. It is Chin Sun's highlight scene, not their own, and they can't make money from this wave of traffic. So, I judge that these videos will not ferment explosively, and it will take at least 2 or 3 days. She turned to look at the assistant and smiled. What we need to do is to find a new way to do it. First suppress before praising. Go and edit the video in the hospital first. Then invest 50,000 yuan in Dojia, and buy 2 million traffic first to see how it goes. You continue to pay attention to the Douyin hot list today, and I must make my video far better than those shot by other passers-by in Jinsha Plaza. When other amateur videos show signs of surpassing mine, privately chat with the blogger to give some money and buy his video. Make sure that only my Chin Sun scandal is on the hot search. Scandals are more eye-catching than positive energy. The assistant was surprised, and his voice was a little hesitant. Sister, whether we can finally get the song The Wind Rises or not. It still depends on the lottery. And 1/3 of the prize will be given to Song Ying. Are we betting too much? Monsieur smiled. Even if we don't get The Wind Rises, I will get enough of the traffic of written for Huang Huai, and I will get as much as I can. Besides, I spent so much time, money, and energy. And finally, I want Chin Sun to show his power. Isn't it too much? She paused and said in a deep voice. At a critical moment, this little friendship with Chin Sun may make me popular. Assistant, okay. Sister. Suddenly, Monsieur said again. The one who set the video to only allow the author to comment. The assistant was shocked. Why? Monsieur laughed. I want to suffocate those passers-by who know the situation and want to explain to Chin Sun. When their anger value is almost accumulated, and they want to kill me on the spot, then open the comments to bear their raging anger. The assistant looked at Monsieur, and felt a little strange. Sister, you are really awesome today. Monsieur sighed and said slowly. It's not me. It's Song Ying, the master behind it. Will it not be Chin Sun again? Thinking of this possibility, 2 sentences popped up in her mind uncontrollably. The first sentence. Chin Sun. So scary. The second sentence. I must sleep with him. 1 night passed. With Chin Sun's own traffic. The conflict of negative news. And the 50,000 yuan Dojia. All the reasons combined. Lawless. The internet celebrity Chin Sun actually beat up innocent passers-by in the street. It finally rushed to the hot search early the next morning. It caused shocks from all sides. Chapter 132. What? Things have turned around. The next day, a marketing company in Shanghai was holding an emergency meeting. The boss hadn't come yet, and the people below were whispering. Why do we have to hold another meeting today? What's the matter? What happened in the company? It's not us, it's Oak Company. I heard that Oak Company has made some noise again. Marketing on Douyin again? The traffic of this short video has made Chin Sun this kid understand. Didn't you watch Douyin today? It's a scandal. Chin Sun beat up a passerby in the street, and this passerby is a colleague in the marketing industry. He was so cruel. He almost broke his balls. Is today's meeting a joint meeting with colleagues in the marketing industry to boycott Chin Sun? Several headhunting companies in Haicheng. Everyone looked at Chin Sun's scandal and talked about it. This kid. His character is not good. I knew that he would have such a day. I stuffed so much money under the door for him. And he didn't even say a word. Alas. What a pity. He ruined his reputation. Beating up passers-by at the opening ceremony of Party A. What kind of arrogant person can do this? He even beat the person into the hospital. This kind of violence not only slapped Party A in the face, but also brought shame to the company. He will go to jail. No company should be willing to fine him for marketing now. Right? Alas. What a pity. What's a pity? Anyway, this guy is stubborn and can't be poached. Huacheng. The headquarters of some other milk tea chain companies. Cocoa Milk Tea, CC Milk Tea, Dawang Tea, Shaosao Feng Milk Tea and other competitor companies. Various voices were also discussing. Some gloating. It's ruined. It's messed up. The video on Douyin's hot search is the video of Qin Sun beating innocent audience members in the street at the opening ceremony of Dudu Tea. Let you sell it at a low price. Let you mix it with powder. Want to grab the market with low prices? Dream on. 10 million for a joke. Qian Yunfa's hair will fall out. Everyone hurry up and prepare. I heard that Dudu Tea is going to close. Let's contact them quickly and take over some stores in good locations. 10 million for a scandal hot search. They are amazing. Haha. Dudu Tea Huacheng subsidiary headquarters. Sun Hua showed Qian Yunfa the video of Qin Sun beating a passerby. And he was a little worried. Mr. Qian, this is obviously fake. Someone wants to mess with us? So quick. Qian Yunfa frowned. Don't worry, I always feel something is wrong. I'm afraid Qin Sun directed and acted it himself. Sun Hua was shocked. You think so highly of him? Qian Yunfa sighed. I'm not afraid of you laughing at me. Now I'm a little afraid of him. Sun Hua. Huacheng. A hotel. The video posted by Monsieur that became a hot search attracted the attention of many netizens. Just when everyone was wondering why they could not comment, what was the trick hidden? Some netizens who were at the scene, and some netizens who saw the video from the perspective of passers-by, were furious and wanted to click in to explain. When they found that they could not comment, they were so angry that their lungs almost exploded. They had to send a private message to Monsieur to explain, and the words were fierce, and even included the family tree. Monsieur looked at the private messages that were already full of dirty words, smiled, and opened the comment limit for the video. These people are so foul-mouthed. I just threw dirty water on Qin Sun. I didn't dig up your ancestors' graves. Come to the comment section and curse. Suddenly, it was discovered that the netizens who could comment were like eating dynamite and wreaking havoc in Monsieur's comment section. The comments grew at an alarming rate, like the rising tide of the sea. The marketing company in Shanghai was holding an emergency meeting. Everyone was still mocking Qin Sun. Suddenly, someone shouted, "The incident of Qin Sun beating someone has been reversed." Hearing this, everyone quickly clicked on Monsieur's Douyin to watch the pinned video of Qin Sun beat someone. They found that there were already more than 1,000 comments in the comment section. Netizens were indignant. Monsieur, I misjudged you. Can you please respect the facts? I was at the scene. Where did Qin Sun hit anyone? Which eye did you see him hitting anyone? I have a friend who can testify he hit those 5 people. Unfollow him. Unfollow him. Damn, these people are just talking nonsense. Please tell me which hospital they are in. I'll go to the kitchen and bring 2 bottles of Coke to see them. Qin Sun is still so sad, and you're still throwing mud on him? The people in this marketing company looked at each other with a look of shock. What's going on? Are there any other videos now? Has anyone seen the videos of passers-by at the scene? Suddenly, a voice sounded. Look at Monsieur's latest video. There is a full version. Everyone quickly clicked in. The first thing that entered people's ears was a sentence. Is it the decline of morality, or the distortion of human nature? Monsieur found some passers-by at the scene, and asked them for the video shot on the spot. Please follow the small screen. Let's go into the Qin Sun beating incident. In the screen, there are several professionally edited spliced videos. At the opening ceremony of Dudu Tea, the crowd was bustling, and the store manager gave a speech. Then, a song sounded from the speakers. You love me, I love you, Dudu Tea is sweet. It was magical and brainwashing. It amused everyone. Then 2 snowmen popped out, cute, stupid, and mean. They danced for a while. They held a big flag to provoke other milk tea shops, and kidnapped a couple to buy milk tea. After that, Qin Sun went on stage, and gave a speech. He shouted, Dudu Tea is launched globally. Called out the price. Then, someone questioned. Could it be milk tea powder, fruit juice mixed? Qin Sun began to tell the story of a boy and girl's 32 yuan milk tea in a low voice. He shouted out something that made people's scalps numb. That day, I swore, I must open a milk tea shop that everyone can afford in this life. The crowd was moved. As a result, some people were still hard-hearted and questioned loudly. You made it up. Right? Qin Sun did not answer directly, but sang a song written for Huang Hui affectionately, telling a hazy and sad story. A song written for Huang Hui late at night. You are my love that cannot be expressed in words. A very pretty milk tea girl brought the milk tea. Qin Sun picked up the milk tea and murmured, "Every year when the peach blossoms bloom, I will think of someone. She used to like me very much." The crowd of onlookers was silent and broke their defense. Result: Qin Sun did not let go of those heartbroken audiences and burst out another golden sentence. Later, I finally learned how to love. It's a pity that she had gone far away, disappeared in the crowd. Later, I finally understood in tears. Some people, once missed, will never come back. He punched people's heart drums a few more times, beating them to pieces. People thought that was the end. Qin Sun, however, still recalled and said with regret, "Actually, 32 yuan, it's not that expensive." He turned around and walked away in silence. Everyone watched him go away. Then, the 5 meanest people were beaten up. And they screamed loudly, even louder than pigs during the Chinese New Year. The entrance to the milk tea shop was packed. The whole street was in a state of riot. It was shocking. Click on the comment section. There were already more than 1,000 comments. Chapter 133. Qin Sun is a hottie again. Is that milk tea I'm drinking? It's my dead love. Every year when the peach blossoms bloom, I always think of someone. I used to like her very much. At Brave Nyo, I want to drink this. Qin Sun is a passionate person. A few words are classics. Huang Hui. Did you see it in heaven? Qin Sun opened 50 milk tea shops for you. Which hospital are those foul-mouthed bitches in? I want to go offline to see them. Later, I finally learned how to love, but unfortunately, she had already gone far away and disappeared in the sea of people. It hits my heart. Can Qin Sun write a song? After reading it, the people in this marketing company raise their heads, looking at me. I look at you. No one can speak. Qin Sun. This guy. He has manipulated the emotions of customers again. At this moment, they feel powerless, as if they were being pressed to the ground and rubbed at will. Suddenly, there was a burst of crying in the conference room. Someone comforted them. That, Sister Huang, calm down. We are professional marketers. This story is probably made up. I know, but I just want to cry. When I was in school, I couldn't afford such expensive milk tea. How is Dudu tea cheap? The expensive ones are cheap. It's over. Qin Sun has made such a big fuss again. Not only can he make a fuss, but he can also tell a story. Suddenly, someone pounded the table in excitement. Damn it, comparing yourself to others is so annoying. This Qin Sun, a genius, really a genius. When Dudu tea is linked to love, is it still an ordinary cup of milk tea? How many people can buy this so-called cheap milk tea openly? It's not embarrassing at all, because it's love. How can love be high or low? Damn it! They only received 10 million from Dudu tea, and came up with a plan worth hundreds of millions to make a cup of milk tea last forever. Another person was also indignant. Why would he, a man who sings all the time, not run the entertainment industry, but the marketing industry to compete with us for food? This industry is getting more and more competitive. We could have lived a carefree life. But now that he's here, we can't even think about dying. Just then, the company's CEO rushed in, threw the folder in his hand on the table, and started cursing at the top of his voice. I'm not targeting anyone. I'm talking about everyone here. All the marketing personnel here are garbage. Not even as good as a hair of Qin Sun. I'm not talking about sweat hair, not eyebrows, but chicken. Bah! Hair. Everyone was shocked, not knowing why the CEO was so out of control. Although Qin Sun had caused a big stir on the internet again, it was not necessary to put such a big hat on them right away. What the hell? Vulgar. The boss spitted and said loudly. Just now. The 3 companies that were originally discussing cooperation with the company all said they would reconsider it. After I repeatedly asked, they said they wanted to find Oak and strive for a cooperation opportunity with Oak. He became more and more angry as he spoke, looking at the employees, who were not doing their best. We are begging Party A. Look at Oak. Party A is begging Oak. Why? Because all of you are not as good as a hair of Qin Sun. Chicken. Feather. The people below were trembling, and dared not speak. Many people lowered their heads in embarrassment. The boss is crazy. Suddenly, the boss's cell phone rang. He took it out and looked at it, and his face changed instantly, and he smiled. Hello? Mr. Wang? You want to break the contract and terminate our cooperation? Also go to Oak? They are offering a big opening promotion? The phone was hung up. Big opening promotion? The CEO was stunned, thought about it, and realized that Oak Company was established only a month ago. He kicked over the table in front of him. Big promotion? Promotion for the bull demon. Don't they want to rest? Will you really leave other Oak companies a way out? He looked at the employees below. Who knows a thug? I want to beat Qin Sun into the ICU. Several headhunting companies in Haicheng also saw Monsieur's latest video. In just half an hour, the number of likes reached 30,000, and the number of comments reached more than 10,000. They immediately realized how popular Qin Sun would become. Fuck. Hurry up and fly to Huacheng to stop Qin Sun. Just bring a box of cash to give him a little shock. If you can't stop him in Haicheng, you can't stop him in Huacheng? A headhunting company in Beijing. Go to Huacheng to grab Qin Sun. That? But no company wants to poach Qin Sun now. What a fool. Can't we poach him first, and then sell him to a marketing company? You hold him in your hands, and are you afraid that he won't be sold at a good price? A headhunting company in Shanghai. Brothers, it's time for a big job. An entertainment company wants to poach Qin Sun. They gave him this amount, 2 million. Yes, 2 million. Let's go for it. His assistant is so pretty, she probably doesn't like other women. I'll change his taste for him. I'll put on black stockings, bring soap, I'll go all out. Several milk tea companies in Huacheng all got confused. They couldn't laugh anymore. What's going on? Is this 10 million worth it? It actually caused a wide-ranging discussion in society. Now, even if everyone tries a cup, it'll be enough for Dudu Tea to make money for a while. At this time, all the general offices received the news. Today, the 50 new Dudu Tea stores are queuing up again. And there are many internet celebrities who are attracting traffic spontaneously. These shameless people who are after traffic will definitely not let go of this kind of traffic. It's over. It's over. Will Dudu Tea become the overlord of the milk tea industry in the future? The CEOs panicked and made suggestions one after another. Hurry up and ask the marketing department to plan an event within an hour and implement it immediately. Hold an event around those 50 stores. Give away milk tea. Give away coupons. Don't let Dudu Tea take advantage of this wave of momentum. Suppress it. Hire the internet trolls. Buy press releases. And throw dirty water on Dudu Tea. Hire professional counterfeiters to cause trouble. With such a busy business, there will definitely be problems with hygiene. The headquarters of Dudu Tea's Lingnan subsidiary. Xian Yunfa patted Sun Hua on the shoulder. Xiao Sun, drink as much as you can at the celebration banquet. As long as you can make Qin Sun happy, it's worth it if you learn to bark like a dog. Sun Hua. Why am I always the one who gets hurt? A certain community in Huacheng. Li Honghai, the former head of the Huacheng subsidiary of Dudu Tea, watched the video on Douyin's hot search, and was so angry that her breasts almost exploded. Originally, this overwhelming credit was mine. This old dog Qian, and he said it was to protect me. You have been patrolling the store more diligently than the cows in the fields these days. It's fine if Dudu Tea didn't take off, but now it's taking off, so I'm not a man in the middle of nowhere? Then my position as the head of the subsidiary is gone. The sun is very strong in Huacheng. Anka didn't hold an umbrella, under the scorching sun, running back and forth between the shops. A hotel? Monsieur's assistant asked. Sister, now there are many videos of Qin Sun shot by passers-by. Do you want to buy their videos again? Monsieur waved her hand. No need. Anyway, they will all watch my full version in the end, so let me take advantage of Qin Sun's glory, and be on the hot search. Chapter 134. Is the sales data of this milk tea correct? The Fifth People's Hospital. Sure enough, a few netizens rushed to the inpatient department, wanting to see a few patients with bandages, but found that the 5 beds were empty. Underground parking lot. 5 men with bandages all over their bodies, limped into a car. Run quickly, run quickly. If you run too late, you can't run away. Women are the most vicious. Women who look like fairies really can't be trusted. There are still many bad people in the world. Modu. Xia Shujia had just finished a meeting and was resting in the office. The secretary made him a cup of tea. Seeing him looking a little tired, she felt a little sorry. After a moment of hesitation, she said softly, Mr. Xia, Dudu Tea reopened its news store yesterday, which caused a big stir on the internet. I searched the keywords Dudu Tea reopened last night and found some videos. but they were quickly removed by bloggers. This is a bit strange. It may be done by competitors. I downloaded the videos that I found later. Do you need to take a look? Xia Shujie glanced at the secretary. A little surprised. This secretary is very sensible. Generally, she would not disturb me when I was in a high-intensity meeting or taking a break. Unless this matter is very big. He had a bad feeling. Show me. The secretary immediately handed over her mobile phone and showed Xia Shujie the downloaded local video. After downloading some videos last night, she went to bed. Today, I was busy with meetings and didn't know that the full version was already available online. Xia Shujie took the mobile phone and took a look. In the video, a dudu tea shop was surrounded by hundreds of people. Hundreds of people were not noisy. Only singing could be heard. The day when I was 19 years old, I came to Huanghuai. A song written to Huanghuai late at night. You are the love that I cannot express in words. The singing was touching. Xia Shujie saw clearly that the person standing at the door of dudu tea shop singing was clearly Qin Sun, and the blurry figure in the store seemed to be Xia Ning. He smiled and said with some emotion, "If you can sing, it is easy to pick up girls. Young girls, who are not experienced in the world, are always easily deceived by such means." Fortunately, Xia Ning is very mature. The video continued to play. In the picture, Qin Sun whispered, "Every day when the peach blossoms bloom, I always think of someone. She used to like me very much." Xia Shujie was a little surprised to see the smile on Xia Ning's face when she handed Qin Sun milk tea. He hadn't seen such a sweet smile for many years. The last time was when she was in high school. Xia Ning wanted to go camping with Niu Xiaojun, but she refused. This was revealed on her face when she was acting coquettish. The video only stopped here, and the following content was not captured. Xia Shujie was confused and a little surprised. What happened? Although Qin Sun sang very well, he didn't have the aura to keep hundreds of people in the audience quiet. Right? The secretary quickly explained. Mr. Xia, this is written by Qin Sun to his first love, or just his secret crush. But that girl has passed away. Xia Shujie was slightly moved and felt a little distressed. Xia Ning. Ning, no matter how good you are, you will never have a chance to beat Huanghuai again. Xia Shujie swiped his phone again. In this video, a group of people were beating up several people. He was a little surprised. Why are they fighting again? The female secretary explained. Because these people suspected Qin Sun and made up a touching story in order to sell milk tea. Xia Shujie, what story? The female secretary reached out and swiped her phone a few times and found the story of the 32 yuan milk tea. Xia Shujie looked down. Qin Sun was standing at the door of the milk tea shop, telling the past. My family is very poor. My mother told me since I was young that children from poor families grow up early. Once I was shopping with a very quiet female classmate, and we went into a milk tea shop. 2 cups of milk tea cost 32 yuan. On the day she left me, blue rain fell in front of my eyes. That day, I swore that I would open a milk tea shop that everyone can afford. This is not just a cup of milk tea, but also a boy's debt to a girl. So, does dudu tea sell milk tea? Not just milk tea. I wanted to take care of the dignity of those young people who are in their most youthful and poorest period. Xia Shujie's eyes lit up, and he slapped the table. Good boy. Just lower the price, mix it with powder, and give it the dignity of a teenager? This hat is big, well done. The idea of using low prices, cheapness to impact the market, and seize the sinking market, is packaged so grandly. I am almost moved by him. He was a little excited, drank a sip of tea, but still couldn't suppress his excitement. Good boy, good boy. He can tell stories, control the wind direction, and is a good marketer. When milk tea has the power of love, it will soar into the sky. Xia Shujie stood up, paced back and forth, and suddenly ordered. Go check the sales of the 50 news stores yesterday. The female secretary said okay, and went out immediately. In less than 5 minutes, she came back with a document. She looked a little excited, looking down at the data, and reported, Director Xia, the 50 stores of dudu tea, before the renovation and upgrade, the average sales of each store on Saturday was 600 cups. Yesterday's average sales were 2,500 cups. A total of 125,000 cups were sold. The total turnover is 753,406 yuan. Xia Shujie was shocked. 5 times the sales volume? Sales of 750,000? This is too much. Although the price has been reduced, it still cannot withstand the large volume. As long as the volume is large, it can make money. The secretary smiled and continued. Among them, the Jinshi Plaza store sold 12,000 cups, and the turnover was more than 84,000 yuan. Xia Shujie was shocked and a little unbelievable. Is the data correct? 12,000 cups, even if the store is full of staff, 10 cups a minute, 600 cups an hour, it will take 20 hours. But a whole day and night, is only 24 hours. This is still required that they will not get tired and will not stop. How can this be done? Besides, which store can prepare so many materials? The female secretary explained. The streaming mechanism of Douyin may be to push it to local netizens first, or those passers-by who posted it on their moments. Yesterday, after Qin Sun told the story and sang the song, as the internet fermented, it moved many local people. And at that time, there were many internet celebrities in Jinshi Plaza, all doing publicity, which attracted many people to check in at the Jinshi Plaza store. Now Duduti Jinshi Plaza store has become an internet celebrity check-in point, a place to witness love and recall the white moonlight in your heart. She took a deep breath and also felt a little incredible. Boss Ya, yesterday many people paid and left directly, saying that this cup was for Huang Huai. So, yesterday, there were about 7,000 cups for Huang Huai. They didn't ask for milk tea at all. Xia Shujie held his forehead and shook his head with a bitter smile. I'm old. I don't understand the young people nowadays. This world is really too crazy. He ordered his secretary. You go and post these videos on Douyin, invest money, and promote it. Secretary, got it. Xia Shujie took a long time to calm down his emotions and find Qin Sun's plan on the computer. His eyes moved slightly. At this moment, he had a completely new feeling. At first, I thought you were too ambitious, and you were the same as Xia Ning. Now it seems that he is not ambitious, but has enough confidence in his own ability. He thought of Xia Ning, frowned slightly. He picked up the phone and called Xia Ning. The call was connected. He asked directly, his voice was soft. Ning, are you okay? Xia Ning's voice on the other end of the phone was very low. It seemed that the environment was not convenient for speaking loudly. She chuckled. I'm fine. Xia Shujie sighed, feeling a little distressed. If you're fine, why did you laugh out loud? You rarely laugh out loud. There was silence on the other end of the phone. Only slight breathing could be heard. Suddenly, a familiar male voice came. Xia Ning? Something happened. I just saw a piece of news. Your father was caught again for prostitution. Xia Shujie? Chapter 135 and Ku is a considerate and good sister. Xiao Xia, you can't say that to others. Xia Shujie? He was a little confused. He solicited prostitution? And was caught? Just when he was about to ask Xia Ning what happened, he heard Xia Ning lower his voice on the other end of the phone. Dad, I'll explain it to you later. It's not convenient to talk now. I'll hang up first. The phone was hung up, and a beep sounded. Xia Shujie sat on the stool, thought for a long time, but still couldn't figure it out. Suddenly, the WeChat notification on the phone rang. He picked it up and saw that it was from his mother. Shujie, Shuheo was caught for prostitution again. I am so angry. Do you have any way to save him? Xia Shujie was stunned and immediately figured it out and slammed his hand on the table in anger. What? Xia Ning lied to Qin Sun that she was Xia Shuheo's daughter? In that case, then I am not cheating. Right? He was so angry that he trembled. Rebellious son. What a rebellious son. How can you say such things casually? Following Qin Sun, you really can't learn anything good. He paused for a while. Xia Shujie replied to his mother. A country has its own laws. And a family has its own rules. No matter the laws or the rules, I can't save him. Huacheng. Hotel. Qin Sun was lying on the sofa, looking at Xia Ning coming out of the room, with some sympathy in his eyes. Xiao Xia, are you okay? Xia Ning's face looked a little bad, and her voice was not loud. I'm fine. Qin Sun felt that Xia Ning was really generous. He heard her say again. I'm used to it. Qin Sun felt that Xia Ning was more and more pitiful. Xia Ning sat on the sofa. The two looked at each other, and both felt that the other was a pitiful person, and sighed at the same time. Qin Sun saw that Xia Ning didn't seem to be in big trouble, and continued to play games. Xia Ning glanced at the big sun outside the window, and thought that Enku had gone out to inspect the store, and didn't wait for her. And she and Enku didn't get along very well. she reminded Chin Sun. Chin Sun, Nyo sent a notice in the group, saying that Duduti caused a sensation on the internet and made Oak Company famous. Now I have asked colleagues in the business department to take more business and organize a big opening promotion. We have received a lot of cooperation intentions in the past 2 days, almost more than 30. Do you want to screen a few companies now? She said it without blushing, and her heart was not beating, and it was getting easier and easier for Nyo Xiaojun to take the blame for it. Chin Sun heard this and, controlling the character in the game, poked the enemy in the ass. With a somewhat unhappy tone. Cho Nyo Mobin. This company can't just exploit me. I'm a person. I'm not a cow. He became more and more angry. Tell me, is Nyo Xiaojun still a person? As the CEO of a company, she doesn't show up once a week and rides her broken motorcycle every day. Like a spirited young man. With such a CEO, Oak Company will go bankrupt sooner or later. Xia Ning had forgotten how many times Chin Sun had cursed her company to go bankrupt. But this time she was not angry, but felt a little guilty, and reminded him, you are also the CEO of Oak Tree Company. You have 10% of the shares. But Chin Sun didn't even raise his head, playing the game seriously. I don't care. I have only one belief in life. Slacking off. I will go to any company that allows me to slack off. As he said that, he raised his head. When the time comes, I will take you with me, and we will slack off together. Xia Ning. She heard that he was going to run away again, and she felt a little unhappy, but she changed her mind. In order to promote Duduti, Chin Sun showed his scars and the pain of youth in public. She suppressed her anger and saw Chin Sun finish a game and took out her phone. Let's play together. Chin Sun looked up with a surprised look on his face. You can do it too? Xia Ning curled her lips, looking a little unfathomable. I'm always a quick learner, and I played this game 2 or 3 times with my roommate when I was in school. Chin Sun was a little reluctant. It was okay to play with Enku, because Enku was actually quite good. But Xia Ning, this companion, he is not sweet-mouthed. He has no real ability. Isn't he just a burden? But he was too embarrassed to refuse, so he had to agree. Xia Ning downloaded the game. The two added each other as friends and started the game. Xia Ning, I choose. Meng Tian? Chin Sun's reflexive reaction. Then I choose Dodgy. Xia Ning looked down at the phone and nodded. Yeah, okay. I'll be Meng Tian and you'll be Dodgy. Chin Sun's body stiffened slightly, staring at the phone, not daring to look up, with a serious look. Suddenly, he felt Xia Ning's gaze, raised his head, saw her expression was slightly cold, and immediately showed a harmless smile. Xiao Xia, what's wrong? Why don't you confirm the hero? Xia Ning glanced at him. A trace of suspicion flashed across her face. Then she slowly lowered her head and confirmed the hero. Chin Sun breathed a sigh of relief. That was close. Her hair was almost pulled out again. The two played for the whole morning. Xia Ning was really smart. Chin Sun kept praising her. Xiao Xia, your skills are getting more and more accurate. Oh my, you can even kill with a little health. Good positioning. Yo. You've learned to be a bush bitch and ambush people. Xiao Xia, hurry. Block the bullet for me. Ah? Why don't you block it? Xia Ning said coldly. My life is also my life. Chin Sun. Big sister, you are full of blood. If it was Enku, she would not hesitate even if she blocked me to death. On the mobile game interface, Xia Ning slashed several swords in the air on the dead body of Chin Sun's character, and her voice became colder. I am not as green tea as her. Chin Sun felt that it was not good to say bad things about others behind their backs. While looking down at the game, she said, Xiao Xia, you can't say that about others. Enku is a considerate and good sister. She also gave me a tea feeling at the beginning, and even felt that she was seducing me. Xia Ning turned her head and looked at Chin Sun deeply, and then lowered her head to continue playing the game. Chin Sun continued. However, after getting along with her later, I found that she is weak on the outside, but strong on the inside, a very strong-willed girl. She is the type of person who is soft on the outside and strong on the inside. For some reason, Xia Ning felt annoyed when he heard him praise Enku, and said in a deep voice, Oh, really? Chin Sun was playing games, and nodded seriously. Isn't it? She danced during the interview that day. I thought she would be an unrestrained girl, but now I feel that I can't even touch her hand. She is actually very proud. Xia Ning thought of the sharpness that Enku showed in front of her in private, a kind of momentum that would do anything to achieve the goal, and she was a little unconvinced. She turned her head and glanced at Qin Sun, and suddenly a very naive idea came to her mind, wanting to test Qin Sun and Enku. She hesitated for a moment, and made her tone as calm as possible. How about, I'll create an opportunity for you today, and let you touch Enku today. See if she hits you? Chapter 136 in Huacheng. With me here? Qin Sun can't turn the tables. No touching. Qin Sun was startled, and turned to look at Xia Ning. I don't know how such words came out of her mouth. Xia Ning, just touch the hand. Qin Sun, no touching. What's wrong with touching it? You'll get beaten. If you don't get beaten, will you touch it? Well, I won't touch it. You hesitated. Hey, can we have fun? Talking about people behind their backs is easy to be punished by God. At this moment, the two heard a cough at the door, turned around, and saw Enku standing at the door. Xia Ning. Qin Sun? Enku looked a little embarrassed, not knowing where to look. So he lowered his head and rubbed his hands in embarrassment. Xia Ning quickly lowered his head and continued to play the game, operating the character to ambush in the bushes. With an extremely serious expression, Qin Sun asked as if nothing had happened while playing the game. Enku, you workaholic. Don't you usually work until the evening before going home? Why are you here so early today? Enku immediately raised his head, and his face was no longer embarrassed, but became serious. She closed the door and walked quickly towards Qin Sun. Boss Qin, Duduti has a scandal. Xia Ning heard this and stopped playing the game. Qin Sun was still playing with his head down, his brows furrowed. Xiao Xia, why are you standing there like an idiot? You were gang raped in the grass. I'll save you. Xia Ning. She turned her head and glanced at Qin Sun, reached out and pressed the screen of his phone, pressed the power button, and turned off the screen. Qin Sun sighed. Now, I'm going to be gang raped too. Xia Ning? She really couldn't do anything with Qin Sun. If he was her son, she would definitely beat him up. Why is it another son? Do I really like to recognize sons everywhere in my heart? Qin Sun raised his head, looked at Enku, and asked. Shaoan, what happened to Duduti? Enku was a little worried, and said anxiously. The staff made a mistake, and the customer found a flying insect in a cup of milk tea. Qin Sun nodded. Oh, that was all. Enku was startled, looking at Qin Sun's indifferent expression, and then looked at Xia Ning, seeing that she was also a little anxious. Knowing yourself is normal. Qin Sun's calm attitude is normal. Enku's voice became more urgent, and continued. There is also the second store of Duduti in Tianhe. Because it sold too well, the raw materials were not prepared enough. The store manager took out the powder from the previous store and put it on the counter to unpack it. As a result, the box of raw materials expired and was seen by a sharp-eyed customer. Qin Sun's face changed slightly when he heard it, and he slapped the sofa. What? How could such a thing happen? This store manager must be fired. He stood up and walked around the living room in anger. Enku and Xia Ning saw Qin Sun's angry look, and felt that he was taking it seriously. And they felt much better. But they heard Qin Sun say loudly, this store manager arbitrarily tampered with the formula and raw materials I set, which is simply lawless. Enku? Xia Ning? The two of them looked at Qin Sun, confused, wondering if Qin Sun didn't understand what they were saying. Is the key point the formula? Expired products? It's a 3-for-1 deal. And if it's less than 1,000, it's counted as 1,000. Enku's face became worse, and she said anxiously, the bugs and the expired ingredients were all photographed, videotaped, and posted on Douyin. The company initially determined that it was done by professional counterfeiters, and there were shadows of several other milk tea companies in Huacheng behind it. Now those two Douyin videos are spreading very quickly. It should be other competitors who invested in Doujia. She walked in front of Qin Sun and looked up at him. I have asked the company to compensate the two customers 1,000 yuan each and apologize. But these two things spread too quickly on Douyin. The company is worried that these two scandals that broke out immediately after the opening will affect the company's reputation and suppress our momentum for takeoff. Enku became more and more excited. She is still the acting general manager of Huacheng subsidiary, and is fully responsible for the transformation of the new store. She must take the blame for this mess. Her career at Duduti may be over. Qin Sun looked at Enku's eyes, which were slightly red. and finally showed a serious expression on his face. When the enemy comes, the general will fight. And when the water comes, the earth will cover it. Public opinion is something that is very easy to manipulate. He patted Inka's shoulder and said softly, Sisterin, don't worry. I'm here. There will be no accidents. Inka looked into Chin Sun's eyes and inexplicably relaxed, but her nose became more sour. She comes from a single-parent family and grew up with her mother. Although her family conditions are good, and it is a well-off family, there is no man in the family, and she always feels something is missing. Her mother taught her self-esteem, self-reliance, and self-love since she was a child. She is also very competitive, and she has been used to fighting alone since she was a child. And she is confident in her abilities. But when she encountered the overwhelming internet storm, she realized how insignificant she was, and felt a deep sense of powerlessness. Now that she has met Chin Sun, she finds that there is someone to rely on behind her. And she feels really at ease. Is this the legendary feeling of fatherly love as high as a mountain? Just when Enku was moved, Chin Sun suddenly said, Other companies invest money, so we invest money too. Enku nodded. She probably guessed that. The way to deal with the water army is to hire another wave of water army to guide the public opinion. It would be better to spend more money to remove the hot search. But Chin Sun's next words shocked her. Sisterin, we also invest money in those two videos, 50,000 dojia for each one. Oh! Enku nodded, then reacted, with a look of shock. Ah? Investing in our negative news? Xia Ning walked up to Chin Sun, reached out and touched his forehead, turned to look at Xia Ning, said with a cold face, He's not sick. Paused, said slowly. He must be crazy. Duduti Huacheng subsidiary headquarters. In the general manager's office. Xian Yunfao looked at the comments on the two videos on Douyin, his brows wrinkled into a Chuan character, and felt like he was going to lose a few more hairs. Bugs? Wow. Duduti is really kind. Buy vegetarian food and get free meat. Fuck. The raw materials are expired? No wonder they are so cheap. Will it kill me? Unscrupulous merchants. They just know how to hype. Disgusting, disgusting, vomiting. Sun Hua sat aside, also looking through the comments, complaining. Expired products, bugs, such things. As a retail industry practitioner, everyone knows that even with strict management, it is possible. How come there are more than 30,000 likes, and more than 2,000 comments? It's obvious that someone is hiring internet trolls to mess with us. Xian Yunfao rubbed his bald scalp. The one that sticks out gets hammered down. The one that sticks out gets hammered down. Duduti is so popular online now. After this incident, I don't know if we can survive. All other milk tea brands are now hoping we'll die. Li Honghai was lying on the bed. He read about the scandal of Duduti's bugs and expired products. He was so happy that he bought 2 kilograms of pork head and drank a few glasses of wine. Duduti's Huacheng subsidiary, it really won't work without me. What Chin Sun? What a company. In Huacheng, as long as I'm here, he can't turn the tables. Chapter 137. Can I spoil them? Next, it's my turn to debate with the scholars. The other milk tea companies in Huacheng, the company executives also had a smile on their faces. Take out your phone and like the video crazily, comment, and set the pace. A tree that stands out in the forest will be destroyed by the wind, and the waves are high, you can't be so extravagant. You sell it so cheaply, it seems that we are making dirty money. Excessive joy leads to sorrow. Hee, our other milk tea brands, there is no discussion at all, and as a result, we can work together to target you. Why? Because you are different. You have angered everyone. Everyone is playing consumption upgrade. Why are you playing downgrade? In some marketing companies across the country. Duduti is a scandal. So soon? Someone must have screwed me. I don't know why, I'm not sure. Yeah. Bugs and expired products are not a big deal. Who hasn't bought expired food? I mean, I feel Chin Sun can still turn the tables. Possibly. Then the boss will scold us for being worthless again? I'll take my annual leave tomorrow to hide away. Modu. Xia Shujie rarely watches Douyin. But just now, he saw in the video that Xia Ning actually made milk tea for Chin Sun. And she smiled so sweetly. He felt a little uncomfortable. And searched for Duduti on Douyin. He saw the full version posted by Messier. He felt more and more that Chin Sun was a dangerous person. If he really used some tricks on his daughter, Xia Ning would not be able to bear it. After watching it, he slid to the next video. He didn't expect it to be a scandal of doo-doo tea. Bugs were found in the milk tea of doo-doo tea. Doo-doo tea's ingredients are expired. Xia Shuji smiled. Sure enough, there are no such smooth things in the world. When you want to climb up and make a fortune, there will be 10,000 hands pulling you down. Huacheng. In the hotel suite. Enka looked at Qin Sun quietly, seeing that he looked serious. Do you really want to invest 50,000 yuan in each of the two doo-doo tea scandals? Qin Sun took out his mobile phone, opened Douyin to search, and found that the number of likes for the two videos had exceeded 40,000. He smiled. Forget it. It seems that other milk tea companies are really angry, and they invested a lot of money in promoting these two videos. It spreads fast enough. Qin Sun glanced at Xiaoning and Enku, told a story, said, in our town, there is a shop selling rice noodle with large intestine, which tastes very good. He paused, and a look of pain flashed across his face. I have a friend who once treated himself to a meal after his final exam, and found a small piece of pig feces in a piece of large intestine. He looked at Xiaoning, and then at Enku. Hearing this, are you angry? Xiaoning and Enku looked at each other, and then looked at Qin Sun, and shook their heads gently. Qin Sun smiled. Isn't it? People's joys and sorrows are not shared. In fact, not many people are willing to care about other people's affairs. You see, someone almost ate shit. But you didn't feel the same way, and you weren't angry. Suddenly, Xiaoning asked, is that friend you're talking about you? Qin Sun. He found that. He didn't like women who were too smart. Enku was startled, looked at Qin Sun seriously, and said, I'm a little angry now. Xiaoning turned to look at Enku, squinted his eyes slightly, and admired him. This little green tea girl is good at taking advantage of every opportunity to make men happy. Qin Sun did not notice the open and secret struggle between the two women, and continued, I share with you a story of a friend of mine. Just to tell you. In fact, bugs and expired products are really not a big deal. Do you two really think that the general public cares about others drinking bugs and buying expired products? It is said that if you buy expired products, you will be compensated at 3 times the price. If it is less than 1,000, it will be calculated as 1,000. But in reality, except for those professional counterfeiters, who will really fight for this 1,000 yuan. He smiled. In fact, the general public is more tolerant than we thought. As he said this, he turned his phone over and showed them a look. Look, there are so many comments under these 2 scandal videos, all of which are scolding doo-doo tea. But how many comments have follow-up comments? It means that it is just the internet army having fun. And those words don't touch people's hearts at all. People don't care at all. These negative public opinions have limited impact on doo-doo tea. Enka stretched out her finger, swiped it, and found that it was indeed as Qin Sun said. There were not many people following those comments. She breathed a sigh of relief, and looked up at Qin Sun. Then we just ignore it. Qin Sun shook his head, twisted his neck, and showed a confident smile on his face. Since other milk tea brands have messed with us, can I still indulge them? Next, it's my turn to perform. Enku's eyes lit up. Xiaoning also looked at Qin Sun quietly. But he saw Qin Sun jump up, fell on the sofa, and leaned his head on the armrest of the sofa, and lay down beautifully. Well, this position is comfortable. Suitable for me to debate with scholars. Xiaoning? She frowned. Enku looked unhappy. Boss Qin, are you going to fight against thousands of water army by yourself? Qin Sun waved his hand. I am only responsible for throwing bricks to attract more jade. Take advantage of the current popularity of doo-doo tea drinks, while Huacheng has accumulated some fans to incite their emotions. Let these tap waters rush to defeat those water army. He looked at Enku. I'll comment in the comment area later. You find some online trolls to give me likes, so that my comment will be pinned to the top. Enku nodded. Got it. She walked to the side, made a phone call, and contacted the online troll company. She came back a little later. Boss Qin, have you finished writing your comment? Qin Sun lay on the sofa, turned off the software on his phone, and smiled a little embarrassedly. Not yet. Enku. Qin Sun, I'll start right away. He activated the overclocking mode, and typed frantically, his body shaking while he lay on the sofa. Xiaoning and Enku looked at Qin Sun trembling on the sofa, and thought of some strange scenes. They looked at each other, saw the thoughts in each other's eyes, and were relieved. Fortunately, it was not that they were too dirty. It was that Qin Sun was too reckless. Any normal person would think so. After a while, Shin Sun took out his mobile phone, turned it over, and showed it to Enku. I have written one. Let the water army like it, and push me up. Enku took a look. Her face was a little weird. And then looked at Shin Sun. A little doubtful. Do you really want to post it like this? Chapter 138. Please rest assured, Boss Chin has already made his move. Just send it out. Shin Sun was lying on the sofa. His tone was very firm. Xia Ning saw that Enku's face looked a little bad, and leaned over, and saw that her face also looked bad. Shin Sun opened a small account to comment under the video. I just want to beg you, please don't bother to do tea anymore, okay? I've been drinking milk tea for 4 years at 20 yuan a cup. I lost my house, and my wife ran away because of me. Now we finally have cheap milk tea, but you insist that it is expired milk tea. Is it possible that I don't know whether the milk tea is expired or not? The lemonade is only 4 yuan a cup, and the boss doesn't make any money at all. If you don't let us buy it, we will all die of thirst. After reading it, Xia Ning saw Shin Sun lying on the sofa silently. After a long time, she finally said a sentence. I really want to dig your head open and see what is in your head. Shin Sun snorted arrogantly. She just thought she was praising herself. He explained. A bug, an expired product, and the comments below the video are still emotionless, which will not resonate with netizens. Life is hard, but netizens are happy to be funny. Don't underestimate their imagination. If I push this comment up, it will probably inspire netizens' creative passion. In order to get the number of likes for the comment, I will definitely show off my imagination and play with the humanities. He paused, looked at Xia Ning and Enku who were looking at him stupidly, and smiled. And what you need to do is to let the water army give likes to those who speak in our favor, give them a sense of accomplishment, and stimulate more people who like to comment. Let the scandal comment area of Dudu Tea Drinks become a competition for people who like to comment. Xia Ning and Enku still didn't quite understand, but they got used to it. Shin Sun has always been unsystematic in his actions. If one day, he suddenly jumped to the side of the road and barked like a dog, they would definitely think that Shin Sun's move was meaningful, and could communicate it with the Water Army Company. Half an hour later, Shin Sun's comment was pushed to the top, and it already had more than 2,000 likes. Shin Sun ignored it, and continued playing the game. But Enku kept refreshing the comments. Half an hour later, she suddenly shouted excitedly, Boss Chin! The wind has changed. It's so absurd. Xia Ning heard it, and quickly took out her phone to refresh it. She found that some netizens were indeed commenting under Shin Sun's comment. I'm laughing to death. What kind of milk tea can make the house disappear? Did the wife run away after drinking it? What a funny person. Scrolling down again, a netizen's funny comment has been pushed up by the Water Army. Shiadu. Let it go this time. I'll forgive you next time. What's expired? I was late. If I don't drink another brand, will it expire? Xia Ning looked at Shin Sun lying on the sofa playing games, quietly took a deep breath, and made up his mind. In the future, he must improve his game skills, so that Shin Sun can keep a good state of slacking off, so that he can have more wonderful ideas. At this moment, Enku suddenly sat next to Shin Sun, held a mobile phone, and started the game. Boss Chin, I'll help you become a god. Shin Sun's voice was a little surprised. Okay. Xia Ning glanced at them, and quietly stepped aside. You bitches. The headquarters of the subsidiary of Dudu Tea Huacheng. Qian Yunfa checked the real-time data of 50 news stores on the computer, and found that the sales of milk tea today were still considerable, and he felt better. He smiled. It seems that the sales have not been affected. Sure enough, the low price is still very attractive to people. Suddenly, Sunhua jumped up from the sofa and brought his phone to Qian Yunfa. Mr. Qian, the wind has changed. Qian Yunfa was startled by Sunhua's shouting, and was a little unhappy. He looked down at his phone, and his eyes lit up. I have lived for half my life, and I have never seen such a thing. Are netizens so tolerant now? More than tolerant. It's simply a preference for us. The comment area of the Dudu Tea scandal video became even more lively. I don't know how much money I can make from a 20 yuan milk tea, but I know that a 4 yuan lemonade will definitely not make me 5 yuan. It doesn't even mind me being poor. How can I mind it? You said it's all additives? Additives also cost money. Which milk tea shop dares to say that it doesn't have additives? We are all the same. No one should pretend to be innocent. Dudu tea doesn't taste good. Can bugs fly in? Sunhua hesitated for a moment, said, Mr. Qian, I just checked the information in the WeChat group. More than half an hour ago, Encore sent a message. Says, Mr. Qin has already taken action on the negative news. Please rest assured. Qian Yunfa was stunned. And then, he was a little impressed. Heroes are born young. How did he do it? He looked at Sun Hua. Tonight, we will hold a banquet for Mr. Qin to celebrate his success. You have to serve him well. Even if he asks you to bark like a dog, you have to howl loudly. Sun Hua. Why am I always the one who gets hurt? Li Honghai sat by the coffee table, looking through the comment area where the wind direction changed immediately. He was so angry that he kicked over the pig head and smashed the beer bottle. I'm done. Completely done. Originally, this credit belongs to me. Other milk tea companies in Huacheng, the company executives were all worried at this time. Looking at some comments in the comment area, I just felt a headache, and my temples were throbbing. Little Sofong milk tea should pay attention to hygiene. The bugs are flying to our Xiaodu. Dudu tea really disappoints me. I will never drink Duang tea again. Why did Dudu tea have problems? I am heartbroken. I will never drink CC again. No wonder I have a stomachache after drinking Dudu tea. It turns out it was because I drank a cup of cocoa milk tea last year. They were so angry that they started to curse. There are bugs. Expired products are such a serious matter. What are these netizens doing here? Who is behind this? Is it Qin Sun again? In some marketing companies across the country, discussion started again. I told you. There will be a reversal. It's really interesting. A scandal. He turned it into a marketing campaign. This Qin Sun is really... I feel like a prehistoric monster is about to appear in the marketing world. It's over. The boss will be furious again. I heard that Oak Company is doing a booming business and is recruiting planners everywhere. The salary is very good. Otherwise, I'm not doing it for money. It's also good to learn from Qin Sun for a year or two. Hush. Can you say this from your heart? I'll take a look at the recruitment website now. Just a glance. And I will definitely not submit my resume. Magic City. Xia Shujia's office. He rubbed his eyebrows, feeling a little tangled in his heart, and sighed. What did Qin Sun do? What should we do now? Chapter 139. I was ignorant. I came back too early. Xia Shujia looked through the highly praised comments under the Dudu Tea scandal video. Xiaodu retreated behind me. Don't hurt him. Dudu Tea was shaken in front of me. How could I not know whether it was real or not? I was wrong, not it. Others want to see you fall from grace. I want to see you rise to prominence. Without you, other milk teas dared to start at 20. Xia Shujia couldn't help but smile bitterly and shook his head. Professional. Very professional. Qin Sun has taken a different approach, has a good rhythm, turns decay into magic. He stood up, walked to the French window, looked at the tall buildings outside, and sighed. The best singer in the marketing industry, the best business vision among singers, the best marketing among businessmen. The three talents form a closed loop. A hexagonal warrior. He sighed. Marrying into our family. It's not a grievance for Xia Ning. Suddenly, he thought of something. But Qin Sun made Xia Ning's feng shui fish into a dish. Wouldn't it be unlucky? After a while, Xia Shujia sent a message to his secretary. Send a letter of appointment. Letting could become a regular employee, become the director of the Dudu Tea Huacheng subsidiary, responsible for the national promotion of the new store. Huacheng. In the hotel suite. Qin Sun and Enko were playing games. Xia Ning watched silently from the side, seeing that the two of them cooperated well, much better than the cooperation between him and Qin Sun just now. She felt a little uncomfortable, snorted coldly, and said to herself, playthings lead to loss of ambition. She took out her phone and searched for Dudu Tea on Douyin, and found a content like this. Monsieur apologizes. She clicked on it and saw that Monsieur, who posted Qin Sun hit someone yesterday, had posted another apology video. The title was, Monsieur gave away 1,000 cups of lemonade at Jinshi Plaza to apologize to Qin Sun and to the majority of netizens. In the video, I saw a tall and beautiful woman wearing bold and hot clothes, standing at the door of Dudu Tea Jinshi Plaza store, shouting, lemonade is free. Cold lemonade is free. Xia Ning played it quietly, looking up at Qin Sun. He and Enku were fighting fiercely. Block the bullet for me. Okay. I will avenge you. No need. You are low on health. Run first. Wait a while. We will revive and kill him together. Yeah. Okay. Xia Ning pursed her lips, amplified the volume of the video playback, but found that it did not affect Chin Sun at all. She suddenly spoke up, said that, Chin Sun, Monsieur posted a video online to apologize to you. But Chin Sun didn't even raise his head. Yeah, okay. I forgive her. Originally, the incident was planned by him to help Song Ying gain traffic and fans, so what's there to forgive or not? Xia Ning saw Chin Sun didn't even raise his head. You don't want to take a look? Chin Sun still didn't raise his head. Nothing to see. Xia Ning hesitated for a moment, said, Monsieur is wearing hot clothes. Chin Sun suddenly raised his head, turned his face, and smiled. Then take a look. Xia Ning. She stood up and walked into the room, leaving only a cold sentence. Childish. Chin Sun looked at Xia Ning's back and raised his eyebrows. You scolded me? Xia Ning slowed down her pace and said without turning back. I didn't scold you. Chin Sun was confused, turned around, looked at Ning with a gentle smile on her face, and asked, Sisterin, why did she scold you? And Ke? She sighed in her heart. Xia Ning was obviously scolding herself. This Chin Sun can accurately grasp the thoughts of netizens and guide the direction of public opinion, but he can't grasp the thoughts of women at all. What a straight man. Chin Sun and Ke had been playing games. Xia Ning stayed in the room for a while, walked out of the room and looked at them, wanted to take a walk to relax, and walked to the door silently. I'm going to buy food. Chin Sun was a little strange. Order takeout. Xia Ning, takeout is not clean. Chin Sun? He felt that his side job was insulted. Xia Ning opened the door, looked back at the two people sitting on the sofa, and added, I'll be back soon. Chin Sun didn't even raise his head. Don't worry. Take your time. Xia Ning repeated with a firm tone. I'll be back soon. The door closed. Sisterin, do you think Xia Ning is a little strange today? Chin Sun looked up at the closed door, frowned slightly, turned to look at Ke, and saw that her face was slightly red. You are also very strange. Why did you blush suddenly? And Ke? No wonder Chin Sun is so talented. It's all because of his love quotient. They played a few more games, and were about to take a break. Suddenly, messages kept popping up on Ke's WeChat account. Congratulations. Congratulations to Mr. N. Congratulations to Mr. N. Sprinkle flowers. Sprinkle flowers. She clicked on it and looked at it. Her mouth widened. She screamed, and she covered her mouth with her hand, and her eyes slowly turned red. Chin Sun saw her crying, and was a little nervous. What happened at your home? But Ke turned her head and looked at Chin Sun, glaring at him with a little bit of coquettishness. And then she chuckled. She handed the phone to Chin Sun. Chin Sun took it and took a look. It was a WeChat group called Dudu Industrial Company, Ltd. A bunch of people were congratulating General N. Pulling it up, it was an electronic appointment letter. The general meaning was that Ke was officially appointed as the head of the Lingnan subsidiary of Dudu Tea Drinks, to be in charge of the national promotion of the new store type. Chin Sun returned the phone to Ke and applauded. Congratulations. Congratulations. Sisterin, you have become the head of a province at such a young age, and you are also responsible for national promotion work. Then wouldn't you be second to none in the company, and above 10,000 people? I will cling to your thighs in the future. And Ke smiled with tears. This is all thanks to you. I should be the one hugging your thigh. Chin Sun, I hug your thigh. I hug yours. I hug yours. I hug you. I hug you. I hug you. I hug you. In a cheerful atmosphere, the two complimented each other. Suddenly, they heard a bang sound and were startled. Turning around, they saw that it was Xia Ning who threw the bag of food in her hand into the trash can. Xia Ning came over with a cold face, glanced at Ke with red eyes, and a dirty picture appeared in her mind. Her sight finally fell on Chin Sun's face, who looked confused and innocent. Her voice was cold and heavy. Chin Sun, I am ignorant. You came back too early. After saying that, she turned and walked slowly out the door, taking off the Do Not Disturb sign behind the door. She walked out the door, hanging the sign on the door handle, and slowly closed the door. I won't bother you anymore. Hold me. Chapter 140. Has the misunderstanding been explained? It seems to be deeper. Did Xia Ning misunderstand something? Chin Sun looked at the living room door that was gently closed, turned his head to look at Ke, whose eyes were red, and whose face was even redder, and asked. Ke hesitated for a moment, and said slowly, the misunderstanding is very deep. The two stood up at the same time and chased out the door. Suddenly, Enku saw Chin Sun squatting next to the trash can, and took out the bag of food with a distressed look on his face. She stopped, looking at Chin Sun, with an incredible look on her face. Chin Sun was holding the bag, looking up at Enku. "What are you doing?" "Go after him." "Enku." "Oh!" She opened the door and looked into the corridor, seeing Xia Ning already at the elevator door waiting for the elevator, and ran over quickly. She opened her hands and blocked Xia Ning. "Listen to my explanation. The hug we're talking about is not what you think." Xia Ning didn't say anything. Enku explained. "We're not talking about hugging, but hugging thighs." Xia Ning was startled, and her face became even colder. She felt like someone was writing on her face. She didn't have much knowledge in some areas, but she knew there was a technique that required using thighs. The elevator door opened. Xia Ning pushed Enku's hand away, walked in, and said sarcastically, "You're playing it very well." Enku was startled, knowing that she had misunderstood more, and her face became even redder. She followed him in, took out her phone, opened the group message, handed it to Xia Ning, and explained, "Xia Ning, look. My eyes are red because I got promoted. Chin Sun said he would hug my thigh in the future, and I said I would hug his thigh in the future. We complimented each other, and gradually it became I hug you. It's all a misunderstanding." Xia Ning slowly turned his head, looked at her, and then slowly turned back. Xia Ning's face had no expression, but his breathing seemed to be heavier, and his fair face seemed to be a little red. The elevator door reached the lobby on the first floor. The door opened. Xia Ning stood quietly, did not walk out, waited until the elevator door closed naturally, slowly raised her hand, and pressed the 6th floor. She did not even look at Enku, but her voice was sincere, said, "Congratulations." Enku smiled softly. "Thank you." The elevator went up. The atmosphere was a little awkward. Back to the living room. Xia Ning opened the door, and saw that Chin Sun had already placed the food on the coffee table. She paused at the door for a second, and walked in as if nothing had happened. Sitting down, she picked up the chopsticks, lowered her head, and ate silently. Chin Sun was startled, turned his head to look at Enku, and saw her smiling and nodding. He understood that the matter had been explained clearly. He knew that Xia Ning was thin-skinned, and he was not going to tease her, lest she get angry and pull her hair again. The three of them lowered their heads and ate in silence, and no one cared that these things were picked up from the trash can. They were as quiet as the sewing machine experts in prison. Chin Sun lowered his head to eat, and suddenly saw a pair of chopsticks pick up a piece of fish belly and put it into his bowl. The fish belly was boneless, tender, and tasty, a good piece of meat from the fish. He was slightly startled, without raising his head. "Sister, and thank you." He picked up the fish and was about to put it into his mouth, but saw a pair of chopsticks snatch the piece of meat from his chopsticks. He raised his head and saw Xia Ning holding the piece of meat on his chopsticks, and looked at the wall clock. "Xiao Xia, it's not even 12 o'clock yet. You haven't gotten off work yet. It's still working hours. I'm your boss. You can't be so presumptuous." Xia Ning just looked at him quietly. At this time, Chin Sun heard Enku's voice beside him, a little quiet. "That, Mr. Chin, that piece of fish was picked up for you by Sister Ning." Chin Sun was startled, opened his eyes wide, and stared at Xia Ning. Xia Ning pursed her lips expressionlessly. He really couldn't imagine that Miss Xia, who was always aloof and seemed to be out of touch with the world, would actually pick up food for others. "Is it the glory of motherhood again?" He laughed. "Xiao Xia, you are the first woman to pick up food for me besides my mother. I am so touched." But Xia Ning frowned slightly, gently moved the chopsticks to the trash can next to the coffee table, and let go. The fish meat fell into the trash can. Chin Sun, he was a little unhappy, but heard Xia Ning say in a more unhappy tone, "I'm only 24 years old, don't always compare me to your mother in the future. I'm not that great." Chin Sun. "Oh!" He lowered his head and continued to eat. Suddenly, he saw a pair of chopsticks pick up a piece of fish belly and put it in his bowl. He raised his head and looked at Xia Ning. Xia Ning also looked at him silently. After a while of silence, suddenly showed a faint smile. "You're welcome, Chin Sun." In the evening, 7 o'clock. Qian Yunfa has booked a restaurant to celebrate the success of Chin Sun and Ku Xia Ning. Take a taxi to the restaurant entrance. Qian Yunfa, Sun Hua, and the executives of the Lingnan subsidiary of Dudu Tea, a group of 15 or 16 people, have been waiting at the restaurant entrance early. Get off the taxi. Xia Ning and Ke, one on the left and one on the right, protect Qin Sun in the middle, and slowly walk to the restaurant entrance. Qian Yunfa and his group quickly walked towards Qin Sun, and greeted him with a big smile on their faces. Mr. Qin. Mr. N. It's a great honor tonight. Thank you very much. Just then, a burst of hurried footsteps came from far away, accompanied by a heart-wrenching, heartbreaking, and extremely shrill cry. Mr. Qin, everyone turned their heads and saw a man in a suit, carrying a suitcase, rushing towards Qin Sun. Xia Ning and Ke turned their heads to look at Qin Sun, with a look of suspicion. Qin Sun? He is a man. Listening to the man's shrill cry, he almost thought that he had abandoned the man. Qian Yunfa's face turned cold. He is here with bad intentions. He ordered the people around him. Go, protect Mr. Qin. As soon as the words fell, a dozen people behind him stood forward in unison, glaring, clenching their fists, showing their biceps. The momentum was amazing. The man in black was shocked when he saw this, and when he was 2 meters away from Qin Sun, his knees softened, he slid to his knees in front of him. Don't hit me! The man shouted, slapped the suitcase on the ground, opened it, revealing a box full of soft sister currency. Red flowers. Neatly stacked. Qin Sun? And Ke? Xia Ning thought of something, and his face turned slightly cold. Qian Yunfa and his group looked at the man kneeling in front of Qin Sun, and the box full of money, and were shocked. What the hell is he doing? Qin Sun looked down at the man in black and said, You are giving such a big gift? This? Rich man, what do you want to do? Chapter 141. The beast sees its prey. Mr. Qin. The man in black raised his head, looked up at Qin Sun, shouted with sincerity. I am Xiao Zhang, who stuffed the money under your door. Qin Sun thought about it, remembered it, but pretended not to know, asked in confusion. Xiao Zhang? Xiao Zhang said. Xiao Zhang, the account manager of Feibao Headhunting Company. He patted the money in the box in his hand, with a smile on his face. Mr. Qin, a big company has offered you an annual salary of 10 million. This is 1 million in good faith. I hope you can give me 5 minutes, so I can explain it to you in detail. Qin Sun looked down at Xiao Zhang, a little embarrassed. He looked up, and found that many passers-by were looking at him with strange eyes. They might have mistaken Xiao Zhang for an old sister-in-law. Kneeling down to ask for love with him, while holding money. He held her with both hands. Xiao Zhang. Get up. Let's talk slowly. Xiao Zhang shook his head. If you don't agree to me, I won't get up. There was a cry of surprise from all around. The crowd of onlookers slowly gathered around. In the crowd, Xia Ning heard the words talk slowly, frowned, and winked at Qian Yunfa. Qian Yunfa understood immediately. Someone was trying to snatch Miss Xia's core employee from Oak Tree Company. He reached out and patted Sun Hua's shoulder, and said in a low voice, Beat Xiao Zhang to death. Sun Hua was startled, turned to look at Qian Yunfa, and saw that his face was serious, and knew that it was time to make a contribution. He nodded, yelled and cursed, and pounced on Xiao Zhang. Fuck you. What kind of headhunting company is so arrogant? Dare to poach people in front of colleagues in other companies? You broke the rules, do you know? The two wrestled with each other. Xiao Zhang's voice also started to shout. Fuck you. You're so ruthless? Ah. My balls. It's none of your business. Qin Sun hurriedly stepped back, and retreated to the side of Xia Ning and Ke. The crowd around him took out their mobile phones to film, and many girls were amazed. Two men fighting for another man. The world is so big, there are all kinds of things. That man is so ruthless, wanting to cut off the other man's offspring, wanting to achieve a fundamental victory. Oh, the money is gone. It would be great if you could give me so much money. Qin Sun listened to the discussions around him, and his face was dark. It's true that Fujoshis see gay people. Soon, the noise attracted the patrol police, who took the two of them to the police station. On the way away, Xiao Zhang shouted, Mr. Qin, wait for me. You must wait for me to come out. You have to wait for me. Don't promise others. The Fujoshis around were so excited that they stamped their feet, and looked at Qin Sun. That's love. Opposite sex is for reproduction. Homosexuality is true love. Envy. Qin Sun. Love your mother's love. At this time, seeing Sun Hua being taken away by the police, he looked back every few steps, and shouted at the top of his voice. Boss, you have to remember this. I have made contributions to the company, I have shed blood for the company. Qin Sun looked at Qian Yunfa, wanting to see what he would say. Xia Ning noticed Qin Sun's action. Her face remained unchanged. She knew that Sun Hua was saying this to her. Sun Hua was taken away. Qian Yunfa thought that this self-torture trick was well played, and he was in a good mood, and invited Qin Sun and his group to enter the private room. No one cared about Sun Hua's life or death immediately. The food and wine were served. Qian Yunfa directly raised a glass and drank it in one breath. Boss Qin, I'll tell you the truth. Actually, when I first saw this plan, I thought it would be difficult to implement. I never expected it. The effect is so good. You have finally revitalized our company and given us middle-aged men with families a way out. As he said that, he called on others to toast Qin Sun. It was hard to refuse such a generous offer. Qin Sun drank one cup after another, and got drunk, and was a little unconscious. Everyone let him go. Let him sit on the stool alone and smile foolishly. Xia Ning wiped the corners of Qin Sun's mouth with a tissue, like a mother taking care of the stupid son of a landlord, and could drink a few glasses of wine. Thinking of the pressure and fatigue of the past few days, her eyes suddenly turned red, and she shed a tear quietly. Suddenly, she felt someone approaching her, and Qin Sun's voice sounded. Huh? And could you? Cried, and could blinked her eyes, blinked back her tears, turned her head, and looked at the drunk Qin Sun. Boss Qin, I didn't cry. Qin Sun tilted his head, stared at Enku seriously for a while, and said vaguely, Your eyes are red and wet, and you still say you didn't cry. Enku. She laughed in anger. Qin Sun is a game expert. It is said that flashing will not kill. Why is he chasing after people? Suddenly, she saw Qin Sun turned his head again, and said to Xia Ning beside him, Xiao Xia, hug Enku. She cried. Xia Ning, ah? Enku? Qin Sun explained. Don't you like to adopt people as sons? Today, adopt another daughter. Make up a good word. Enku looked at Xia Ning awkwardly, and hurriedly poured a glass of water for Qin Sun. Boss Qin, you are drunk. Xia Ning, however, had a cold face, and poured another glass of white wine for Qin Sun, and poured it into his mouth. No, he is not drunk yet. He still remembers how to write the good word. I don't know how long we ate. The celebration banquet finally ended. Qin Sun was supported by Xia Ning and Enku on both sides. Staggering out of the restaurant, he had just taken a few steps. Suddenly, brother, a familiar voice came from afar. Qin Sun turned his head and opened his eyes wide, vaguely seeing a girl rushing over, getting closer and closer. It seemed to be Song Ying. Closer and closer. It was indeed Song Ying. He just smiled, and saw Song Ying break suddenly, and stopped in front of him. Song Ying smiled with a smile on her face, raised her hands, and covered his face. Brother, guess what I am? She paused, and her voice suddenly became angry. Guess who I am? Qin Sun's eyes went dark. He shook his head, but failed to shake off Song Ying's hand. Instead, he felt more dizzy. He sighed helplessly. Xiao Ying, what are you doing? Song Ying said angrily. I've been in Huacheng for so many days. Have you ever looked for me once? Qin Sun felt guilty, speechless, and simply closed his eyes and pretended to sleep. As soon as he closed his eyes, he felt his head floating, as if he could fall asleep at any time, and it was very comfortable. His consciousness was getting fainter and fainter. He seemed to fall into chaos. Suddenly, Xia Ning and Enku felt that Qin Sun's body had become much heavier. They sighed with difficulty, and quickly held Qin Sun with both hands. Why did he suddenly become so heavy? Falling asleep? Song Ying loosened her palms, and looked at Qin Sun with his eyes closed, and breathing long. She sighed. Alas, I have seen people urinating, but I didn't expect that there is also a way to sleep. Suddenly, there was a sound of high heels behind her, and she turned her head to see. It was Monsieur wearing a cheongsam, walking over elegantly and seductively. Her assistant followed behind her. Monsieur glanced at Qin Sun, who was being held by two beauties, and had his head down, and narrowed her eyes slightly, like a bee seeing its prey. Chapter 142. What happened? Qin Sun was kidnapped? Hello. Monsieur walked over slowly, and greeted Xia Ning and the others with a smile. Xia Ning nodded. Encore. Hello. Song Ying said to Monsieur. Let's get my brother into your car first. She just saw a video on Douyin, seeing a man kneeling down to propose to another man while carrying a box. Then, another man rushed out to fight. Although the street lights were dim, but she could tell at a glance that the man being fought over was Jin Sun. So she called Monsieur to come over to block the door, and demanded an explanation. She came here in Monsieur's business car. Hearing Song Ying's words, Xia Ning and Enku nodded. Monsieur also came up to help. Several women slowly carried Jin Sun to the side of the road, and stuffed him into the back seat of Monsieur's business car, letting him lie on it. Monsieur got in the car. When Song Ying and others were about to get in the car door closed slowly. Then, it drove away. Song Ying watched the car go away and shouted, "Hey! I didn't get in the car! I didn't get in the car! Xia Ning? And Ku?" The two looked confused. What happened? Jin Sun was kidnapped? Their eyes fell on Song Ying's face, becoming cold and sharp. Seeing this, Song Ying quietly took a step back and explained in a hurry. "It's none of my business. I don't know what she wants to do." Suddenly, she slapped her thigh and yelled, "Oh no! Brother is going to be in trouble. Monsieur is a sly person. Xia Ning? And Ku?" Song Ying hurriedly called Monsieur, but was quickly hung up. She was so angry that her teeth itched. "Monsieur, if you dare to take off my brother's clothes, I will make you pay." In a dream, Jin Sun smelled a fragrance, wrinkled his nose, slowly opened his eyes, and felt dry mouth. It was dark all around, and he couldn't see things clearly, but he immediately felt something was wrong. The bed under him was bigger, softer, and more fragrant than before. The lights were off in the room. He heard a rustling sound and turned his head to look. Outside the window of the room, a faint light came in, highlighting a charming silhouette on the bay window. She was lying on the bay window smoking. The mist was drifting. There was a mini scent. It was an electronic cigarette. Jin Sun looked at the silhouette full of forbidden beauty, and reached out to touch his body, from bottom to bottom, and touched it all over. He found that he was only left with a pair of underwear. His heart sank to the bottom of the valley. "Who are you?" The figure turned his head, took another deep puff of cigarette, and slowly exhaled, with a charming voice. "Are you awake?" Jin Sun did not answer. His voice was a little cold. "How did the cigarette feel afterwards?" The woman smiled faintly. "Very good." Pause for a while. "How about you? Did you feel good?" Jin Sun felt greatly insulted when he heard this. It was as if he was a weak woman, dragged into a cornfield by a wild boar, and bullied for 3 days and 3 nights. He reached out to touch the light switch at the head of the bed, but he heard the woman's voice in the darkness. "Don't turn on the light. I'm taking off my makeup now. Don't leave any shadow on you tonight. Besides, I'm naked now. Give me some face. I'm thin-skinned." After a pause, the woman's voice became a little charming. "You can go now. After tonight, whether we can meet again or not, everything depends on fate. I know you, but you don't have to know me. I won't pester you, and you don't pester me." Jin Sun's face trembled, and he wanted to swear. His voice came out from between his teeth. "You are breaking the law, do you know that?" "Oh." The woman took a puff of cigarette, speaking nonchalantly. "Really?" She turned slightly, facing Jin Sun, stretched out her hands, and shook them together, speaking in a coquettish voice. "Uncle Police, arrest me." Jin Sun felt a tightness in his chest. "You are so cheap." The woman slapped the electronic cigarette on the bay window with a pop, and the sound was a little louder. "Just now, you stuffed the pig's trotter into my clothes first. Then, it was fierce and fierce, I was just cooperating with you, and it took so long, I was exhausted. Now you are so good, you pull up your pants and don't recognize me, but call me cheap?" Hearing this, Jin Sun was stunned for a moment. "Intense? Vigorous? Lasting?" He sneered and said, "Monsieur, you're exposed." In the dark, the woman's voice was a little nervous. "How did you know it was me?" Jin Sun smiled. "People who sing well are also very sensitive to sound. Today I happened to see your video at the door of the tea shop, and heard you say in a coquettish voice that you wanted to drink lemonade for free." The woman was silent for a moment, and suddenly laughed softly, and praised. "Mr. Jin, your hearing is as good as your skills." Jin Sun smiled, and laughed out loud. "Monsieur, I just said it. You're exposed." He reached out, and turned on the light. I saw a hot woman, wearing a loose nightgown, lying on the bay window. The hem of the skirt just covered the base of her thighs, revealing a pair of slender and straight thighs. Seeing the light on, she reached out and gently pulled the collar, covering her chest. It was the internet celebrity, who liked to wear bold styles to sing and dance. Monsieur sat up straight, leaning against the window glass, took a puff of the electronic cigarette, and blew it gently from her nostrils. She smiled. Mr. Chin, it's our first meeting. Please take care of me. Chin-sun lifted the quilt, stood on the floor barefoot, and looked at Monsieur coldly. Bitch. Why did you lie to me that you slept with me? Monsieur turned her head away slightly, not daring to look Chin-sun in the eye. What lie? You don't recognize me? But she heard Chin-sun's cold voice, full of pride. How can I, a young man, be so passionate, vigorous, and lasting? Do you think I'm Ultraman? Monsieur's heart was shocked. She turned her head and looked at Chin-sun's slender and strong figure and his angular and tough face. She was a little unbelievable. Virgin? How could he be a virgin? How could such a man like women? Chin-sun walked slowly towards Monsieur with a dangerous smile on his face. Monsieur was so scared that she curled up her legs and shrank to the corner of the bay window. She hugged her knees with both hands and looked at Chin-sun with horror. Mr. Chin, calm down. You are breaking the law. Do you know that? Chin-sun sneered. Oh, really? He imitated Monsieur's behavior just now, stretched out his arms and put them together, shaking them. Police sister. Catch me. Monsieur. Was I so cheap just now? Suddenly, Chin-sun heard a slight sound of footsteps behind him, and saw a dark shadow approaching quietly from the corner of his eye, holding a stick in his hand. Ah! He suddenly became nervous, and shouted like Bruce Lee, turned his back to the dark shadow, and kicked his right leg back. Go straight to Huanglong. Ah! Only a woman's scream was heard. Monsieur hugged her knees with both hands, huddled in the corner and trembled, looking at Chin-sun with horror. Is it true that something big is going to happen today? Chapter 143 Excessive Self-Defense? Did I overdo it? The sound of someone falling to the ground sounded behind him. Chin-sun turned around and saw a woman in a black casual suit, curled up on the ground like a shrimp, her body twitching slightly. It hurts, it hurts so much. She kept moaning in pain. Chin-sun was a little embarrassed and scratched his head. Sorry, I thought you were a man so I kicked you. I usually don't hit women. The woman looked in pain. Although she was not a man, she was also hit hard and had no strength to talk to Chin-sun. Monsieur, who was hiding in the corner of the window, heaved a sigh of relief when she heard Chin-sun say that he would not hit women. But she saw him bend down, pick up the electric baton at his feet, and stab his assistant in the waist. Zizizizi. The assistant twitched on the ground, screaming ah. Monsieur was so scared that her face turned pale. It's better to be beaten. Chin-sun stood up, walked around the room, and his sharp eyes looked around, especially checked the bathroom, and even under the bed. Seeing that there were no outsiders, he walked to the door again and locked it. Monsieur was dumbfounded. What are you going to do? Chin-sun smiled, holding the electric baton. I should be the one asking you this. Why did you set up a trap to frame me? Monsieur looked terrified. I didn't want to frame you, Chin-sun said coldly. Then why are you setting a trap for me? You even asked someone to hide in the bathroom with the electric baton. What exactly do you want? Monsieur took a look at the electric baton, trembling with fear, and explained in a hurry. I just want you to misunderstand what happened between us, to make you obsessed with me and not want to eat or drink. Then I want you to write songs for me and do marketing. Build me like you built Song Ying. She looked at Chin-sun with her big eyes, without blinking, trying to let Chin-sun see the sincerity in her eyes as much as possible. Chin-sun stopped, frowned slightly, and thought for a while. Ugh, he spat. You bitch. You fish with a straight hook, but you don't put any bait? You don't give anything, but you want me to be your licking dog? Monsieur immediately understood that he was talking about bait, which should refer to some kind of actual relationship. And her face became even paler, seeing Chin-sun naked, wearing only a pair of pants, walking slowly towards her. She hugged her knees with both hands and shrank into the corner. Chin-sun, calm down. Going against a woman's will is illegal. Chin-sun sneered. Isn't it illegal if you stripped me naked and threw me on the bed? Monsieur had a strange train of thought and pointed at the assistant lying on the ground. Then you intentionally hurt someone, which is aggravated. Don't go further and further on the road of crime. Chin-sun said coldly. That was legitimate defense. Monsieur said immediately. It was excessive defense. Chin-sun was stunned. He really couldn't understand. Monsieur was about to die, and she was still arguing with me. A gangster? He turned and walked to the assistant, knelt down, picked up the electric baton and stabbed her waist again. Zzz. A burst of fire. The assistant twitched in pain and screamed. Ah! It hurts. It hurts. It hurts. Chin-sun stopped, patted her shoulder, and asked softly, Did I over-defend myself? The assistant lay on the ground, curled up in a ball, sweating profusely, and her voice was full of grievance. Not too much. Not too much. Just right. Just right. You got it just right. She shed 2 tears of humiliation, feeling wronged. I thought Monsieur was some big internet celebrity. She must be very rich. But it turns out she even rents a business car. She was not paid much, but she was also kidnapped, and was beaten up in the end. Monsieur was dumbfounded. Finally she realized that she had offended a terrible person. Seeing Chin-sun getting closer and closer, she quickly jumped down from the bay window, knelt down in front of Chin-sun with her knees bent. I'm sorry, I was wrong. Chin-sun was stunned and stopped. Monsieur raised her head, her eyes were full of tears, and begged. Mr. Chin, I am a boy like you, a hen. As long as you don't abuse me, you can ask me to do anything. She put her hands together, and bowed to Chin-sun like a Buddha. Ah? Chin-sun seemed to have heard a big joke, looking at Monsieur with an expression that said, Are you okay? You are a slut even when you sing. When I hear your singing, I feel like I'm in a brothel. You tell me you are as pure as me? Monsieur's face turned red. No one is born a slut. Besides, I really sell my art, not my body. As she said that, she raised her neck and pulled open the collar of her nightgown with her hands. She was wearing a bra inside, and a tube top outside. Then, she lifted her skirt again, revealing a pair of black leggings. Chin-sun? She was wearing so tightly. Was she trying to protect herself from Erlangchen? Monsieur raised her head, tears welling up in her eyes. Mr. Chin, I only did it for half a year. You can look through my old Douyin videos. At that time, I looked purer than a white lotus. But I was never popular. It's not that I want to do it. It's that you guys like to see it. Chin-sun. He had seen how unreasonable this woman was. Inexplicably, I took the blame for all the men in the world. What do you mean men like to watch things that are borderline? Only little boys like to watch things that are borderline. Real men watch people pulling bananas with a 3/8 pole, mending donkey hooves, sword forging competitions, wilderness survival, and the fucking Italian gun. Chin-sun walked to the bed and sat down, looking at Monsieur kneeling in front of him. Monsieur's clothes were messy, and she blinked her eyes, looking a little pitiful. Brother, I have always been a good citizen who abides by the law. Although it's borderline, I never crossed the line. Chin-sun sneered and reached out to take the mobile phone on the bedside. Monsieur panicked. What are you going to do? Chin-sun asked. Call the police. Although women who commit violence against men cannot be convicted of rape, they can still be convicted of intentional injury and indecent assault. Monsieur knelt down, grabbed Chin-sun's phone with both hands, and begged for mercy. Don't do this. If it's on the news, my career will be over. Chin-sun broke free from Monsieur's hand, and raised his foot to kick her away, but saw Monsieur crying. Mr. Chin, my family is in a very difficult situation. My mother has always told me since I was a child. He tilted his head. Ah? Do you want to listen to what you are saying? That's my line. Monsieur sniffed. Mr. Chin, my family is really in a very difficult situation. I am the only one who supports the whole family. She wiped her tears, raised her head, as if she had made some kind of decision. As long as you don't call the police, and don't do anything excessive to me, I'll do anything you ask me to do. Chapter 144 Taishan. Yusima, are you playing me? Chin-sun looked up and down Monsieur, and always felt that she had a charm. It was not the slightly artificial charm of Louis, but the natural charm that came from her bones. He sneered. Besides skirting the line, what else can you do? Monsieur was crying and listing all the treasures. I can sing. I can dance. I can play cards. I can cook. I can play games. I can play the piano. I can also herd cattle. Chin-sun listened, and suddenly an idea came to his mind. Isn't this a natural slacker? When I was working on Song Ying's plan, I went out with her for a few days, and my slacking value increased rapidly. If it's Monsieur, who doesn't look like a good person, will it increase even faster? Qin Sun leaned over and looked at Monsieur, and smiled. Then I want to see your cooking skills first. If I'm satisfied, you can accompany me for a few days, eat with me, drink with me, and play with me. Monsieur's face looked a little ugly. 3 accompaniments? Qin Sun's face turned cold. You wish. In addition to sleeping, there are other reasonable entertainment activities. Monsieur asked weakly. How long do you need to accompany me? Qin Sun thought about it. If you pass my assessment, at most half a month. Monsieur gritted her teeth. Okay. She observed Qin Sun's expression, and slowly stood up. Seeing that he did not stop her, she was relieved. Then I will perform a singing and dancing for you now. Qin Sun waved his hand. It's late at night. A man and a woman are in the same room together. Don't dance your virginity away. Monsieur. This person speaks so directly. Qin Sun closed his eyes, and called up the slacking system. Slacking points. 15300. Note, the next lottery requires 100,000 slacking points. He opened his eyes and sighed. These days, he was playing for Duduti, but he was just hiding in the hotel playing games. The conventional slacking methods couldn't really increase his slacking points. Qin Sun picked up his phone, looking at Monsieur, who was looking at him in confusion. Let me see how good you are at playing games first. Monsieur's eyes lit up, glanced at the bed under Qin Sun's buttocks, quietly stepped back, and sat back on the bay window. Qin Sun found that his phone was turned off. It must have been Monsieur who did it. When he turned it on, he saw more than a dozen missed calls. From Xiaoning, from Anka, from Song Ying, and a bunch of WeChat messages. Qin Sun, where are you? Are you okay? Boss Qin, call me back after you turn on your phone. Brother, I'm sorry. Qin Sun directly sent an address to Xiaoning. He glanced at the night outside the window, thought about it, and decided to work overtime. Otherwise, how can it be considered slacking off? He went through an overtime application process on an enterprise office software similar to DingTalk in his previous life. Because he is now the second in command of Oak Company, he has a lot of authority. The overtime application was automatically approved. Qin Sun started the game and added Monsieur as a friend. Your game ID is Taishan? Monsieur was a little proud. Does it sound very domineering? Qin Sun didn't even raise his head. No, it sounds stupid. Monsieur looked unhappy and forced a smile. Mr. Qin, I'm not bragging to you. I also play Honor of Kings on a regular basis. I have friends with famous players in the national server, and several game anchors. I often play with them, and they all praise me for my good play. They all praise me for my talent in jungle. And I can get it as soon as I go. I can get it as soon as I go. Qin Sun ignored him. The game started. He played as a shooter, and Monsieur played as a jungler. Qin Sun reminded him, I'm in a promotion match. You should be more serious. Monsieur was full of confidence and began to lead the game crazily. Gradually, I found something was wrong. Why didn't I have the feeling of killing everyone when I played with those game anchors? Why did I die wherever I went? She secretly glanced at Qin Sun's face and saw that he was a little unhappy. She quickly lowered her head, frowned, and played more seriously. I'll help the top lane. I'll help the middle lane. Forget it. I'll go fight the little dragon. After a while, she was sweating profusely and silently closed her mouth. She didn't dare to speak anymore. She played 3 games. After 3 rounds of patience, Qin Sun couldn't bear it anymore and went to red heat directly. Taishan, is there shit in your brain? Either you sleepwalking, or you'll die. You'll die? 3 games. And you can't control a single dragon? Then what are you doing in the jungle? You don't even know how to clear the jungle. And you let the opponent's jungler kill you with low health when you are in your own jungle? Are you deliberately giving up? Monsieur was silent and didn't dare to speak. Qin Sun was still passionately outputting. You are a pure tank jungler, you don't stand up in the team fight, and you hide 800 meters behind the shooter. What's the meaning of that? What's the meaning of you jumping from the jungle to the mid laner and jungler just now? What's the meaning of you flashing and tying up a tank? Taishan, are you fucking playing me? Monsieur was scolded until her face turned red, and her voice was very low. I don't know what happened today, my skills used to be, okay. After hearing this, Chin Sun sneered. To be honest, Taishan, your jungle skills are not as good as Xiaohe. You may not know Xiaohe. He is a dog in our town. An old dog with 2 lame legs. Monsieur felt insulted after hearing this, and started to blame others again. I think there are some problems with the mid laner just now. Chin Sun was so angry that he threw his phone on the bed. That mid laner looked like he took the money, gave away at the critical moment, and wasted several skills. But Taishan, you don't look like you took the money. Monsieur pursed her lips. Her face flushed. Looking at Chin Sun, who was only wearing a pair of shorts. He pulled the quilt over his crotch, revealing his upper body and legs. And he looked more like he was naked. He continued to curse. You are like the one whose parents and relatives were kidnapped by bandits. You control a little dragon to kill a relative. And your parents' life and death are uncertain after winning a small game. Monsieur didn't dare to speak. Not a word. She felt that she seemed to be unable to pass Chin Sun's assessment. And she just hoped that he would not really call the police to arrest her. At this moment, Chin Sun's cell phone rang. The phone had rung several times before, but he was concentrating on playing games and hung up each time. He answered the phone. Xia Ning asked anxiously. Chin Sun, is that you? Chin Sun's voice was calm. It's me. There was silence on the other end of the phone for a while, and Xia Ning's voice became louder. Why do you keep hanging up on me? Chin Sun, I have something to do. There was silence on the other end of the phone again. We have entered the hotel lobby. Which room are you in? Chin Sun raised his head, looked at Monsieur, and asked, which room? Monsieur answered, 609. Chin Sun was about to answer, but heard Xia Ning hang up the phone. Downstairs in the lobby, Xia Ning hung up the phone. Song Ying and Enka looked at her eagerly, and asked anxiously, is my brother okay? Where is Mr. Chin? Xia Ning walked towards the elevator, with a cold face. He's in 69. And Ke? Song Ying followed, and asked anxiously, are you talking about the room number, or something else? Chapter 145 Song Ying, can you please stop learning some weird medical knowledge? At night, after Chin Sun was taken away by Monsieur, the 3 women were as anxious as ants on a hot pot. Called Chin Sun, and found that his phone was turned off. Called Monsieur, but was always hung up directly. Song Ying called the police, and with her smart brain, she told the whole story. The final message was that Chin Sun was drunk and taken away by her friend. In return, the police said, little sister, it's illegal to make a false report. The 3 of them had to go to every hotel in Huacheng, asking if there were 2 women staying with a drunk man. They searched 23 hotels, but couldn't find any. Song Ying cried. It's over. It's been so long. My brother is dirty. Later, Xia Ning found that Chin Sun had sent her a location more than 10 minutes ago, and she quickly called him. But he hung up. Anka called him, but he was also hung up. Song Ying called, but was hung up. Suddenly, Xia Ning found a message on Ding Ding, which was an overtime application automatically copied to her by the system. Chin Sun applied to work overtime from 1 to 3 a.m. today. The reason for the overtime was professional ability test of temporary assistant. Suddenly, Xia Ning felt something was wrong. In the middle of the night, conducting a professional ability test on Monsieur? What ability should be tested in the middle of the night? Or in the hotel? Xia Ning and the other 2 stopped a car and rushed to the hotel. In the hotel lobby, Xia Ning finally got through to Chin Sun. Xia Ning and the other 2 rushed to the door of room 609. Xia Ning knocked on the door. Soon, the door opened. The one who opened the door was a woman in a black casual suit, with a look of pain on her face. Xia Ning and Ke, Song Ying, and the other 2 immediately looked inside the room, and their faces changed immediately. They saw Chin Sun sitting on the bed with his back to them, naked upper body, and a quilt wrapped around his lower body, and it was unknown whether he was wearing pants or not. On the bay window, a woman with big wavy hair, wearing a bold nightgown, was lowering her head, being scolded by Chin Sun. Monsieur, with your skills and abilities, you still want to be my assistant? You're just good-looking but useless. You still brag about your good rhythm? You can accurately predict the opponent's behavior. I almost wanted to slap you in the face just now. Did you predict it? Monsieur lowered her head, not daring to talk back. Suddenly, pa, pa, pa. 3 consecutive crisp slaps sounded. Monsieur looked up, looking at the door. Chin Sun turned his head. Xia Ning and Ke Song-ying squeezed in from the door, each with an uglier look than the other. The assistant covered his face with one hand, covered his mouth with the other, leaned against the door, and tried not to make a sound, his shoulders trembling. Xia Ning walked in front of Monsieur, without saying a word. Slap. Slapped Monsieur on the left cheek. She made way. And Ke followed, slapped Monsieur on the right cheek. She also made way. Song-ying's eyes widened with anger, stretched out his hands, slapped Monsieur twice. Monsieur covered her face with her hands, and cried bitterly. Xia Ning turned around, looked at Qin Sun who seemed to be naked, and said coldly, "Put on your clothes, let's go home." She took a deep breath. "I'll settle the score with you after we go back." Song-ying looked at Qin Sun and cried out, "Brother, I'm sorry." And Ke looked at Qin Sun silently for a while, and said softly, "Are you okay?" Qin Sun was surrounded by a group of women, and suddenly felt a little embarrassed, reached out, and lifted the quilt to his neck to cover his body. "I'm fine." "Turn around." "I'll put on my clothes first." The three women turned around silently. Monsieur held back her tears, turned her head, and looked out the window. Qin Sun picked up his clothes from the bedside table, put them on quickly, jumped off the bed, and looked at the backs of the three women. "Let's go!" The three turned around, looking at the neatly dressed Qin Sun. The image of him being naked just now appeared in their minds uncontrollably. They were all a little curious. Did he get naked? Qin Sun was about to leave with the three women, but she heard Monsieur's crying voice behind her. "Mr. Qin, I've scolded you. I've beaten you. You're not going to call the police, are you?" Qin Sun turned his head to look at Monsieur, said nothing, turned around and was about to leave. But Song-ying couldn't stand it anymore. "Why not call the police? You're insulting a decent man and woman. You're breaking the law, do you know that?" Monsieur's voice was very weak. "I didn't." Seeing the three women's sharp eyes, she silently lowered her head, not daring to speak again. Women can be very fierce when they hit people. Just slap someone. Next they will pull hair. If it goes on, they will tear clothes, and even safety pants will be unsafe. Qin Sun walked out. The three followed him out. Suddenly, he heard Song-ying sniffing and said aggrievedly, "Brother, I won't mind you getting dirty. It's all my fault for choosing the right friends." Qin Sun stopped, suddenly turned his head to look at Song-ying, and saw that Xia Ning and Ke also had strange looks in their eyes. He sneered, puffed up his chest, and said proudly, "I, Qin, still have my chastity." Xia Ning thought of the time when he first came in. Qin Sun angrily commented on Monsieur's poor cooking skills, and he didn't believe it at all. He was trying to get away with it. Xia Ning said coldly, "I don't believe it." Song-ying sighed, "I won't tell anyone." And Ke looked at Qin Sun and smiled softly. "It's okay, we don't blame you." Qin Sun? He felt that he couldn't wash himself clean even if he jumped into the Yellow River, and said anxiously, "Do you want me to go to the hospital to check my pure yang body?" Song-ying explained, "Women can be tested, but men can't." Qin Sun? Suddenly, in the corner, Monsieur's weak voice sounded. "Or should I go for a test, and give us a clean slate?" Song-ying turned to look at Monsieur, with a look of shock. "You went for repair?" Monsieur was stunned, and then covered her face and cried. Qin Sun patted Song-ying's head. "At such a young age, why are you only learning some random medical knowledge?" Song-ying was a little unconvinced. "Isn't this common sense?" She pointed at Ke. "Sister, do you think this is common sense that all women know?" And Ke blushed and turned away. Song-ying pointed at Xia Ning again. "Sister Ning, you are well informed. Please explain it to my brother." Xia Ning. She was speechless. Suddenly, a light bulb went off in her head. She figured out something. She looked at Song-ying and Ke and said in a low voice, "Since Monsieur dared to say that she would go to the hospital for a checkup, whether she was original or repaired, at least tonight." Nothing happened between her and Qin Sun. As soon as the voice fell, several people breathed a sigh of relief. Then, at the same time, the three people slowly looked at the assistant in the corner of the door. When the assistant saw them coming, he was stunned for a moment, and stamped his feet in anger. "Why are you looking at me? Today I got kicked again, and got hit with electric batons twice, and slapped you 3 times. I am so ugly, how could he have the heart to do that? You are doing to force me to death?" The three women saw the assistants collapse, and retracted their gazes, turned to look at Qin Sun. Silence. The silence at this time was deafening. Chapter 146. New hatred and old grudges, just today. Qin Sun snorted coldly, and explained briefly. They took advantage of my drunkenness, stripped me naked, and put me on the bed, creating the illusion that I had lost my virginity. They wanted to play a honey trap, and threatened me to write songs for them, and do marketing. I saw through them, and beat them up. The three of them were shocked. They turned to look at Monsieur, a woman with a hot body, bold clothes, and an unusual style of behavior. Xiaoning asked. Then what does your overtime application, which says you want to do a professional ability test for a temporary assistant, mean? Qin Sun immediately remembered the phone call when he taught Monsieur a lesson when they first entered the room. His face changed slightly, and he pointed at Xiaoning. You are so dirty. He took out his mobile phone and showed Xiaoning his game record. I was just testing her gaming ability. I was commenting on her poor gaming skills and her wrong rhythm. What are you thinking about? Xiaoning looked at Qin Sun and said nothing. For some reason, she was actually a little speechless. Am I dirty? She turned her head, looked at Song Ying, and asked, when you first came in, what did you think when you heard Qin Sun say those words? Song Ying laughed dryly and said, I thought my brother was commenting on Monsieur's game level. Xiaoning was shocked, and felt betrayed, and looked at Enku again. What about you? What do you think? But Enku blinked her innocent big eyes and said calmly, skills, rhythm, prediction. Aren't these words used by Mr. Qin used to describe the level of the game? Can they be used to describe something else? She shook her head slightly. I don't understand. Xiaoning closed her eyes, took a deep breath, and probably understood Qin Sun's mood just now. It really couldn't be washed away even if she jumped into the Yellow River. She opened her eyes, but saw Qin Sun with a smile on his face, coming to comfort her. You are older, and your thoughts are more mature than theirs, which is normal. Xiaoning, tired. This world. Destroy it quickly. Explain it clearly. Qin Sun and the other two walked out. Suddenly, he heard Monsieur ask again. That? Mr. Qin, did my temporary assistant pass the test? He just thought it was funny, shook his head, closed his eyes, and called up the panel. Slacking points, 16300. Note, the next lottery requires 100,000 slacking points. Qin Sun was shocked. 3 games, and the slacking points increased by 1,000 points? Is this a ghost? He turned his head and stared at Monsieur. Monsieur felt uncomfortable being looked at, lowered her head, and huddled in a corner. Just think I didn't ask. Please don't call the police. I really have a big family to support. Qin Sun turned around and walked out. Monsieur raised her head, looking at Qin Sun's back. Her heart was hanging. Would he call the police or not? Suddenly, I heard Qin Sun say, fly to Haicheng the day after tomorrow to report to Oak Company, start at 9 a.m., don't be late, don't be late. The working period is 15 days, no salary. Monsieur showed a surprised expression on her face. Thank you, Mr. Qin. Several people left the hotel and stood in the night wind. The atmosphere was a little silent. Qin Sun was a little strange, turned his head to look at them, and asked, why are you all silent? Song Ying let out a heavy breath from his nose, and rolled his eyes. Brother, Monsieur almost ruined you. Why do you keep her around? Did you suddenly become interested because you heard that she was a virgin? Qin Sun sighed. Xiaoying, you underestimated me. I keep her for a use. Song Ying said anxiously. I want to be your assistant too. Qin Sun stroked Song Ying's head. You study first, and we'll talk after you graduate. Song Ying shook her head. No. I'll go work during the winter break. Qin Sun was helpless. Whatever you want. Song Ying smiled. Xiaoning spoke immediately, with a somewhat cold voice. What's the point of you having so many assistants? She felt that Monsieur was like a snake and scorpion, keeping her by her side, was simply raising a tiger to cause trouble. Song Ying's thoughts were all written on her face, but she was not a big deal. Qin Sun couldn't tell the real reason, so he just made up a story. I want to use her for the company's next project. Let her work for me for free. Save the company's costs. Saving is gaining. Although Xiaoning didn't quite believe it. She felt better. But she didn't dare to show it too much, lest Qin Sun notice that she and Oak had a special relationship. She said coldly, I didn't expect you to be so ambitious now. Qin Sun smiled. I learned it from you. Xiaoning was a little nervous, turned her head to look at the roadside, and said lightly, don't force yourself to praise me. I'm not familiar with the oak tree, it's just a springboard for me to practice my skills. I'll leave sooner or later. But I heard Qin-sun say immediately. Me too. Xia Ning. Blame me for being mean. Song Ying suddenly said. Brother, I can also work for you for free. Qin-sun turned his head and looked at her, said slowly. You're not sexy enough. Song Ying. Just thought he was praising me. Suddenly. Enko looked up, looking at Qin-sun, with a gentle smile on her face. Qin-sun. I'll treat you to a midnight snack. Xia Ning noticed that Enko called him Qin-sun instead of Mr. Qin, and couldn't help but feel alert. Song Ying, however, was like a fool. Okay. I'm hungry too. Enko took out his phone to check, and found a barbecue restaurant nearby. So he walked slowly with a few people. The night breeze was slightly cool. The few people walked in silence, feeling very relaxed. Suddenly, Enko, who was walking in the front, didn't even look back. You can't eat this barbecue for nothing. I'll be very busy recently, but when I have some free time to travel to Haicheng, you have to treat me back. Qin-sun was about to speak, but Song Ying got the better of him. No problem. Leave it to me. Eat, drink and have fun, one-stop service. Xia Ning smiled gently. It turns out that Song Ying is not a tough guy. She is very cunning. The next day, Song Ying flew to Beijing. She wanted to go back to study, and at the same time count the number of likes of those internet celebrities into the Wind Rises group, and draw lots with prizes. She secretly decided that Monsieur would be excluded. Qin-sun and Xia Ning flew back to Huacheng, and could watch the plane in the sky fly away into the white clouds, with a faint smile on her face, and 2 tears falling from the corners of her eyes. That afternoon, Monsieur took a plane and flew to Haicheng. Xia Yi went home first with a suitcase. Qin-sun went to a restaurant with a good reputation outside to pack noodles. They were really tired and didn't want to cook by themselves. The nanny was still taking care of her sick daughter and hadn't come back these days. As soon as she entered the house, Xia Ning saw Niu Xiaojun standing in front of the fish tank in the living room, with his hands behind his back, staring at the turtles swimming in it. Brother Niu, why are you here? She was a little nervous, turned her head and looked behind her, and saw that Qin-sun had not come yet. So she breathed a sigh of relief. Niu Xiaojun had the password of their door lock, and he would come several times a year. He would usually say hello in advance. Niu Xiaojun turned his head, looked at Xia Ning, and snorted coldly. You guys made a lot of noise in Huacheng. Xia Ning took off her sunglasses and smiled softly. Not bad. Niu Xiaojun sneered. Didn't you hear Qin-sun sing a song for Huang Huai? That's the love he can't express in words? You even made him milk tea. It's really a waste of effort. Xia Ning's face turned ugly. She took off her sunscreen, took off her hat, walked to Niu Xiaojun, took her hand, and was about to walk out. Brother Niu, don't come here for a while. Hurry up. Go out from the west gate, not the east gate. Niu Xiaojun shook off Xia Ning's hand, with a painful look on his face, as if he was abandoned. Ningning, are you hiding a man at home? At this moment, outside the door, Qin-sun shouted. Xia Ning, come out and give me a hand. I can't hold it anymore. Xia Ning's face changed drastically. Niu Xiaojun was shocked, rolled up his sleeves, clenched his fists, and said with gritted teeth, New hatred and old grudges, it's today. Chapter 147. The gift your mother gave to someone is quite special. Seeing Niu Xiaojun's murderous look, Xia Ning was startled. She quickly glanced outside the door, and found that Qin-sun was already using his shoulder to push the iron gate of the courtyard. Without saying a word, she grabbed Niu Xiaojun's hand and walked into the kitchen. Walking to the innermost part, she opened the door inside, and stuffed Niu Xiaojun into the small room where fish were raised. Xia Ning looked at the stunned Niu Xiaojun and stretched her finger to make a silent gesture. Brother Niu, it's too late to explain. Stay inside for a while. I'll get Qin-sun out as soon as possible and let you out. The door closed. Niu Xiaojun was dumbfounded. She looked around, looking at the various fish and shrimps in the fish tanks, and finally her eyes fell on a turtle. She sighed. We are really brothers in distress. We agreed to live together in loneliness until the end of our lives in junior high school, but she started to have sexual thoughts. Qin-sun pushed the gate open with his shoulder, carrying a suitcase in one hand, a bag of lunch boxes in the other, and a package under his armpit. He returned to the living room with difficulty, and looked at Xia Ning. I am so tired. I called you just now. Why didn't you come to help? Xia Ning, I didn't hear you. Qin Sun noticed something was wrong, and saw that her face looked a little strange, and asked, Did you hide a man at home? Xia Ning was stunned, and was furious, looking at Qin Sun, and said coldly, Yes. She pointed at Qin Sun. Isn't it just you who is hidden? Qin Sun. He felt a little embarrassed, put down the suitcase and the package, and took out 2 bowls of soup noodles, and put them on the coffee table. Let's eat. Xia Ning sat down. She used to eat at the dining table. But after living with Qin Sun liked to eat at the coffee table. After eating a few times, she stopped struggling to correct Qin Sun's bad habits, and was assimilated by him. She even gradually ignored the rules of not talking while eating and sleeping. Suddenly, she saw the package Qin Sun had thrown on the sofa and asked, Your express delivery? Qin Sun nodded and shook his head. Xia Ning didn't understand. Qin Sun explained with a smile. This is a gift from my mother. Xia Ning was shocked. A gift for me? Qin Sun picked up the express and handed it over. Didn't I take a selfie of us and send it to my mother to cheat her out of 2,000 yuan? Although you later said that you were a stranger, after careful analysis. My mother thought you were lying. She thought we might be dating. Then she sent you a gift. Xia Ning held the express in her hand, feeling a little strange, and fell silent. Qin Sun sees this. I thought she didn't remember reminder. It's the day of rain. Xia Ning looked up. Ah? Qin Sun explained again, try to evoke her memories. The day you chased me with an electric shock stick. Xia Ning's face turned red instantly, staring Qin Sun. I remember. You don't need to say so detailed. Xia Ning lowered his head. Look at the small parcel in your hand, looking up at Qin Sun quietly, seeing that he was bowing his head. She started to dismantle the package. Qin Sun only said one sentence. It's a good thing. I wanted to give you a surprise. Xia Ning raised her head and smiled. She lowered her head again and continued to unpack. As a result, she unpacked 3 pairs of underwear. Red. Bright red. The color is very bright. She was stunned. Suspecting that Qin Sun had taken the wrong package, she quickly picked up the package box and confirmed the information on it. It was indeed Qin Sun's information. She stuffed the 3 pairs of underwear back into the package box, and looked at Qin Sun, who was still lowering his head to sip noodles. Is this a surprise from your mother? Qin Sun raised his head, smiling. Yes. Do you like it? Xia Ning. She didn't know how to answer. As a cultured person, no matter whether you like the gift given by others or not, you usually have to answer that you like it. But 3 pairs of red underwear? It's really hard to say the word like. Qin Sun saw her hesitation, and knew that she was disgusted. He reached out, and took out a pair of underwear and shook it. This is not an ordinary pair of underwear? Xia Ning asked. Is there any saying? Qin Sun laughed. This is the underwear in Wang Wei's poem. Xia Ning? Her eyebrows were raised. Qin Sun smiled even more, and said hurriedly, I'm just teasing you. Didn't I tell my mother before that you are 3 years older than me? She used her smart little brain to figure out that you are 24 years old. It happens to be your birth year. So I bought 3 pairs of red underwear, and went to a famous temple in our area to have them consecrated. The main theme is to turn misfortune into good fortune, and turn disaster into blessing. Xia Ning. What kind of temple is it that would consecrate other people's underwear? Qin Sun saw Xia Ning in a daze, and shook the red underwear. Do you want it? Xia Ning saw Qin Sun shaking the red underwear, not respecting women's privacy at all, and was a little unhappy. Put my underwear down. Qin Sun put it down obediently. He knew that. Xia Ning accepted it. He lowered his head to eat, and spoke casually, as if he was talking about where to have breakfast tomorrow. Mid-Autumn Festival, you follow me to my house and pretend to be my girlfriend. I'll do my job. Xia Ning looked up at Qin Sun, and saw him lowering his head to eat noodles, and lowered his head too. We'll talk about it later. Qin Sun, okay. Xia Ning, yeah. The 2 of them lowered their heads and ate in silence. Suddenly, there was a splash sound, which seemed to be the sound of a fish jumping into the water. Qin Sun raised his head and listened carefully. Xiao Xia, it seems that a fish has jumped out of the fish tank in the kitchen. I'll finish my noodles and take a knife to cut it. Save it for cooking in the evening. Xia Ning was a little nervous when she heard it. She guessed that Yo Xiaojun had heard them talking about pretending to be a girlfriend, and was taking out his anger on the fish in the fish tank. She really couldn't imagine the scene when Qin Sun walked into the small room with a knife and saw Yo Xiaojun. Not only would the two of them fight each other, but she would also expose her relationship with Niu Xiaojun and find out that Oak Tree was actually her company. Qin Sun might resign directly. Xia Ning smiled and pointed to the turtle in the fish tank in the living room. It sounds like the sound of this turtle paddling in the water. Qin Sun was startled and shook his head. This child's ears are really problematic. He looked at the turtle in the fish tank and nodded. Turtle is okay too. Turtle roasted chicken feet, spicy kind, would you like it? Xia Ning turned her head and glanced at the turtle swimming leisurely in the fish tank, without changing her expression, said calmly, keep it. Very cute. Qin Sun turned her head and looked at the black turtle. Cute? What kind of aesthetic is this? The two continued to eat noodles. The living room was very quiet. Suddenly, Qin Sun said with some worry, Xiao Xia, what if I go to the company tomorrow and meet Fatty Niu? Xia Ning looked up, sounding a little nervous. Fatty Niu? Qin Sun explained. It's the short, fat, black, and low-quality Niu Xiaojun. Fatty Niu, what do you think of this nickname? Is it good? Chapter 148. Do you want me to die? Or do you want me to die? Xia Ning. No. It's not very descriptive. Qin Sun thought about it. Then call me Little Black Fatty? Xia Ning. It's not good to give someone a nickname. Qin Sun shook his head and sighed. Xia Ning's high quality sometimes really made him feel a little ashamed. He continued. What if Niu Xiaojun is in the company tomorrow and meets me? What should I do? Xia Ning was a little confused. It's reasonable for the company's CEO to show up at the company. Right? Qin Sun was a little worried. The main reason is that the salary will be paid soon. And I still have hundreds of thousands of bonuses. Now that I'm so popular, I'm already so successful that I'm afraid she'll make things difficult for me and hold up my salary. Xia Ning looked a little embarrassed. No. Why not? Qin Sun's voice was a little anxious. You don't know how dirty this person is. Fortunately, she is a woman. If it was a man, I don't know how many girls would have suffered from her. This scum. At this time, a clear sound of water came from the kitchen. Much louder than before. Qin Sun stood up. I said there was a fish jumping out of the fish tank in the kitchen. I'll go and save it. Suddenly, a hand grabbed his hand. He looked down and saw that it was Xia Ning. Xia Ning pursed her lips and shook her head. Your mother believes in Buddhism and prays to Buddha. I accepted her gift today. It's not appropriate to kill today. As she said that, she stood up and smiled. Let me take the fish back to the fish tank. She pointed at the 3 pairs of underwear again. I don't know how to wash these blessed underwear. Can you help me? Qin Sun took a step back and looked at Xia Ning with a vigilant look. Are you trying to trick me, a grown man, into washing your underwear? You can use this to blackmail me in the future? Xia Ning. She forced a smile. No, Qin Sun said. Then I'll just wash them in the washing machine. Xia Ning nodded. Okay. Qin Sun breathed a sigh of relief. Grabbed the 3 pairs of underwear in the express box. Hooked them at the crotch at the same time. And swung them around on his index finger. He walked slowly towards the laundry room. But suddenly he heard Xia Ning cough. Can you respect me? Qin Sun stopped, put his 2 palms together, and lifted his underwear high. Like a tribute to the emperor, he took the small steps of the eunuch chief. He walked towards the laundry room with great respect. Xia Ning looked at his back end. Sighed. This guy can live so long, thanks to the sound legal system of this society. Qin Sun disappeared around the corner. Her face turned cold. And she hurried into the kitchen and walked to the innermost small room. She pushed the door open and saw Niu Xiaojun holding a crab in his hand, breaking its claws and legs. Very cruel. Niu Xiaojun saw Xia Ning open the door and said with gritted teeth, Can you lend me the knife in your kitchen? Xia Ning knew she was talking in anger. So she took her hand and walked out. No need to explain. There's not much time left. You should leave quickly. Niu Xiaojun looked at Xia Ning in disbelief and said in a trembling voice, 3 pairs of panties from Wang Wei's poems, have you been bought off? Xia Ning pulled Niu Xiaojun out. No, it's not what you think. Niu Xiaojun, he just called me a fat guy. Xia Ning, yeah, I heard it. Niu Xiaojun, he also said I was a fat black guy, and short. Xia Ning, yeah, I heard it. Like a repeater? Niu Xiaojun. She shook off Xia Ning's hand, threw the crab on the living room floor, and strode away. He values love over friendship. I can walk by myself. Walking to the door of the living room, she turned back and lowered her voice. I will definitely go to the company and kill him tomorrow. Then she strode away. Xia Ning picked up the half-dead crab from the ground and felt it a bit pitiful. After a while, she heard footsteps coming from behind her and turned around. She saw Qin Sun with a puzzled look on his face. I heard someone talking. Xia Ning picked up the crab and held it in her palm. The sound of water in the kitchen just now was a crab crawling out. I wanted to put it back, but it pinched me. I couldn't help it, so I saved it. I chanted the sutra for a while. Qin Sun. He looked at the crab with broken claws and legs and sighed. Can you chant? Xia Ning said immediately. I have heard. Once, the Buddha lived in Rajgir, in the Vulture Peak. Qin Sun was shocked. He really couldn't imagine whether it was Xia Ning's wide range of hobbies or her family education since childhood that made her actually chant sutras. He put his hands together and chanted the Buddha's name. Amitabha, this female donor. Your Buddha nature is worthy of 3 pairs of blessed underwear. Xia Ning. The next day, early in the morning, Xia Ning left first, without waiting for Qin Sun. She really couldn't enjoy the excitement of arriving at the company on time every day, and being late at any time. Qin Sun arrived at the company on time, and habitually walked into the general manager's office, and saw that there was already a person sitting behind the desk. The computer monitor blocked his view, only the tip of his head was exposed. He lay down on the sofa, took out his cell phone, quickly clocked in, and immediately started the game. Xiao Xia, did the little black fat guy come today? Suddenly, he heard a slightly hoarse, familiar and unfamiliar voice. Who is the little black fat guy you were talking about? Is he a new colleague in the company? Qin Sun's whole body stiffened, sat up straight, and turned off his cell phone. He stood up, with a smile like an old village chief on his face, and walked to the desk. Boss Nyo. Boss Nyo. We missed you so much during your absence. Nyo Xiaojun smiled but didn't. Do you miss me to death? Or do you want me to die? Qin Sun said with a smile on his face. Of course I miss you to death. That day, I raced with you on Haicheng Mountain. Although there were a few unpleasant things, I thought about it later. It was really memorable. Nyo Xiaojun narrowed his eyes, looking at Qin Sun, who was thicker than the city wall, and wanted to see how he would make up for it. Qin Sun continued to speak. Since we parted that day, I have been thinking about you. When can I race with you again? Nyo Xiaojun was excited when he heard this. That day, she was beaten to a draw by Qin Sun on an electric motorcycle, and she was very upset. She had hired a professional driver to teach her how to turn. She wanted to get revenge. Unexpectedly, Qin Sun brought himself up. She had planned to teach Qin Sun a lesson today. Insult him in front of everyone. Scold him. Ridicule him. And give him a nickname. But in the face of the shame of racing, all other grievances could be put aside. Nyo Xiaojun stood up and slammed the table. Qin Sun, don't stand me up again this time. Tomorrow morning at 6 o'clock, I'll wait for you at the old place on the mountain. Qin Sun stretched out his hand and clapped hands with Nyo Xiaojun. It's a deal. Nyo Xiaojun, it's hard to change. The two smiled at each other, each with their own ulterior motives. Suddenly, there was a knock on the door. Qin Sun and Nyo Xiaojun shouted at the same time. Come in. Nyo Xiaojun looked at Qin Sun, his eyes widened. Qin Sun showed a slightly apologetic smile on his face, reached out, and gently slapped his mouth. The door opened. Chung Wan walked in, and greeted Nyo Xiaojun first. Hello. Mr. Nyo. Nyo Xiaojun nodded. What do you want to see me for? Chung Wan hesitated. I'm looking for Mr. Qin. Nyo Xiaojun. Qin Sun didn't dare to show any smug expression on his face, asked. What do you want to see me for? Chung Wan looked a little strange. This morning, a beautiful lady named Lei Zhaodi came, saying that she is your latest temporary assistant, and I asked her to wait in your new office. Qin Sun was startled. Miss Sierra's original name was Lei Zhaodi? It sounds very pitiful. Then, he caught another piece of information. My new office? Hey! Such a fast progress. I already have an office after not seeing it for a few days. Chung Wan's voice was a little anxious. Boss Qin, please go over and take a look. Lei Zhaodi and Xia Ning had a fierce quarrel just now. The two of them are about to fight. Chapter 149. Are these people blind, or blind? Who is the boss of this company? Ah? Qin Sun was shocked. Are the two about to fight? Seeing Chungwon nodded solemnly. He hurried out of the office, walking hurriedly, for fear of being late. I have to go and see. Don't wait for me to go, they have finished fighting. Chungwon followed behind. Yes, I must stop them. Jin-sun nodded, didn't say anything, but he didn't think so in his heart. A person with Xia Ning's temperament. Would he fight? Just thinking about it makes me a little excited. I have to go over and take a look. Jin-sun came out of the general manager's office and saw the company's public office area. In the corner, a new office was separated. He walked quickly through the corridor and headed over there. Along the way, colleagues stood up from their workstations and greeted him. Hello. Mr. Chin. Mr. Chin. Good morning. Mr. Chin. You're back. Jin-sun looked at the smiling faces, smiling and nodding. What he didn't know was that besides Chungwon, Niu Xiaojun was also following behind him. Niu Xiaojun followed Chungwon with his short legs, and saw his employees standing up and greeting him one by one. Each of them had a smile, and their voices were sincere and respectful. But they all shouted, Hello, Mr. Chin. Her face looked a little bad. Damn it! Are these people blind? Or blind? Who is the boss of this company? Tian Gang? Niu Xiaojun thought that Jin-sun was too tall, blocking everyone's view, and his two short legs walked quickly, trotting in front of Jin-sun. She walked with a proud and confident look, with her eyes fixed on the side, but she was observing her colleagues' movements. But they actually sat down one after another, said nothing, and lowered their heads to pretend to work seriously. Niu Xiaojun. Forget it. It must be that my aura was too strong and scared them. Soon, several people came to the door of the deputy general manager's office. Niu Xiaojun pushed the door open. I saw Xia Ning and a beautiful woman with big wavy hair looking at each other in silence. The air was full of gunpowder. The big wavy woman turned her head, her eyes were filled with joy, and a smile appeared on her face. Mr. Chin, good morning. Niu Xiaojun. I was clearly standing in front of Jin-sun, and was I being ignored even like this? She was just about to quietly step aside, so as not to make herself more embarrassed. Suddenly, Xia Ning called out, Mr. Niu, good morning. Niu Xiaojun's eyes lit up, and he was so moved that he almost cried. Ning Ning! You are indeed one of us. You finally gave me some face. Jin-sun stood at the door, and his eyes passed over Niu Xiaojun's head and looked at the two women in the room. Xia Ning was wearing a gray long-sleeved shirt, black trousers, and black high-heeled shoes. Messier was wearing the same clothes, pants, and shoes. They wore the same clothes. Jin-sun saw that the two did not fight, and felt a little disappointed. I heard that you had a fight. And you almost fought? Xia Ning glanced at Chungwon. His eyes fell on Jin-sun, and he turned to sort out the documents on his desk. Jin-sun looked at Messier. Tell me what happened. Messier's eyes immediately turned red. I arrived at the company at 8:30 today. After explaining the reason to the front desk of O Company, she took me to Sister Chungwon. Sister Chungwon asked about the situation and asked me to wait in your office. President Chin. I was bored in the office. Since I was your secretary, I might as well get into the state in advance and start wiping the tables, stools, and watering the potted plants. Jin-sun nodded. Well, you did a good job. Messier looked at Xia Ning timidly. Later, when I was kneeling on the sofa and wiping it, Sister Xia Ning came in. She looked at me and said that Mr. Chin was hiring an assistant, not a lady, and asked me to go home and change my clothes before coming back. After these words came out, the office fell silent. Niu Xiaojun widened her eyes and looked at Xia Ning. She and Xia Ning grew up together, and she never knew that Xia Ning would speak so fiercely. Although Xia Ning seemed cold, she was actually too gentle. How could she say such a thing? Chungwon's face changed slightly, and she walked into the office and quietly closed the door, to avoid being eaten by people in the office. But this melon, she wants to eat it herself. Jin-sun looked at Xia Ning and then at Messier. His eyes moved back and forth between the two people, looking them up and down, observing, and found that except for the hairstyle, the other clothes, pants and shoes were really the same. Finally, Jin-sun's eyes fell on Xia Ning's cold face. Xiao Xia, that? Are you wearing the same clothes? Xia Ning felt a little stuffy when she heard this. It is said that wearing the same clothes is not a big deal, and it is embarrassing for the ugly one. She is confident that she is much prettier than Messier. But one has to admit that Monsieur is not bad looking either. What is even more annoying is that Monsieur exudes a charming charm from the inside out, which makes this set of professional clothes, which should be refreshing and capable, look a bit worldly. Thinking of the scene of seeing Monsieur when she entered the office, Xia Ning became even more angry. At that time, she pushed open the door and saw Monsieur kneeling on the sofa with her back to the door, wiping the sofa with a rag. The movement was very vigorous, with a large amplitude. She took off her high heels, and her feet were wearing black, ultra-thin, slightly transparent black stockings. Her 10 toes were slightly curled. What caught the eye was round and perky, but that was swaying slightly from side to side, from the fabric that was close to her skin. It could be seen that Monsieur was wearing either seamless pants or thongs. Very tempting. At that time, the door opened. Monsieur knelt on the sofa, and seemed to turn her head naturally to look at the door, because the movement was very large. A button on the shirt's chest was broken, revealing a pink lace bra. Xia Ning clearly saw the disappointment in Monsieur's eyes when she turned around and saw that it was her. She sneered in her heart. Ultra-thin stockings, curled toes, shaking buttocks, strange underwear, pink lace bra with broken buttons. Each detail is designed and scheming. Isn't this to seduce Jin Sun? Then why did she pretend to be pure in the hotel the night before? Xia Ning glanced at Monsieur at that time and said those hurtful words. Monsieur, you have to know your identity clearly. You are an assistant, not a lady. Go back and change your clothes before coming back. When you are at work, you either behave yourself or get out. Xia Ning looked up, did not answer him, and looked at Monsieur again. Seeing her lowering her head, standing obediently aside, her big wavy hair covering half of her face, biting her lips lightly, she snorted coldly. Encore is dark tea. This is open and flirty. Xia Ning sorted out a document with both hands. She stood up and walked to the door, looking at Niu Xiaojun, said meaningfully, Boss Niu, shall I go to your office to report on Boss Qin and my schedule in watching these days? Chapter 150. This woman must not be a simple person. Qin Sun looked at Xia Ning, felt a deep betrayal. He didn't know what he said wrongly, making Xia Ning so unhappy. But he clearly heard that Xia Ning might go to complain. Qin Sun quickly took out his mobile phone and sent a document to Xia Ning. Xia Ning, is this my gift for you? Take a look first. Then report our itinerary in Huacheng to President Niu. You must respect the facts, answer truthfully, and don't overboast about my contribution. Niu Xiaojun looked up at Qin Sun, his eyes wide open, with a look of surprise. She knew exactly what this guy's work attitude was like. I didn't expect Qin Sun to give Xia Ning a gift in front of me, to bribe her and ask her to say something good. It was clear that he didn't take me. The CEO. Seriously? Niu Xiaojun took Xia Ning away. Chung Wan retreated and closed the door. General Manager's office. Chung Wan took her laptop and put it on the desk. Boss Xia. Boss Qin's office is equipped with a pinhole camera, which is very secretive and will not be discovered. Niu Xiaojun stood beside Xia Ning, turned his head and looked at Xia Ning with a look of disgust. I didn't expect Xia Ning to be like this. A cunning villain. A peeping Tom. Xia Ning sat on the chair with a straight face, actually a little embarrassed. I'm just doing this to monitor his work. Chung Wan didn't dare to speak, and silently opened a monitoring program on the computer desktop. The monitoring screen showed Qin Sun's office. At this time, only Qin Sun and Mi Shir were left in the office. Qin Sun looked around his office. Facing the door was a computer desk, with a computer on it, and some commonly used stationery. There is a sofa on the right side of the door, with a coffee table. Qin Sun walked to the back of the computer desk and sat on the chair, put his legs on the desk, took out his mobile phone, and glanced at Monsieur. He found that she was standing with her head down, her hands clasped together awkwardly. Looking shy? Qin Sun smiled. Monsieur, don't pretend to be innocent. Keep your own style. It's your style that I like. Monsieur slowly raised her head, with a puzzled look on her face. What style? Qin Sun sneered. Still pretending? You get coquettish. Monsieur was stunned, then she smiled coquettishly, and winked at Qin Sun. Oh! Okay, Mr. Qin. She slowly walked to the opposite side of Qin Sun's desk, supported the desk with both hands, leaned down, and her shirt opened slightly at the chest. It revealed a glimpse of beauty. Qin Sun took a look inside, smiled, and gave a professional review. White, big, and pink. But unfortunately, I like men. General Manager's office. Niu Xiaojun. Ugh. Xia Ning, you're done. You're flirting with a blind man. Xia Ning said coldly. Don't take Qin Sun's words too seriously. In Qin Sun's office. Misier was startled. She seemed to understand why Qin Sun subdued the assistant with the electric baton the night before. In a drunken state, he could still maintain his demeanor in front of her in her nightgown. He didn't take advantage of her at all. So, that's it. Misier straightened up and smiled bitterly. Mr. Qin, since you like men, why do you want me to be your temporary assistant? I thought you had special needs. Qin Sun smiled and said, because I was lying just now. I still like women. Misier. She was silent for a long time. And then she said something boldly. Mr. Qin. You are not sick? Qin Sun didn't care. Looking at Misier, who was a little dumbfounded. And said with a smile. I should ask you this question. You were wearing a tube top and safety pants that night. And you almost locked your pants. Fearing that I would do something to you. And you came here today and did this. What's the meaning? Misier looked at Qin Sun. With a charming look. And smiled. Mr. Qin, actually. I was seducing you just now. Qin Sun was startled. I didn't expect her to be so frank. Well, I know. But why did you seduce me? You obviously didn't intend to have anything happen with me before. If you wanted to, I would have been eaten up by you long ago. Misier tiptoed slightly, sat on the desk, squeezed her buttocks even bigger, and said slowly. Mr. Qin, my name is Lei Xiaodi. Hearing this name, I believe you can probably guess that my original family is not very good. I was born in a poor mountain village. I am the first child in the family, and later my mother gave birth to 5 more children. She laughed, and her smile was a little bitter. It's a pity. They are all girls. They are called Lai Di, Pan Di, Da Di, In Di. The youngest one is finally not called Di anymore, but Ing He. Qin Sun looked at Misier silently, said nothing, and put away his phone. Misier continued to tell the story. Actually, my parents are pretty good to the 6 of us sisters. It's just that they are too obsessed with having a boy. There are many people in the family, and we need to make money. We live off the land, in addition to doing some farm work. They also go to collect some stone fungus to supplement the family income. She turned her head and looked at Qin Sun. Mr. Qin, do you know about stone ear? Qin Sun nodded. It grows on cliffs at a relatively high altitude. It is a kind of mountain delicacy similar to wood ear. It is sold at a high price. Misier smiled. Mr. Qin, you are well informed. She walked to the clothes rack in the office. Took down her small bag. Took out the e-cigarette from it. Walked to the sofa. And laid down on it. She looked at the ceiling. Her eyes empty. When I was 13 years old, my parents went out to have a banquet and packed some dishes back. They were delicious. My parents felt sorry for the 100 yuan share. After returning home, they didn't care that they were drunk and took the rope to collect stone ear. That day we waited until dark. And then waited until dawn. Misier exhaled smoke and spoke in a flat voice. Qin Sun was silent. He felt that Misier was too calm, and asked, You don't seem that sad? Misier only smiled. I went out to support my family when I was 13 years old. I couldn't support my younger brothers and sisters by working illegally, so I went to the big city and knelt on the ground to beg for money. I have told this story to countless people so many times. I am numb. Qin Sun was silent, and didn't speak. The wound scabbed and became a scar. Although it didn't hurt anymore, it wouldn't look good. Misier suddenly smiled. Her voice was very relaxed. And continued, I have 5 sisters. The youngest is 11 years old. The oldest is 20 years old. I raised them all by myself. Lady is a junior. Pundi just started college today. And the other 3 sisters are also very competitive. Half a year ago, I learned how to get close, gained a lot of fans, and started to make money. Life is getting better and better. Qin Sun understood. This is a woman who has been living a life since she was 13 years old. She must not be a simple person. He was even more confused and asked, What you just told me, does it have anything to do with your plan to seduce me? Chapter 151 if you want. You can treat me as Huang Huai. Misier lay on the sofa. Smiled. Very charming. Still did not give a direct answer. And seemed to have a strong desire to confide. Now you look at my doing. And think I am a glamorous and fringe girl. Actually, my underwear was patched before. So simple. But even so, there are still people around me who say I am coquettish. If I dress more pure, they say I am pretending. Later, I thought, I might as well be coquettish to the end. As a result, I followed the wind and danced a few fringe dances, and I actually got tens of thousands of fans. I am not very professional in singing, nor in dancing, but I seem to be really attracted to men. At this point, her voice was a little proud. Jin-sun still didn't understand, and asked again, "What does this have to do with you trying to seduce me?" She sat up, looked at Jin-sun, and said, "Mr. Chin, how do you think a marginal anchor makes money?" Jin-sun looked at Monsieur. His eyes rolled, and he thought wrongly. But Monsieur smiled. "It seems that you understand. The fans of marginal anchors have low stickiness. I saw it today, and I just followed it casually, and I may not come to see me again for a month. Whether it is based on video playback volume or live broadcast, it is impossible to make much money, unless you go to nightclubs to dance. But, you know, that kind of place is not clean, and I am clean for the time being." After hearing this, Jin-sun actually believed that she was a perfect virgin. Monsieur took a few puffs of her cigarette, and an awkward smile appeared on her face. "Although the video doesn't make money, but I receive a lot of private messages every day. Ask for contact information, ask for photos, or even more excessive requests. Many people will give a price at the same time. As my number of fans increases, the price is getting higher and higher." Monsieur said this, put down the e-cigarette, took out a pack of cigarettes from her bag, and threw one to Jin-sun. She lit one herself, started smoking, and sighed. "I gained another wave of fans by editing the song that Mr. Chin sang for Huang Hui. The prices offered by those people are getting higher and higher. I can't bear it anymore." She was silent for a while, and sighed softly. "Last night, someone offered this amount." Jin-sun rubbed the cigarette between his fingers and glanced at Monsieur. She stretched out her hand and made a 3 gesture. "It should be 300,000. Not cheap." Monsieur lay on the sofa, smoked half a cigarette, and then continued, "I went out to society at the age of 13, and learned to smoke at the age of 15. I didn't get much money that day, but I got a pack of cigarettes, and I smoked. I know this is not good. After all, I was a 3-good student for 9 consecutive years, from elementary school to junior high school. But I'm too lazy to quit. Smoking is a stress reliever. It feels great." She took another deep breath. "During that time, I was very lonely, and I became addicted to watching Pure Love. I watched a lot. At the age of 13 or 14, it is an important period for the formation of 3 views. I watched so many Pure Love stories, actually." She laughed, with a little sarcasm in her voice. "I also looked forward to a sweet love in my heart." Monsieur sat up, crushed the cigarette butt with her finger, and looked at Jin-sun. "But after being a marginal anchor for half a year, I have seen how disgusting men can be. Most men are beasts. There are almost no good ones." She stood up, with a smile on her face, and slowly walked towards Jin-sun. "But, that night, I saw Mr. Chin's noble character. A handsome, capable, but able to keep his chastity among the flowers, must be a good man. He should also be a pure love war god." She supported her hands on the desk, bent down, and revealed her chest again. She put her face close to Jin-sun. Her eyes no longer had the usual charm, but were clear. "I just wanted to. I'll get dirty sooner or later anyway. But it's the first time. At least it should be clean," she said affectionately. "I don't like you, but I think you're suitable." Monsieur looked at Jin-sun quietly. Jin-sun also looked at Monsieur quietly. Monsieur said softly, "If you want, you can treat me as Huang Hui, General Manager's office." Xia Ning clasped her hands together and rested them on her chin, looking at the computer screen quietly, and pricked up her ears, waiting for Jin-sun's answer. Niu Xiaojun gloated on the side. "Big breasts, big buttocks, thin waist, so sexy. It's meat that's delivered to your door, so why not eat it? And there's someone willing to be a substitute for someone to sleep with. So cheap." Hearing the word substitute, Xia Ning frowned slightly. Chungwon stood aside, a little embarrassed. "This melon is too big, so big that she can't afford it." In the vice president's office, the two looked at each other for a long time. Jin-sun turned his head, took out a paper clip from a box in the corner of the desk, and handed it to Monsieur. "Lei Xiaodi, you should put on your clothes. You don't have to go to such lengths to make up such a story just to cheat. I am better at making up stories than you." He looked into Monsieur's eyes, with a serious face. "For the past half-month, you should be your temporary assistant, if you can satisfy me. I have plenty of ways to make you stop being a marginal anchor, and make money while standing. Monsieur felt a little disappointed, but also a little happy. But she still didn't believe that Chin Sun would find a way out for her. They were not related to her. So why would he do that? She looked at Chin Sun and smiled. Okay. I'll be obedient and well-behaved. Just don't call the police. If I go to jail, who will support my sisters? Chin Sun didn't say anything. She straightened up, holding a paper clip, lowered her head, and carefully pinned her collar, muttering. Xia Ning's suit, from shirt to pants, costs more than 20,000 yuan in total. My suit only costs 200 yuan. I wore the same clothes as her today, so she's right to be angry with me. Chin Sun didn't understand why women hate wearing the same clothes as others. He really likes to wear the same clothes as others. This will give him a heroic spirit of heroes thinking alike. He stood up silently and walked towards the office door. I don't smoke. And I don't like the smell of smoke. If you can quit smoking, quit smoking. If you can't, don't smoke in front of me. I'm going out for some fresh air. After saying that, he walked out. Monsieur was stunned for a while, and was actually a little moved. There were many men who wanted to light a cigarette for her, but the man who persuaded her to quit smoking, Chin Sun, was the first one. She opened the door to let in some air to get rid of the cigarette smell, and then picked up the rag to clean up again. With a smile on her face, she whispered, Chin Sun. He must be impotent. Outside the office door, Chin Sun leaned against the wall. His hand holding the phone to read the news trembled slightly, and he slowly turned his head. General Manager's office. Niu Xiaojun laughed like thunder. Chapter 152. What a little Xia Ning, you're still playing the game of borrowing a knife to kill someone. Ning Ning, for your future happiness, you have to treat your illness. I know a very good old Chinese doctor. Niu Xiaojun laughed so hard that he bent over and cried. Xia Ning. She turned her head and glanced at Niu Xiaojun, whose reaction was a little too exaggerated, shaked her head, and a curve appeared at the corner of her mouth that no one noticed. Niu Xiaojun was still laughing, and he wanted to roll on the ground. Xia Ning didn't bother to pay attention to Niu Xiaojun. She took out her phone and looked at the gift Chin Sun had just sent her. It is the business plan of Dudu. It is a bit strange. Hasn't this been seen before? Establish brand image in first-tier cities, and focus on second dash, third dash, fourth and fifth-tier cities. Store design, theme song, brand image. Next, promotion, opening franchise, earning franchise fees. Opening up the upstream and downstream supply chain, making more money from the supply chain. Keep reading. Xia Ning finally found the new content. Brand matrix. When the brand influence is large enough, start to dabble in coffee, craft beer, high-end ice cream, beverage research and development, and even store decoration companies. Seeing this, Xia Ning was slightly moved. Dad always said that I was too ambitious. Today, she finally saw what real ambition was. Is this a gift Chin Sun gave me privately because he thought I would take over Dudu in the future, so that I could show my skills? Xia Ning raised her head. A faint smile appeared on her face, and she whispered, This guy took 10 million yuan and kept it to himself. Too cunning. I don't know when. Niu Xiaojun also came over, tilted his head to watch it, and shook his head. This guy is probably a lunatic. He wants to squander all your wealth. Mad, idiot, retard. He was cursing vigorously. Xia Ning's Weixin received another message from Xia Shujia. Ning Ning, I see that Dudu is very popular these days, so I reread the plan written by Chin Sun. I have to admit that he is quite capable, but he is still young after all, and doesn't think far enough. I will test your business talent again for your father. There are still some areas that can be improved in this plan. I can give you a hint of the brand matrix. Niu Xiaojun was silent. She saw that Chin Sun's ideas coincided with those of Xia Shujia, a business veteran, and raised her hand and slapped herself lightly. She looked at Xia Ning with a teasing look. Ning Ning, Uncle Xia has been looking for a good son-in-law these years. If you don't marry Chin Sun now, I'm afraid your father won't agree. Xia Ning hesitated for a moment and forwarded Chin Sun's plan to her father. 1 minute later, her cell phone rang. Xia Ning answered. Niu Xiaojun put his ear to the back of Xia Ning's phone again. Xia Ning. She was a little speechless, and glanced at Chengwan. Chengwan left the office tactfully, and closed the door. Xia Ning then put the phone on the desk and pressed the speaker button. Hello? Xia Shujia's voice came. Ning Ning, Why did you take so long to speak? Xia Ning, bad signal. Xia Shujie didn't ask further, and asked directly. Who completed the latter part of your plan? Xia Ning glanced at Niu Xiaojun, a newly hired planner. The other end of the phone was silent for a while, and said with some emotion, according to the planner's plan, wouldn't it be to build Dudu Tea into a global large-scale chain restaurant giant? Xia Ning looked at Niu Xiaojun, and a sly smile appeared on his face. Dad, don't you think this plan is likely to squander our family fortune? Some people say that the person who wrote this plan is a lunatic, a fool, or a mentally retarded person. Niu Xiaojun? Xia Shujie's voice was heard from the phone. Who would use their own money to do this kind of business? You could raise funds. Also, the person who says that Qin Sun is a lunatic who wrote this plan is a real idiot. Niu Xiaojun. She turned and left, threw herself on the sofa, and lay there with no desire to live. What a little Xia Ning. She actually played a trick to kill someone with a borrowed knife to vent her lover's anger. Xia Ning heard her father mention Qin Sun and asked, Dad, how did you guess it was Qin Sun? Xia Shujie snorted coldly. Your Oak Company. The whole company's people combined are not enough to beat Qin Sun alone. Who else could it be if not him? Do you think that a planner picked up from the side of the road can write such a thing? Xia Ning was speechless. Suddenly, Xia Shujie asked again, Ning, tell me the truth. What is Qin Sun's character like? Xia Ning thought about it, and it was a little hard to draw a conclusion. Noble? Not really. Despicable? Not really. Just then, she saw Niu Xiaojun lying on the sofa, staring at her, curling his lips, with a look of contempt. She guessed that Niu Xiaojun must have thought that she would flatter Qin Sun without any ambition. Xia Ning made up her mind and said softly, Qin Sun. He has a despicable personality. As soon as the voice fell, praise came from the phone. Good. Very good. Despicable personality is good. Competent people can make money. If you have a despicable personality, you can make more. This Qin Sun is a natural business talent. Xia Ning was a little dazed. She glanced at Niu Xiaojun, and found that the look of contempt on her face was even stronger, and she shrugged helplessly to show her innocence. At this time, in the phone, Xia Shujie's voice came again. Buy Xiuju some plane tickets, let her, the fake president, travel around the world, and delegate the power to manage the company to Qin Sun. You, the real president hiding under the water, should not interfere with his decision-making. I want to see his ability to manage the company. Xia Ning was shocked. Dad, what are you going to do? She looked at Niu Xiaojun, only to see her raise her middle finger at her, then turn around, with her back to her. It seemed that she couldn't bear to look at him anymore. Xia Shujie's voice with a smile sounded. Is it so easy to get into our family? I don't want to see where his limit is. Xia Ning blushed slightly. I don't like him. But she heard Xia Shujie's teasing voice on the phone. Don't I have a niece? If you don't want it, there are plenty of people in the Xia family who want it. In short, it's better to keep it in the family. Xia Ning. She was so tired. She really couldn't figure out what kind of grand business plan her father saw in Qin Sun's plan. He actually made him, who always regarded himself as a gentleman, say such shameless words. Xia Ning hesitated. Okay. The phone was hung up. Niu Xiaojun jumped up from the sofa, stood on the sofa, with his hands on his waist, and looked at Xia Ning angrily. You value love over friendship. Xia Ning looked embarrassed and smiled. Brother Niu, help me. Niu Xiaojun frowned. In addition to the air tickets, you also have to pay for food and lodging. Xia Ning nodded. Niu Xiaojun smiled, thinking that he had made a lot of money. Half an hour later, Zhang Wan called everyone from Oak Company to the conference room. Niu Xiaojun stood at the front desk, looking at the unfamiliar faces below, with a slight reluctance on his face, and said, My friends, I'm sorry. I have to announce to you sad news. Chapter 153. Xia Ning, you have to be careful, the whole company is full of traitors. Niu Xiaojun finished speaking, paused for a moment. She clearly saw that many people's eyes were shining, seemingly looking forward to this sad news. She was a little embarrassed. She sighed, said in a sad tone, like attending a funeral. Because of some important global affairs, I need to go abroad. It will take a long time, at least 3 months, at most half a year. During my absence, the management of the company will be fully handed over to Qin Sun. Vice President Sheen. She dragged the word vice president for a long time, emphasizing her dignity. As soon as the words fell, good, Chungwon couldn't help but applaud. Instantly, the applause from below broke out. As if everyone was going to attend their second wedding, they were extremely excited. Good. Very good. Boss Nyo is wise. Follow Boss Chin, and you can eat 9 meals a day. The company will definitely reach a higher level under Boss Chin's leadership. The atmosphere was extremely warm. Nyo Shijun's face was completely embarrassed. She didn't wait for the applause to stop, and waved to them, walking out with weak steps, slightly hunched over. Bang! A loud noise. Fuck! Nyo Xiaojun screamed, covering his nose with both hands. Blood flowed from his fingers. She hit the glass door. The conference room fell silent. Chin Sun was shocked. What the hell? The unlucky halo I have for the company's CEO hasn't disappeared yet? This Nyo Xiaojun is unlucky every time he sees me? The first time, I scolded him. The second time, I beat him. The third time, there was blood? Chungwon and Xia Ning gave Nyo Xiaojun a simple way to stop the bleeding, helped her downstairs, and came to the underground parking lot. Nyo Xiaojun covered her nose, turned her head, and glared at Xia Ning. Xia Ning, did you see that? Your company is full of traitors. Although I hold the title of general manager, they support Chin Sun as the leader even more. Because they all know that the glory of Oak Tree now comes almost entirely from Chin Sun. She looked at Xia Ning's face without any expression change, and said with a heavier tone, with great sorrow, Xia Ning, I'm really worried that one day Chin Sun, the bastard, the beast, the little bastard, will raise his arm and call, and all the people in your company will run away with him. How can 10% of the shares feed him? To be the king, isn't that 100%? Hearing this, Xia Ning fell into deep thought. Chungwon came out to smooth things over. No. No. The employees of Oak Company are very loyal to the company. Nyo Xiaojun glared. I just said that Chin Sun should be in full charge of the company. You are the one who took the lead and shouted the loudest. Chungwon. She was a little embarrassed, and her voice became much lower. I am not used to being the atmosphere group of the meeting. Is it a conditioned reflex? Ha 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 ha, said Nyo Xiaojun away. Xia Ning returned to the company with a worried heart, and gently pushed open the door of the deputy general manager's office. She saw Chin Sun sitting on a chair, with his legs on the table, playing games with his head down. Messier was sitting on the sofa, also operating her mobile phone, frowning, and sweating profusely. She walked in quietly, closed the door gently, without making any sound. Chin Sun lowered his head, playing games, and his voice was a little dissatisfied. Messier, your skills are not even as good as Xia Ning's. Xia Ning heard the word even, and was a little unhappy, and coughed lightly. Chin Sun looked up and glanced at her. Xiao Xia, do you have bronchitis? Xia Ning. She did not answer, but sat on the chair on the coffee table, brewed a pot of tea without saying a word, and drank it quietly. After Chin Sun finished playing a game, she walked over with a cup of hot tea and put it on the table. Boss Chin, congratulations. Chin Sun looked up at Xia Ning and suddenly laughed. Xiao Xia, I am not the same person I used to be. My status in the company has risen to a higher level. You have to be more generous. He stretched out his hand to feel the temperature of the tea in the cup, and found that it was warm. He pointed at Xia Ning, then at himself, and said, You have to feed me this cup of tea. Xia Ning was startled, and her face turned cold. Suddenly, she heard Messier's charming smile. Boss Chin, let me do it. She turned her head and saw Messier standing up, stretching lazily, and shaking her wavy hair. I'll feed you with my mouth. Xia Ning frowned slightly, picked up the teacup, and gently poured it on Messier's feet. It was not fast, and it was easy to avoid, but Messier didn't try to hide. The tea soaked her shoes and socks. Messier sat back on the sofa, stepped off her high heels, and gently rubbed off her short stockings with her hands, revealing her 2 snow-white feet. She looked up at Xia Ning, turned to look at Chin Sun, and said coquettishly, Boss Chin. Her voice was charming and coquettish. Look at her. Xia Ning just felt sick. She felt that the story she heard on the surveillance camera just now, about a 13-year-old girl who raised 5 younger sisters with great difficulty, was probably fabricated. This kind of person? How can she be a virgin? But this kind of cheap woman seems to please men. Xia Ning turned to look at Qin Sun, wanting to see how he would react. I saw Qin Sun looking at Monsieur. The smile on his face gradually faded, becoming a little cold. Lei Xiaodi, I hope you can recognize your identity. I keep you by my side for 15 days, because you are useful to me. But you are still a temporary assistant. Qin Sun pointed at Xia Ning. And Xia Ning. She is a regular employee. Xia Ning felt strange when she heard this. She was a rich girl. But she felt a little proud of being a regular employee with a salary of several thousand yuan. Qin Sun continued to speak. You can mess with anyone in the company. But you must not mess with her. Because? He looked up at Xia Ning and patted his chest. She is my good friend. After the Mid-Autumn Festival, she will go home with me to meet her parents. Xia Ning? Why does this sound so strange? And, did I agree to go home with her and pretend to be a boyfriend and girlfriend? Monsieur was stunned for a moment. Saluted. And a soft smile appeared on her face. Boss Qin, yes? Sir. Xia Ning glanced at Monsieur coldly and pointed at the door. Monsieur put on her high heels and walked out. I'm going out for a while, to buy some office snacks for Boss Qin. The door closed. Only Qin Sun and Xia Ning were left in the office. Qin Sun looked at Xia Ning's slightly solemn face and asked, Xiao Xia, do you have anything to tell me? Xia Ning looked at Qin Sun, hesitated for a moment and said, Qin Sun, now the company is united, and it's because of you. You can get a lot of responses now. As long as you are willing, many people will follow you. She lowered her voice and slowly clenched her fist. Have you ever thought about establishing yourself as a king? But Qin Sun didn't even think about it. No. I only want to be a senior official of the Western Factory. Second only to the Emperor, and above all others. Xia Ning was somewhat relieved, but also worried. The senior official of the Western Factory? I don't understand what you mean. Qin Sun raised his orchid finger, and his whole body became feminine. Xia Ning's face changed slightly. Could he really be impotent? Qin Sun stood up, put his hands behind his back, and paced slowly in the office. I will touch the fish that the Ease Factory dare not touch. I will touch the rotten fish that the Ease Factory dare not display. I will touch what the Ease Factory can touch. And I will touch what the Ease Factory cannot touch even more. Act first and report later, with the special permission of the Imperial Power. This is the West Factory. He turned his head suddenly, and looked at Xia Ning. Is it clear enough? Xia Ning shook his head gently. Qin Sun smiled evilly. Xia Ning, your good days are coming. From tomorrow on, I will take the whole company to slack off. Xia Ning? It's over. The company is going to go bankrupt. Chapter 154. Once a slave becomes a master, he will be more cruel and ruthless than the master. The next day, Qin Sun got up early and drove Xia Ning's sports car to the company. He sat in the passenger seat and touched the car seat. Feeling happy. I will get my salary in a few days. I finally have money to refuel my car. Xia Ning was a little confused and asked, do electric cars also need to be refueled? Hybrid ones? Qin Sun snorted coldly. Are you underestimating me? Song Ying gave me a sports car. Have you forgotten? Xia Ning. She felt ashamed. If she hadn't embezzled the 50,000 yuan that Song Ying gave to Qin Sun, he should have had enough money to refuel. Suddenly, she thought of his grandfather, who was once sick and hospitalized, and felt even more guilty. Qin Sun, is your grandfather okay? Does he have money to treat his illness? Qin Sun sighed. That's great. My mother and I have been arguing with me all day long, and asking me to bring a girlfriend home for the Mid-Autumn Festival. Even if I don't have a girlfriend, I can bring a bitch home. Xia Ning. She's a good match for him. Qin Sun turned his head and looked at Xia Ning's profile, which was so beautiful that it made people's heart palpitate. Xia Ning. When you come home with me during the Mid-Autumn Festival, wear simpler clothes. Don't wear so beautiful clothes. I'm afraid my family can't stand your nobleness. They think I'm not worthy of you. Xia Ning's mouth curled up slightly. You are not worthy of me. Qin Sun sneered. I am not worthy of you. Suddenly, Xia Ning reacted, driving the car, looking straight ahead. I remember I didn't promise you to go to your house during the Mid-Autumn Festival? Qin Sun looked at Xia Ning, a little helpless. Who doesn't have a home? Who doesn't want to go home during the Mid-Autumn Festival? It's hard to force it. He hesitated for a moment, and asked, what do you want me to do to pretend to be my girlfriend? Xia Ning was silent for a long time, and said softly, it depends on your performance. Arrived at the company, Jin Sun was writing a PPT behind the computer desk, and didn't let Xia Ning see it. Xia Ning was very stubborn, and didn't want to see it. Sitting on the sofa with Monsieur. The two women stared at each other, as if the taekwondo competition was about to start in the next second. 9:05 am. 5 minutes after arriving at work, the employees of Oak Company received a company group announcement. Dear friends, during the period when General Manager Chin is acting as the General Manager, the company management will be deeply reformed. A seminar will be held at 10 o'clock today. All members are requested to dress in standard clothes and attend on time. Receive this message. The employees of Oak Company looked at each other, and their expressions were not very good. The new official has 3 fires to start, and this time he is very tired. 9:40 am. Employees of Oak Tree entered the meeting room one after another, and found that there were a lot of snacks and drinks on the table. Melon seeds, peanuts, candies, chocolate, cakes, cola, milk, coffee, etc. It was too rich. Everyone sat from front to back according to their positions. It was still early, and everyone was talking in a low voice. A new official has 3 fires when he takes office. Boss Chin is too anxious. He has a meeting on the morning of his first day in office. Yes. The company's business has been good recently, and I still have a lot of things to do. The meeting wasted half a day. Deep reform? What kind of changes in company rules and regulations are you talking about? Can such a high-sounding word be used? Suddenly, someone sighed. I've heard that once a slave becomes a master, he will be more cruel and ruthless than the original master. Be careful with what you say. Be careful with what you say. You are risking your life. You are telling such a big truth. There was silence in that corner for a while. The discussion started again. Jin Sun is on the field every day, in the wind and rain, flying to Longyuan to sell apples, flying to Lingnan to sell milk tea. One plan after another, in less than a month. He has done something that others can't do in their lifetime. Will he let us learn from him? Learn his hard-working spirit? Hearing this, everyone felt even more depressed. Boss Chin has been a supermodel worker since he joined the company. He voluntarily works overtime every day. Sigh. I can work overtime occasionally. But I have children at home if I work overtime every day. At this time, someone else said, I heard that the company is frantically poaching people, looking for senior talents in the marketing industry. Could it be that the company has become famous, has good business, and can attract more powerful talents, and has begun to look down on us? Maybe they will implement the last in first out system. Alas, I am middle-aged, with mortgages, car loans, and children, and I am overwhelmed. I just resigned from my last company. If I had known, I would have worked harder and performed better. I wonder if I could have stayed in the entire conference room. No matter how high or low their positions were, everyone was in a bad mood. Jungwon sat in the front seat and heard everyone's discussion, and her face looked a little unhappy. She was the one who issued the meeting notice, but she didn't know the specific content of today's meeting. This was the first time that the meeting PPT was not reviewed by their administrative department before the meeting. Alas, after Chin Sun takes the position, I will be out of the core circle of Oak Tree. Everyone looked at the rich snacks on the table, and no one was in the mood to eat. They always felt that this was like the last meal in ancient times. Let's have the last good meal, and then the knife will fall. At this time, the door of the conference room opened. The whole conference room was quiet in an instant. Chin Sun appeared at the door with a smile on his face, followed by 2 beautiful assistants on his left and right. And he was very stylish. He turned his head to look at Xia Ning, and said in a low voice, Xiao Xia, wait and see my performance. Xia Ning was startled and had an ominous premonition. Was he trying to please me at the meeting? To persuade me to go home with him for the Mid-Autumn Festival? Chin Sun walked into the meeting room and greeted everyone. Good afternoon, everyone. A loud cheer broke out in the meeting room. Good. Very good. Xia Ning, holding a laptop, walked quickly to the podium, connected the projector, and turned on the computer. On the projection screen at the front of the meeting room was a PPT cover. There were a few bold and black characters on it. The company is my home. Maintaining it depends on everyone. When everyone saw it, they were stunned. Isn't this PPT the content that Chin Sun had shared at the morning meeting? They still kept a smile on their faces, exchanged glances with the people next to them, and cursed in their hearts. Look at it. Whatever you say. Damn it. You are talking about PPT again, brainwashing us, letting us work hard and devoting ourselves to the company. Are employees beans? Every boss has to squeeze them when he takes office. They are all going to be squeezed dry. Chin Sun walked up to the podium. Xia Ning stepped aside, waiting for Chin Sun's instructions at any time. And the temporary assistant sat in the corner of the meeting room. Xia Ning glanced at her, somewhat unhappy. That corner that was not exposed to the surveillance camera had always been her position. She actually felt like she was being cheated. Chapter 155. Mr. Chin may be stinging the meeting. Are you happy to be able to attend the Oak Company Management Reform Conference today? Chin Sun stood behind the podium, looking at the faces below who were full of smiles and eyes full of expectation. He asked loudly. It seemed that there were a bunch of 3 good students sitting below, answering in unison. Happy? Chin Sun smiled. You are all 1,000-year-old foxes. What are you playing with me? He picked up the laser pen, circled the words on the projection screen. The company is my home, and it depends on everyone to maintain it, and said with a smile, This is a PPT I wrote when I was an intern shortly after I joined the company. His voice was low and nostalgic. It seemed as if he was recalling the glorious days 10 years ago. Everyone looked strange and had mixed feelings. You were an intern half a month ago. This company has not been established for a month. Isn't it? Alas, I have walked a path that I could never walk in my lifetime in just 1 month. Chin Sun looked at his colleagues and asked with a smile. Do you think I wrote it well? There was silence for a while. Chung Wan was the first to shout. Good. Then, applause followed one after another. Good. 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 Boss Chin writes well. Boss Chin is a role model for our generation. Chin Sun smiled and continued. I remember shouting a slogan at that time, I won't take a holiday unless the earth explodes. The company is my home, I love it every day. He looked at everyone inside. I was very young at that time, and what I said was very naive. He walked out of the podium, facing the crowd, slowly bent down and bowed 90 degrees. I'm sorry. I was wrong. As soon as the words fell, the originally quiet conference room became even quieter, and you could hear a pin drop. Everyone looked at the top of Chin Sun's head, confused. What's wrong? What's wrong? He's crazy. Chung Wan looked at the PPT and frowned slightly. She reviewed this PPT, which was well written. What's wrong? What's wrong? That's right. Xia Ning looked at Chin Sun, who bowed sincerely, and thought of what he said yesterday. I want to take the whole company to slack off together, and roughly guessed what he was going to do. She took a deep breath and frowned slightly. Monsieur sat in the corner, supporting her chin with her right hand, playing with her hair with her left hand, and quietly watching Chin Sun. I think it must be fun to work in this company. Chin Sun bowed for a long time. But Xia Ning, the silly assistant, did not come to help him up, so he had to slowly straighten up by himself. He looked at the surprised people and said in a deep voice, I apologize to everyone for the lie I told. At that time, I said that the company was my home and I depended on everyone to maintain it. But what I thought in my heart was, he raised his voice and cleared his throat. Is the company my home? Fuck me. This kind of stupid company, I hope it will go bankrupt. After hearing what Chin Sun said, more than 30 employees of Oak Company were dumbfounded. What kind of lewd words are these? Is Chin Sun going to dissolve the company while Mr. Nyo is away? Chung Wan glanced at Xia Ning and saw that she was petrified and felt a little dizzy and supported her head with her hands. It's over. It's over. It's over. Monsieur widened her eyes and looked at Chin Sun without blinking and felt that he was too charming. Isn't this the charming crazy villain in the romance novel? Xia Ning looked at Chin Sun's profile and felt that her eyes were a little dark and felt that hypoglycemia was coming again. He really curses my company to go bankrupt every day. Ignoring the occasion, ignoring her position as a little assistant, she hurried to the front table, picked up a chocolate, opened it, and put it in her mouth. The whole place was silent. No one dared to speak, no one dared to agree, although the sentence touched their hearts. But I was afraid that Chin Sun was stinging the law. Chin Sun looked at everyone and told the story. When I joined my first company, my boss told me that I should treat the company as my home. At that time, I was pitiful, weak and helpless, so I had to nod my head and say yes. He smiled and continued. Take the company as a home, I really can't understand. This kind of non-brained words turned out to be said from human mouth. Money at home, I just want to spend a flower. Everyone looked at Chin Sun quietly, no extra emotions on their faces. But my heart nodded madly. Isn't it ground? People who can speak this kind of words. There is definitely a serious illness in the brain. I treat the company as a home. The boss did not treat me as his family, when his father is honored. When reading, take the campus at home. When you come out to work, you must take the company at home. Isn't this sick? Chungwon looked at Chin Sun, a sigh. Mr. Chin, when you were talking about this PPT, you shouted the slogan "The company is my home" louder than anyone else. Xia Ning looked at Chin Sun, felt a tightness in her chest, and walked to the table in front to get a chocolate and eat it. She was speechless. Chin Sun said, "It depends on my performance." Is that how he performs? Yes, he doesn't know that the company is mine. Misiar looked at Chin Sun infatuatedly, with some envy. When you are capable enough, you can live as straightforwardly as him. No need to wear a mask to please anyone anymore. Chin Sun smiled and continued. But in the end, the boss's company caught fire. And he was jointly responsible and went to jail. There was a commotion below. And some people were gloating. Chin Sun told the second story. Not long after, I joined the second company. The boss of that company asked me to work overtime again. And I asked weekly if there was overtime pay. I saw disgust in his eyes. He actually told me that young people should not care about gains and losses in the workplace. He paused, glanced at everyone, and said slowly, "Do you think this sentence is right?" The people below looked at each other, and no one dared to speak. This must be a bullshit. But from the boss's perspective, this is too bad. Drawing a pie in the sky to deceive people into giving for free. Dedication. Burning. Suddenly, Chungwon noticed that Xia Ning winked at her. She gritted her teeth and said to Chin Sun, "That, Mr. Chin, I think this sentence makes some sense. If you care too much about gains and losses in the workplace, employees will not grow too fast. For long-term development, I think it's right." Chin Sun looked at Chungwon and knew her difficulties. As the company's administrative director, she couldn't let the so-called negative energy spread in the company. That was just her. If someone else said something like that, she would have called them to the office for ideological education. Chin Sun smiled at Chungwon, raised his head, and looked at everyone. I'm very surprised. If an employee doesn't care about gains and losses in the workplace, will he care about it when he goes to the crematorium? Do you care about how well you are roasted? Chapter 156. I abuse my power for personal gain. Is it too much? When these words came out, everyone below was shocked, with their eyes wide open, but they kept their faces tense, trying to look serious. Although the sentence touched their hearts, and it was said so interestingly and fiercely, it was full of ridicule and hostility. But Chin Sun is the boss now. If he goes crazy like this, it is probably really a trap. Suddenly, they heard a chuckle in the corner, turned their heads, wanting to see which warrior it was. Misiar covered her mouth with her hands, her eyes full of smiles. Seeing that all the Oak employees were looking over, she put down her hands, showing her soft face, and said softly, "Don't you think this sentence is funny?" Everyone's face trembled slightly, and a few who were not strong enough almost laughed. It's not that it's not funny. It's that we don't dare to laugh. What if Chin Sun catches the fish and settles the score later? Do you think everyone has the capital to be unspokenly controlled like you? After a while, everyone waited until they had dispelled their emotions, and were sure that they would not be able to hold back their laughter again. They dared to turn their heads, and look at Chin Sun seriously. Chin Sun looked at everyone and smiled. But, later, that boss, who was full of shit. The boss who took advantage of countless interns' labor for free. He was hit in a car accident and flew far away. So miserable. A part of his intestines was taken away by wild dogs. Many people below lowered their heads silently, their bodies twitching slightly. Some people covered their faces, looking sad and mournful. Dare not laugh. Dare not laugh. Xia Ning looked at the staff below, unable to empathize, and felt a little inexplicable. Is this funny? Chin Sun saw that the people in Oak Tree Company were so cowardly, and they didn't dare to speak freely until now, and they didn't even dare to laugh loudly. He felt it was a bit boring. I just gave those two examples, just to tell everyone. When a boss is unscrupulous and immoral, he will most likely die a miserable death. And now I have successfully achieved a high position. I must be a boss with conscience. Xia Ning. She felt that Chin Sun was pointing at her. Chin Sun clicked the page-turning pen and turned the PPT to the second page. Please look at the big screen. These are some work rules and regulations that I have reformulated after careful consideration. Please strictly abide by them. Everyone looked at the projection screen and saw it was written. Revision of Oak Company's Rules and Regulations. Xia Ning turned her head and looked over. She wanted to see what Qin Sun had just written in the 5 minutes he spent rushing to write. Qin Sun clicked the page-turning pen. First, go to work at 9 o'clock. Warnings due to wind, rain, traffic jams, breakfast, and other unexpected circumstances. Before 9:30, it is not considered late. Suddenly, there was an exclamation from the audience. Ah? Wow. Everyone looked at Qin Sun, wondering what he was up to. Qin Sun looked at everyone's surprised expressions and said with a smile, It's a seminar, and you can raise any opinions you have. Everyone looked at each other, and no one dared to speak. Finally, it was Chungwan who raised objections under Xia Ning's instructions. Boss Qin, the company already has 3 opportunities to renew the card in a month, which should be enough to cover these unexpected situations, so she stopped talking here, because she had already made it clear. Qin Sun waved his hand. Sister Wan, the weather in Haicheng is like a regular menstruation, changing at any time. How can 3 times a month be enough? I go to work on time every day, and I am always worried. I am very scared. Xia Ning looked at Qin Sun with a rather unhappy expression. You go to work on time every day, all because you sleep in, okay? It has nothing to do with the weather. When Chungwan heard Qin Sun call her sister Wan in public, she knew that although he had become the boss, he still respected herself enough. And she felt much better. She spoke boldly. Boss Qin, but I think it's not too late to have breakfast. Will it make the company atmosphere too casual? Qin Sun saw everyone nodding, seemingly agreeing with Chungwan's words. He smiled. The company atmosphere? Eating breakfast won't make it casual. On the contrary, it will help to adjust the atmosphere. Who said that going to work must be as sad as going to a grave? Every day. I'm exhausted. It seems to be a busy day, but in fact, I don't do anything. After saying that, he noticed that many people nodded below. He knew that his colleagues were starting to let down their guard. Qin Sun thought about it, and decided to make a joke to arouse their desire to talk and get them to speak, which would facilitate the meeting. He pointed at Xia Ning. As you all know, Xia Ning is my assistant. In private life, our relationship is also unusual. He paused. Sure enough, the gossiping hearts of his colleagues were aroused, and their eyes became bright, full of expectations. Xia Ning looked at Qin Sun expressionlessly. Her hands unconsciously clenched, and her breathing was slightly disordered. This guy wouldn't talk nonsense in the meeting. Would he? Qin Sun smiled and continued. I owe her several thousand yuan. She is my creditor. Xia Ning. She breathed a sigh of relief, and then she became a little angry. The colleagues below showed a disappointed expression on their faces. The small bench and melon seeds are all ready, and you just want to hear this? Qin Sun turned his head and looked at Xia Ning. His eyes were gentle, and continued. But she has hypoglycemia, and she doesn't eat well every morning. When she arrives at the office and starts working, she can't eat breakfast, and if this continues, her health will definitely be in trouble. Xia Ning? Who eats not well in the morning? Qin Sun turned his head, looked at everyone, and said something that these gossip kings like to hear. So, when I made the company rules, I had a little bit of selfishness in mind. I want to give my assistant, who is more than a friend but less than a lover, some time to eat breakfast. Is it too much for me to abuse my power for personal gain? As soon as these words came out, everyone's mouths opened wide, and they almost cried out. More than a friend but less than a lover? This, is it so high profile? Saying this at the reform meeting of the company's rules and regulations? Is this a trick to trick the princes? Xia Ning noticed that everyone was looking at her face, and gently pursed her lips, trying to control her emotions. Is this what he said? Watch me perform. Qin Sun saw that everyone's emotions were aroused, and asked again loudly. Is this too much? Some people gradually spoke up. Not too much. Not too much. It should be. Regular breakfast is good for the body. Xia Ning has low blood sugar and should pay more attention to her health, otherwise. How can she have enough energy to be a good assistant to Mr. Qin? Mr. Qin can't fall. The atmosphere began to liven up. The air was full of the smell of flattery. Qin Sun immediately pressed the page-turning pen and turned to the second page. Second, Overtime is strictly prohibited. Violators will be fined 1,000. Everyone was shocked when they saw this. And then, they started to talk. Fuck. You will be fined for not working overtime? You got it wrong. You will be fined for working overtime. 1,000 per time. Oh my god? I don't quite understand. What kind of logic is this? This. What does this mean? Chapter 157. It's not that we don't understand, we just don't believe it. Xia Ning looked at the projection screen, with a somewhat cold expression. Fine for overtime? Isn't this hindering the progress of those ambitious young people? Messier looked at those words, and thought of the time when she worked in a black factory, where she worked 16 hours a day. In the end, she left the factory, because the overtime was reduced, only 13 hours a day. The less overtime you work, the less money you make. When you really need money, who cares about the labor law? Suddenly, Chungwon raised her hand and asked, Boss Qin, I don't quite understand. Did you write that overtime fine is 1,000? The meeting room fell silent, and everyone looked at Qin Sun. Qin Sun said with a smile, Yes. Overtime fine is 1,000. Overtime includes working after 6 p.m., and weekend work, all count as overtime. He paused, and said to the boss earnestly, Overtime is prone to sudden death. Overtime is prone to aging. Overtime is prone to affect the relationship between husband and wife. Working time is given to the company, and after work time is also given to the company. Are we born to be cattle and horses? There were several young colleagues below, who were excited when they heard it. I want to overturn the table and yell. Are kings, princes, generals, and ministers of any kind? As he said this, Qin Sun turned his head, and looked at Xia Ning again. His eyes were gentle. Xia Ning was startled, looking at his expression. She knew that he was not holding back his fart. Qin Sun said slowly in a sad tone at a memorial service. Xia Ning is a good assistant. How many times late at night, under the desk lamp, I saw her typing on the keyboard on her notebook. How many times, Xia Ning, I wanted to say something to you, but the words came to my lips, and I swallowed them back. Xia Ning looked at Qin Sun, and her eyes widened. Is he going to use me as an example again? Is he going to let me see his performance again? I only heard Qin Sun's affectionate voice, as if he was reciting a poem. Oh Xia Ning in the lamp. Your black hair is frosted. Oh Xia Ning in the lamp. Your cheeks are imprinted with so much worry. Oh Xia Ning in the lamp. Your waist is no longer straight. Oh Xia Ning in the lamp. Why have your eyes lost their brilliance? Xia Ning was stunned. Listening to what Qin Sun said, am I going to die? Everyone's eyes were moving back and forth between Qin Sun and Xia Ning, and they caught the bright spot instantly. Late at night? Desk lamp? They are living together? But Xia Ning seems to be still alive? Qin Sun turned his head and looked at everyone. Xia Ning is such a good girl, she is beautiful, but since she joined Oak Company, under the evil overtime, she looks 10 years older in less than a month. Below, Chungwon took a breath and looked at Xia Ning. As expected, Xia Ning's face turned ugly. She had narrowed her eyes slightly, revealing a little dangerous light. Mr. Qin, you are finished. How can you say that a woman looks 10 years older? Qin Sun didn't notice anything wrong. He looked at the people below and waved his fist loudly. Refuse to work overtime. Starting with me. The people below echoed loudly. Refuse to work overtime. Start with me. Refuse to work overtime. Start with me. Refuse to work overtime. Start with me. It should have been done long ago. There is not much work this month, and I pretend to work overtime for more than an hour every day, but I am so tired. Our marketing company is not a labor-intensive assembly line operation, relying on the brain to make a living. With high efficiency, a day's work is often completed in half a day. Yeah. It makes me do a little bit of work very slowly every day, for fear of finishing it. I can't let go of my hands and feet to work. It's not that the company doesn't have much work, it's that President Qin has done it all. Poor Xia Ning. She has done all our overtime. Xia Ning under the lamp, this doggerel, sounds a bit like describing mother. Xia Ning had a cold face, seemingly looking at Qin Sun, but she kept her ears perked up to listen to everyone's discussion. Suddenly I caught the word describe mother, and took a deep breath. Mother again. Why does Qin Sun always like to compare me to his mother? I am only 3 years older than him. Seeing that everyone was discussing enthusiastically, Qin Sun was in a good mood. He pressed the page-turning pen. and a few big words appeared on the projection screen. Third, work 4 days and rest 3 days. In the conference room, there was a moment of silence. Then the pot exploded. There was a sound of moving tables and chairs. And it seemed that someone fell. My hair. Work 4 days and rest 3 days? What does this mean? This, are they going to cut our salaries? No. No. This shouldn't be what they mean. I don't even dare to think about it. I don't dare to think about it. I don't dare to think about it. This is more exciting than having 2 girlfriends. The company is not a charity. Lu Hong, you should wake up. This is all an illusion. Chungwon looked at the work 4 days and rest 3 days on it, and was stunned, turned her head, and glanced at Xia Ning. She laid her head on the table, her shoulders shaking slightly. I don't know if she was crying or laughing. When she raised her head, her eyes were red. I don't know if they were red from crying or from laughing. Xia Ning listened to the noise in the entire conference room and felt her brain was in chaos. Qin Sun's words kept echoing in the depths of her mind. Look at my performance. Look at my performance. Look at my performance. It was like a magic sound lingering in my ears, and it couldn't be shaken off. Qin Sun smiled, quietly looking at his colleagues below, and waited for 5 minutes before the noise gradually subsided. Pairs of eyes, some expectant, some worried, and some anxious, looked at him. He coughed lightly. Everyone sat upright, their expressions more solemn than when they swore to join the young pioneers under the red flag on campus. Qin Sun swept his eyes over the crowd. His voice was very soft, but it was like thunder. What does it mean to work 4 days and rest 3 days? Work 4 days, rest 3 days. Monday, Tuesday, Wednesday, Thursday, work, Friday, Saturday, Sunday, rest. Do you understand? Everyone looked at him blankly, nodded, and shook their heads. Chungwon glanced at Xia Ning, who seemed to be in a daze, and said in a low voice, "That? We understood it. But we just don't believe it." Qin Sun smiled gently and looked at Chungwon. "Sister Wan, according to the content of my meeting today, you should immediately prepare a formal document and stamp it with the official seal. Send it to each colleague's email before 12 noon today. Starting from today, it will be implemented." He raised a finger to his lips and said with a smile, "Except for Mr. Nyo's email." Then, he raised his voice. "Work 4 days and rest 3 days. Salary remains the same. Work 4 days and rest 3 days. Performance remains the same." Chungwon was shocked. The heart of a middle-aged woman seemed to be on fire. She had worked for more than 10 years, and had been a slave for more than 10 years. At this moment, she actually felt like she was going to turn over and become the master. "Boss Qin got it!" Chungwon shouted, forgetting to look at Xia Ning's eyes, turned around and walked quickly out of the meeting room, and rushed to her office to sort out the documents. Watching Chungwon leave the meeting room was in an uproar. Chapter 158. Boss Nyo is dead. Boss Qin is in office. They all acted like they had been injected with chicken blood, taken aphrodisiacs, swallowed fertilizers, and injected with stimulants. Fuck. 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 Oh my god. Work 4 days, and rest 3 days. Salary remains the same? Performance remains the same? With the current business situation of the company, the performance is not low. Mid-autumn festival benefits are not small. Year-end bonus is not small. I'm going to pay it. I'm going to pay it. 3 days of vacation. Oh my god, I can travel every week. Xie Xiaowan, give me a slap, see if I'm dreaming. Pa! Are you really going to hit me? Suddenly, many people with eccentric personalities shouted at Qin Sun, flattering him shamelessly. Boss Qin, I will follow you from now on. You say go east. I will never go west. You say let me hang myself. I will never jump into the river. You say let me stick my butt out. I will never open my mouth. Qin Sun frowned when he heard it. What kind of people are these? With this little bit of talent. I took an extra day off. And even my chrysanthemums bloomed for me? Just when everyone was a little too excited. The head of the finance department raised his hand high and asked with some concern. Boss Qin, I am old, and I tend to be pessimistic. I just want to ask, when Boss Nyo comes back in a few months, how should the company's rules and regulations be implemented at that time? It's easy to go from simple to luxurious, but it's hard to go from luxurious to simple. The meeting room fell silent instantly. Everyone gradually woke up, and then, They remembered that the general manager of this company was Niu Xiaojun. Although her presence was low, the company was indeed hers. She also paid the salary. Qin Sun was only the second in command of the company, and only held 10% of the shares. Everyone looked at Qin Sun, and their hearts suddenly tightened. They could hardly breathe. They felt empty, as if they had entered the Jingshifeng and had lost something very important. Qin Sun looked at everyone's eager eyes, smiled, and said, "After all, our oak company is a knowledge-intensive enterprise. Efficiency always comes first. According to my observation, some people in the office like to watch secretly during working hours. Some people like to watch videos. Some people like to read fishing tips. Some people like to watch beauty bloggers. Some people like to be in a daze." As Qin Sun pointed out one by one, Xia Ning clearly saw that the staff members below looked a little embarrassed. Some smiled sheepishly. Some turned their heads away. Some shook their heads guiltily. Some even lay on the table. Looking at everyone's reactions, she looked a little ugly. It turns out that slacking off is a necessary skill for every employee. Qin Sun is just one of the more outstanding ones. Qin Sun continued, "During these slacking off times, I know that everyone has to do it, just to get to the end of the get-off-work day. Show your work attitude to the leader." The people below looked at each other, and I looked at each other. They were all a little embarrassed. Qin Sun continued, "For people like us who use our brains to complete work, playing for a while secretly is actually very disruptive to our work state. It greatly reduces efficiency. So I always think that the work that takes 5 days can be done in 4 days." He paused and said loudly, "As long as you maintain efficiency, the company can operate well and obtain sufficient benefits. Niu Xiaojun is back, if there is anything else to say." His face was stern. Then, he only said half of the words, but everyone could hear the fierce meaning in it. He is not someone to be trifled with. At this time, in the corner, a soft and charming voice sounded. "If Mr. Qin wants to start a company, I am willing to invest. A stone stirs up 1,000 waves." Everyone in the conference room reacted instantly. Who made this company great? The people who entered this small company at the beginning, either because they were persuaded to leave by the big companies because of their age, or because they were not experienced enough, and could not enter the big companies. It was just that Qin Sun suddenly appeared, which gave them infinite hope. It seemed that they could shine in this company, make enough money, buy a car, buy a house, and marry a wife. What Niu Xiaojun Niu Zone? Go play. Everyone rushed to join in. As if Qin Sun was about to start a company. "Boss Qin, I'll invest 50,000 yuan. Boss Qin, I'll invest 100,000 yuan. Boss Qin, also invest. I'll sell my house to invest. Boss Qin, I'll give my whole family to invest together. Boss Qin, why don't we just quit now? Let's all work together to raise some money and start another company. Everyone will make more money. We believe in you. Let's do it right away. Let's rent an office this afternoon and register a company. How about it? Good. 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 Don't wait until the afternoon. Let's do it now." Lu Hong from the technical department is usually a bit weird, and he shouted excitedly at this time. "Mr. Niu is dead. Mr. Qin should be appointed." Then, some young employees followed suit. "Mr. Niu is dead. Mr. Qin should be appointed. Mr. Niu is dead. Mr. Qin should be appointed. Mr. Niu is dead. Mr. Qin should be appointed." Everyone was as fanatical as pagans. "And Qin Sun is their Allah." Xia Ning listened to the deafening shouts, looked at the fanatical faces, turned to look at the smiling Qin Sun. My heart sank. It turned out, this company was no longer hers. As long as Qin Sun raised his arm now, there would be no one left in the company in the afternoon. Not to mention Cheng Wan, who seemed loyal, and ran to print documents faster than anyone else at a critical moment. Maybe even the ant who sweeps the floor in the building will run away with him. Anyone who is not blind should be able to see that there is meat to eat by following Qin Sun. You can eat as much as you want. Xia Ning listened to the shouts of the crowd, and felt more and more dizzy. She stared at Qin Sun intently, and was a little worried that he would get drunk. He really left directly. Qin Sun slowly raised his head, and clenched his fist. Everyone immediately fell silent. He slowly swept his eyes over the crowd, and said with a serious face, "I understand everyone's feelings. But President Niu has been kind to me, provided me with a platform when I was in trouble, and also gave me 10% of the shares. I can't let her down. Before leaving, I must make at least 100 million yuan in profit for the company. The crowd looked at Qin Sun's slightly immature face, but they didn't think he was bragging. Instead, they were somewhat moved by his noble character of repaying kindness. Only by following such a big boss can you have a future. They want to hold Qin Sun's big, thick and warm thigh more and more. Xia Ning looked at Qin Sun, and was also a little moved. He could obviously leave. Then I will go to his house during the Mid-Autumn Festival? Suddenly, Xia Ning saw Qin Sun turn around, pointed at her, and said to everyone, "Friends, I will be the good guy in the company, then Xia Ning will be the bad guy. From today, Xia Ning will be promoted from a junior assistant to a senior assistant." Everyone looked at Xia Ning, with a confused face. Xia Ning looked at Qin Sun, also with a confused face. What is a senior assistant? What does a senior assistant do? In the corner, Misia raised her hand. Boss Qin, then can I, a temporary junior assistant, become a regular employee? Chapter 159. You are a marginal anchor. Do you only read pure love novels? After hearing what Misia said, everyone turned their heads to look over. Misia was not shy at all, still holding her hand up. Boss Qin, I am itching to join your company after hearing what you said. I really want to join your company. Her eyes were big, as if they were rippling with gentle water waves. Everyone looked at her, not believing her words at all. When they saw Misia yesterday, they were amazed. She exuded an alluring smell all over her body. They quickly looked up her information online, and found that she was actually a marginal internet celebrity with 2.6 million fans. Those videos, although nothing was revealed, but the smell she exuded, would make men feel anxious. Such a feminine woman. It is impossible for her to want to be a little assistant. She must want to be the president's wife. Everyone turned around and looked at Qin Sun, with infinite envy in their hearts. After being beaten by Qin Sun, President Niu still insisted on giving Qin Sun 10% of the shares. As soon as Mr. Niu left, Qin Sun announced in public that he and Xia Ning were more than friends, but less than lovers. Now a fox-like monster appeared, and in public, she implicitly expressed her desire to be the president's wife. The elephant eats the tiger eats the mouse, and the mouse eats the elephant, forming a closed loop. It's really a sin. Qin Sun waved his hand and smiled. Misia, don't make trouble. Oh! Misia responded obediently, gently put down her hand, and sighed deeply. Actually, she really wanted to join the company. It was a pity that Qin Sun said that this was a knowledge-intensive company, and her education as a junior high school dropout would not be enough to qualify for their company. At this time, Xia Ning suddenly asked, Boss Qin, what does the term assistant mean? Qin Sun turned his head and glanced at Xia Ning, and gave her a look. Xia Ning understood that it meant see how I perform. She was helpless, and didn't want to see his performance anymore. Qin Sun turned his head and looked at the people below, and said solemnly, You take care of the people that the assistant dare not manage. You take care of the people that the assistant dare not punish. You take care of the things that the assistant can manage. And you take care of the things that the assistant cannot manage even more. I only take care of the planning proposal. And you manage all the affairs of the company. This is the chief assistant. Qin Sun suddenly turned his head, looked at Xia Ning, and raised his eyebrows. Is it clear enough? Everyone in the conference room looked at Xia Ning, with a look of shock. Qin Sun's favor to her is a bit too much. It has reached the level of King Zhou to Daji. President Qin only plans affairs, and all other company management is left to Xia Ning. Doesn't this make her the actual person in charge of the company? I just don't know if President Niu will be so angry that he will fly back to Haicheng to fight with President Qin again. Xia Ning looked at the smile on Qin Sun's face, and felt a little weird. She understood. Qin Sun wanted her to exercise the authority of the general manager. Unexpectedly, after pretending to be Qin Sun's assistant for so long, she became more and more accustomed to this identity. In the end, she actually thought of this ridiculous way to return to the position she should have been in. Qin Sun looked at everyone and said loudly, In the future at Oak Tree, you don't have to listen to me, but you must listen to Xia Ning. Do you understand? Everyone shouted in unison. Understood. Xia Ning smiled bitterly. She actually felt like a fox taking advantage of the power of a tiger. The meeting was over. Qin Sun, Xia Ning, Misia returned to the vice president's office. Close the door. Xia Ning asked immediately, with a somewhat cold tone. Qin Sun, Why do you want me to exercise the authority of the general manager? Chin Sun turned around and smiled. Didn't you run a company that went bankrupt before? You can use this company as a practice. It's not yours anyway, so you won't feel bad if you lose money. You can manage it freely. Even if you manage it to go bankrupt, you can gain some experience for yourself. Xia Ning. Another bankruptcy? Then, she heard Chin Sun say again. This is a gift to thank you for going home with me during the Mid-Autumn Festival and pretending to be my girlfriend. Are you surprised? Are you surprised? Xia Ning was speechless again. Taking a deep breath, she said coldly. I remember I didn't agree to pretend to be your girlfriend and go home with you on Mid-Autumn Festival. Chin Sun glanced at Xia Ning, turned his head silently, and looked at Monsieur. Monsieur's eyes lit up. I would like to. Before she finished her words. Shut up. Xia Ning stretched out a finger, pointed at Monsieur, interrupted her. But her eyes were still fixed on Chin Sun's face. She stared into Chin Sun's eyes, and said in a deep voice, Chin Sun, even if we are pretending to be lovers, I advise you to be loyal. Chin Sun. He felt awkward listening to this. Just like going to a foot massage, and meeting a foot massage girl shouting, Sir, you can only order me. Technician number 66. Isn't this nonsense? Xia Ning's eyes were slightly cold. She glanced at Chin Sun, turned around, opened the door, and went out, closing the door. As soon as she left the office, she found that everyone in the company was looking at her, as if they were expecting her to bring something. She felt a little embarrassed, frowned, turned around, put her hand on the door handle, and wanted to open the door and go back. But she heard Chin Sun scolding inside. The voice was not loud, and you had to lean against the door to hear it clearly. Monsieur, do you think Xia Ning is mentally ill? Xia Ning was startled, and was about to push open the door to settle accounts with Chin Sun. But Monsieur laughed softly. Boss Chin, Xia Ning. She likes you. Xia Ning was stunned, released the door handle, and did not dare to push open the door. Inside the door, Chin Sun's voice sounded again. You? Have you ever been in love? Monsieur laughed. I said, I have read many romance novels. Xia Ning stood at the door, holding her breath, prepared to turn around and leave quietly. But then she heard Chin Sun whispering. Monsieur, then tell me. Do I like her? Xia Ning stopped and pricked up her ears. She could only hear the voice of Monsieur teasing from inside the door. Boss Chin, if you want to think about this question clearly, then ask yourself, do you want to sleep with her? Xia Ning's face turned red instantly. She was afraid to hear the answer. Whether Chin Sun answered yes or no, it seemed to be an embarrassing thing. She was about to leave quickly. Then I heard Chin Sun snort coldly. Monsieur, you scared me. I thought you were some kind of love god. You are a marginal anchor. Do you only watch Pure Love? You actually use this kind of thing to judge whether a man loves a woman? Don't the princesses in the club have to be loved by thousands of people? He paused. As long as a woman is good looking, it is easy to evoke bad thoughts in men, okay? Xia Ning is so beautiful, I occasionally have some evil thoughts, it's normal. Okay? Monsieur laughed. Occasionally, how many times a week? I don't know if Chin Sun is honest, or joking. A week, about 8 or 9 times. Outside the door, Xia Ning was stiff all over. Her hand gently rested on the door handle, clenched and released and tightened. I didn't know what to do. Chapter 160. Did Chin Sun do it right again? Just when Xia Ning was hesitating, Monsieur's voice, with a teasing smile, went through the door and entered her ears. Boss Chin, you are in good health. There are only 7 days in a week. You actually thought about it 8 or 9 times. You don't let me rest for a day, and you make me work overtime for 2 days? Chin Sun sighed. I am guilty, I confess. But you can't blame me entirely, you don't know. I can always smell a scent on Xia Ning. She smells like cream all over. Monsieur chuckled again, and her voice was sticky. In your imagination, in those scenes of lovemaking with Xia Ning, were your actions rough or gentle? Did you do foreplay? Outside the door, Xia Ning's head was ringing with alarm. She let go of the door handle, turned around quickly, walked away as lightly as a cat. She walked through the corridor to the general manager's office. Suddenly, a figure walked up to her, spoke quickly, and asked with concern. Xia Zhu, do you have a fever? Xia Ning was so nervous that she didn't even see who was in front of her, and blurted out, I'm not a slut. As soon as the words came out, her face turned even redder. Looking carefully, it was Chungwan standing in front of her. She looked at Chungwan, and corrected her in a clear voice. I don't have a fever. After that, she ignored Chungwon, who looked confused, and quickly walked into the general manager's office and locked the door. She sat on the chair dazed, and kept on being in a daze. In the vice president's office, Jin-sun sat behind the desk, looking at Mi-sheer on the sofa, with a look of disgust. You are a woman, and you are full of dirty words. How can you be so decent? Mi-sheer laughed so hard that she fell on the sofa, folded her hands under the back of her head, looking at the ceiling. The 2 lumps of flesh on his chest were sticking up high. I suspected that Mr. Chin was impotent before. Now it seems that Mr. Chin is not impotent, but he is very hot, and he can make pancakes on his butt. Jin-sun looked at Mi-sheer deliberately posing, and twisted her body too much to make her hot, and felt a little unhappy. He was about to teach her a lesson. But he heard her laughing foolishly, and said, Then I have a chance. Jin-sun was stunned. Do you really want to sleep with me? His eyes fell on Mi-sheer's face. Mi-sheer tilted her head slightly, her pair of watery and hazy eyes met his gaze, and her fiery red lips raised a dangerous arc. Boss Chin, don't you have the slightest thought of sleeping with me? Jin-sun was silent for a while, and answered truthfully. I want to. Mi-sheer smiled. He said coldly again. But I won't. Instantly Mi-sheer's eyes seemed to grow hooks, bit her lips lightly, and smiled charmingly. Then we'll see how much weight Boss Chin has? Jin-sun looked at Mi-sheer's pretentious appearance, and was a little disdainful. Besides, you don't wipe it like this. Mi-sheer was startled, and propped herself up with her hands, with her chest proudly erect. Then can you teach me? Jin-sun looked at Mi-sheer, and thought that the more time she spent playing during work hours, the faster her slacking value would increase, and the sooner she could get the reward, and suddenly a smile appeared on her face. Okay. General Manager's office. Xia Ning sat in a chair in a daze. Her complexion, from the red apple of late autumn, gradually turned into the peach of early autumn, and finally returned to the flesh of lychee. Turn on the computer. Xia Ning typed the question in the browser search bar. Why does a man always want to have an intimate relationship with a woman? Soon many answers popped up. Xia Ning looked at the first one. Physiological needs. She snorted coldly. Only low-level creatures are dominated by simple primitive desires. It's really disgusting. Then, she looked at the second one. Male desire to conquer. When Xia Ning saw this answer, she immediately remembered a sentence that Yo Xiaojun said that year. Ning Ning, don't think that if you don't treat those boys well, they will stay away from you. Your aloof, noble, and sexually cold appearance can actually arouse their desire to conquer. They want to press you on the bed and beat you until you scream. The cooler you are, the more excited they are. The more miserable you scream, the more excited they are. You should be like me. Eat a little fatter. And be fatter to relieve your worries. Xia Ning thought that Jin-sun seemed to be a person who really liked challenges, adventures, and a person full of desire to conquer. She rubbed her temples and scolded in a low voice. Childish. She continued to read and saw the third answer. Loneliness. She immediately judged that this was a worthless answer. Jin-sun was surrounded by Louis, Song Ying, and Ko Mi-sheer, and even the company's front desk seemed to have some thoughts about him. Loneliness? It doesn't exist. After a while, Xia Ning typed a question on the browser. Can men separate love and sex? Soon, the answer came out. Netizens have different opinions, but more than 70% of netizens agree. Men can separate love and sex, and in many cases, they use women as tools to vent their lust. Xia Ning looked at this answer and fell silent. After a long time, she raised her head, looked at the locked office door, turned her head, and glanced out the window, as if she was afraid that someone would see her next behavior. After confirming that it was safe, she typed it in the browser. Currently popular love category. As soon as she pressed the enter key, many messages popped up immediately. The domineering CEO falls in love with me. The domineering CEO falls in love with my sister. The domineering CEO falls in love with my sister. The domineering CEO falls in love with my mom. My boyfriend is not as cute as a dog. 108 babies in one birth. I am the boss in Lianshan. Xia Ning looked at these titles, and felt overwhelmed, and slid the mouse at random. Another title came into view. The top-level intern, one-handed control of the cold female CEO. She thought of the first time she met Jin-sun. He was just an intern, and she was the female CEO, and clicked in. She glanced at the introduction, and immediately closed the book, looking down at her chest. One-handed, is that how you do it? Just then, Xia Ning saw a prompt message pop up in her mailbox. Clicking it, it was an email from Chung Wan. It clearly wrote the 3 rules Qin Sun mentioned into the Oak Company's regulations. First, punching in at 9:30 is not considered late. Second, overtime is absolutely not allowed. Third, work 4 days and rest 3 days. Salary will not be reduced. Performance will not be reduced. Looking at the blood-red seal on the document, Xia Ning frowned slightly, a little worried about the company's operation. She secretly decided to exercise her authority as the chief assistant in the next 2 days to monitor the work status of employees in real time. Half an hour later, Xia Ning opened the door with a cold face. As soon as she walked out of the office, she was stunned. The sound of typing on the keyboard filled her ears. Following the sound, she found that her colleagues were concentrating, their fingers flying. Da-da-da-da. Da-da-da-da. The whole office seemed to have turned into a battlefield. There were Gatling guns with blue flames everywhere, and they turned into fearless warriors. Xia Ning watched for a while and sighed. Did Qin Sun do it right again? Walked to the door of the deputy general manager's office. Xia Ning took a deep breath, raised his hand, prepared to knock on the door. Messier's voice came out. Boss Qin, I will dance this dance again, please give me more careful guidance. Then, her voice became charming and coquettish, and she sang a song. Girls, come with me now, raise your right hand to your chest, let's clean the glass together. Clean the glass. Clean the glass. Xia Ning turned the door handle and pushed the door open. Chapter 161. I have fought all my life. What's wrong with enjoying myself? The door opened. Xia Ning saw Messier dancing passionately in front of Qin Sun behind the desk. Let's clean the glass together. The smell of dust filled the entire office. Qin Sun sat on a chair, with his legs on the table, playing games with his head down, and occasionally looking up. When he saw Xia Ning coming in, he smiled at her naturally, and then lowered his head to play games again. Xia Ning was a little surprised when she saw this, and closed the door. She stood behind Messier and watched quietly. Messier heard the sound of the door opening, but did not stop, and continued to dance. Wipe, 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 wipe the glass. She danced for more than a minute before stopping. Boss Qin, how did I dance this time? Qin Sun operated the game, without raising his head, and spoke seriously like a dean. Much better, the movements are not as bold as before, and they are much more restrained, but in fact, the temptation has increased. You have to remember, you are a marginal anchor, not an AV actress. What you want to play is the kind of beauty that is looming, seemingly there and not there, seemingly in the fog. Messier covered her chest with her hands, and bowed 90 degrees to Qin Sun. Thank you, Mr. Qin, for your guidance. Qin Sun looked up, nodded slightly, and then lowered his head to play games. Not bad. You know to cover your chest. Just like short skirts don't reveal as much as hot pants, but why do men like to see JK girls? Because of expectations. Once the girl raises her legs, showing her safety pants, or even her trousers, she will lose a lot of charm. Suddenly, ahem. He heard a light cough, raised his head, looked at Xia Ning, and asked, Xiao Xia, you have bronchitis? Xia Ning was startled, feeling suffocated. She took a closer look at Qin Sun's eyes, and found that they were still clear, without any evil desires, and she felt much better. But her tone was still cold and hard. Qin Sun, you brought Messier back from Huacheng, just to watch her dance the edge dance? Messier's eyes also fell on Qin Sun's face. She was also a little strange. That night, Qin Sun threatened to call the police, and asked her to fly to Haicheng to be a temporary assistant for half a month. After Qin Sun left, she actually struggled for a long time whether to come to Haicheng or just run away. Anyway, there would be no evidence. Until she received a private message from a rich man, saying that he was willing to spend 300,000 yuan to buy sex. And that person happened to be in Haicheng. She flew here in a daze. When she knelt on the street to beg for money, she threw away her self-esteem. Looking at the heavy 300,000 yuan, the word self-love seemed to be far away from her. She came to Haicheng and made a plan. First, she would have a fleeting love affair with Qin Sun, a seemingly good man, so that her clean body would not suffer. If she went to Haicheng to get the 300,000 yuan from the rich man, wouldn't that be killing 2 birds with 1 stone? But after arriving in Haicheng and staying in Oak Company for 2 days, she felt even more puzzled. She couldn't understand what Qin Sun wanted her to do. Her seduction seemed to be ineffective. After thinking about it, the only possibility was that Qin Sun wanted to show off her charm and use herself to stimulate Xia Ning. To make Xia Ning feel a sense of crisis, Qin Sun looked at the two women's gazes, leaned back on the chair, and closed his eyes slightly. The system panel was called up. Slacking points, 19300. Note, the next lottery requires 100,000 slacking points. He was shocked, and almost fell off the chair. I was too tired yesterday, I didn't slack off much, I played games with Monsieur all day, and only increased by more than 1,300. It's far less than the increase from playing games naked that night. It's only been an hour and a half since the meeting today, and I watched some dancing. It's increased by 1,700? This fish is so big, I have to touch it. Qin Sun suddenly opened his eyes, looked at Xia Ning with a cold face, and said loudly, I've worked so hard these days, made so many plans, fought all my life. Can't I enjoy myself? He looked at Monsieur, and waved his hand, signaling. Keep playing the music, keep dancing. Monsieur smiled charmingly, turned her head, and looked at Xia Ning provocatively, spread her legs and stood still, slowly raised her right hand. Girls, now follow me, raise your right hand to your chest. Before she finished speaking, she was interrupted by Xia Ning's cold voice. Her voice was very cold. Monsieur, I advise you to respect yourself and love yourself. Hearing the words self-respect and self-love, Monsieur's eyes flashed with pain. She put down her hands helplessly, and turned to face Xia Ning. She looked into Xia Ning's eyes without blinking, and after a long while, she showed a bright smile. Miss Xia, if I grew up in a wealthy family like yours, I would definitely not be worse than you. I will also study hard, get into college, and be able to join such an excellent company, qualified to be Qin Sun's real assistant. But Xia Ning did not speak, just looked at her quietly. Seeing this, Monsieur couldn't help but feel a little angry. She was always very patient. If it was in the past, she would have just laughed it off, and she wouldn't even think there was anything wrong with Xia Ning's expression. But today, seeing Xia Ning's cold expression, she just felt that she was a little superior. There was a kind of pity from the superior to the inferior. Monsieur glanced at Qin Sun from the corner of her eyes, then stared at Xia Ning and asked word by word, You don't believe it? Xia Ning was a little strange, and her expression was still cold, and she didn't say anything. Instantly, Monsieur's eyes turned red, and she actually began to recite the text in a low voice. During the Taiyuan period of the Jin dynasty, people in Wuling made a living by fishing. When the forest ends and the water source comes, there is a mountain, there is a small opening in the mountain, as if there is light. After walking a few dozen steps, it suddenly became clear. The land is flat and open. Qin Sun saw that Monsieur was a little out of control, and put his legs down from the desk, so that when the two women started fighting, he couldn't run away. Listening to Monsieur reciting, There is a small opening in the mountain, as if there is light. After walking a few dozen steps, it suddenly became clear. He always thought wrongly, and sighed. It's hard for a girl who is not close to the edge to recite such things without being misunderstood. Monsieur's voice became louder and more confident. Unsuccessful. I tried to find a cure, and no one asked about it after that. After reciting it, Monsieur opened her big eyes and stared at Xia Ning. It's a junior high school text. I still remember it. Can you do it? Xia Ning didn't know why Monsieur suddenly became so aggressive, and it really made her unhappy. She narrowed her eyes slightly, without any nonsense, and spoke directly. Flowers of plants and trees on land and water, there are many lovely ones. Tao Yuanming of Jin dynasty only loves chrysanthemum. I only love lotus that grows out of mud, but is not stained, washes in clear water, but is not coquettish. The love of peony is suitable for everyone. After reciting, Xia Ning looked at Monsieur and smiled softly. It's okay, I'm okay too. Monsieur heard. Growing out of mud but not stained, and knew that Xia Ning was pointing out that she didn't love herself, and tears welled up in her eyes, and she said softly, I raised my family at the age of 13, and raised 5 younger sisters. After I turned 18 and could earn a little more, I even didn't let them apply for poverty subsidies, so that they wouldn't feel inferior. Although it was very hard, I still raised them well. She emphasized her tone. I may have lost my self-esteem, but so far, I still love myself. Xia Ning listened to Monsieur's words, and suddenly felt guilty, and her throat tightened, and she didn't know what to say. When she was at a loss, she subconsciously turned her head to look at Qin Sun, wanting to seek help. Monsieur then turned her head to look at Chin Sun, wanting to seek justice. Chin Sun? Chapter 162. Sister, don't do this. I'm scared. Why are you two looking at me? Chin Sun felt a little innocent. How could he be like this when he was eating melons? He deliberately changed the subject. I can't do it. I don't remember it at all. My junior high school Chinese teacher often made me copy the text as punishment. Every time, I would go to the elementary school and catch his son and beat him up. I beat his son into a big-headed doll. I don't have a good relationship with the teacher. Junior high school text, I can't recite it. After saying that, the office fell silent. The atmosphere was awkward. Suddenly, Xia Ning heard Monsieur laughing. Puff turned around and saw her, covering her mouth and bending over with laughter, squatting on the ground with laughter. Big-headed doll? Ha ha. Big doll. Xia Ning was stunned for a moment, not knowing what was so funny about Chin Sun's big-headed doll, turned around and looked at Chin Sun. She found that he was looking at Monsieur, and there was sympathy in his eyes. Suddenly, Xia Ning figured it out, and her heart trembled. Chin Sun was making jokes, and Monsieur took advantage of the situation, just not wanting to embarrass Chin Sun. Monsieur, sigh, Xia Ning squatted down, stretched out her hand and patted Monsieur, who was shaking with laughter, and said softly, I admit that you are indeed better than me. Monsieur stopped laughing, lowered her head, and couldn't see her expression clearly. Xia Ning stood up, felt that she had done something wrong, walked silently to the door, turned the door, and was about to go out, hearing Chin Sun's voice behind him. Xiao Xia. It's almost 12 o'clock. Go to the office and keep an eye on it. Anyone who dares to work after 12 o'clock will be fined directly. You have to show the momentum of a cold female president. Xia Ning paused, without looking back, opened the door and walked out. She walked to the company's public office area, looked around, and saw that everyone was still typing on the keyboard, as if they would never get tired. She said in a cold voice, It's 12 o'clock. Anyone who dares to work overtime as a scab, causing meaningless internal competition, will be fined 200. As soon as the voice fell, Oak's employees stopped typing on the keyboard and turned to look at Xia Ning. Seeing her upright posture and cold face, they actually felt a sense of oppression from the superior. Xia Ning walked towards the general manager's office. After she left, everyone felt that the stone pressing on their chests had been removed, and they immediately started to talk. Oh my god! Is Xia Ning's aura so strong? She was just announced as the chief assistant this morning, and she immediately got into the role? Isn't she a born domineering female CEO? If you say this company is hers, I'll believe it. After discussing Xia Ning, someone complained again. Is the rule that overtime is not allowed so strictly enforced? You are not allowed to work overtime at noon. I only have one period left to finish my document. You write it. You write it. I'll make a video to report you for working overtime. And I'll fine you 200? Forget it, I'll add this punctuation mark in the afternoon. Suddenly, a burst of happy laughter rang out in the office. They went to eat in groups of 2 or 3, and their steps had never been as relaxed as today. It was both fulfilling and comfortable. It really felt like I was enjoying my work. While waiting for the elevator, someone suggested, Lao Zhang, let's pool our money and go to a restaurant. I'm in a good mood today. Do you want a drink? Wine. After work on Thursday. Drinking will affect your efficiency in the afternoon. You? You are the natural ox and horse that Mr. Chin said. You are still thinking about work efficiency even after eating. I'll tell you some inside information. I heard from the finance department that everyone in our department has at least 4,000 performance this month. Fuck. Then we can't drink. We have to be efficient ox and horse. No matter which company Mr. Chin goes to in the future, I must follow him and work like a cow and horse for him. In the afternoon, after lunch break, the people in the office stared at the time on the computer screen. As soon as they saw 2 o'clock, they immediately went all out. Dada dada. They changed into Gatling fighters again. General Manager's office. Xia Ning sat behind the desk, looking at the more than 100 letters of intent for cooperation piled up in the mailbox, somewhat amazed at Chin Sun's influence. It has always been the Party B who begged the Party A for food. Where have you ever seen the Party A chasing the Party B to feed him? With so many businesses, if they could all be done, wouldn't they make tens of millions again? She looked at the piled mailbox, picked up her phone, and sent a message to Chungwan. Soon, Chungwan walked into the office and stood in front of her. Boss Xia, you are looking for me? Xia Ning looked at Chungwan and asked. So far, how many resumes of planners have you received? Chungwan's face was somewhat happy. There are 36, 12 of which are senior planners, who are still working in other companies. They admire Boss Qin and are interested in switching to our company. Xia Ning was startled, frowned slightly, a little helpless. Arrange an interview tomorrow. We can't just rely on Qin Sun to work alone. Chungwan echoed. Yes. Mr. Qin is very tired. Xia Ning. She thought of Qin Sun playing games, watching dancing, and sleeping, and smiled faintly. He must be exhausted. Chungwan asked, is it Mr. Qin who is interviewing? Or is it Mr. Xia who is here in person? Xia Ning looked at her with a smile. Chungwan avoided Xia Ning's sight and smiled awkwardly. I understand. Mr. Qin never cares about these things. Chungwan left. Xia Ning opened the monitoring program in a hidden folder on the computer's D drive. Looking at the employees in the office working hard, he nodded with satisfaction. He then turned on the surveillance camera in Qin Sun's office. His face was slightly cold. On the surveillance screen, Qin Sun was teaching Monsieur to dance. Look at my steps. This is how you dance to the Pure Land. He danced shamelessly, while humming a song with a strong sense of rhythm. Ding ding ding, ding ding ding, ding 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 ding. Monsieur followed suit. Boss Qin, do you think this dance is pretty? Qin Sun stopped. It doesn't taste right. Do you have JK? Monsieur hesitated. I can buy it. Qin Sun smiled. Tomorrow you wear JK, black stockings, and we'll dance again. Monsieur smiled like a flower and saluted. Yes. Sir. After a pause, she said in a royal sister's voice. Wear pants or not? Qin Sun hurriedly stepped back a few steps and shrank into a corner. Sister, don't do this. I'm scared. Monsieur. Xia Ning looked at the surveillance screen, supported her chin with one hand, and murmured. If you walk along the river, you will get your feet wet. Monsieur. If you dare to wear JK to the company tomorrow, I will teach you a lesson. 6:05. Qin Sun took Monsieur out of the office, and saw that there was no one in the huge company. He was stunned for a moment and laughed. Are these guys so capable of execution? Earlier than me today. Suddenly, he shouted, Oh no! And rushed to the general manager's office and knocked on the door. Xia Ning, are you there? Are you there? No one responded. Qin Sun sighed. Alas, there's no ride. I'll have to waste a few dollars on shared bike fare again. Suddenly, he heard Monsieur's voice behind him. Mr. Qin, would you like to have a drink together tonight? Qin Sun turned his head and glanced at her, and then she ran away. Monsieur was stunned. After a while, she smiled. JK? Only children wear JK. Tomorrow, I'll show you what a stepmother's skirt is. Chapter 163. It's a pity you didn't stand the test. Scumbag. Qin Sun scanned a shared bike and rode it very fast. He just checked the system panel. Slacking points, 25300. Note, the next lottery requires 100,000 slacking points. It increased by 7,700 in one day. Wouldn't it be possible to increase to 100,000 in less than half a month, and then the lottery can be held? Great. Speeding all the way home. Qin Sun just opened the iron gate of the villa courtyard, and suddenly heard a familiar sound of footsteps behind him, turned around and saw, it was Xia Ning. He was a little surprised. Xia Ning, how come you drive slower than I ride? Xia Ning had a cold face. You are speeding. Qin Sun laughed. How can a shared electric bike be speeding? It's obviously your poor driving skills. Xia Ning was too lazy to argue, walked to the gate of the courtyard, faced Qin Sun, and warned. You are too close to Monsieur. Be careful of an accidental discharge. Qin Sun was startled, and shook his head. No. No. I don't want to sleep with her at all. But he saw Xia Ning staring at him, silent for a long time, and his breathing became heavier. Have you ever wanted to sleep with Huang Huai? Qin Sun opened his eyes wide, not understanding why Xia Ning asked such a private question. Did he learn bad things from Monsieur? He answered honestly, showing his noble moral integrity. Huang Huai? How is that possible? No. Never. Seeing this, Xia Ning easily judged from his eyes, tone, and demeanor that Qin Sun was not lying. Her eyes dimmed slightly. Sure enough, the white moonlight is used to protect. The people he met later were all passing clouds. Just tools to vent his abundant hormones. She closed her eyes, her chest rising and falling slightly. thinking of Qin Sun saying that he wanted to sleep with her 8 or 9 times a week. She felt more and more disgusted, and felt more and more despised. Xia Ning opened her eyes. Her stomach was sour, and she almost vomited. She stretched out her hand suddenly, grabbed Qin Sun's collar. Her voice was not loud, but cold. Qin Sun, have you ever thought about sleeping with me? Qin Sun's scalp tingled, and he looked down at the hand holding his collar, and felt that he might be dragged to the bed and whipped today. He raised his head, looking at the aggressive Xia Ning, hurriedly said, Xia Ning, calm down. I'm a shy person, I prefer to take things slowly. However, but was interrupted by Xia Ning's cold voice. Just answer truthfully, have you ever thought about sleeping with me? Qin Sun was a little embarrassed, looking at the strong and domineering young lady in front of him, nodded, and said softly, yes. Xia Ning's face changed slightly, and asked again, why? Qin Sun took a deep breath, prepared to devote himself to the night, and lowered his head like a young wife. Because? You smell like butter. Xia Ning saw Qin Sun's shy look, and became even angrier. He still held his collar with his right hand, and lifted his chin with his left hand. He asked him to look into her eyes. Then why don't you want to sleep with Huang Huai? Does she smell bad? Qin Sun looked at Xia Ning, who was a little out of control, and realized something was wrong. This doesn't seem to be the rhythm of forcing me to bed and pampering me. Is this the rhythm of giving me 2 big sinuses? He quickly tilted his neck back, away from Xia Ning, and said in a hurry, Huang Huai, how do I know if she smells or smells good? He sighed, a little annoyed. Huang Huai was made up by me for the marketing of Dudu Tea. She is a non-existent person, how can I sleep with her? Am I fucking the air? As soon as the words fell, Xia Ning was stunned. She could clearly feel her pupils dilated, her limbs stiff, her throat tightened, her body getting hotter and hotter, and her face getting hotter and hotter. Although she couldn't see it, she could imagine that her face must be extremely red. Better than the red apple she saw with Qin Sun at the villa that day. Social death. After a long while, Xia Ning blushed and let go of Qin Sun's collar. With both hands, she gently straightened his wrinkled collar. Seeing Qin Sun's confused look, she felt anxious and embarrassed, and raised her right hand and clenched her fist to Qin Sun's forehead. She wondered if she could, like in the TV show, punch him and make him lose his memory. Qin Sun looked at Xia Ning's raised fist, was startled, and took a step back. Xia Ning, what are you going to do? Did you take dog medicine today? Xia Ning didn't dare to look at Qin Sun, put down her fist, turned her face away, rushed into the courtyard quickly, and closed the door with her backhand. The door was locked. She covered her face and ran into the house. Behind her, Qin Sun shook the iron door and heard a clang. Xia Ning, open the door? Are you sick? Ah? I paid 2,000 yuan in rent? Is this how you treat tenants? Which tenant can stand your attitude? Xia Ning opened the living room door in a panic, and saw the turtle swimming in the fish tank at a glance. The turtle seemed to be frightened and retracted its head into its shell. She looked back at the courtyard gate, and shouted with all her strength. You crawl in. As soon as the words came out, Xia Ning clenched her fists and knocked her forehead, muttering, I must be crazy. Outside the door, Qin Sun's shout came. I'm not a dog. Xia Ning's face was hot, and she was anxious. She wanted to open the door, but was too embarrassed to see him, so she shouted, You crawl from above. Qin Sun's shout came immediately. I'm not a monkey either. Xia Ning stomped her feet, went straight into the house, walked through the living room, and took the elevator to the 2nd floor. She hid in the bedroom and locked the door. She didn't take off her shoes, but lay directly on the bed, grabbed a corner of the quilt, and rolled into a cocoon. Like a turtle in a fish tank, she became a turtle. 7 o'clock in the evening. The phone rang. Xia Ning got out of the quilt, picked up the phone, and saw that it was Qin Sun. She hesitated for a moment and hung up. Soon, the WeChat message notification sounded, and it was still Qin Sun. Stupid. Let's go downstairs to eat. Xia Ning blushed and replied, I'm not hungry. Qin Sun replied, What the hell are you doing today? Xia Ning's face got even hotter. When she hid in the quilt, she had already thought of a reply, and immediately typed it out and sent it over. I saw you and me Sheer were having a hot affair. I feel bad for Huang Huai. Qin Sun replied, Huang Huai is fake. Xia Ning replied, I don't know. Qin Sun replied, Then why did you ask me if I wanted to sleep with you? Xia Ning was so angry that she threw her phone on the quilt and rubbed her face with her hands, and it got hotter and hotter. After a while, she picked up her phone and replied, I am testing you for Huang Huai. After a while, a look of struggle flashed across her face, and she shamelessly typed out a sentence. Unfortunately, you didn't stand the test. Scumbag. Just sent it. She heard a full-throated shout from the living room on the first floor through the door. Fuck. Then, a series of footsteps came from far away, like a wild bull running. Xia Ning's face turned pale and red and pale, and she held the quilt with both hands. She knew that Qin Sun ran up from the first floor to settle accounts with her. Chapter 164. You still have the nerve to talk to me about quality? Xia Ning, come out. Soon. Xia Ning heard Qin Sun knocking on the door loudly. She slid down, slid into the quilt, covered her head. The voice outside the door was still clear. Xia Ning, if I don't beat the shit out of you today, you've done it cleanly. Xia Ning hid in the quilt, with her eyes open. The hot air she exhaled made the surroundings humid and hot, and her face became hotter and hotter. Most of the people she met from childhood to adulthood, except Niu Xiaojun, had high quality. Especially those men, each one is more gentlemanly than the other. Where did someone point at her nose and scold her? And said he would beat her until she was incontinent? The bed was getting hotter and hotter, and it was hard to breathe. Xia Ning lifted the quilt, and a thin layer of sweat appeared on her face, and her hair stuck to her temples, making her look more charming. Listening to the knock on the door, she gritted her teeth and shouted, Qin Sun, you should pay attention to your character. Outside the door, it was quiet. Then, there was a sound of a rough doorknob being twisted. Xia Ning, you still have the nerve to talk to me about quality? You scheming bitch, relying on your looks, seduced me first, and almost made me fall for your trick. Now you say it's a test? Call me a scumbag. Are you setting up a trap? Xia Ning leaned back against the bed, curled up her legs, hugging her knees, and pursed her lips tightly. She didn't say anything back. She wasn't good at quarreling, not to mention, I was not right today. Outside the door, Qin Sun tried to turn the door lock for a long time, but didn't hear any response from Xia Ning, let go of her hand, and was so angry that her lungs were about to explode. Yelling at the door. Qin Sun, will be a bachelor, a virgin for life, and live alone until the end of my life, but I will never take off a piece of clothing from you. Xia Ning. Suddenly, the door opened. He saw Xia Ning standing behind the door, glanced at him, and immediately lowered his head, looking at the floor, like a child who had made a mistake. He looked like he would never fight back, and would never fight back. For a moment, Qin Sun didn't know what to do. Swearing, he had already done enough. If the language went deeper, it would be necessary to deeply explore the genealogy of Xia Ning's family, which was a bit indecent. Beat her? What if she cries? Wouldn't I have to comfort her? Xia Ning lowered her head and frowned, but Qin Sun never slapped her. She breathed a sigh of relief and bowed 90 degrees. Qin Sun, I'm sorry. She bent over, looking at the floor, with a respectful attitude. After a while, she heard Qin Sun speak, and his voice was much quieter. Apologies are useful. Why do we need the police? She straightened up, feeling her face hot, looking at Qin Sun, and her voice was so quiet that it was almost inaudible. Next week, on Mid-Autumn Festival, I will go home with you. Qin Sun was startled. Ah? Xia Ning's eyes dodged, and she raised her voice slightly. On Mid-Autumn Festival, I will pretend to be your girlfriend and go home with you. Qin Sun looked a little embarrassed, scratched his head, and nodded after a while. Oh, I will forgive you this time, and pay attention next time. Xia Ning pursed her lips and responded softly. Oh. Qin Sun turned around and walked to the stairs. Come down to eat. I made turtle and chicken feet today. It's spicy and tasty. But Xia Ning explained behind him. You cook xiaohei? Qin Sun turned around and saw a trace of pain on Xia Ning's face. He suspected that she was a dog lover. I cooked a turtle, not a puppy. Xia Ning glanced at Qin Sun indifferently, turned and walked to the elevator entrance. Pressed the button. The door opened, and walked in. Qin Sun followed. The elevator door closed slowly. It blocked Xia Ning's cold face and her slightly sad eyes. Qin Sun was confused and ran from the stairs to the living room. He saw Xia Ning standing in front of the fish tank, knocking on the glass and teasing the turtle inside. Qin Sun was speechless. Is the turtle shell the black one you were talking about? Xia Ning turned around, with a faint smile on her face. Isn't it black enough? Qin Sun sneered. You didn't grow attached to the turtle? Xia Ning turned around and watched the turtle swimming, with a calm voice. You prayed for blessings, saying that the turtle is 1,000 years old, and the tortoise is 10,000 years old, and wished that I could live as long as it. I thought you boiled it, because you wanted to kill me. Qin Sun sighed. I'm just a bad person sometimes. I'm not a pervert. Xia Ning sat on the sofa, looking at the 2 sets of bowls and chopsticks on the coffee table. But no dishes. She looked up at Qin Sun. Where's the fried chicken feet with turtle? But she saw Qin Sun looking at the trash can in silence. Xia Ning followed his line of sight. Fried chicken feet with turtle. Small green vegetables. And the dishes were all in the trash can. At this time, Qin Sun said again, I'll give you something to eat below. Xia Ning looked up at Qin Sun, squinting slightly. I heard Qin Sun say again, do you want to eat eggs? She hesitated for a moment. I do. 2 bowls of scallion noodles with scallion and eggs were quickly served. The 2 ate in silence. No one spoke. The atmosphere was strange. After dinner, Qin Sun put down his bowl and chopsticks, and went back to the room to play games. Xia Ning cleaned up the bowl and chopsticks, and wiped the table. When the nanny was away, the 2 had a clear division of labor. One was responsible for cooking, and the other was responsible for washing dishes. Xia Ning didn't know how to wash dishes. Fortunately, there was a dishwasher. After finishing the housework, Xia Ning went to take a bath. There were 2 bathrooms in the villa. He and Qin Sun used one each, and did not disturb each other. In the bathroom, Xia Ning lay in the bathtub, steam rising, and her face felt a little hot. Suddenly, she raised her arm, and put it in front of her nose to smell it. Cream smell? Does it? That night, Xia Ning slept uneasily, and had a messy dream all night. The next day, the alarm clock rang. She opened her tired eyes, and sat in front of the makeup mirror to put on makeup. On her first day at work, Qin Sun warned her that an intern should not dress more like a CEO than the CEO, and should be low-key. These days, she has been dressing like a small assistant. Now she is a big assistant, and has to exercise the authority of the general manager. Makeup, dressing, finally can be restored to the original state. 8:50 in the morning. The employees of Oak Company have arrived and are chatting. Why are you all here so early today? I thought I was the only one who couldn't sleep. But it turns out you can't sleep either. Isn't it not considered late to clock in at 9:30? On the contrary, you are here earlier than usual. Hey, Xiao Zhang, do you want to work early? I will report you for overtime. Work trader. Die. The atmosphere is pleasant. At this moment, a rhythmic sound of footsteps came from the door, and in the midst of the noise, it reached everyone's ears. Everyone looked up, and their mouths widened in surprise. Monsieur had a soft smile on her face, and walked elegantly, walking towards the vice president's office in high heels. She was wearing a gray tight-fitting long skirt, which was slit on the left side, almost reaching the base of her thigh. As she walked, the skirt swayed back and forth, and a snow-white thigh appeared and disappeared from time to time. Monsieur had a graceful figure, a strong aura, and a sexy atmosphere. Monsieur walked into the office, closed the door, did not turn on the lights, and hid quietly inside. Chapter 165. If Mr. Qin gets close, how can we have a share of the meal? The office was in an uproar. Is this the legendary stepmother's skirt? It's so scary. Who doesn't want a stepmother like this? Sister's waist is not a waist, it's a knife for killing people. For a moment, I almost forgot that I have a wife at home. These long legs, I can play with them until I die. Can Mr. Qin's body hold up? I'm more than a little envious. Suddenly, another rhythmic sound of high heels came. Everyone turned their heads to look. Some people stretched their necks, waiting for the next beauty to enter. A few seconds later, Xia Ning, wearing a white shirt and a black suit, appeared at the entrance. She stood still and glanced at everyone. Good morning. Dozens of employees lowered their heads as if they were electrocuted, not daring to look again. And no one replied to say hello. You look at me, I look at you, and found that each other's eyes have become extremely clear. Xia Ning didn't care, and walked into the general manager's office as if no one was around, and closed the door. Everyone breathed a sigh of relief. Fuck. Queen. Is Xia Ning's aura so strong? Xia Ning's makeup and temperament today. Is she trying to scare people to death? She really became a female president? Xia Ning's family is rich. Right? How much money does it take to have such temperament? Is this the legendary one that can only be admired from a distance and not touched? Monsieur, I dare to have some evil thoughts. Xia Ning, I dare not even think about it. One glance can make people impotent. She's not fierce, I'm just a little scared of her. Who dares not to be respectful to Xia Ning like this? Today, if anyone speaks loudly in front of Xia Ning, I'll call him daddy. Suddenly, a burst of hurried footsteps sounded. Everyone saw Qin Sun carrying a bag of buns in his hand, rushing to the door of the general manager's office, unlocking the door, and shouting inside. Xia Ning, you idiot. You didn't wait for me again. After scolding, without waiting for Xia Ning to reply, he closed the door. He walked leisurely to the vice president's office, and waved to his colleagues who were shocked. Good morning. Everyone looked strange, and forgot to reply. After Qin Sun left, someone teased. Why didn't you call Mr. Qin Dad just now? Everyone laughed. The man hesitated. Mr. Qin doesn't count. It's normal for him to beat Xia Ning until she cried. But if he is willing to recognize me as his son, what's wrong with me calling him Dad? Someone else sneered. Just thinking about good things. Qin Sun opened the office door, and saw that it was pitch black inside, and touched the switch at the door to turn on the light. The light came on. A tall and graceful beauty, who was full of mature charm, was smiling at him from 1 meter away. What the hell? Qin Sun was startled, looking at Monsieur with a smug smile on her face. You came in without turning on the light. Are you playing tricks on me? Monsieur opened her hands, slowly turned a circle, showing her good figure in all directions. Do you think I look good as a ghost girl today? Qin Sun closed the door, drank soy milk, and mumbled. You're JK. Where are the black silk stockings? Monsieur smiled softly. JK makes me look like a child. I don't like it. Qin Sun walked to the desk, passed by Monsieur, and smelled a strong perfume. You don't have to dress like a child, but you don't have to dress like a father. If you go shopping with me like this, others will think you're taking your baby out for a walk. Monsieur smiled with her hands covering her mouth. Boss Qin, what dance are you going to teach me today? Still the Pure Land? Qin Sun sat on the chair, his legs on the table, and took a bite of the bun. Your outfit today is suitable for the pendulum dance. Monsieur clenched her fist and waved it twice. Do you want to use a hammer? But she saw Qin Sun's eyes gently fall on her chest. Her face flushed, and she took small steps. Stepped back quickly, stretched out her snow-white and slender arms, and pointed at Qin Sun, saying coquettishly, You're annoying. General Manager's office. After reading the resumes of the applicants sent by Chung Wan, Xia Ning had a rough idea in her mind, and she would only wait for the interview to make a selection. At present, the company only has Qin Sun as a planner, which is really a bit abnormal, and Qin Sun's work status depends entirely on his mood. He seems to have to slack off like crazy to maintain high efficiency and get super inspiration. Very strange. Thinking of Qin Sun, she opened the monitoring program and clicked on the vice president's office. She was shocked by the picture inside. Qin Sun was teaching Monsieur how to dance, humming a tune. Ing inoichi mom and you? Ing? I seem to be the language of Anon. He did a few bold chest-enlarging movements, which seemed a bit weird. Monsieur followed him, and her chest was magnificent and surging. Xia Ning frowned tightly. She thought this was coquettish enough, but she saw it again in the surveillance video. Qin Sun hummed the interlude of the song. Ding ding, ding ding, ding ding. Hands crossed behind the head, shaking fiercely with the rhythm of the music, twisting waist, shaking hips. Monsieur followed suit. This coquettish and charming dance made Xia Ning's face red. They danced for a long time. Qin Sun sat back at his desk and crossed his legs on the table. You dance by yourself. I'll take a break. Monsieur smiled shyly. I thought Mr. Qin was just good at singing, but I didn't expect he could dance so well. If you become a marginal anchor, we won't be able to eat. Qin Sun waved his hand, very modest. Ah! Not worth mentioning, not worth mentioning. I'm old now, I can't compare to when I was young, I can't be as sexy as I was back then. Ah! A good man doesn't mention how sexy he was back then. He lowered his head, and started playing a game on his phone. In fact, he was also strange. He obviously couldn't dance. When he was in school, he could step on the toes of the people behind him when doing radio gymnastics. But after gaining the ability of the god of song, he found that if there was a song with a dance to match it, he could sing and dance at the same time, and he was very good at it. Is this probably the stage performance of the goddess song? Monsieur smiled, thought about it for a while, and then jumped up gently. Boss Chin. Is that so? Will the movement be too big? Oh, I'm almost exposed. Xia Ning couldn't bear to watch any more, and turned off the surveillance. She thought of a senior green tea, picked up her phone, and sent a message to Enku. Monsieur is dancing a side dance to seduce Chin Sun. What should I do? After a while, Enku replied, I won't tell you what I will do, but you can get hurt accidentally. Need someone to take care of you, and squeeze out the time he spends with Monsieur. Xia Ning looked at Enku's reply and was silent. After a while, Enku sent another message. I wish Monsieur success. She is better than you to deal with. Chapter 166. You have to be ambitious. One day, you will make money standing up. Is Monsieur easier to deal with than me? Xia Ning was startled, and immediately understood what Enku meant, and was a little surprised. This Enku has not given up yet? And she actually wants to use a dissolute woman like Monsieur to pry Chin Sun away. She supported her chin with both hands, and looked at Enku's message. Her eyes gradually cold. Pretend to be weak? I won't. An eye for an eye. Fight violence with violence. I will. The interview of the applicant was held. Xia Ning is noble and cold. Although she is not fierce, she still gives the interviewer a great sense of oppression. After a day of screening, she finally confirmed 4 marketing planners and 4 planning assistants to start working on a trial basis. Because tomorrow is Thursday, and the day after tomorrow is a holiday, she asked these people to start working on Monday next week. Chin Sun stayed in the office all day, playing games, dancing, teaching Monsieur to dance, and watching Monsieur dance. Monsieur was so tired that she was sweating and her clothes were soaked. Suddenly, Chin Sun was playing a game when he heard Monsieur cry out ouch. He looked over. He saw Monsieur fall to the ground, her tight skirt wet with sweat, leaving a few dark shadows, which made her even more charming. She bit her lips lightly, looking pitiful, stretched out a hand, and said delicately, Boss Chin, give me a hand. Chin Sun lowered his head and continued to play the game. I'll give you a hand. Then, he heard a loud bang, which sounded like the sound of a palace maid hitting a pillar on TV. He was startled and looked up. He saw Monsieur kneeling on the ground, her head against the carpet, her butt raised high. Mr. Chin, I beg you for one thing. Chin Sun heard her serious tone, put his legs down, and put away his phone. As long as you don't want to sleep with me or borrow money, everything else can be discussed. Monsieur raised her head. Her forehead was covered with sweat, and it was gray. The lottery will start in the Chi Yao phone group soon. But Song Ying said, I have a criminal record and kidnapped you to a hotel. She wants to keep all the lottery tickets exchanged for the likes in my video for herself. Chin Sun remembered. At the beginning, we tricked these internet celebrities into attracting traffic to Duty, and gave them a song The Wind Rises as a reward. The internet celebrities discussed and decided to adopt a lottery model. After Duty reopened, we counted all the likes within a week and calculated the proportion of each internet celebrity. According to the proportion, we calculated the number of tickets each person got and held a lottery. Chin Sun looked at Monsieur and asked, How many tickets do you have? Monsieur replied, A total of 103 tickets. Because I adopted the strategy of suppressing first and then praising given by President Chin, I edited the video and got a total of 36 tickets. 1/3, that is, 12 tickets, will be given to Song Ying. Song Ying herself has 15 tickets. Hearing this, Chin Sun laughed. This little Song Ying, she is so evil. Almost half of it. Monsieur knelt on the ground and saw Chin Sun laughing and scolding Song Ying with an intimate attitude, and her heart sank. She did not give up and begged, Boss Chin, can you help me? Leave 6 lots for me, okay? I also want to try to change my fate with a song. Chin Sun looked at Monsieur kneeling on the ground, remembering that she had been kneeling on the ground to beg for money since she was 13 years old, and her waist seemed to have never straightened up. Suddenly I felt a little sorry for her. What 6? You kidnapped me. Aren't you dancing to atone for your sin? We're even now. You're 24 lots. You won't lose any. Monsieur was stunned, her eyes turned red. Chin Sun picked up the phone and sent a voice message to Xia Ning. Xia Ning, tell Song Ying that in the next draw, Monsieur's lot will be Monsieur's. As soon as the message was sent, Monsieur felt relieved and raised her hand to wipe her eyes. She knew that Song Ying worshipped Qin Sun blindly. As long as Qin Sun spoke, Song Ying would definitely listen. Qin Sun looked at Monsieur, who was kneeling on the ground wiping tears, and said in a deep voice, "Next time, don't kneel down and kowtow. You should have some ambition. One day, you will make money standing up." But Monsieur still didn't get up, knelt on the ground and shook her body. "The point of my kneeling now is not my knees, but my... Do you think it's upside down?" Qin Sun sneered. "It's pretty nice." Monsieur said something shocking. Her voice was soft and steaky. "Then Mr. Qin, come behind me." Suddenly, the door was pushed open. Xia Ning walked in, looked down at Monsieur, and kicked her in the butt without saying a word. "Get out of the way." Monsieur rolled away, shrank at the foot of the wall, and blushed. Xia Ning walked in front of Qin Sun, and held the phone in front of him. "Here is an invitation letter. Douyin and Mango TV jointly created Douyin Wonderful Night, inviting you to be a singing guest. It's the day after tomorrow night. Are you going?" Qin Sun was startled, pointing at himself. "Me?" Xia Ning explained. "When I just conveyed your instructions to Song Ying. Song Ying told me about this. She had been invited a long time ago. Yesterday. A web celebrity had a problem with her voice. There was a temporary shortage of one person. She strongly recommended you to the program team. The program team probably considered your recent traffic on the internet. They sent an invitation letter this afternoon. I just saw it." Qin Sun waved his hand. No. Who is willing to be a backup? I have to sing the day after tomorrow. But I was invited today. There is no sincerity at all. Monsieur knew that there were many big stars in Douyin Wonderful Night, and some web celebrities with explosive traffic on Douyin. It was a great honor to be invited. A marginal anchor like her will never have such an opportunity. She stood up with the help of the wall and looked at Qin Sun. "Mr. Qin, I advise you to think about it seriously. Once you get to know some people in the singing and film circles, you can get rid of your internet celebrity status and become a household name." Qin Sun waved his hand. "Forget it. It's meaningless. If a rich woman takes a fancy to me, I will be in danger." Xia Ning put away her phone, turned around and walked away. When she passed by Monsieur, she didn't even look at her, and said coldly, "I am the champion of the 7th Children's Taekwondo competition in Haicheng. You better behave yourself." She walked out and closed the door. Monsieur was confused. "Boss Qin, what does she mean?" Qin Sun smiled. "She means, if you tease me again, she will pull your hair." "Monsieur, isn't Taekwondo done with feet? How to pull hair?" Qin Sun continued to play games. Monsieur sat on the sofa, looking at the message in the A demonic wind rises. Group. Song Ying sent a link. She clicked on it. She saw a panel with 103 grids, and each grid had the ID of the internet celebrity written on it. She had 24 prize tickets, occupying 24 grids. The order of the names had been disrupted. Monsieur took a deep breath. "Boss Qin, if I win the prize later, I will run around naked in the office to celebrate. Is that okay?" Qin Sun was playing a game, and said casually, "It's up to you." He didn't believe she could win the prize at all. In the group, Song Ying sent a message. "Start." A lit cursor flashed rapidly in the 103 grids. The countdown began. 60, 59, 58, 57. Monsieur's breathing became heavier. 10, 9, 8, 7, 6, 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. She held her breath. The cursor stopped. 103 grids, the rest turned gray, only one grid was still lit. It said, "Monsieur." Chapter 167. "Boss Qin, I will definitely find a chance to repay you." The group was in chaos. "Damn it! Is it fake? I don't accept it. You cheated? Monsieur, you are a prostitute, and you are not a professional singer, so give me the right to sing this song? I'll pay 50,000. I'll pay 80,000. I'll pay 100,000. Suddenly, the group was silent. It was Song Ying who started the mute. Then, sent 2 or 3 electronic files to the group. One is an audio file called The Wind Rises. One is a notarized document. One is a letter from a lawyer. Then, Song Ying sent a message. "If you doubt the authenticity, you can sue me." At the same time, she sent a gif of a hen being hit with a stick. "Monsieur, I'm going to fucking kill you. Save it now. I'm going to disband this group." Monsieur quickly saved the 3 files. Just after saving, a message popped up. The group owner has disbanded the group chat. Monsieur kicked off her high heels in excitement, jumped up from the sofa, and spun around on the carpet in short stockings. She spun closer to Chin Sun, one hand on her chest, and the other hand gently lifted the slit of her long skirt. Boss Chin, I must thank you very much today. Chin Sun saw her crazy look and knew she had won the prize, and quickly raised his foot to press against her belly to prevent her from getting closer. Sister, please don't do this, I'm so scared. If you dare to run naked, I'll call the police. I'll sue you for sexual harassment. Monsieur smiled softly. Then I'm half naked? Chin Sun gently kicked her belly. Monsieur took a few steps back before stopping, patted the dust off her belly, sighed, turned around and sat back on the sofa. Boss Chin, you're done. I found that I fell in love. I must find a chance to repay you. But Chin Sun lowered his head to play the game, waving his hand impatiently, like chasing a dog. Monsieur took out her mobile phone to play the audio. Chin Sun's voice came from the mobile phone. We walked and stopped along the way, following the traces of the boys drifting. The moment before leaving the station, I was a little hesitant. She followed and sang softly, learning very seriously. Chin Sun was playing games, looking up, lightly shook his head. This song, singing it to her, is a waste. It's just the level of a KTV microphone master. Monsieur sang, Chin Sun played games. The two did not disturb each other. After playing a few games, Chin Sun looked at the time, and it was 6:10. He raised his hand and slapped himself lightly. I didn't get it right again. We should have finished the last one quickly. Don't waste time on the fountain. He put down his phone, closed his eyes, leaned back in his chair, and called up the slacking panel. Slacking value, 40,300. Note, 100,000 slacking points are required for the next draw. A 15,000 surge in one day? Could it be because Monsieur wore a stepmother's skirt today? Chin Sun was a little excited, and the chair shook, and he quickly held the table with both hands to stabilize it. Monsieur heard the noise, came over, and looked at Chin Sun. Boss Chin, did you fall asleep on the chair? Chin Sun stood up and patted Monsieur's shoulder vigorously. Monsieur, you are great. Tomorrow, continue to carry forward your style, and wear more boldly. The bolder the people, the more productive the land. After saying that, he didn't wait for Monsieur's answer and walked out of the office directly. Getting off work is always the most important thing for workers. Chin Sun left. Monsieur was the only one left in the office. In another office, Xia Ning was watching Monsieur's actions on the surveillance screen. She had been busy all day today. At 6 o'clock, she thought of Chin Sun's principle of not working overtime, so she turned on the surveillance to see if Chin Sun had finished get off work. But she saw Chin Sun asking Monsieur to dress more wantonly tomorrow. Her face turned cold. In the surveillance, Monsieur's voice came out talking to herself. More daring? You can't buy 2 pairs of sexy underwear to wear. Don't wear a bra, but nipple covers instead. Wear a miniskirt. But you have to wear safety pants with a miniskirt. Just don't wear it. Xia Ning's face was so gloomy that water could drip out. She turned off the computer and walked out of the office. She happened to meet Chin Sun walking towards her. Xiao Xia, did you work overtime? I'll fine you 200? Xia Ning said coldly. Didn't you? Chin Sun immediately made a gesture to silence her. Shh. Our 2 factory managers from the East and West factories should set an example and refuse to work overtime. He walked up to Xia Ning. Give me a ride. Xia Ning said coldly. You came here on an electric bike today. Chin Sun didn't talk back, and just put his hands together. It's a comfortable ride? Please. Xia Ning lost her temper, hesitated, and said softly, I have something to do today, and I have to go back very late. Chin Sun asked, What is it? Xia Ning, it's none of your business. The two looked at each other for a while, and no one spoke. Chin Sun left. Xia Ning waited for a while, and calculated that he had taken the elevator down, and then walked out. Suddenly, she heard the sound of high heels behind her. Sister Ning, please tell Mr. Chin. Tell him that I thank him for letting me win the bid. Xia Ning was startled, turned around slowly, and looked at Monsieur with a smile on her face. You won the bid? But seeing Monsieur's embarrassed face, corrected. I won the bid. The right to sing The Wind Rises is mine. Thank you, Mr. Chin. Xia Ning's eyes were slightly cold. She knew that Monsieur had deliberately caught up with her, and also deliberately slipped her tongue, probably to avenge the kick she got in the afternoon. She glanced at Monsieur and asked, Are you still not leaving? Monsieur pointed to the vice president's office. I have nothing to do. I want to practice this song in the office, is that okay? Xia Ning said coldly. It's up to you. Just as he was about to leave, he heard Monsieur say seriously. Sister Ning, I suggest you persuade Mr. Qin to participate in doing Wonderful Night. This may be enough to change the trajectory of his life. Xia Ning's voice was still cold. It's none of your business. After a pause, he said again. It's none of my business either. 8 o'clock in the evening. Haicheng Haixing Maternal and Child Health Hospital. Xia Ning listened to her mother's nagging for more than an hour. Before leaving, Mother Xia asked, Can you bring a boyfriend home during the Mid-Autumn Festival? Xia Ning stood at the door and hesitated. I won't go home during the Mid-Autumn Festival. I'm going out to play with my friends. Xia's mother looked unhappy. It's up to you. I'm not going home anyway. Then, she asked again, Is it a male friend or a female friend? Xia Ning thought about it and answered, Not a man. After leaving the inpatient department, Xia Ning did not go home directly, but went to the outpatient department to find her mother's attending doctor to find out the situation. The attending doctor was on duty today. On the way there, she saw a familiar figure from a distance, walking out of an outpatient clinic in the obstetrics and gynecology department. Monsieur was as wilted as an eggplant hit by frost, lowering her head and walking away with heavy steps. Chapter 168. Hey! Playing role-playing today? Interesting. Xia Ning was a little surprised. This hospital charges a lot. If Monsieur is really poor as she said, why did she come here to see a doctor? Either she is pretending to be poor, or her case is urgent. Because ordinary public hospitals can only see emergency patients at this time, the ordinary clinics are already closed. Thinking of what Monsieur said in the afternoon. Thank Qin Sun for letting me win the bid. She frowned slightly, walked to the clinic, opened the door, walked in and showed a membership card of this hospital. A membership card with a stored value of 500,000 yuan. The doctor was a woman in her 40s. She was a little unhappy to see someone breaking in, but when she saw the membership card, she immediately smiled. Hello, how can I help you? Xia Ning asked. Hello. Doctor, is there any problem with a lady named Lei Xiaodi? The doctor looked a little embarrassed and glanced at the open door. Xia Ning turned around and closed the door. When she turned around again, she saw a playful smile on the doctor's face. She lowered her voice. That lady came to get a certificate of virginity. Xia Ning. Can the hospital issue such a thing? The doctor shook his head. No. After a short pause. But we can issue a certificate to prove whether the hymen is intact. Xia Ning thought of the kick she gave Monsieur in the afternoon, and was a little worried, and asked in a low voice. Then she? The doctor nodded. That lady's is intact. Xia Ning breathed a sigh of relief, but suddenly felt something was wrong. How could Monsieur be intact? She looked at the doctor with some doubt. But the doctor emphasized again. It is complete, definitely not repaired. That lady came here to get a certificate, and she trusts the reputation of our hospital. Xia Ning left the clinic, having a bad feeling in her heart. Why did Monsieur get such a certificate? Is she trying to prove something to Qin Sun, to arouse his male desire to conquer? It was late at night. Xia Ning was soaking in the bathtub, and this time she didn't pour milk into the bathtub. She lay in it, thinking of Qin Sun asking Monsieur to dress more boldly tomorrow. And Monsieur was so bold as to ask for a certificate of intact hymen. She was a little angry, and took out her phone to search on the shopping platform. Stinky soap. Her voice was slightly cold. I'll make you feel like I smell like cream on my body. The next day, Qin Sun got up early, and didn't get on Xia Ning's car, so angry that he pointed at her car exhaust and cursed. Wait a few days, and I'll get my salary, and I'll have money to buy gas. Let's see how you can still be so arrogant. Arrived at the company, Qin Sun walked into the office, and saw Xia Ning sitting behind the desk, and felt a little strange. Why are you occupying my seat? Xia Ning didn't even raise her head, typing on the keyboard. This is our office, not the general manager's office. Qin Sun didn't bother to pay attention to her, sat on the sofa and took out his mobile phone, and saw that it was 9 o'clock. Hey! Have you seen Monsieur? Is she late today? Xia Ning's voice was cold. Maybe she wants to dress up today to give you a surprise. Qin Sun felt that her tone was a bit weird and felt strange. Thinking of what he said in the office yesterday, let Monsieur dress boldly. He felt like he was being spied on. He looked up at the ceiling. Xia Ning, you didn't install any pinhole cameras here, did you? Hearing this, Xia Ning stopped typing on the keyboard, didn't dare to look up, trying to keep his voice calm. Do you doubt my character? Qin Sun thought about it, and smiled. That's right, you're different from me. Xia Ning blushed a little, and started typing on the keyboard. Suddenly, the door creaked, and was slowly pushed open. She looked up, and saw Monsieur standing at the door. She was stunned for a moment. Monsieur today looked particularly plain. Her big chestnut-colored wavy hair was pulled straight, dyed black, and drooped down like a willow branch. She had no makeup on her face, not even lipstick. She wore a loose white t-shirt on her upper body, a pair of light blue jeans on her lower body, and a pair of white casual shoes. She even washed off her nail polish, restoring the original color. Qin Sun looked at Monsieur, who was dressed in a simple but charming way, and was a little surprised. Monsieur, are you going to go back to the basics today? The extreme of coquettishness is rustic? Monsieur walked into the room, closed the door, looked at Qin Sun silently, and after a while, she smiled. Classmate Qin Sun. I am teacher Lei Zhaodi. Qin Sun was startled, and smiled. Hey, it's really interesting. Let's play role-playing today. Just when he was happy, he suddenly felt a sharp gaze like a knife, turned his head, and met Xia Ning's eyes. He coughed twice. We are playing house seriously, not what you think. Monsieur put down her bag, walked to the wall, knocked on the wall like knocking on a blackboard. Qin Sun, we have Chinese class today. The thatched cottage destroyed by the autumn wind. I'll recite it once, and you recite it again. Qin Sun clapped his hands. Good. This way of slacking off is novel, and it is estimated that it will greatly increase the slacking off value. Monsieur looked at Qin Sun seriously, and her expression was actually like a serious Chinese teacher. The wind howled in the high autumn of August, blowing away the 3 layers of thatch on my roof. The children in the South Village bully me because I am old and weak. How can they bear to be thieves in front of me? They openly carry thatch into the bamboo forest, and my lips are parched and my mouth is dry, so I can't cry. I come back and sigh by leaning on my cane. Alas! When will I suddenly see this house in front of me? I am content to die of cold in my broken house. She recited with ups and downs, and full of emotions. Qin Sun was a little moved. Monsieur looked at Qin Sun, with a serious face. Now it's your turn, student Qin. Qin Sun sat upright. That? August is high in the autumn. Well, roll me. Roll my hair. How could he remember? He suddenly laughed, and recited what he remembered. The children in the South Village bullied me, because I was old and weak. They openly carried me into the bamboo forest. My lips were dry and my mouth was parched. I could not cry. I came back and sighed, while leaning on my cane. Just after reciting the meme on the internet, he saw Monsieur walking over quickly, grabbing his hand, and slapping it hard twice. Qin Sun felt the burning pain in his palm, and was a little confused. Monsieur's voice was a little angry. Qin Sun, you are so lazy. Will you not study, and go out to pick up cow dung? Qin Sun? Is she crazy today? Xia Ning saw that Monsieur was not right today. Thinking of the certificate Monsieur had obtained from the hospital yesterday, she got up and left directly. I'll go to the general manager's office to work. Walked to the general manager's office. She locked the door, turned on the computer immediately, turned on the monitoring program, expecting to see some signs. Turned on the monitoring of the deputy general manager's office. She found that Monsieur and Qin Sun were now sitting on the sofa playing games again. The two of them were laughing. They seemed very happy. But Xia Ning, with her womanly sensitivity, saw through Monsieur's disguise at a glance. She was not really happy. Xia Ning adjusted the monitoring time to 6:40 yesterday afternoon. In the picture, Monsieur was sitting on the sofa, bent over, with her head down, talking on the phone. Her voice was a little hoarse. Mr. Song, if I can prove that I am a virgin, how much more are you willing to add on top of the 300,000? Chapter 169, Is there a tavern on Yulin Road in Chengdu? Half an hour later, Xia Ning walked back to the vice president's office, and stood at the door for a while, with a few words echoing in her mind. My sister has leukemia. The treatment costs at least 300,000 yuan. An additional 100,000 yuan for a virgin prostitute. She took a deep breath, adjusted her mood, opened the door and walked in. Qin Sun and Monsieur were playing games, and looked up at her. Xia Ning looked at Monsieur and smiled faintly. Monsieur was a little confused. She rarely seems to be in a good mood towards him. Could she have guessed something? Xia Ning went to work behind the desk. The sound of typing on the keyboard was very light. Try not to disturb the two people playing games. I don't know if it's an illusion. Jin Sun always felt that Monsieur was a little strange today. Perhaps it was because she was dressed too formally. It actually gave him a little pressure. He didn't act too presumptuous. He didn't curse when he was cheated. Played a few games. Forget it, let's take a break. Jin Sun suggested, and started to check the circle of friends. Suddenly, I saw Ank's circle of friends. She posted a selfie of herself drinking at the door of a pub late at night. With a sentence attached. Business trip in September. Late at night. Weeping Willows. Pub. And I was drinking tea. Jin Sun felt that this sentence was familiar. He looked at the location and found that it was Chengdu Yulin Road Bistro. He couldn't help but exclaimed, "Is there such a thing?" Monsieur heard the voice, leaned over, looked at the picture on Jin Sun's phone, and was also stunned for a moment. With a faint sadness in her voice. "Yes, there is such a thing." Jin Sun turned to look at Monsieur, who was without makeup, and asked in surprise, "You also know Chengdu?" Launching is very similar to launching. Many place names have changed, but there are corresponding cities. But Chengdu is still called Chengdu. There is also a Yulin Road in Chengdu. There is also a tavern at the end of Yulin Road. Monsieur looked up at Jin Sun and smiled gently. "I am from the mountains of Bashu. When I was 13 years old, I knelt at the door of this tavern to ask for money. This is an old tavern." As she said, she took Jin Sun's mobile phone, with a sad reminiscence in her eyes. "At that time, I knelt at the door to beg for money. There were many kind people, and there were also many drunk and disgusting people. The proprietress of the tavern was very nice. She often gave me some food, and once gave me a chicken leg. It was fried, and it smelled delicious. I was so envious at that time. I thought that one day in the future, I would make a lot of money and stop begging. I would also open a tavern and start to be a good person. During the summer and winter vacations, I took my 5 sisters to help in the hotel. I didn't allow them to be lazy. The family worked together to make life better and better. In the office, there was only Monsieur's voice." Xia Ning stopped typing, with a little mist in her eyes, hiding behind the computer screen, fearing that they would find out. Jin Sun looked at Monsieur, thinking that she was very strange today, and said softly, "Lei Xiaodi, in my eyes you have never been a bad person. One day, you will live your life like a poem." Monsieur looked up at Jin Sun and smiled. "Good wishes from you." She lowered her head, double-clicked the picture to enlarge it, and found a piece of paper pasted on the door of the tavern, and when she enlarged it, it turned out to be an advertisement for subletting a popular shop. She was a little emotional. "I never thought that this tavern would be transferred." When Jin Sun heard the word transfer, his eyes lit up. He took back his phone, enlarged the picture, and saw the phone number on it clearly. He downloaded the picture and sent it to Xia Ning. "Xiao Xia, lend me some money, and let Enka help me buy this tavern immediately. I will pay you back after I get paid in a few days. His salary and bonus this month are several 100,000, which should be enough." Xia Ning didn't say anything yet. Monsieur spoke up to stop him. "Boss Qin, don't get anxious when you see a popular shop being transferred. Where in the world can such a good thing happen to a popular shop being transferred?" Jin Sun hadn't answered yet. Xia Ning asked coldly again, "Do you want to quit your job and start a business?" Jin Sun thought of Chengdu, Yulin Road Tavern, and felt that it was a gift from God, so how could he let go of this opportunity? He walked up to Xia Ning. "Xiao Xia, please. I don't want to quit, but investing in some industries that I think can appreciate in value, isn't that too much? I also want to save some money for my future marriage." Xia Ning thought for a moment and asked directly, "Is it because of Encore?" Jin Sun opened his eyes wide, looking at Xia Ning, and always felt that she seemed to be jealous. "How is it possible?" "It's because of you." Xia Ning's head was sirened, and she saw Jin Sun stretched out his hand and made a 5 gesture. "We will split this investment 50-50. Xia Ning was not optimistic about this investment, and declined. "How can the two of us have time to manage the pub?" Jin Sun turned his head and looked at Monsieur. "Lei Xiaodi, I will give you 10% of the shares, and you will manage it for us?" Monsieur waved her hand. "I need to make money, I don't have time." Jin Sun looked at Xia Ning quietly, after a while, suddenly said, "Ning Ning." Xia Ning heard this name, her eyes widened, and got goosebumps. Okay, I'll lend it to you." "Don't do that." Monsieur watched Xia Ning walk out of the room, and contact Encore to buy the tavern, and she was envious. She is really rich. Buying a tavern is like buying a piece of clothing, without any hesitation. Noon. Monsieur invited Chin Sun and Xia Ning to dinner. They had ramen noodles, and each bowl had a portion of beef. Chin Sun was a little embarrassed, and smiled. I haven't treated you to a meal since you came here, and I'm ashamed to ask you to treat me. But Monsieur smiled softly. I'm very happy these days, and I should thank you. Xia Ning ate silently on the side. Chin Sun ate quickly, and finished in a moment. I won't eat your food for nothing. I'll go to the next door to buy some fruit for you. Chin Sun left. Xia Ning looked up at Monsieur and lowered her voice. If you need money, I can lend it to you. Hundreds of thousands are nothing to me. Monsieur looked at Xia Ning silently, with no expression on her face. But she said solemnly, Don't be stupid. Monsieur was shocked. She didn't expect Xia Ning to guess that she was going to do that kind of business. She smiled bitterly. Xia Ning, you are really too smart. The smile on her face disappeared instantly. And she looked at Xia Ning with a low voice. But how can I pay it back? Won't we all end up on this path? She turned her head and looked out the door. Don't be so talkative in front of Chin Sun. I want to show him my best look. Xia Ning felt sad, looking at Monsieur, who was dressed simply. She is pretty. Monsieur withdrew her gaze from the door, turned her head, looked at Xia Ning, and suddenly smiled softly. Actually, you and Chin Sun are a good match. Xia Ning. She didn't know what to say. Suddenly, Chin Sun's voice came from the door. Have you two finished eating? Let's go! Xia Ning and Monsieur stood up and walked silently beside Chin Sun. Suddenly, asshole! I'll chop you to death. A loud shout came. The three turned their heads to look. They saw a shiny machete slashing towards Chin Sun. Chin Sun stepped back violently. Xia Ning's face changed drastically, and he raised his foot to kick the thug. And Monsieur actually raised his arm to block the machete. Chapter 170 Chin Sun, I lost Monsieur. The machete fell. Monsieur screamed in pain, and his arms fell down weakly. Xia Ning kicked the thug in the stomach, kicked him down. Chin Sun watched this scene, and the fruit in his hand fell to the ground, rolling all over the ground. Fuck you. He was so angry that he shouted, rushed forward and kicked the machete in the thug's hand away, and sat on the thug's chest with a big jump. There was a sound of bones breaking. The thug screamed and cursed. Chin Sun, I'm going to kill you. You've emptied my company. I want your life. Chin Sun didn't hear what he said at all. His eyes were red, his fists were waving like the wind, punching him in the face one after another. After 5 or 6 punches, he fainted. He stood up and ran to Monsieur, gently grabbed her arm, and saw only a bright red mark on her white arm. It seemed that the skin was not even broken. Monsieur was sweating profusely from the pain. Fake knife. I feel it's made of plastic. Chin Sun touched her arm, and found that there was no skin breakage. He was so angry that he threw her arm away and cursed. Lei Xiaodi, are you acting like you're filming a movie? Are you coming here as your sister Wang? Use your arm to block the knife. Do you think you're a transformer? Monsieur looked at Chin Sun's anxiety, and said softly with a smile. I guess I was stupid because I read romance novels during puberty. Chin Sun was choked and speechless. He turned to look at Xia Ning beside him. Xia Ning? It's okay if she's stupid. What are you doing? Do you really think the champion of the children's taekwondo group is so awesome? The other person has a knife in his hand. He was so angry that when he saw the knife coming, he instinctively retreated to avoid it. Unexpectedly, the 2 idiots next to him rushed forward. He shouted, retreat first, avoid that knife, and then find a chance to fight back. You two idiots! How can you just go straight in? The special police came, and they also ran first. What are you doing? Xia Ning and Monsieur lowered their heads after being scolded. After realizing it, I was really stupid. A passerby called the police. The police came quickly, put the thugs in the police car, and asked Chin Sun to accompany them to take a statement. Monsieur went to treat her injuries first. Before leaving, Chin Sun told Xia Ning, take Xiaodi to the hospital. He looked at Monsieur and said seriously, we will go home together in the evening. I will prepare a family dinner for you. You can taste my cooking skills. I have prepared a gift for you. It's a song. Monsieur entwined her hands, placed them in front of her belly, with a faint smile on her face. It must be very nice. The police car left. Xia Ning walked to Monsieur's side, watched the police car going away, and said softly, Chin Sun is a man of great loyalty. The knife you just blocked is worth at least 1 million. Monsieur understood what Xia Ning meant, turned her head and looked at her, smiled. He himself has no money, and he has to borrow from you to run a small bar. Xiaoning looked a little unhappy and suggested. He can do marketing for you, and increase your number of fans several times. He should have prepared songs that suit your style for you. Misier smiled. I can't sing well, and I'm not as good at dancing as Jin Sun. I just relied on my charm to become a marginal anchor. You asked Jin Sun to increase my fans. Is it to make my business better? She laughed out loud. Let Jin Sun be my pimp. It's weird. Xiaoning looked at the smile on her face, and her chest was a little tight. Lei Xiaodi, is your self-esteem a little too sensitive and inappropriate? She raised her voice and said in an almost commanding tone. Give me the card number. I'll lend you 500,000 yuan. You can pay me back in installments. Misier looked at Xiaoning and made a gesture to keep quiet. Don't advise others to be kind without experiencing their suffering. Please don't point fingers at me from a moral high ground. I only have this little bit of self-esteem left now. Tears suddenly flowed from her eyes, and she said slowly, Can you let me go? Xiaoning looked at Misier for a long time without saying anything. She couldn't understand. She had heard a saying that children with problems in their original families are likely to become extreme and stubborn when they grow up. But, do you have to be so stubborn? Misier looked up, slowly raised her arm, looked at the scar on her arm in the sunshine, with a gentle smile on her face. The sunshine is good. The wind is good. The people are good. What a sunny day. 4 hours later, Jin Sun walked out of the police station, feeling a little dizzy. He never knew that recording a statement would take so long. The thug was the boss of a marketing company in Haicheng. Yesterday, 2 core planners of their company went to Oak Company to apply for a job together. And they all got the job. This morning, they quit the job directly with the boss, saying that he often scolded them for not being as good as Jin Sun, so they would go to Jin Sun to learn. He didn't want this month's salary, but he insisted on going to Oak Tree. 2 core employees forcibly resigned, and his company couldn't run smoothly. In a fit of anger, he bought a prop machete. He wanted to scare Jin Sun. Unexpectedly, his ribs and nose bones were broken instead. But Jin Sun was fine. It was self-defense. As for the excessive defense, Jin Sun didn't ask, and the police also tacitly didn't mention it. As soon as he left the police station, Jin Sun looked at the time and found that it was almost 6 o'clock. He was about to take a taxi home. Suddenly he heard a hurried sound of footsteps. He turned around and saw Xiaoning with an anxious face, saying in a hurry, Jin Sun, I lost Misier. He was confused. Lost? Xiaoning's face was no longer as cold as usual, only anxiety remained. I took her to the hospital for treatment, and when I went to buy her some water, she was gone when I came back. I called her, but she blocked me. She blocked me on WeChat. She even blocked me on Douyin. Jin Sun immediately took out his phone and called Misier. The phone came immediately. Sorry, the number you dialed cannot be connected. Please call again later. Jin Sun had a bad feeling in his heart. Why is she hiding? Suddenly, Xiaoning grabbed Jin Sun's hand, walked to the parking lot, and stuffed Jin Sun into the passenger seat. Jin Sun, I found a monitoring program in Niu Shijuan's computer this morning, and saw Misier's predicament. The 2 returned to Oak Company. The company's people had already left work. Xiaoning pulled Jin Sun into the office, started the computer, entered the D drive, and opened the monitoring program. Skillfully adjusted to 6:20 yesterday afternoon. Jin Sun looked. In the vice president's office, Misier was lying on the sofa singing. I was once unable to extricate myself from the world. Also indulged in the dream. No truth or falsehood, no struggle, no fear of being laughed at. I once turned my youth into her. I also played the midsummer with my fingertips. Let it go with the flow. Suddenly, her WeChat video call sounded. As soon as it was connected, a girl with tears on her face appeared on the phone, about 15 or 16 years old, crying loudly. Sister! Ing jumped off the building. Jin Sun remembered that Ing was Misier's youngest sister. On the surveillance video, Misier immediately sat up, her voice trembling. Is he okay? The girl on the phone just cried. Misier shouted. Didi, don't cry. I'm asking you, is Ing okay? On the phone screen, Didi turned the camera and pointed it at a 10-year-old girl on the bed. She didn't jump, she was stopped by the nurse. Misier breathed a sigh of relief, trying to make her voice soft, not to irritate her anymore, asked, Ing, are you sick?